Why does no one love this child? Not even a single person, no matter who. A hand reached out to wipe the tears from the boy's face. If that child had been loved, this outcome would surely have been different, wouldn't it? Rachel thought to herself. That day was when her destiny changed. Pedro, holding her in his arms, softly said, "Lucian, why are you out here?" Rachel was surprised. "Lucian?" Lucian replied, "Because I heard my little sister is coming today." She quietly watched him. "I know him. I've seen this face before. Where did I see it? In a boy love webtoon I watched before. In my previous life, I used to stay in my room by myself and live like a good-for-nothing, which made me even sadder." She mumbled, scrolling through her phone. Unbelievable. It was the ending of the webtoon I had followed for 3 years. Another doll living in the house of a doll. The story announced, "The end. Thank you, dear readers, for supporting this series throughout the past period." Looking at the words "the end," she shrieked, "What the hell? This is a sad ending, isn't it? What's wrong with the author? Do they have no conscience?" As she spoke, she sent a comment. "What kind of ending is this? At least they should have been happy." She recounted. "Just like that, I left a few malicious comments for the author and then fell asleep." Returning to the present, the maid softly said, "Miss, could you please lift your head a little?" Rachel let out a soft hum. Amber presented a jewelry tray and asked, "Miss, which design do you like the most?"
She was still bewildered. "Oh," Rachel thought to herself, "as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a completely new world. Where am I? Could this be one of those transmigration stories? Because I also like novels, I can recognize it immediately." She looked around. Which story is this? A novel or a comic? But does that even matter now? Her mother pushed the door open and said cheerfully, "My little one." Her father also stood beside her. "My daughter is still very beautiful today, isn't she?" Rachel thought, "My gloomy and empty soul from my previous life was gradually healed by my parents' warm affection, and I have gradually adapted to this life as the only daughter of Count Liam Zell-Elrand." Liam bent down and said to Rachel, "Today your mother and I have to go out for a bit. You can stay home and wait obediently for us to return, right?" She quickly replied, "Yes, father." He asked again, "Can I trust that?" She hugged him. Even if those affections weren't truly meant for me, this much was enough. I had yearned for this kind of happiness for so long. That day was also the day my parents died in a carriage accident, and while I was grieving, my uncle took the opportunity to usurp my family's title.
Pedro said, "I wish to express my deepest condolences on the passing of the Count and Countess. I know that the Count's daughter is now all alone." At that moment, a Duke of the Empire came to adopt me. He extended his hand. "I am your godfather. I am your father's best friend, Liam. Now you can rest assured. With me here, no one can lay a hand on you." The uncle couldn't help but look bewildered, weakly calling out, "Duke, even though the child is my niece, but—" Rachel pursed her lips, deciding to follow Pedro. I felt safer by this person's side than by my uncle's. Sitting in the carriage, both were quiet. Rachel tried to recall. Duke Leyon, right? Leyon. I must have heard that name somewhere before. He pursed his lips sternly. Soon the carriage brought the two of them to a magnificent mansion. He led her down by the hand, and Rachel couldn't help but exclaim at the splendor of the mansion. "Wow!" Suddenly, he picked her up and said, "Rachel, everything in this place belongs to you. Because you are Liam's child, it's as if you are my daughter too." At this moment, a little boy approached and softly called out, "Father." Pedro looked a little troubled and softly asked, "Lucian, why are you out here?" Hearing the name, she immediately turned to look. "Lucian." Lucian replied, "Because I heard my sister was coming today." The boy was neatly dressed, his lips tightly pursed.
Pedro replied cheerfully, It's been a long time since I've been satisfied with your actions. All right, since you've waited so patiently, shouldn't I introduce her? This is Rachel Deleón, who will be living with us from now on." A thought flashed through her mind. She knew the boy in front of her very well, with his long eyelashes and golden pupils, from his red lips and cold expression to the mole under his eye. He was the main character from a webtoon she had read in her previous life, her favorite character, Lucian Deleón. Pedro glanced at her lightly, then slowly added, "But she's about to become Rachel Deleón." Hearing that, she flinched. Rachel broke out in a cold sweat. Now she knew about the character she was becoming. This Rachel character of hers was the adopted daughter of Duke Leyon. Because she was spoiled too much, she grew up to be a scoundrel who constantly harassed Lucian, right? The image of adult Rachel teasing Lucian with a fan was still in her head. So, in the end, the scene of Rachel lying in a pool of blood, was she the first supporting character to die by Lucian's hand? She trembled, shuddering and screaming internally. No way. Both Pedro and Lucian looked at her pale, frightened face with confusion. Rachel pressed her lips together in fear. I don't want to die. The handsome, sparkling Lucian was observing her, and Rachel screamed internally, I can't die by Bias's hand.
Sunlight streamed through the window, birds chirped, and Rachel sat motionless on the sofa. She silently cried, burying her face in her hands, needing to sort out the situation first. So Lucian from the webtoon In the Dollhouse, another doll living here, had a very unhappy childhood. Why was it unhappy, you ask? She silently recalled the scene. Lucian standing on a chair, his pants rolled up above his knees, revealing his calves. Pedro swung the stick high and brought it down hard. It turned out the simple reason was that his father abused him every single day. Lucian's father was also the one who brought me here, Duke Pedro de Leon. 20 years ago, a young Pedro still had the appearance of a handsome scholar and was indeed abused by the then Duke, his own father. The reason was that he had fallen in love with a man, not a woman, and the man he loved was my father, Liam Deleó. The two held hands tightly, nurturing their love under the guise of friendship, but were discovered by the then Duke. From then on, Pedro began to be disciplined with beatings and suffered mental abuse. Eventually, Pedro had to break up with Liam and marry the young lady whom the then Duke had arranged for him. Pedro suppressed his torment and love for Liam and tried to be a good father to the child he had with his wife. But his son was exactly like the father he hated. He couldn't bring himself to love that child. His eyes filled with hatred when he thought of his own father. Rachel, with a headache, told herself the father's story was already BL.
She thought cautiously. First, the urgent matter now is Lucian's condition and my own brutal murder. She softly mumbled to herself, "Calm down, Rachel. Things haven't been too bad so far. Living with my bias, on the contrary, was a happy thought for me. Perhaps I'll become the happiest fan ever." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. She was surprised. "Oh, come in." Lucian pushed the door open and entered. His dazzling presence made her cover her eyes, secretly exclaiming, "Oh, Lucian." He spoke, "I think we should talk for a bit." Rachel bloomed in response, "Yes, yes, let's do that," which made him confused. Lucian, with his extremely handsome face, slowly sat down on the chair. She gazed intently at his beauty, beaming happily. At this moment, the maid Amber entered. "Greetings, Lady Rachel. I will be your official maid." Seeing the person in the room, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, young Master Lucian." Rachel immediately turned and said, "You've come at just the right time. Please bring me another cup of tea." Amber hesitated slightly. "But, lady," Lucian gently told her, "we're just talking for a bit." Rachel pouted, wondering, "Why is that?" Then she said sternly, "My brother is visiting me. Is there a problem?" The maid immediately became anxious and fidgety. "Please wait a moment, my lady." Then she bowed and left the room. Rachel happily pushed the teacup towards him. "Brother, please have some first. I haven't touched it yet." Lucian shook his head. "I'm not allowed to drink." She tilted her head and asked, "Why not?" He calmly replied, "Because it's not mealtime now." Like a clap of thunder. Bang! She widened her eyes and thought, "What the heck? Is this the army or something?" At that very moment, I felt what was called destiny. Perhaps I reincarnated to help my bias. Look at that slender wrist, so thin, just skin and bones. How could he have grown up like that? But in reality, he had never appeared like this. At the same time, Lucian had never shed a tear. This made Rachel wonder, how could he have grown up like that? She couldn't believe someone could be so emaciated. She thought, first, she had to feed him a lot and change the storyline. "Dear author, I cannot witness my bias's sad ending, and I want to live too." The author felt a chill down her spine. Why did she feel like someone was mentioning her name? Rachel looked at Lucian with pity. "Are you restricted to specific mealtimes?" He immediately replied, "Yes, I have to live according to a predetermined schedule." She thought to herself, troubled, "That's insane. Don't tell me it's the schedule I saw in the original work. Training alone early in the morning before the sun even rises, eating an amount of food not even enough for a growing child, going to meet the Duke to receive a beating? Is that the horrific schedule?" It seemed everyone accepted the young master's abuse under the guise of discipline. The servant's reaction just now confirmed it. Clearly, everyone tried not to show any strangeness. Being brainwashed to such an extent was truly terrifying. Rachel started a conversation with the person across from her. "Brother, I heard people say that whatever you do, it's safer to have a contingency plan." Lucian asked, bewildered, "A contingency plan?" She gestured. "Yes, the first plan is the main one, and the second plan is in case the first one fails." He cleared his throat. "I wasn't aware of that," she said, her eyes sparkling. "Well, now you know. If you create two schedules to prepare for unexpected situations, you might live more comfortably." Lucian hesitated slightly. "It needs father's permission." She sniffled, pleading with him with her sparkling eyes. "Please allow it." In Rachel's mind, she was crying silently. My poor bias. I knew this beforehand from reading the original work, but I didn't expect him to live like nothing more than a doll.
She said softly, "You are my family now, and I always make time to drink tea with my family." Lucian immediately said, "I understand. I will try to ask father for permission." She smiled brightly and radiantly. "Thank you. I'll be waiting. Brother, thank you for having tea with me." Before turning back, Lucian softly said, Then he closed the door with a click, but Lucian didn't leave immediately. He stood thinking, then lowered his eyes, full of sadness. A moment later he left, his face looking very cold and emotionless. I thought she was just a child who knew nothing. Lucian remembered the little girl happily having tea earlier, but then immediately realized her own status with extreme cunning. Unlike his own status, unacknowledged by their father, she insisted on having tea time. He slightly parted his lips. 2 plans. Amber respectfully said, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Amber, and I will be serving the young lady from now on." Rachel replied kindly, "I'll be relying on you from now on, Amber." The maid happily said, "Yes. Now let's change dresses and head to the dining room." A moment later, little Rachel walked behind the maid. She thought, "From now on, I must be very careful. I still have many things to do. I must try to change my terrifying fate in the original story."
And also to save Lucian from being abused. So first, I need to start by changing the Duke. Rachel suddenly remembered, wondering if the Duchess would also be dining with them. Duchess Camila de Leyon, who had been prearranged to marry Duke Pedro. That's why he had been depressed. Was it because of that illness that he didn't care or pay attention to how his son was treated? Camila pulled back the curtain to look out, or perhaps he himself pretended not to know. Rachel sighed. Why does everyone in this house suffer from mental illness? Amber asked worriedly. "We've arrived. Is something wrong?" She startled. "Oh, I'm fine." The servant opened the dining room door. "Please come in. The Duke is waiting inside." The door opened, revealing a table laden with delicious food and Pedro waiting. Rachel gasped in silent amazement. "Oh my God, what a sea of food!" He rested his chin on his hand and smiled. "You're here." As she walked in, she thought, "But with all this food, why isn't there anyone else here? Haven't Lucian and the Duchess arrived yet?" Time to relax my facial muscles. Sitting in the chair next to the Duke, she smiled cheerfully. "Ah, good evening, Duke. But is no one else joining us for dinner? I think this is a bit much for just 2 people to eat." He smiled and replied, "I just want to spend more time with my daughter." She thought, "My daughter? He's changed the way he addresses me again. Is it because he loved her so much that the original Rachel became so arrogant and conceited?" Nevertheless, she smiled and replied, "Thank you, Your Grace."
Lucian came to her mind, but wasn't this human divine affection something he should be feeling? Rachel wiped her hands, thinking, it still doesn't feel quite natural. Then she spoke up. "Duke, I have something I'd like to ask you." Pedro silently waited for her question. She asked, "Do you truly wish to adopt me?" He calmly replied, "Yes, taking you in as my daughter is a duty I must fulfill." Rachel bowed her head in thought, wondering how long this man would consider her a part of his family. He continued, "Do you have anything else you wish to ask?" She thought, "Of course I do." Then she opened her eyes wide and sparkling, asking, "Why isn't Big Brother eating with us today?" Attacking him with her gaze, she dangerously chuckled in her mind. "Quick, call my beloved Lucian here." Pedro replied, "According to his schedule, Lucian eats alone every day, my child." She paused, thinking to herself, "A schedule? Why arrange such things to torment a child? No wonder everyone calls him a doll when he grows up." Rachel smiled and said, "But can't we still eat together? I really want all of us to share a meal together." He remained silent, observing her thoughtfully. She felt a slight regret. "It seems I'm asking for too much, but it would be wonderful if Lucian could also have a proper meal." Pedro indulged her, saying, "If my daughter wishes it, then so be it. Call that child over here." Rachel immediately beamed. "Thank you, Duke." Her smile made Pedro momentarily dazed. He gently picked up a lock of her hair and softly said, "You always say thank you, don't you?" She suddenly remembered. She realized this trait was perhaps similar to her late father, Liam. Rachel's mood dampened slightly as she thought, "He's only being kind to me because I'm my father's daughter. Even though I know that, why do I still feel so sad?"
At this moment, the servant suddenly announced, "Young Master Lucian has arrived." Both were startled, looking towards the door. Lucian walked in, his appearance as beautiful as a flower. She forgot her sadness, her eyes sparkling as she stared at him. She secretly marveled, "My darling is the epitome of handsomeness." Rachel happily started a conversation. "Oh, this is so delicious, you must try it." Her plan in her head, "Eat more so you can get fatter, my love." Seeing her so happy, Pedro also smiled along. Lucian quietly ate on one side, observing the two people opposite him eating and chatting happily. A hint of an unreadable emotion flickered in his eyes. After eating, Amber bowed her head and asked to leave, while Rachel waved her hand and said, "Tonight's dinner was delicious, see you both tomorrow." Pedro also raised his hand in greeting, while Lucian stood motionless, watching them go. Rachel pondered. At that moment, she was only immersed in a feeling of ecstasy when she got to eat with Lucian. No sooner had she left than Pedro coldly ordered, "Go to the study immediately, Lucian." A thought surfaced in her mind, but she forgot that her pity for him would only hurt him more.
Lucian's good mood instantly soured, and he carried that haunting feeling into his dream. Lucian limped, taking difficult steps through the dark corridor, his brows furrowed in thought. I kept thinking Father would finally acknowledge me as his son. Pedro's reproach cut deep into Lucian's mind like a knife. I heard you went to find Rachel on your own. You must tell me everything you do. Faced with those accusations, he could only bow his head in silence, offering no resistance. The image of the pretty little girl with an innocent, pure smile reappeared in his mind. "Brother, play with me," Lucian whispered. "That child is my sister." Pedro's next words astonished Lucian. "So Rachel begged me to let you sit at the dinner table. What did you do to entice such an innocent child?" As he was about to speak, "Son," Pedro shrieked in anger, "don't meddle in trivial matters. I need to correct your misguided thoughts."
The stick struck Lucian's body repeatedly and forcefully. Drops of sweat trickled down Lucian's forehead. His eyes held an inscrutable expression. Suddenly he gasped for breath, struggling to inhale some air. His hand clutched his heart, wondering why he was so breathless after his father's admonishment. "I want to return to my room, to a place where I can be alone." On the other side, splendid dresses laid out before Rachel made her gasp in astonishment. These were gowns gifted by the Duke. Amber held up each dress. "Well, which one would you like to try on?" Rachel rubbed her chin in thought. After a slight hesitation, she pointed to a blue dress, choosing the one that looked the most neat and proper. Rachel walked down the brightly lit corridor. As she walked, she mused, "Now I will go to meet Duchess Camila, Lucian's mother." The servant guarding Duchess Camila's door bowed slightly. "My apologies, but you cannot see her now. She is not feeling well." Rachel was momentarily stunned, thinking to herself, "I've been refused. But should I meet the Duke's adopted daughter, let alone the daughter of his former mistress?" The Duchess's depression likely began with her marriage, a marriage arranged by matchmakers, to a husband who never loved her. Even her own son looked down on her, and her husband only loved the daughter of his former mistress. The Duchess's emotional state reached its breaking point, and Camila collapsed. This marriage had been a mistake from the very beginning. The one who made the mistake from the very beginning was he. It was all his fault. Rachel was lost in thought, contemplating how the Duchess, overwhelmed by sorrow, had eventually taken her own life. Rachel merely left a message and departed, asking, "Please convey my well wishes for me."
A long, rambling train of thought trapped Rachel. Because he suffers from a mental illness, please look after his son on his behalf before it's too late. So the first thing that became clear was that she herself would be Lucian's caregiver now. Amber turned her head and asked, "Miss, are you going back to your room?" Rachel's face darkened. "No, Amber. Where is Lucian?" In the study, a slender hand held a pen, writing on a page. He wrote quickly, with a hint of haste. Footsteps appeared, drawing his attention. Rachel walked over, smiling brightly. "Brother!" Seeing the young girl standing before him, Lucian was surprised. "Rachel?" Rachel held out a basket full of fruit to Lucian. "I'm here. Let's eat this." Rachel thought to herself, "I know you barely eat." Rachel's smile remained radiant, dispelling all the worries in Lucian's heart. "The fruit is really delicious." She continued to think, "Even if it's a light meal, it should be a good one." Lucian turned and walked away, trying to appear indifferent to Rachel. "According to the schedule, I have to go copy history books now. You should go home." The smile on Rachel's face vanished, replaced by disappointment and sadness. She thought, "It's that schedule again." Then suddenly Rachel spoke up. "Are you still not finished with the schedule you mentioned?" Lucian walked away decisively, paying no attention to the sadness on Rachel's face. "Because Father wants me to maintain the current schedule. Only then can I become the perfect heir to lead the family." Rachel stood silently, watching his retreating figure. A moment later she spoke. "I don't want to hinder your work." Just as he expected, Lucian thought to himself, "She's giving up."
She would quickly give up if things didn't go her way. Suddenly, Rachel's small hand brought a grape to Lucian's mouth, an action that interrupted his train of thought. Rachel smiled brightly again. "Then I'll feed you the grape." He was so surprised he couldn't believe his eyes. "What?" Rachel replied. "You keep copying, and if I say ah, you open your mouth. Come on you, eat. Knock, 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 knock. The grape is here. Please open the door for me." His mind went blank. The girl in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. Lucian slowly opened his mouth and took the grape from Rachel's hand. Rachel trembled with delight. "It's in! It's in!" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "So is it good?" Lucian calmly chewed without answering Rachel. His silence made Rachel uneasy, wondering if she had been too pushy. Rachel suddenly felt bewildered. Looking at his angular face, she wondered what that bewildered expression was about. Lucian remained silent for a long time, and after a moment of daze, his face suddenly brightened. Seeing this, Rachel felt nervous. "He doesn't like it, does he?" Then she awkwardly said to him, "Don't mind me.
Just keep studying." Lucian, hearing this, looked down in surprise. He saw the pen had already stained the paper with ink. Then his face froze in horror. Beside him, Rachel, with sparkling eyes, chattered on, asking, "Do you want to eat some wild strawberries? I'll feed you. Open wide." She smiled brightly and fed a strawberry to his mouth. Lucian hesitated slightly. Before he could open his mouth, there was a knock at the door. It was Rachel's servant, who had come to take her home. "Lady Rachel, I have come to escort you. The Duke has summoned you." Hearing this, Rachel immediately bid farewell to Lucian. "I'm leaving now. I'll leave the fruit here. Remember to eat it." As she walked out, she turned her head back. "Hang in there." He stared blankly in the direction she had left. After Rachel had left, Lucian absently turned his gaze to the fruit basket she had left behind. He listlessly picked up a wild strawberry. Lucian slowly put the strawberry into his mouth. As he chewed, he thought to himself, "It has no taste at all. If it's something Rachel gave me, it should have a taste, shouldn't it?" At this moment, a dark shadow with two glowing eyes suddenly appeared behind him. It chuckled with amusement. "This is truly strange. Due to my influence, you cannot perceive taste. Could that child possess some special magic?" Lucian replied indifferently, "Don't talk to me," but it only responded with an eerie smile. Scene change. By this time, Rachel had been here for a month, and she thought to herself, "I have officially been adopted by the House of Leyon and become Rachel de Leyon." While walking down the corridor with Amber, another servant suddenly came to inform her, "The Duchess said it would be difficult to meet with you today." She thought dejectedly, "The Duchess still refuses to see me, but not greeting the mistress of a noble family is an even greater insult to the Duchess herself." She murmured to herself, "I hope the Duchess recovers soon." But deep down she felt anxious and uneasy. "Please, Duchess, care for Lucian, your own son." Later, while strolling alone in the palace, she mused about the past. The Duke's demeanor hadn't changed. He was still loving and friendly towards her. But whenever Lucian was mentioned, he couldn't hide his displeasure. Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel restless, thinking, the Duke should also show some care for his own son. Lost in thought as she walked, she suddenly let out a surprised "ah!" It turned out Rachel had spotted Lucian, still diligently practicing on the other side. She thought to herself, Lucian hasn't changed at all. He's still as handsome as ever, not a bit different, and still adhering to that damned schedule. Hearing the sound, Lucian turned around to see Rachel standing there, staring at him. At this moment, she told herself, I must seize this opportunity. After thinking this, she ran over, smiling cheerfully, and said to Lucian, Brother, have a little snack. Hearing this, Lucian hesitated, wanting to refuse.
Upon seeing this, she suddenly froze. This also made Lucian momentarily flustered. He turned his face away, not forgetting to remind her, It's very dangerous. Don't come close while I'm practicing swordsmanship. As soon as he turned away, a voice said, I'm sorry. You must be very tired from training, aren't you? Let's sit over there and rest for a bit. What do you think? As she spoke, she pointed to the chair behind him. I brought some tea. Lucian then agreed to put his sword down. All right. Afterwards, she rummaged through the lunchbox she had brought. From inside, Rachel took out a tea flask. Looking at Lucian, who's covered in a light sweat, she secretly praised, My bias looks incredibly handsome today. She turned and handed him a cup of tea, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Here, have some tea. He took the teacup and softly called, Rachel. She happily replied immediately, Yes, yes. But he said in a cold voice, You're constantly coming to find me like this makes things very awkward for me. I frequently have to move according to schedule. After saying this, Lucian let out a soft sigh. Hearing that, she thought to herself, Oh, he's sighing. It's true, her expression momentarily fell. For the past month, she had always sought him out, striking up a conversation whenever she saw him pass by. Of course, he would find her annoying. Back to the present, he said to her, You're not in my schedule. This made Rachel feel guilty, her face becoming sullen. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful from now on. Lucian, also flustered, said to her, No, what I mean is, I feel awkward because it's a prearranged schedule, not because I hate you. Hearing that, Rachel responded, What? Lucian, is he concerned about me because he's afraid I'll be hurt? Could a doll like Lucian have such an expression? She stared at him dumbfounded, with eyes full of admiration. Rachel whispered, Brother, if the problem is the schedule and not that you hate me, then could you put me in your schedule? She looked at him with expectant eyes. At this moment, Rachel was captivated by his enchanting beauty, admiring him in her heart. His face is so cute right now. Rachel looked at him with expectant eyes. Seeing this, Lucian, flustered, brought the teacup close to his mouth. He tilted his head back and drank in one gulp. Rachel watched him, praising him in her heart. Even drinking water, he's cute. After drinking, Lucian hesitated. If I put you in my schedule, then I can be by your side all day. What do you think? He asked her, flustered. Hearing this, she feigned surprise on the outside,
but inside she was so happy she was practically jumping. "No, I need to calm down, Rachel told the beast within her. After thinking, she excitedly said to Lucian, "About that? Well then, you can add me to your schedule. Then I can be by my brother's side."
Hearing this, Lucian hesitated, but he still needed to ask his father for permission. Seeing this, she was also happy for him. At the same time, she thought, it had already been a month since. Rachel cheerfully told Lucian, "It's all right, I won't bother you." Lucian was surprised to hear this. Afterwards, the two sat in silence in the peaceful space. His eyes softened. "Let me see." Hearing this, she happily thought to herself, "This is wonderful." This was a big change. She was so happy she jumped up, laughing with delight. Lucian had changed a lot. She danced with a soaring spirit beside him. Lucian, seeing this scene, could only feel helpless. Suddenly a voice called out, "Rachel," making Lucian jump. It was Duke Pedro, who smiled gently at her. "My daughter, what are you doing?" Someone softly exclaimed, "Duke." He also thought in a panic, "Father." Seeing this, Rachel immediately ran to him. Pedro happily stroked his daughter's head. "Amber is sewing an outfit for you," she softly replied. "Yes." He seemed to ignore the presence of his own son standing behind him. Lucian, seeing this scene, felt incredibly hurt. He wished his father could look at him with such eyes. But perhaps when he could successfully complete his schedules and become the perfect successor, would his father then treat him as kindly as he treated Rachel? While he was talking to himself, a voice called out, "Brother," making him jump. Rachel waved goodbye to Lucian. "I'll go ahead." He remained silent, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Before he could reply, Lucian heard his father call him. "Lucian, come to the library for a moment." At this moment, in the library,
Pedro angrily held a stick, disciplining his son. "Haven't you corrected those wicked thoughts yet?" Lucian, scared, replied, "No." He questioned loudly, "Then why does Rachel keep coming to find you?" Lucian's face was expressionless. "I don't know either." A hint of sadness flickered in his eyes. Seeing this, the Duke paused and thought, "Those eyes, my father also had eyes just like this boy's. He cursed Liam and me, separated us, and ultimately destroyed everything we had. Lucian, the boy is exactly like my father. I cannot let him get close to the girl." After thinking, he seriously admonished Lucian, "Never take advantage of innocent Rachel. That is truly disgusting." Hearing this, Lucian was stunned. I've never had such a thought." Pedro said sternly, "Even in the future, you are not to have such a thought. Don't even think about getting close to Rachel." Lucian walked out of the library, gently closing the door behind him. Lucian gritted his teeth. "I truly feel jealous of Rachel, but I've never had that thought before. What should I do now? Will father ever treat me well?" His eyes shone with an endless sorrow. A melancholic voice from the shadows behind him suddenly echoed in his mind. "No matter how hard I try, it's all for nothing. No matter what I do, father will still not acknowledge me. I hate having to deny this truth." Lucian fell silent for a moment.
My father, upon seeing me, reacted as if I were a ghost, not a person. The obsession kept tormenting him, and the shadow behind him whispered seductively, "No, I can't give up. I don't want to suffer like this." At this moment, his thoughts seemed to be overwhelmed by it. "Give your body to me. Only then can I help you find peace." Hearing this, Lucian was about to reply, "I will." Before he could finish his sentence, Lucian suddenly heard Rachel call out to him, "Brother." Seeing this, the black shadow instantly vanished into thin air without a trace. When he opened his eyes, he saw his younger sister standing in front of him. "Rachel," she asked, "do you have any plans next?" Lucian, still not fully composed, stammered, I. Seeing this, Rachel reassured him, "I won't bother you. Let's go together now." She smiled brightly and took his hand. Lucian stared blankly, wide-eyed, but then he concealed his surprise. Lucian thought to himself, "The only one who can recognize me in this mansion." He gripped her hand tightly. Rachel was momentarily surprised to see him like that, but then she also felt happy. Rachel encouraged him, "You can do it, brother." Rachel and Lucian strode step by step down the wide corridor, with dazzling sunlight streaming through the window. The surrounding space was so quiet that only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Rachel shyly glanced at him, then secretly thought to herself, "Lucian is holding my hand. My bias is holding my hand." Her heart pounded wildly at the unexpected situation. Suddenly, Rachel called out, "Brother, your next task is to write a history book, isn't it?" Lucian turned his head and replied, "That's right." She secretly cried tears of regret, heartbroken. "We're almost at Lucian's room, but I don't want to let go of his hand." Suddenly, as if Rachel had thought of a plan, she abruptly stopped and said, "My leg hurts too much." He was startled and asked, "What?" She used her sparkling eyes and pitiful voice to persuade Lucian, "Can we rest for a little while?" He looked at Rachel in silence, as if deep in thought. She worriedly wondered, is he going to leave me and go? But that wasn't it. He knelt before her, extended his hand and called, "Rachel."
If so, it seemed Lucian had said something that greatly surprised Rachel. Instead of 2 pairs of feet as before, now there was only his pair. So where had she gone? Rachel was shyly blushing, and she secretly exclaimed in confusion, "Oh my God, I'm being carried on my bias's back." So that was it. At that moment, Lucian had offered to carry her. Rachel was so overjoyed that her whole body went limp, and everything around her seemed to turn pink, so happy. Suddenly he called out again, "Rachel?" She flinched and quickly replied, "Yes?"
It turned out Lucian had only intended to bring her to her room. She awkwardly and hesitantly understood. He lowered himself, allowing Rachel to slowly slide down. Her eyes widened in surprise at how quickly they had reached the room, but she still smiled brightly and politely said, "Thank you for carrying me back to my room." Lucian calmly replied, "Get some rest." Rachel watched his retreating back, then waved cheerfully and said, "Try your best to finish the rest of your work." As the door closed, she secretly felt a pang of regret. What a shame. I wanted to stay with him a little longer. Lucian didn't leave immediately. He was still standing outside her room door. He thoughtfully looked at the hand that had just held Rachel's, then slowly clenched his fist as if clinging to something. Lucian turned his head to look back at her room with a hint of sadness in his eyes. He stood there silently watching for a long time. After a while, Lucian finally turned and walked away with a resolute demeanor. The scene shifts to Rachel preparing to visit Lady Camila. The maid standing outside the door politely said, "The lady is waiting inside." She was so surprised her mouth formed an O and her eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. Rachel secretly thought to herself, "Finally, I get to greet the Duchess." The maid respectfully invited her, "Please come in." She thought with amusement, yesterday was Lucian and today it's the Duchess? The maid called out, "My lady, your beloved daughter, Elrand, has arrived." Upon hearing this, Rachel's spirits immediately sank. She felt a pang of sadness because of the way she was addressed, not as young lady, but as Elrand, your beloved daughter. "It's okay, as long as the lady takes care of Lucian, that's all that matters." Rachel tried to reassure herself by focusing on the well-being of her bias.
Inside the room, Duchess Camila was sitting, facing into the distance. Rachel softly greeted, "Greetings, Duchess." The Duchess started and looked. Rachel bowed gracefully and said, "I am Rachel de Elrand." Camilla's first words were a strange question. "Do you know the word mirage?" Rachel looked up curiously and replied, "Yes." The Duchess still didn't look directly at her, but kept her face turned away and continued, "I've heard that in the neighboring country there's a desert made entirely of dry sand. I happened to hear the story of a traveler who accidentally got lost there for a few days. That traveler was suffering from thirst when they saw an oasis in the middle of the desert."
She ran over and took a large gulp of water, but it turned out that what she put in her mouth was only dirty sand. That means it was a mirage. "What do you think?" Camilla looked at Rachel this time. She continued to ask meaningfully, "Or do mirages only appear when we are in the desert? I hope you don't confuse a mirage with an oasis and bury your head in the sand." She silently looked at the Duchess, her eyes revealing disappointment. Rachel seemed to have understood the hidden meaning behind the words. She pondered. It was a warning. The Duchess's intention was to say that everything she was enjoying now was an illusion, and she should never forget her true status. Otherwise, one day, she would be swallowed by this illusion. Rachel gently bowed her head and replied, "Yes." Her heart ached, but she didn't forget to remind herself that she had never intended to live here forever. She only wanted Lucian to be happy, to live like a normal person. She had no other desires. Rachel smiled brightly and replied, "Please don't worry." She then thought of Lucian's happy future with the one he loved and told herself, "When the time comes, I will know to disappear." The scene shifted to the training ground at Lucian's mansion. Sword strokes were continuously swung without pause. Lucian lowered his sword and sighed tiredly, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed he had been training for a long time. Suddenly, as if by habit, he looked behind him. A familiar image appeared. Rachel was standing there, smiling brightly and waving, calling out, "Hey!" But strangely, she didn't come today, making the space unusually empty. Lucian wondered to himself, usually she would have arrived by now. Is she late today? The disgusting shadow appeared behind him once again. It flashed a sinister smile and tried to inject terrible thoughts into his mind. "Do you think that girl will pursue you forever? You've also seen how the Duke's attitude has changed. That child might snatch your position as heir." Lucian refused to be manipulated. He turned his head irritably to look at it, his gaze full of determination. Rachel dejectedly walked out of the room, her heart heavy with sorrow. As expected, the Duchess didn't like her. But in just a moment, Rachel was filled with determination. Even so, they were temporarily living under the same roof, so she had to try her best. At that moment, the butler approached and politely asked Rachel, "Miss, are you finished with the Duchess?" Hearing her name, she looked up. The butler smiled kindly at her. "The Duke has asked for you, miss." Rachel tilted her head, wondering to herself, what could it be?
A moment later, the butler's announcement echoed in. "Miss Rachel has arrived." Pedro joyfully sprang to his feet, unable to hide his delight. "My daughter, come here." He smiled brightly as he approached Rachel. "I called you here to take a walk with me." She asked in surprise. "A walk?"
Pedro chuckled and explained to her, "That's right, we'll go out for a stroll, buy whatever you want, and then eat delicious food at dessert shops too." Rachel nodded excitedly, "I'd love that." Pedro turned and took her hand. "Well, I've already called for the carriage, so we can leave right away." Rachel hesitated for a few seconds. "But isn't Lucian coming along?" Hearing these words, Pedro flinched, stopping dead in his tracks and remaining silent. He asked Rachel in return, "My daughter doesn't like going out alone with me?" She looked at Pedro, realizing she had been a bit too hasty, as if it wasn't quite right yet. Rachel forced a smile and waved her hands enthusiastically. "I also love going out with the Duke very much," he said sadly in a soft voice. "It would be better if you called me father." She silently looked up at him. Pedro smiled kindly. "It's all right, you're probably still shy." He reached out and gently patted Rachel's head. "It's okay to take your time before calling me that." She slightly bowed her head, pondering. "It's very difficult for me to truly become a part of the family because everyone eventually changes their mind." Pedro kindly asked Rachel, "Come on, shall we go?" She obediently replied, "Yes." In the mansion's hallway, golden light streamed in from outside, creating a poetic scene. The sound of his shoes tapped against the hallway. Lucian walked with his head bowed, his heart seemingly filled with unspoken thoughts. He lowered his head, pondering, "Will Rachel become the successor?" But Lucian recalled the time before, the sound of coughing echoing throughout the silent hallway. Lucian braced himself against the wall with difficulty, breathing heavily. He clutched his chest, his face showing discomfort, unable to breathe.
Suddenly, 2 more servants appeared in the hallway. They quickly recognized him. Their expressions gradually changed, and without a word they exchanged glances. They ignored Lucian as if they hadn't seen him, hurrying past even as he struggled to breathe. Unable to hold on, he collapsed heavily to the ground. A loud, worried cry rang out. "Brother!" Lucian was startled for a moment. He looked up to see Rachel approaching him with a worried expression, asking, "Are you hurt?" She frowned, unable to hide her urgency. "What happened, brother?" He was surprised to receive such concern for the first time. Back to reality, Lucian continued to think. That child is different from the others. He pressed his lips together, so clearly. Suddenly that voice interrupted Lucian. "Is that really true?" It chuckled. "Eventually you will lose everything and become even more pathetic than you are now." Lucian remained silent, not responding. Meanwhile, on Rachel's side, the carriage had arrived. Seeing the huge music box playing its melodious sa-la-la tune, Rachel gasped in admiration. "Wow, it's beautiful." Pedro bent down, placing a hand on her shoulder, and said gently, "My dear, it seems you like these things, don't you?" Rachel glanced at him, but before she could answer, he generously waved his hand and told the shopkeeper, "I'll take all of those." Hearing this, the shopkeeper standing nearby beamed, while Rachel gasped in astonishment, "Ack!"
Seeing the people carrying various large and small boxes onto the carriage, Rachel could only feel helpless. The things she had bought were already overflowing. She couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the original Rachel grew up in luxury. Rachel quickly waved her hands. "Duke, that's enough shopping. I don't want to buy anything more." The shop owner nearby, hearing this, quickly looked dejected. Pedro looked at her gently. "Is that so?" He smiled and asked Rachel's opinion. "My daughter, shall we go eat now?" Rachel looked up at the man, speaking kindly to her, a slight ripple stirring in her heart. "I know there's no way this man could truly be my father, even though I know this is the person who treated Lucian so cruelly, but Time quickly passed, and in a flash it was late afternoon. The sun was gradually setting, and gentle sunlight from outside shone through the beautiful window. In his room, Lucian sat at his desk, intently writing something. That voice spoke again. "After all, that child didn't come to find you today." Hearing this, Lucian's hand holding the pen suddenly stopped.
That voice was full of provocation, and it would be the same tomorrow. Now you know what that child is like. Approaching you isn't for any good purpose. He silently pressed his lips together. What a pity. Your parents, the maid, and now even your adopted sister look down on you too. Lucian angrily dropped the pen in his hand. He lowered his gaze, deep in thought. The voice began to tempt him. "Lend me your body for a moment, and everything will change. I will make everyone acknowledge you. No one will be allowed to look down on you anymore." As soon as it finished speaking, a clattering sound drew Lucian's attention. The room door was gently pushed open, and a pair of small feet stepped in. Rachel poked her head into the room, looking cute. "Brother." She approached her still bewildered brother, knowing he was writing something. "I just got back from a walk outside. It's a pity I couldn't go with you." Rachel smiled brightly, revealing the basket of pastries she brought. "Instead, I bought lots of delicious food. Please forgive me, brother." She giggled and ran over to him. "And it's great that coming to find you wasn't in vain, because you're always here at this time." Lucian's expression was unreadable as he softly replied, "That's true." He looked at Rachel with affectionate eyes. "I was here. I'm always here, and you're the only one who knows that."
Lucian looked at Rachel, seeing the light in his dark life. Lucian gently said, "All right, I'm here now." Rachel thought to herself, could it be that he was waiting for me? She happily offered the basket to him. "I picked out the best ones. Do you want to try some of this jelly? Here, eat it, brother." Lucian stared at her without saying anything. He quickly bit into the piece of jelly in her hand. Rachel was utterly confused. She thought, why is he eating so strangely? Rachel said, "Have some more." But suddenly Lucian stood up abruptly. He spoke. "Wait a moment." Rachel, not understanding what was happening, stared at him blankly. A moment later, in that room, Lucian was pulling the table towards a chair. Lucian gestured towards the chair and said, "Sit down." Rachel, bewildered, thought to herself, "What? Does he want to spend time with me?" She happily sat down opposite him.
When she was settled, Lucian spoke. "Do you always have your father constantly by your side during the day?" Rachel replied casually, "Yes, I went out with the Duke. Were you perhaps hoping to see me?" At her words, Lucian blushed shyly. Rachel gave a radiant smile. "I miss you very much too." Rachel's smile made him freeze, but then he smiled back at her. Rachel slowly looked at him, thinking to herself, "Wait, is he smiling?" She smiled brightly at Lucian and said, "You'd look so handsome if you smiled like that." Lucian was surprised. "What?" Rachel flinched, and suddenly the basket in her hand fell. Rachel cried out, "Oh dear." She regretfully looked down at the basket of pastries scattered on the floor. "My dessert."
A hand suddenly took Rachel's. "Please sit down." But he was surprised. "Huh? Does it hurt?" Rachel happily thought, "Does he care about me?" She said, "I'm fine, seeing you clean up for me." Rachel stood aside, thinking to herself, "My favorite person truly is special." Seeing him a bit clumsy, Rachel was flustered. "Let me help you." A few minutes later, when everything was cleaned up, but the cakes were tragically broken, Rachel was sad. "I can't believe it. All the cakes are completely ruined." Lucian's warm hand gently rested on Rachel's. "Are you all right?" Rachel looked at him blankly. Lucian continued, "Thank you, Rachel." Rachel was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She shyly said, "It's nothing." Lucian continued, "I will definitely get my father's permission." Rachel instinctively said, "Oh?" Lucian smiled faintly. "I might be able to make time for you in my schedule." Rachel looked at him in awe. "Oh?" She remembered having asked him before, "Can you fit me into your schedule?" Rachel thought to herself, "He remembers what I said?" She obediently replied, "Yes, I'll wait for you." Rachel pondered, "Will he regret this? He truly is a sweet guy." She held up a strawberry. "Lucian, even though it turned out like this, the taste should still be okay. Here," she gestured for him to eat it. She thought, "I hope he'll be happy. You and I will both have a happy ending." That night, in a magnificent castle, Rachel was sitting leisurely on a chair. With a happy expression, she pondered, "Seeing his happy face right before my eyes. Oh, I don't have much time left. I must help Lucian have a happy life with Noah." Thoughts flashed through her mind. They loved each other. Just because they couldn't meet often, misunderstandings gradually accumulated and became unsolvable.
Many other characters also love Noah. I need to resolve their misunderstandings. Rachel began to calculate. I am 10 years old and Lucian is 15. Soon the original story I know will begin. The culprit who caused the tragic death of the original, the strangest character, Oscar, will soon appear. In the room, a dark Damien-like aura rose. Beneath it was Lucian, treading on countless corpses. His figure quickly left, and he walked over to a bed. He stood there, staring down at Rachel, who was sound asleep. Lucian gently placed his hand on her head and stroked it. He said, "How can I live without you?"
Lucian raised the sword and plunged it down forcefully. Rachel jolted awake, screaming, "No!" Outside the window, birds were chirping. Rachel sighed. It was just a dream. After Noah died, Lucian also wanted to end his own life. "Thank you for accompanying me in the dollhouse, where another doll has lived here all this time." On the Intoin webcomic, the ending was a sad ending. She clenched her fists. Rachel thought, "Lucian cannot die like that. I must change the ending at all costs. Lucian and Noah must be happy. I will leave Leyon's house silently. It absolutely must be a happy ending." Lucian picked up Rachel's box of jelly. He looked at the box, staring intently at it. Where Lucian was practicing swordsmanship, Rachel cheerfully brought a huge box and said, "Lucian." Hearing her, Lucian paused his sword practice for a moment. He looked at her with gentle eyes. "Rachel." Rachel was suddenly startled. She thought, "Today is perfect, perfect. Oh, what a deeply emotional young man." She walked towards him. "Today I brought you tea and cakes. Let's go sit in a cool spot and eat, Lucian." But Lucian hesitated. Rachel replied, flustered, "Just 10 minutes. No, only 5 minutes. Even when practicing, you need to rest, right? If His Grace the Duke sees us, I'll speak up for you." Lucian thought. "Tea?" He began to recall the times his father scolded him. "What? Adding Rachel to your schedule? Are you plotting some deep scheme?" His father then slapped Lucian. Remembering that, the sword in his hand fell. Rachel asked worriedly, "Are you all right? You don't look well at all. You really should rest a bit." "Let's go somewhere cooler, dear," she said, pulling his hand to another spot. His work was too demanding, which was why he was like this. Lucian silently looked at her. Rachel mused. That appearance couldn't possibly be faked. Initially, I had misunderstood, thinking he had some ulterior motive, but he likes me innocently. Lucian gazed at her intently. He thought to himself, I wish I could see her more often, for longer. After that, she led him to a seat and sat down. "Dear, you should drink some tea first. How are you feeling? Do you want to lie down and rest?" Lucian replied, "Just a little dizzy." Rachel worriedly placed her hand on his forehead. "Let me check your temperature." Indeed, he was a bit warm. Lucian shyly turned his face away. "It's just hot outside, that's why." Rachel reminded him. "Well, that's a relief then. Don't overexert yourself." She offered him some cakes. "Here, have some more cake, dear." Lucian hesitated, saying, "You should eat too." Suddenly a maid quickly approached with a worried expression. "Young lady, His Grace the Duke is looking for you." Rachel wondered. "The Duke? What's happened now?" "You just keep eating. I'll be back." Before leaving, she didn't forget to bid Lucian farewell. "Keep up the hard work, dear." Lucian thought to himself, "Father cherishes Rachel so much, so I'll probably have to split my time to see her." Meanwhile, Rachel had gone to meet Pedro. "Your Grace," he replied, "my daughter has arrived? The goods I ordered arrived today. Come, see what I bought for you." On the table were 2 items covered by white cloths. The white cloth was pulled away, revealing first a rare fox cub. Rachel thought to herself, I remember Lucian saw it in the original story. Like a pure white cloud falling from the sky, Doggy trembled in its cage. She thought to herself, Oscar. Rachel began to feel bewildered.
Beast humans are creatures with the basic form of animals, but as they grow, they gain the ability to transform into humans and possess human-like intelligence. However, in the Leyon Empire, beast humans are treated extremely poorly, often kidnapped by humans to be kept as pets or sold into slavery. In the original story, Rachel received Oscar, a beast human sold by the Duke, as a gift, and just like others, the Duke abused Oscar. Naturally, everyone would fall for Noah, an affectionate person. Oscar was no exception. Later, Oscar escaped with Noah, who was being held captive by Lucian. Lucian, who at that moment stood stunned before the empty room, he then gnashed his teeth in anger, and in that very moment, he believed that Noah had approached him only to deceive him. Noah was recaptured by Lucian, imprisoned in a pitch-black room with not a single ray of light, and became Lucian's personal doll. Noah eventually took her own life. After recalling the storyline, Rachel turned to look at Doggy, a white fox trapped in a cage and whimpering with resentment.
She thought to herself, as if Oscar was destined for a tragic end. I don't want that, but seeing Doggy trembling and occasionally glancing at her, Rachel stopped dwelling on that thought, and looking directly, she realized how incredibly cute Oscar was. She couldn't help but exclaim to her father, "It's so cute." Pedro's eyes curved into a smile as he replied, "Yes, I'm glad you like it." Not wanting the original story's plot to repeat, Rachel vowed to herself, "Unlike the Rachel in the original story, I will treat you very well, and the two of us will live a new life together." Hearing his daughter excitedly exclaim, "I know what to name it," Pedro immediately smiled and asked, "Oh really? What is it?" Rachel replied, "I'm going to call it Doggy." The moment it heard this name, Doggy's ears shot up at the same time. Despite Rachel and her father giggling and laughing together and praising the name suits it so well, doesn't it? Doggy genuinely couldn't comprehend. It seemed to dislike the name quite a bit. "It was with the thought of changing this story that I gave you a new name." She leaned down slightly, closing the distance between herself and Doggy, and happily said, "From now on, I'll be counting on you, Doggy." Knowing his daughter's personality, and almost out of habit, Pedro had prepared another gift. He slowly uncovered another object, smiling as he asked, "Do you want to see the next gift?" This is a hawk that can be used for hunting. True to his word, its mere appearance was enough to convey the hawk's solemn and powerful nature. Rachel stared, unblinking. "Wow, it looks so cool. I'll call it Damien." Pedro nodded in praise. "My daughter has quite the talent for naming, doesn't she?" As she turned her head towards the two animals, Rachel inadvertently caught sight of Doggy's grumpy expression. She frowned, thinking to herself, "Could it be dissatisfied with the name? What's wrong? What do you want? Doggy sounds cute to me." At the same time, her attention fell upon the collar with a red gemstone dangling from Doggy's neck. "Oh, Doggy's collar seems a bit tight on him." Pedro explained, "That's a magical containment device in the form of a collar. It was made by a high-level sorcerer, so unless someone possesses stronger magic, no one can break it. The hawk was trained from a young age, so there's no problem, but that fox is a wild animal, so it often resists. If it attacks you, the collar will tighten around its neck. That's how we'll tame it." Just hearing it made Rachel involuntarily shiver. How cruel. She really wanted to ask her father to change his method of taming. After all, it was still small and adorable. But Pedro maintained his stance. Don't trust wild beasts, because you never know when they will bare their fangs at their owner. Rachel's hand clenched slightly. It was true that Oscar had betrayed Rachel and Lucian to escape. At the same time, outside the grounds, Lucian was striding straight towards the carry-on suitcase placed on the bench. He glanced around, looking as if he was searching for someone. The training time was over, but Rachel still hadn't arrived, had she? Although a little disappointed, Lucian still decided to grab the suitcase and go look for Rachel. I need to go give it to her. A moment later, Rachel was lying sideways by the gap in the bed, coaxing Doggy. Doggy, come out. Aren't you uncomfortable lying there? Despite calling repeatedly, Doggy remained curled up silently under the bed. Rachel gave up, sat up, and let out a sigh. Perhaps Damien also sensed her helplessness and let out a few barks as if to comfort her. Although Rachel sighed inwardly about Doggy refusing to come out from under the bed, after a few seconds of deliberation, she continued to plead with Doggy. Doggy, please come out. There's delicious food here. Unexpectedly, the 3 words, delicious food, actually made Doggy lift its head. Realizing this method was effective, Rachel quickly took out a piece of candy to entice it. This is candy that even beast humans can eat. Whether by accident or on purpose, the candy in her hand suddenly slipped out and dropped with a thud onto the floor, then slowly rolled next to Doggy. When the blue candy finally touched Doggy's paw and stopped, it stuck out its tongue and gave it a tentative lick. Who would have thought that a sweet, refreshing flavor would hit its taste buds directly, and this unusually palatable taste made Doggy's eyes widen.
Next, it didn't hesitate for a moment and gobbled up the candy. Watching Doggy devour the candy so deliciously, Rachel could finally relax and let out a sigh of relief. It ate it. Is it good? If you come out, I'll give you more to eat. Oh, please come out. Too engrossed with Doggy, Rachel didn't hear the footsteps echoing outside the door. The person's feet thumped up to the door and stopped. Standing before the large door to Rachel's room, Lucian was actually a little hesitant and uneasy. He had just raised his fist to knock and call out to her, when suddenly a piercing scream echoed from inside, and it was none other than Rachel's voice. Lucian's face immediately turned pale. Fearing Rachel was in some kind of danger, Lucian disregarded all etiquette and flung the door open. He then rushed in and asked, "Rachel, what's wrong?" Before him was Rachel, sitting on the floor, her face surprised as she called out, "Brother," while Doggy lay trembling beside her. There was no need to ask. Just by looking at Doggy's collar sparking with electricity, Lucian already knew the situation.
Without a moment's hesitation, he went straight to Doggy and reached out to pick it up. Seeing Doggy constantly struggling and yelping in pain in Lucian's hands, Rachel immediately panicked, wanting to stop him. "Lucian!" In that very moment, as if it had foreseen its fate, Doggy closed its eyes tightly and thought bitterly to itself. Sure enough, all humans are alike. They pretend to offer delicious food, then lock me in dark places and beat me. This time is no different. To understand why it attacked Rachel, we need to go back a few minutes. Rachel had smiled brightly and extended her palm, full of sweet candies, saying, "If you come out, I'll give you more." Doggy had interpreted that action as a pretense of offering it delicious food, but somehow it still couldn't resist that flavor and cautiously stepped towards Rachel. Doggy's eyes lit up even brighter when the candies were just a few centimeters away from it. It obediently lowered its head and licked up the pile of candies.
Then the thought that had haunted Doggy for so long, the thought of being hit, suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing him to flinch and stop short, and thus a small scuffle ensued. Back in the present, Doggy didn't regret his action. Instead, he only felt a sense of injustice, thinking, yet another person to hit me. Meanwhile, Rachel was trying to persuade Lucian, put him down. Lucian asked, puzzled, "Didn't he just attack you?" Rachel gently shook her head and explained, "He was just startled because I accidentally touched him earlier. Please put him down." Lucian, of course, found her words hard to believe, knowing full well she was covering for Doggy. So he replied indifferently, "I see. Shall I throw him outside then?" Seeing Lucian actually open the window, intending to throw Doggy out, Rachel's heart almost leaped out of her chest. She vehemently objected. No, the Duke brought him back. At this moment, Damien, perched on the bed frame, also let out a growl, as if to remind them of its presence. And that had an effect, as Lucian only now noticed it. He asked in surprise, "A hawk? Father gave you a hawk too?" Rachel nodded and replied, "Yes, it's a gift." Realizing she wasn't lying, Lucian finally gently put Doggy down. "All right, why did Father bring these things?" Rachel happily replied, "They are spirit beasts. Even though they are still small now, when they grow a little bigger, they can protect you." Unexpectedly, just like Pedro, Lucian didn't think so. "They won't protect you. They'll attack you." Rachel blamed herself. "That's because I touched them." But before she could finish her sentence, Lucian detonated loudly, "I will be the one to protect you, not them." Rachel was slightly stunned. "Yes." Even so, she didn't think much of it and simply praised him. "You truly are a good man."
She then said, with a laugh, "But you're very busy after all. You also have to succeed as Duke." She also added silently to herself, "and date Noah." Perhaps sensing that she was trying to send him away, Lucian merely pursed his lips and remained silent. It wasn't until Rachel asked curiously, "But what are you doing in my room?" that Lucian finally reacted. "Ah, I was going to bring that for you."
Following the direction of his hand, Rachel immediately saw the familiar carry-on suitcase standing neatly by the entrance. She couldn't help but feel grateful to Lucian. Rachel smiled, her eyes crinkling, and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you." Although he was overjoyed internally, Lucian didn't show it, simply saying, "All right." If Lucian had come all this way just to deliver her belongings, it would be truly strange. So Rachel continued to ask curiously, "Are you going back to work now?" Lucian replied seriously, "No, I can't leave you alone with these beasts." Is he not trusting me, or is he not trusting these two spirit beasts? Rachel awkwardly added, "It's fine, it was just my carelessness earlier." After her words, Doggy's ears immediately perked up because it heard the sound of several candies rolling on the floor. When one touched its tail, it finally opened its eyes again.
Indeed, the culprit was Rachel, still lying on her side right next to the foot of the bed. She gently asked, "You're very scared, aren't you? I won't touch you without permission again. I'm sorry, Doggy." This name, literally meant for a pet, made Doggy feel even more uncomfortable. What strange name is she calling me? Does she think giving me this will make me go out there? Dream on. Rachel must have grown accustomed to Doggy's fiery temper, so she wasn't sad or anything. In fact, she even burst into delighted laughter. Suddenly, at that moment, Damien flapped his wings, flew down beside her, and let out a growl. Rachel sat up straight, gently stroking and caressing him with her hand as she smiled and said, "That's right, Damien. You only had a light snack, so you're hungry, aren't you?" After receiving Damien's nod, Rachel immediately had someone prepare a delicious tray of food. Seeing Damien chew enthusiastically, she chuckled, "Damien, is it good?" Then she turned to entice Doggy by pushing a separate tray of chicken drumsticks towards the foot of the bed. "Doggy, you eat too. Chicken is very delicious." Doggy looked at it, drooling with desire. Unfortunately, his patience didn't last long, as his rumbling stomach forced him to swallow his pride. So Doggy nudged the tray of chicken drumsticks closer with his paw. That's why I'm eating it." Witnessing Doggy finally eat, Rachel's face brightened considerably. "You really like meat, don't you? Eat plenty." She remained focused on watching the two spirit beasts eat, completely oblivious to Lucian staring intently at her. He secretly sighed. Father wasn't enough. Now even animals. Lucian was still sinking into a strange and intense jealousy when Rachel suddenly stood up and called out, "Brother."
"Let's grab a little snack." Looking down at the two small soft hands actively holding his own, Lucian seemed to have forgotten all this discomfort and unconsciously nodded in agreement. And so the two of them went to the dining room together. Rachel placed a fruit tray on the table and said with a smile, "If you're hungry, you won't be able to concentrate on anything. Hurry and eat so you can go to school. I'll call Amber to my room. That way you won't have to worry, right?" After all, he couldn't stay by her side forever, so Lucian accepted this arrangement. "All right, but if I were to express my thoughts and wishes, I want to be by her side." Suddenly, a soft and moist sensation appeared on Lucian's lips. He startled and looked down, realizing Rachel was trying to feed him a grape. Her actions looked no different from feeding a small child. "Another grape is coming. Open the door for me." Lucian simply smiled faintly, then obediently opened his mouth for Rachel to feed him the grape. Time flew by, and before long, Rachel's two mascots, Doggy and Damien, who were also her two darlings, had been here for a week. On a beautiful day, Rachel took both of them out to the playground. Holding a toy frisbee in her hand, Rachel excitedly called out, "All right, both of you, get ready." Damien and Doggy simultaneously stood in a steady, ready stance.
Hearing Rachel's command, "Bring it here," both immediately, one flying and one running, chased after the toy frisbee she had thrown. The toy frisbee flew halfway through the air before falling. With the advantage of being a winged animal, Damien easily snatched it with both feet before Doggy had a chance to spring up and bite onto it. Damien gracefully flew to Rachel and dropped the toy frisbee into her hand. Rachel smiled and declared, "Damien won. You did great. Next time, Doggy, you definitely have to win. As usual, only the winner gets a reward." But after seeing Doggy's sulky expression, Rachel knelt down on one knee and gave it a treat. "Here, Doggy gets some too." Hearing this, Doggy's mood immediately brightened. Its red eyes, like two gemstones, began to sparkle with anticipation. Witnessing the scene of one person and two animals playing happily together, Lucian, with an indifferent expression, didn't want to interrupt. Feeling someone standing behind her, Rachel immediately turned her head to look.
Seeing that her opponent was Lucian, her mood became even more excited. "You're here?" Lucian asked. "Are you training them?" Rachel trotted closer to him and replied, "Yes. Do you want to try? You'll throw this frisbee far, and whichever one brings it back will be the winner." Lucian took the toy frisbee from her hand. Then he looked down at Doggy and Damien, the two animals also staring intently at him. If that's the case, Lucian, without a word, quickly and forcefully threw the toy frisbee very far. Despite their reluctance, knowing they were in a challenge, both Doggy and Damien still had to chase after that toy frisbee because both wanted to win and get a reward from Rachel. As for Rachel, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, he threw it too far."
Having temporarily sent the two light bulbs away, Lucian took the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Rachel. "Rachel, it's very sunny here. Come quickly to a shady spot to rest." It was true that standing in the sun for too long would be tiring, and Rachel immediately agreed. "Yes, my hand is actually hurting from throwing the frisbee so much," she said, then comfortably let him take her hand and lead her away. Having found a shady spot covered by dense tree foliage, Rachel stretched and then tilted her head, smiling as she asked, "Do you remember when Doggy first came to our home? It was always wary of others and wouldn't come out from under the bed. Yet in just 1 week, it changed so much that I didn't even recognize it."
Yesterday, he kept whining for food from me. On the outside, Damien looks very cool, but in reality, he's just an adorable kid who sticks to me all the time. Oblivious to Lucian's displeased gaze, Rachel continued to prattle on about Doggy and Damien. "But I wonder if the two of them found the disc? The frisbee flew so far. They won't get lost, will they? I'm so worried." Eventually, Lucian couldn't take it anymore and interrupted her. "Rachel, you're with me." Unfortunately, Rachel didn't quite grasp his meaning. "Huh?" Lucian turned away immediately after saying that, leaving Rachel wondering, why isn't he saying anything? At the same time, the sound of running footsteps and flapping wings grew closer to the two of them. Damien and Doggy had returned together. Unlike the first round, this time Doggy had won the toy frisbee, meaning it would be the winner. Seeing them both, Rachel couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, they're back faster than I thought." When Doggy was just a short distance from Rachel, Damien suddenly headbutted its back with a painful thud. This sneak attack was nothing short of igniting a fight, so the two immediately started brawling, startling Rachel into standing up and intervening. "Kids, don't fight, you'll both get hurt." Indeed, the best way to calm them down was to gently stroke them while softly admonishing them. Judging by her gestures, it was clear she was already very familiar with such situations. And this was not an unfamiliar sight for Lucian either, so he simply sat silently observing. Suddenly, Pedro's gentle voice rang out. "My daughter, are you playing with them today too? Are you having so much fun?" Not expecting Pedro to be there, Lucian revealed his awkwardness as he stood up, but it seemed Pedro didn't notice him. Rachel looked up and replied with a smile. "Yes, they're very obedient and adorable." Pedro continued with satisfaction. "That's good then."
But at this point, he straightened his back, his doting expression having changed to a stern one. Then he turned his gaze towards Lucian, who was standing there tense, and asked, "Lucian, isn't it time for your martial arts training? If you're so lazy, how can you ever become the next head of the family?" Fearing that the situation between the father and son would become even more worrying if it continued like this, Lucian had no choice but to step forward and explain, "He only came here because he was worried about our daughter. Don't scold him." Rarely seeing his daughter so agitated, Pedro did a 180-degree turn, gently stroked her head, and praised, "How can my daughter be so kind-hearted?" Although he didn't change his decision, his attitude softened considerably afterwards. "Now that I'm here, you can return to your training." Lucian bowed his head slightly and replied with 3 cold words, "I understand." The conversation between the two remained as brief and dull as ever. Having nothing more to say to him, Pedro turned to Rachel. "Come on, can you spare some time for me? Yesterday you said you wanted to buy toys for them, didn't you? Go change your clothes with Amber. I'll go shopping with you." As he spoke, Pedro gently pushed Rachel's back, acting as if he wanted to urge her to leave quickly. Since father had already said so, Rachel had no choice but to obey. Temporarily setting aside her desire to stay with Lucian for a little longer, she regretfully turned her head and waved goodbye to Lucian. "Brother, I'm leaving now. Do your best in training." But Lucian just stood silently in place, neither speaking nor waving. He only bowed his head low to hide his pitifully lifeless expression. Only he knew his own yearning, to be with Rachel, a time just for the two of them. Unhindered, Rachel was in an extremely indecisive situation. She was having a lot of difficulty choosing and buying things for Doggy and Damien, wondering what color to get. Seeing this, Pedro immediately put his arm around her shoulder and asked, "My daughter, do you like them?" Rachel nodded and replied, "Yes, I'd like to have them." For a man who doted on his daughter as much as Pedro did, he naturally came to her rescue in the most classic way. "Hey, pack these 2 pet houses for me." The shop owner's eyes immediately lit up, sparkling as if he were standing before a pile of gold coins, while Rachel froze. "Oh, I only intended to buy 1, she said. Pedro smiled gently and said, "You probably like both, don't you? I can buy my daughter anything she wants." Could this be what it felt like to have an overly rich and loving father? Rachel looked at the pile of items stacked behind them, thinking, "But I've already bought too much." Hearing Pedro ask, "Do you want to buy anything else?" Rachel immediately waved her hands in refusal. "No, I've already bought a lot." Seeing his daughter's genuine confusion and panic, Pedro had no choice but to give up. He had his subordinates carry the purchased items, while he himself held his daughter's hand and led her outside. "All right, let's head to the carriage." Since transmigrating into this character until now, Rachel had been able to form some opinions about Pedro. Not only did she feel comfortable, but he always seemed so cheerful. He truly was a kind person, yet he treated Lucian terribly.
She was truly confused about how she should treat the Duke.
Under the twilight glow of the setting sun, the horse-drawn carriage rattled along the dirt road leading to the mansion. Rachel let out a sorrowful sigh, wishing he would treat Lucian as well as he treated her. Suddenly, Pedro spoke up and asked, "Rachel, do you need anything else?" Which startled Rachel slightly. "Strange." Pedro continued with a smile. "Do you want anything else to eat? I can buy you anything you ask for." Rachel really wanted to say, "I hope you can treat Lucian well," but the feeling that it wasn't the right time stopped her. No, saying that wouldn't be appropriate at all. Therefore, her actual answer was, "Yes, that's plenty." However, Pedro wasn't entirely convinced. "I suspect you still need something." Rachel waved her hand, trying to deny it. No, that's enough. You've already bought me so many things." Pedro chuckled. "Sometimes I wonder if you're really Liam's daughter, but you really do resemble him a lot. But that doesn't mean anything. I owe your father a great debt of gratitude. I will do everything for you. I want to repay everything I owe your father." After hearing his confession, Rachel now understood why he treated her so exceptionally well. She sadly bowed her head. "So that's it. I shouldn't have misunderstood. The truth is, the Duke wronged Rachel's father, Liam, which is why he adopted me as his daughter, and this isn't true affection he has for me." A little while later, at Pedro's mansion, two maids were walking side by side down the corridor, chatting with each other. "Have you seen Lady Rachel and her pets? She always carries her pets with her. They're so cute. I just saw them this morning, too."
Does the young lady always bring her pets along no matter where she goes? The two of them kept chattering away loudly, oblivious that their words had reached Lucian's ears, who was hiding behind the door right nearby. Lucian pursed his lips, thinking to himself, "Is she living with those animals by her side? Wasn't it just for a short while? Morning, noon, and even night, she has been spending less and less time with me." The moment he realized this harsh truth, Lucian felt a deep pang of sadness and regret. Besides that, he was also wondering, "I'm very hesitant to ask Rachel because she always has her own schedule. Is that a coincidence? But if I could make time for Rachel within my own schedules, then it would be—" At this thought, Lucian couldn't reach a conclusion because that demonic voice suddenly invaded his mind. "Rachel will only see you as a new toy, so there's no reason for her to play with you. To Rachel, you're just one of her toys, so don't expect too much from her." Lucian bowed his head in silence.
He stomped his foot down on that stream of air that Damien seemed to conjure from who knows where. Even if Rachel thought otherwise, he didn't care. Imagining Rachel smiling brightly and waving him over, saying, "Over here, come to me," Lucian's heart involuntarily stirred. But the immediate problem was Rachel's beasts. Even though they had been tamed by her, the truth was they were still wild animals. At some point they would turn and attack Rachel. He was very worried. If he couldn't separate Rachel from them, he needed to stay by her side. At the same time, inside Rachel's room, she was showing off the new things she had bought for Doggy and Damien. "All these are for you. Now we'll open them one by one," she said. Seeing her turn to ask for his opinion, Damien nodded in agreement. As for Doggy, who was crawling under the bed, hearing her say, "Doggy, you too," he wagged his tail in response. Then he nudged the candy jar, sending it rolling out from under the bed. Rachel understood immediately. "Oh, you want candy?" Doggy obediently sat on the floor and looked up with his glowing red eyes, like two precious gemstones, clearly eager for candy. Rachel hesitated slightly. "This? No, if you eat too much, you'll get cavities." Seeing Damien fly down and rest his head on her lap, Rachel found it hard to remain firm. "Huh? Damien too? All right, just one piece then." With that, she gave each of them one piece. Watching both of them wriggle as they happily ate, Rachel smiled and asked, "Is it good?" Doggy and Damien, without prior arrangement, both looked up and let out joyful sounds, clearly indicating it was delicious. This warmth and harmony somewhat eased Rachel's heart.
In principle, the original Rachel didn't have a good relationship with animals. They could sense this affection because Rachel is now me, and this is the true love I want to give them. Thinking this, Rachel sincerely expressed, "I'm very happy to meet you all." Meanwhile, Lucian had arrived at Pedro's office. Looking at his son, whose face always seemed cold, Pedro frowned and asked, "What is it this time, Lucian?" Lucian stated frankly, "I have something to ask you, father. In the upcoming schedule, I want to make time to meet Rachel." After hearing his son's request, Pedro firmly refused. "I clearly told you last time that it's not allowed." Lucian tried to persuade him by mentioning the underlying danger of Doggy and Damien. "I want to see if Rachel has been harmed by those monsters." Unlike usual, Pedro casually dismissed it. "They are just pets. There will be no danger. Stop with those absurd thoughts and focus on learning how to become the successor." The next day, Rachel took Doggy and Damien to the forest next to the mansion. "Listen up, everyone. Today is a hunting competition. Whoever brings back the biggest prey first will be today's winner. The prize is the finest cut of meat. Excited?" Hearing about their favorite food, both Doggy's and Damien's eyes sparkled with intense craving.
Seeing this, Rachel also began to shout, "All right, get ready, go!" Following her command, Doggy and Damien, one running and the other flying, quickly set off to hunt.
Both advanced straight into the dense forest, side by side, and soon disappeared behind the large trees. While waiting, Rachel intended to go look for Lucian. Lucian must be practicing his swordsmanship at this hour, she thought. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure in the distance. Oh, when she saw that the person was indeed Lucian, she happily called out loudly, "Brother!" Then she gleefully ran over. "You're here! I didn't expect you to show up the moment I thought of you." Hearing her ask curiously, "Are you allowed to visit me this often?" Lucian simply replied, "It's all right." A thought flashed through Rachel's mind. Could it be, although she wasn't sure, and it would be really embarrassing if it wasn't the case, she still wanted to ask him, "Could it be that you came because you were worried about me?" And Lucian's silence, coupled with his blushing face, was undeniable proof. Rachel's eyes crinkled with a smile as she said, "Wow, thank you." In contrast to her perpetually smiling appearance, Lucian sadly said, "I apologize, as I haven't yet received permission for the time I can spend with you." Hearing this, Rachel remembered something. Ah, her request. He hadn't forgotten it. She couldn't help but be moved by him. "It's all right. I'll wait. I just sent the little ones out hunting. It'll be a long time before they return. Let's go to the training grounds, brother." With that, she proactively took his hand and pulled him along, and she was unaware that this action of hers had inadvertently lifted Lucian's spirits.
The two of them took advantage of Doggy and Damien being out hunting to go to the training ground together. After a tedious and exhausting casual martial arts practice, Rachel finally paused and asked Lucian, "Brother, when you're done practicing, could you come visit me? We can go home together." Lucian smiled and replied, "Okay." Since there was nothing left to linger for, and she was also afraid that Doggy and Damien would panic if they returned from hunting and didn't find her, she quickly left. "I'm going to meet the others now. Please keep practicing hard." The moment the petite girl turned her back and gradually disappeared, Lucian's expression darkened considerably. He couldn't help but have the wicked thought, how good it would be if Rachel's pets didn't return. Then he might be her only support when she was grieving and crying, wouldn't he? But fortunately, perhaps feeling scared by that thought himself, Lucian quickly snapped himself out of it. What am I thinking? Quickly become the perfect heir. Quickly become the perfect heir. And made a request to change his schedule in a straightforward and proper manner. Carrying that great determination and clear purpose, Lucian swung his sword and delivered a sharp, swift strike to the wooden post, cutting it in half. The severed part clattered down and rolled a few times on the ground.
Lucian gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Until then, since the forest wasn't too far from the training ground, Rachel soon returned to her original spot. She looked around, wondering, "They haven't come back yet, have they? I should have brought water with me first, shouldn't I?" As she thought this, she rummaged through her cute little backpack, knowing for sure that Doggy and Damien would be thirsty when they returned from hunting. Hearing the rustling sound from the bushes growing closer, thinking the two of them had returned, Rachel excitedly lifted her head. "Ah, they're here!" To her surprise, what met her eyes was Doggy's terrified expression. It was true that he had returned, but right on his heels was an extremely aggressive-looking adult wild boar. It goes without saying how shocked Rachel was. She screamed in terror, her cry echoing all the way to where Lucian was practicing his sword swings. In such a dangerous situation, Doggy could only frantically run towards Rachel, a girl who couldn't even tie up a chicken properly.
Rachel had squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for the tragic outcome that was about to befall her. Just then, Lucian rushed forward with lightning speed. Before Rachel could react, he spread his arms, wrapped them tightly around her, and pulled her forcefully towards him. Doggy also seized the opportunity to cling tightly to her handbag, and all three successfully escaped the peril of being gored by the wild boar. Due to inertia, Lucian's back hit the ground hard, while Rachel fell face down into his warm and steady embrace. Seeing the wild boar turn its head sharply to look at them, its posture suggesting it was poised to attack again, Lucian immediately sat up and urged Rachel, "Quickly, hide over there." After ensuring Rachel and Doggy were safe, he dashed towards the wild boar. Holding the trembling Doggy in her arms, Rachel couldn't suppress her unease and called out loudly, "My love!" To Lucian, those two words felt like a feather fluttering in his heart. It had been a long time since someone had called him by that sound. But with a wild boar still in front of him, he didn't hesitate for long and immediately pointed his sword towards it. A stream of magic from Lucian's hands quickly coiled around and enveloped the sword.
Just as the wild boar snarled and lunged, he powerfully swung his sword, delivering a horizontal cut. In this manner, Lucian swiftly and cleanly dispatched the wild boar in a single blow. From a ferocious beast, it now lay motionless on the ground. After a few minutes passed, confirming it was truly no longer a threat, Lucian finally relaxed, sheathed his sword, and cast his gaze towards Rachel. By this time, Rachel had stood up, her face pale and mixed with astonishment. Her voice, tinged with disbelief, rang out, "Brother!" A sudden pang of pain came from the small scratch on her cheek, and blood was already trickling down. But Lucian didn't seem to care much. He merely softly called her name, Rachel. This dark and cold image of him reminded Rachel of Lucian in the original story, a terrifying person who made her involuntarily tremble. Lucian. Damien soared through the sky, clutching a rather large white rabbit in its talons, the fruit of its hunt.
As it neared Rachel's location, it gradually reduced its speed. And then the sight before it made it halt. Unbeknownst to Damien, while it was away, Doggy had returned and was comfortably nestled in Rachel's arms. Too many questions flooded its mind, causing Damien to lose focus and unconsciously drop its prey.
Perhaps Rachel and Doggy had focused all their attention on Lucian, so no one noticed Damien's startled expression. Rachel might have remained dazed if Lucian hadn't proactively reached out and asked, "Rachel, are you all right?" Rachel replied, flustered, "Oh, yes, thank you for saving me." And at the same time, she let go, allowing Doggy to jump down. Just then, her gaze fell upon the wound on Lucian's hand. "Your hand, what happened?" "Blood! The wound is red and bruised. It looks absolutely horrifying." But Lucian's expression was unusually calm, as if he felt no pain at all. Or perhaps he was already accustomed to being injured. "It's nothing, just a minor injury, probably from avoiding the wild boar earlier." Rachel whined, "A minor injury? Look at all that blood. Go get it bandaged, quickly." At this moment, Rachel truly had no mind to judge the winner or reward Doggy and Damien for their hunting game. Despite the two looking dejected, she insisted, "Kids, let's go home. Hurry up, Lucian." Watching the petite girl who barely reached his shoulder, earnestly trying to push him to move faster, her pretty, fair face was filled with worry and urgency. For some reason, seeing her so concerned for him, the corners of Lucian's lips unconsciously curved into a faint smile. What was this feeling? What was this? Why was his heart beating so wildly? That evening, Amber sat by the bed and listened as Rachel recounted the events. After listening, she asked, "You were very surprised, weren't you, young lady?"
Because it was a wild boar. Seeing her let out a heavy, despondent sigh, Rachel just smiled and said, "But even so, you still saved me immediately." Amber nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, it's fortunate that young Master Lucian was there." The nagging feeling that Rachel felt upon remembering Lucian's hand injury made her hesitate before speaking. But how is your injury?" Knowing she was particularly worried about Lucian, Amber carefully chose her words to reassure her teacher. "His hand is just a little scratched, and there are no other serious injuries." Even so, Rachel couldn't shake off this discomfort. "How could I let my bias get into danger? I truly don't deserve to be a fan." Besides blaming herself, she also sadly thought, "Lucian, I had hoped Lucian would be happy, because he also experienced a lonely adolescence like me. If Lucian were happy, it would be like I was comforted. Therefore, I must definitely change the tragic ending of the original work. I want to. I really want to." But his appearance just now was like the final scene of the original work, when he killed everyone. As Rachel was sinking into a feeling of unease, Pedro's voice suddenly rang out, calling, "Rachel!" He flung the door open and entered with a restless demeanor. "My daughter, are you injured anywhere?" Rachel gently shook her head and smiled, replying, "I'm fine, please don't worry." Yet she had forgotten to inform Pedro. After looking his daughter over and confirming she had no injuries, Pedro said with a pained expression, "What happened to my daughter? I'm too ashamed to face Liam." "Is there a need to overreact to that extent?" Rachel awkwardly explained, "I'm really fine, Your Grace."
"Thanks to you saving me, I'm still safely sitting here." Pedro knew this. "Yes, I've heard. Lucian mentioned those beasts, and it seems he wasn't lying, was he? I'll deal with all of them." Rachel thought she had misheard, so she asked again in astonishment, "Deal with them, sir?" Pedro said seriously, "They put you in danger, and there's no other way but to deal with them." Every word sent shivers down Rachel's spine. Did they have to die? Naturally, she absolutely couldn't accept such a cruel method, so she stammered out before things went too far. "Sir, Your Grace, could those beasts be handed over for me to deal with?" Pedro asked, a little surprised. "Hand them over to you?" Rachel nodded emphatically. "Yes, because they are all my pets. I want to take responsibility to the very end." Seeing this, Pedro no longer pressed her. "All right then, I'll trust you, my daughter." Feeling the warmth from his large hand, Rachel happily replied, "Thank you, and I want to repay him too." Pedro noticed that every few sentences Rachel would mention Lucian, and this couldn't help but make him suspicious and surprised. "Lucian?" Blinking her sparkling turquoise eyes, Rachel excitedly replied, "Yes, because he saved me, and he even defeated the wild boar. He was so cool today." Vaguely guessing her desire, Pedro helplessly sighed and then nodded, continuing, "All right, of course, there must be a reward for saving my daughter, right? Perhaps a vacation for him, right? That reward sounds quite substantial." But Rachel put on a puzzled expression, as if to show her dissatisfaction. Is Lucian a mercenary or something? And so, Pedro, with his nature of doting on his daughter to the fullest, had to grant her the authority. "Our daughter will decide the rest of the reward." Sure enough, these words met Rachel's expectations, and she would certainly seize that wonderful opportunity. That afternoon, in Lucian's simple room, at this moment he had just finished bathing and was changing clothes. As he dressed, he anxiously wondered, is Rachel all right?
If I were to visit for a bit— His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a knock-knock at the door. Lucian turned around and called out, "Come in."
The door opened and a retainer of Pedro entered. He respectfully bowed and reported, "Young master, I have come to deliver the Duke's message. All your subsequent appointments have been cancelled, and I hope you enjoy your holiday." As if he had anticipated it, Lucian didn't seem particularly surprised. He merely replied indifferently, "Ah, I see." Although he had achieved his goal, Lucian felt no joy at all. He was even disappointed to learn that the person who came wasn't her. He had thought it was Rachel. The retainer continued, "And you are invited to tonight's dinner party. If you are ready, we can depart immediately." However, Lucian wasn't very focused. In his mind, all he could see was Rachel's image, and he wondered if she would also be attending. During their first meal together, he had wished she wasn't there, but now it was different. How wonderful it would be if Rachel were there. If so, nothing else would matter. As Lucian left the room, a dark, sinister aura that looked incredibly Damien-like, and that malicious voice rang in his ear again, as if fearing someone isn't his descendant to be so blatant. Pedro's family dinner was, as always, laid out with an array of luxurious and appetizing dishes, but what made it special was Lucian's presence. Because of this, Rachel couldn't stop smiling. "It tastes even better with the three of us eating together." Seeing her so happy, Lucian also smiled contentedly, and his slightly infatuated expression caught Pedro's eye. As an experienced man, Pedro naturally understood the hidden meaning behind that expression very well. Hearing his father call his name, "Lucian, Lucian," he startled awake and turned. Pedro continued indifferently, "You did very well saving Rachel today. Cancel tomorrow's schedule as a reward, and feel free to relax." Although he was very pleased with this desired reward, Lucian didn't show it as clearly as Rachel did. He merely bowed his head slightly and replied, "Thank you, father." Seizing the rare opportunity of both father and son being present, Rachel added a few more words of praise for Lucian. "If it weren't for you, things would have been much worse. You were absolutely amazing today."
Lucian smiled at her as a way to reciprocate. Mid-meal, as if remembering something, Pedro spoke up. "There's still one more piece of news I need to tell you. Soon, a banquet will be held at the royal palace. Our family, consisting of myself, Rachel, and Lucian, the three of us will attend." Hearing this, Rachel immediately brought both hands to her face and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, so I'll get to go to banquets with my brother again, and we can dine together, right? Faced with Rachel's adorable, puppy-like face, Pedro and his son found it hard to say no. Pedro helplessly nodded in response. "If my daughter wants it so much, then—"
Seeing that he had agreed, Rachel immediately broke into a radiant smile. Lucian knew her smile, joy, and excitement were all because of him, so his mood became even better, his usually cold expression now replaced by a rare tenderness. Early the next morning, the chirping of birds outside the window echoed into Lucian's room. He was sitting in front of the mirror, tidying his hair and attire. Once finished, he stood up and glanced at the small table. He had no schedule today. What should I do? Perhaps it was because he wasn't used to being idle, or perhaps it was his first time having a holiday to himself, but Lucian kept pacing back and forth in one spot. When he inadvertently looked out at the scenery beyond the window, his feet unconsciously moved towards it. Then he slowly climbed onto the window seat, designed right in front of the window frame, leaned his back against the wall, and sat in a truly comfortable posture. Lucian began to ponder more intently about what he wanted to do, but it wasn't long before a knock-knock sound echoed from the door, successfully interrupting his train of thought. It was Rachel's sweet voice. "Brother, are you in there?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lucian immediately jumped down and quickly walked towards the main door. During that brief waiting period, Rachel's heart was beating unusually fast. Perhaps it was because she was too nervous, having taken the initiative to come all the way to her brother's room. As soon as Lucian swung the door open, Rachel immediately called out, "Brother!" Lucian gently invited her in. "Rachel, come in." Rachel no longer stood on ceremony. She tried to forget her nervousness and scurried inside. "What a good morning. Is your wound better?" Sitting with her on the soft bed, Lucian replied very seriously, "Yes, nothing to worry about." However, based on her understanding of him, Rachel didn't quite believe it. "Nothing to worry about? Let me see it right now. Even a small wound can get worse if left untreated," she said, immediately rummaging through her handbag. As if she had prepared beforehand, she took out a bottle of disinfectant, along with a small cotton swab. She dabbed the swab into the medicine and then requested, "Let me apply the disinfectant." This time, Lucian very obediently rolled up his sleeve and extended his injured spot, making it easier for her to apply the medicine. One might have thought applying the medicine was enough, but it turned out Rachel also brought bandages to wrap around Lucian's wound. With this kind of dressing, it was complete. The wound had truly been treated and dressed very professionally. Lucian didn't feel any discomfort or stinging pain. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Rachel." Lucian's radiant smile somewhat made Rachel realize something. He's been smiling a lot today.
Oh right, he doesn't have to work today. A day off is truly important for people, she thought, nodding in agreement with her own thoughts, oblivious to Lucian's puzzled expression. Anyway, today was Lucian's day off, so Rachel wanted to make the most of her time to be with him as much as possible. Therefore, she proactively took his hand and suggested, "Let's go have breakfast now." After serving the exceptionally delicious breakfast and setting it on the table, Amber immediately announced Pedro's absence. "The Duke is not here as he had to go out early for some business. If you two need anything, please ring the bell." Once Amber closed the door, Rachel mischievously exclaimed, "Oh, it's just the two of us for breakfast this morning?" "You should eat a lot," Lucian replied with a smile. "All right, you too." Speaking of today's breakfast, what caught Rachel's attention the most was the plate of whole roasted chicken. The golden, slightly charred skin emitted a rich aroma that made her intensely crave the chicken. "I must eat my fill," she thought, then pointed at the roasted chicken and reminded Lucian, "This meat is cooked so deliciously, Lucian." Lucian looked from the roasted chicken in front of him to the girl who was eagerly anticipating. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Lucian quietly stood up, skillfully using tongs to pick a few pieces of chicken onto a small plate. Then he handed it to Rachel. Assuming he had misunderstood her, Rachel quickly waved her hands and said, "No, that's not it. I was telling you to try it." But it turned out Lucian only wanted to invite her to eat together. "Let's eat together." This moved Rachel to tears. "He's so sweet. Who could be sweeter?" While she was at it, she also curiously asked Lucian, "Lucian, it's so rare for you to have a day off. What do you plan to do?" Lucian hesitated slightly after hearing her question, but then shyly replied, "I want to spend time with you." This one sentence was no different from Cupid's arrow shooting straight into Rachel's small heart. "Oh my goodness, my heart can't handle this."
Next, Lucian asked in return, "What are you going to do after you finish eating?" To his surprise, Rachel suddenly froze, then sadly lowered her head, her voice faltering as she replied, "I want to say goodbye to my pets." She knew that Damien and Doggy were currently locked in a cage, and they must be very scared. Pedro's subordinate opened the warehouse door. He walked straight to the cage holding Damien and Doggy, grabbed the handle and picked it up. Despite the two continuously growling and yelping, the man emotionlessly carried them away. Not long after, the cage was set down with a thud. Only when they saw who was waiting did Damien and Doggy finally fall silent. Rachel nodded, thanking the subordinate. "You've worked hard. He's here now, so you may leave." The subordinate bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, miss." Then he quickly left to attend to other matters. Seeing Doggy and Damien's extremely expectant eyes, Rachel sighed softly. "There's nothing else we can do for you two." She sadly squatted down, inserted the key into the lock, and turned it open. Hearing her say there was no other option but to set them free, both immediately rushed out of the cage in a panic. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, they both leaped into Rachel's arms, causing her to fall backward unexpectedly. Knowing what Damien and Doggy were worried about, Rachel couldn't help but say a little awkwardly, "Kits, sit down first. You're hungry, aren't you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she placed 2 plates of fresh chicken in front of them. Since they hadn't eaten anything for a while, both Doggy and Damien began to chew on the delicious meat with smacking sounds. Their innocent enjoyment made Rachel's heart even heavier. "This is the last meal I can give you two." Suddenly something caught her eye. It was Doggy's collar. It was emitting a very faint flickering light.
Rachel hesitated, thinking, the collar, I want to take it off, but at this moment Lucian probably noticed her unusual behavior, so he immediately asked, "Rachel, what's wrong? You don't look very good." Rachel looked up at him, her face pouting as she said, "Doggy has a collar on, and I don't know how to take it off." "I thought it was something difficult," Lucian asked. "Shall I take it off for you?" Although Rachel was a little suspicious, she still moved aside to make it easier for him to sit down. "Yes." Lucian reached out and lifted Doggy's collar, and this unexpected action startled it, making it freeze. A brilliant magical power radiated from Lucian's hands and flowed into the collar. Then in just a few seconds the collar snapped and clattered to the ground. Rachel covered her mouth in surprise and asked, You can use magic too?" Lucian calmly replied, "A little."
The reason Rachel reacted that way was because the main plot had never mentioned it. In the original story, did Lucian ever use magic? The Lucian she knew was a sword expert, not a mage. In the original story, Noah also asked to remove Oscar's necklace, but he called a mage for help. She couldn't help but think of the hypothesis that she had changed the original story, causing Lucian's latent abilities to awaken, because after all, those who are deeply in love are often capable of anything, and now Lucian could use magic too. While Rachel was still lost in thought, Lucian called out, "Rachel, are you satisfied now? Do you need to scrutinize my face like that?" Rachel unconsciously stepped back a little. "Very satisfied, thank you so much." Lucian smiled slightly and replied, "All right." The two would have continued smiling at each other if Damien and Doggy hadn't made a sound. Looking at the two of them, a fox and an eagle, raising their incredibly adorable, sparkling eyes. Not only Rachel, but Lucian too couldn't help but reach out to gently touch and stroke them. "Are you done eating?" Although she truly didn't want to, Rachel still had to say goodbye. "Listen, kids, we have to part ways here now, otherwise the Duke might harm you." Hearing her say that, Damien and Doggy simultaneously froze. Trying to avoid their bewildered upward gaze, Rachel continued in a hoarse voice, "So run away quickly and live freely. Don't let humans catch you again." She also carefully instructed, "Damien, fly far, far away, and then release Doggy in a safe place." In contrast to Damien, who seemed more mature and aloof, Doggy couldn't bear to leave Rachel.
It kept wagging its tail, brushing past her legs, and whimpering pitifully.
Perhaps not wanting to put her in an even more awkward position, Damien helped her escape by using his talons to grab Doggy's entire body and lift him up. In the vast blue sky, an eagle soared, carrying a white fox in its talons, and both vanished in an instant, leaving behind the watchful gaze of Rachel and Lucian. Rachel pursed her lips and thought to herself, "What I did was right, wasn't it? If Oscar left Lucian, there's no way it would be like the original story. It'll be fine," Rachel comforted herself, but she didn't notice when her tears had started to fall. Seeing her awkwardly wipe away her tears, Lucian couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Rachel, what's wrong?" Rachel sobbed and shared, "Even though it was only for a short time, I've grown very fond of them." Her genuine affection was evident as her tears streamed down incessantly. Lucian didn't know what else to say. It was clear that the departure of the two spirit beasts meant that only he was left by her side. He should have been happy, shouldn't he? But why did his heart ache so much when he saw her cry? Although he hesitated slightly, he then opened his arms and embraced her. Letting her cry in his arms, he gently comforted her. "Don't cry. I'm here." After that farewell, Rachel and Lucian returned to the mansion together.
Seeing Lucian was still very worried about her, asking, "Are you all right now?" Rachel shyly replied, "Yes, I'm sorry for startling you." As she looked forward, Rachel suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh," because there wasn't a soul around apart from the two of them. But when she remembered it was a holiday today, Rachel understood. She proactively took Lucian's hand and, smiling, suggested, "Since it's a holiday today, let's quickly head to the sword practice field." Lucian immediately agreed, "All right." However, as they passed the main building, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a figure. Huh? Right by the window of the room on the floor below the attic, a frail-looking middle-aged woman was looking down at her and Lucian. When she realized that person was none other than Camila, Rachel couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt and wondered, "The Duchess is looking this way, isn't she?" When Rachel noticed Camila looking down at her and Lucian, she thought to herself, but then again, she was looking out the window like that last time too. Could it be? She turned her head in doubt and took a few steps back. Indeed, Camilla's gaze was fixed on the training ground, as if she had just made a surprising discovery. She wondered in astonishment, had she always been watching Lucian on the training ground? Seeing Rachel suddenly fall silent, her expression becoming pensive, Lucian tilted his head and asked, "Rachel, what's wrong?" It was then that Rachel startled awake from her chaotic thoughts. The Duchess. Do you often go to see your mother?" Lucian honestly replied, "No, her physical condition makes it difficult for me to meet her." "That's truly heartbreaking." Rachel's face fell as she said, "So that's how it is." She also sadly thought to herself, so she can only sneak glances at her son? Even though she knew there was some kind of past between the Duchess, the Duke, and Lucian, the relationship between the Duchess and Lucian was clearly fraught with problems. No matter what, I still feel that the Duchess loves Lucian. Now that I have the opportunity to transmigrate into this world, I will try to change everything, Rachel silently decided, oblivious to Lucian curiously watching her. She turned to him. "Hey, do you like cooking?" Such an unrelated question made Lucian feel even more confused, but before he could ask anything, she had already pulled him to the kitchen. Rachel left Lucian waiting and went to rummage for things like flour, eggs, butter, brown sugar, and so on, common ingredients for making sweets. Not only that, she also put an apron on him, and Lucian was very cooperative, which made it easier. This completed the first preparation step. She then revealed her intention to him. "If we make cookies together by hand, they'll be really delicious. After we're done, can we bring them to the Duchess?" Lucian paused. "For Mother?" Rachel replied with a smile. "If someone eats these delicious cookies, their complexion will surely improve." Lucian didn't seem very happy, but he still nodded in agreement with her. "Okay." Seeing this, Rachel excitedly exclaimed, "Then let's get started now." Regarding the process for making delicious cookies, step 1, first, knead the dough. Somehow, Lucian's speed and method of working were both very professional and quick. As a result, he finished even before Rachel. Seeing her struggling a bit while mixing the dough, he even offered to help. "Let me help you." Rachel didn't stand on ceremony and handed it over to him immediately. "Thank you, big brother," while she herself stood by clapping and cheering. The second step in making cookies is to separate the prepared dough into appropriate portions. Step 3 is to decorate the dough with chocolate chips and almonds. Step 4 was baking the dough in the oven. For this particular step, Rachel let Amber place the dough into the oven for her. "Please help me with this, Amber." Amber smiled and replied, "Yes, young lady." And step 5, also the final step, involved waiting for the dough to bake evenly. During this waiting period, Rachel and Lucian went to the living room and chatted together. As time passed, Amber finally pushed the door open and entered, pushing a trolley. On it was the delicious plate of cookies they had both made. "Young lady, young master, the cookies are all done," she announced. Looking at the plate of cookies, each one perfectly golden brown and emitting an irresistible aroma, Rachel couldn't help but feel proud. The almond and chocolate chip cookies were complete. "Please select 2 very special ones to take up to the Duchess for me," she instructed. Amber respectfully replied, "I understand.
then carefully used tongs to select the prettiest and most generously filled ones. The task was now complete, and Rachel felt more at ease. She picked up a cookie to enjoy the fruits of their labor. "Let's eat now," she said. She offered the first cookie to Lucian. "Brother, please eat first." Although Lucian was a little surprised, he then smiled, broke the cookie in half and gave her one. "Let's eat together," he said. Rachel took it with both hands. Yes. Both took a bite at the same time. The perfect taste, exactly as she had imagined, made Rachel exclaim with extreme delight, "It's so delicious." Lucian just looked at her and smiled. Hearing her playfully say, "It seems the cookies are so delicious because I made them with you," Lucian's smile became more pronounced. "I think so too," he agreed. Rachel happily continued, "I bet the Duchess will think so too, right?" At the mention of their mother, Lucian was surprised again. A few seconds later, he slightly bowed his head and replied, "Probably." Rachel knew that even though he appeared cold, he was actually very much looking forward to their mother liking the cookies they had made. Through this, she also secretly hoped that the sweet cookies they had made would help alleviate the Duchess's worries, even if just a little.
Lucian took another bite of his cake and asked, "Rachel, what do we do after eating the cookies? What do you usually do?" Hearing this question, Rachel was momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, She recalled the bittersweet times before. Besides following Lucian's schedule, there was nothing to do. It was utterly boring. But after they arrived, she felt much happier. She missed Doggy and Damien again, and her cheerful expression turned into a pout. And of course, Lucian also noticed this change. He thought for a moment, then reached out his arm and playfully poked Rachel's chubby cheek with his index finger. Rachel flinched and raised her hand to rub the spot where she was poked.
Lucian simply offered a warm smile, as if by magic dispelling the sadness within her. Rachel suddenly realized, "That's right, I still have Lucian." It was then that she finally had an answer for him. "I've just been wandering around the house. The buildings and gardens here are also beautiful. So, how about we have lunch in the beautiful garden?" Seeing her spirits lifted, Lucian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and let her take his hand and lead the way. "All right." At the same time, Amber brought the cookies up to Camilla's room. Inside the room, Camila sat lost in thought on an armchair, still gazing at the training grounds. Only when a maid called out, "Madam, Miss Elrand has sent some cookies for you," did she turn her head. The maid entered carrying a plate of cookies and respectfully reported, "The young lady and young master, I heard they made these cookies themselves." Camilla's eyes widened in surprise. "Lucian?" The maid nodded and placed the plate of cookies on the small table nearby. "I'll leave the cookies here." After gazing at the rather appealing plate of cookies for a moment, Camilla smiled and picked one up. She knew that Lucian's recent change in demeanor was all thanks to that young girl. That evening, at Pedro's mansion, in Rachel's private room, Amber was helping her with her makeup and hair. After carefully attaching the bow to the back of Rachel's hair and making a few final adjustments, Amber announced, "Miss, your makeup is done." Rachel stood up, admired herself in the mirror, and contentedly twirled the flowing skirt of her dress. "Thank you, Amber." The reason she was dressed up today was for the party Pedro had mentioned earlier. "Now I'm going to the imperial capital to attend the royal banquet." Rachel couldn't contain her excitement, her eyes curving into a smile as she said, "This is my first time attending such a party. I'm so looking forward to it." Just then, Lucian's deep, warm voice echoed from the main door. "Rachel, I'm here to pick you up." It was arguably the first time Rachel had seen Lucian dressed and groomed like a prince. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, You look so cool." Lucian blushed and replied, "You look beautiful too."
Let's head to the carriage now. Having said that, he hesitated slightly before extending his hand, his intention already crystal clear. Rachel understood perfectly and placed her hand in his. Yes. Then, hand in hand, they walked out. The party was held in a magnificent and luxurious castle not far from Pedro's mansion, and a carriage ride quickly brought them there. In the grand hall, guests had already arrived in full force, and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly lively and boisterous. But then all their attention was drawn to the main entrance after the host's announcement. Pedro de Leon, Lucian de Leon, Rachel de Leon are entering. The three individuals called entered one after another. As usual, Pedro would lead, followed by Lucian, but now, with Rachel present, he yielded for her to go first. From the moment she arrived, Rachel couldn't stop smiling proudly. She thought, "Everyone, look at my bias. He's so handsome." What she didn't know, however, was that contrary to her excited and relaxed mood, Lucian was looking down, as if trying to avoid something. He pressed his lips together, so tense that he was breaking out in a cold sweat.
A few minutes later, he slowly raised his eyes, and when he witnessed the familiar scene of people huddled together, whispering and gossiping about him, every word they uttered reached his ears with perfect clarity. That child, it turns out, is the heir of Duke Leon's house. Why would Duke Leon set aside his heir and then adopt another child, and adopt a child from the Elrond family? The real reason the Duchess attended all social gatherings was, mixed in with it was also that hateful, devilish voice. You can hear even sounds as small as a speck of dust, can't you? After that, the whispers of the guests continued. People were saying that the title of Duke would be transferred to the Elrond child. They wouldn't even acknowledge his biological son as the heir. Lucian, too, fell silent because of this. Rachel, standing nearby, keenly noticed Lucian's unusual state. Pedro, already busy, didn't even have time to look at his son, let alone worry about him. But at that moment, he was being invited by a few people to discuss something. Your Grace, let's go over there to talk about it. It's really not very convenient here. So Pedro nodded in agreement. I understand. Then he turned back to Rachel and said with a smile, My dear, I have something to discuss, so I'll be away for a bit. Please enjoy the party. Hearing her obediently reply, Oh, all right, he gently patted her shoulder and then left with the others. Knowing that only she and Lucian were left, Rachel wanted to invite him to find a more comfortable spot. Brother, let's go over there. Brother. She quickly fell silent when she saw Lucian's pale face and stiff body. Since only Lucian could hear that eerie voice, Rachel simply thought that he was completely frozen, perhaps stressed because of the unfamiliar place. At this moment, a rather pretty girl with long red hair, about her age, approached and greeted. I have come to pay my respects. I am Belisa of the House of Marquis Burgundy. Although very worried about Lucian, building new relationships was also very important, so Rachel friendly introduced herself. I am Rachel of House Leyon. Belisa smiled and replied, It's an honor to meet you, lady. Everyone doesn't talk to me because I'm young, so I'm very eager to meet someone my age. Shall we go find some other friends our age? Not expecting her to be so enthusiastic after just meeting, Rachel hesitated. Perhaps Lucian vaguely understood why, so he spoke up. Go, Rachel, I need to get some fresh air. Then he turned and walked outside. Looking at his solitary figure, Rachel's heart suddenly ached. Brother.
The weather this evening is truly beautiful. The air is fresh and cool, the moonlight is bright, and the starry sky is sparkling. It's clearly a suitable day for relaxation, but unfortunately for Lucian, it's not like that. He is sitting heavily panting on a bench in the castle grounds and continues to be tormented by the demonic voice. You can hear it, can't you? Everyone thinks the same, don't they? Even your facade as an heir is about to crumble. If even that facade is lost, what will be left of you? Rachel, that child has stolen everything from you, and your true nature is slowly revealing itself. You can't just let it be stolen like that. I can help you, my descendant, the haunting great sorcerer Damien. Throughout 1,000 years, only you. I will lend you my power. Let us together take revenge on this world. Just as Lucian was almost completely swayed, Rachel came running, breathless. Brother! Lucian, startled, spun around. Rachel! Knowing he would ask, she immediately explained. I was worried about you, so I followed. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Lucian turned his head down and replied, I'm fine now.
He felt out of place because of the crowd. Rachel gently sat down in the empty spot beside him and said with a smile, Actually, I feel the same way. How about we just stay here and go inside later? As if to reassure Lucian, she even proactively placed her hand on his. In that moment, Lucian unconsciously asked himself, Had Rachel stolen everything from me? Hearing the melodious music emanating from the grand hall where the party was held, Rachel said with a slight look of bewilderment, Oh, music! It seems the party has started. It would be such a waste not to dance dressed up like this. Although still a bit hesitant, she suddenly stood up and extended an invitation to Lucian. No, this won't do. Let's dance. Young Duke Lucian, may I have this dance? Lucian was stunned for a few seconds. Then he reached out and took her hand. All right. His other arm wrapped around her slender waist, and with this textbook perfect dance posture, the distance between them also shortened. This was also the moment Lucian realized that if it was Rachel, even if everything was taken from him, it wouldn't matter. As long as she was by his side, he could see Rachel gradually becoming an indispensable and important person in Lucian's life.
Someone opened the window to welcome the morning sunbeams. 2 years had already passed since I arrived at the Leyon family. Rachel embraced the summer winds, the breeze from outside making her dress and hair flutter. She smiled serenely, thinking about how much had happened during that time. Suddenly, a knock on the door made her turn her head. Lucian appeared with a warm smile and voice. Rachel. His appearance dazzled her eyes. Rachel raised a hand to shield her eyes, proudly thinking, My Lucian has grown so tall. Lucian asked, What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Rachel looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, Because you're too dazzling. Lucian blushed, looked down and replied, Luckily this outfit suits me. Rachel asked, Today is the day for the gathering, isn't it? Lucian nodded and replied, She excitedly thought, Finally, the salon is where young noblemen gather and socialize. It's where Lucian will meet Noah for the first time. Rachel raised both hands in encouragement. You must make lots of friends. I wish he could take me too, she thought. Lucian heard her, nodded, and smiled in response. I know. The warm smile made Rachel sway. She raised a hand to shield her eyes from the dazzling light, thinking, He's the affectionate boy from across the universe. I have no regrets now.
It's not a cold expression, but the warm smile of an affectionate boy. Now there are no more regrets. Rachel clasped her hands, tears welling up, her heart overflowing with maternal affection. A banner flashed through her mind with the message, "Congratulations to Leyon's eldest son, the affectionate Lucian, for passing." Rachel pulled Lucian's hand, urging, "Brother, we'll be late. Let's go quickly." Lucian let Rachel pull him along, gently replying, Rachel thought, "Since he hasn't met Noah yet, I can't be sure, but if Lucian falls in love with Noah at first sight, will it turn into the same love-crazed obsession as in the original story? It's impossible to know this now."
2 people stood next to each other by the carriage. Rachel said to Lucian, "Lucian, you must get on the carriage now." Lucian gently released Rachel's hand and replied, "Oh, right." He got into the carriage, turned, and said, "I'm leaving now." Rachel smiled brightly, waved goodbye to him, and said, "Travel safely." Lucian nodded. The carriage began to roll. Rachel and her maid watched the carriage as it gears away. She called, "Amber." Amber smiled and replied, "Yes, everything is ready. Please come to the kitchen, young lady." Rachel happily clasped her hands in front of her chest and thought, "I also need to prepare to welcome my friends." She stirred the cake batter in the kitchen. Rachel happily enjoyed the moment of baking. She thought, "I kneaded the dough incorrectly the first time I made cookies. It's been 2 years, and gradually I've managed to do it. The cookies I used to make with Lucian were meant as gifts. I heard the Duchess liked them very much, so he and I worked very hard on them. But after that, there was no further reaction, and I never met her."
But thanks to that, my baking skills have really leveled up. Her 2 old friends, seeing the adorable cakes, exclaimed excitedly. Belisa picked one up and praised, "Your craftsmanship is getting better and better." The brown-haired girl said, "It's almost a shame to eat them." The blonde girl replied, "Exactly." Rachel smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment." She thought, "These are the 3 friends I've recently made. 2 years ago, I met Belisa at a royal banquet." Belisa covered her mouth and chatted, "Oh, I heard that young Duke Leyon won the national swordsmanship competition." The blonde lady added, "A competition where only top knights participated." The brown-haired lady sincerely sent her wishes. "Please send him my congratulations." Rachel thought, "Thanks to Belisa, I became close with Ami and Serena. In this society full of cold nobles, these are the only open and friendly people I know." Rachel proudly shrugged and boasted, "He's really good, isn't he?" She secretly glanced and thought, "What's more?" Rachel imagined being kicked out the door with a cold scolding. "Stop now and get out of here." She planned, "If I'm ever kicked out of the Duke's household later, I'll need to have strong connections. Girls, you're the only ones I can trust." Thinking this, Rachel smiled and said, "Everyone, please enjoy your meal." Dusk gradually fell. Rachel saw her friends off. She smiled, watching the carriage wheels clatter away. Amber, standing nearby, leaned down and reminded her, "My lady, they have already left in their carriage. Shall we go inside?" Rachel said, "Just a little longer. My brother will be home soon, and I want to wait to go inside with him." Amber said, "My lady truly likes young Master Lucian, doesn't she? You 2 are quite a good match." Rachel blushingly retorted, "No, what are you talking about?" Amber shared, "I was very worried about you getting engaged at this age, but it seems fortunate." Rachel said, bewildered, "Huh, engaged?" She trembled with shock. Amber covered her mouth and asked again, "Oh, isn't that right? But it's not as if my lady has no relatives at all, and the Elran family still needs to be maintained. Your uncle is the family's heir."
This kind of adoption, I've heard, only happens when the child is brought in first, and then they get married. Rachel asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" She imagined Lucian and herself in wedding attire, thinking, "Lucian and I getting married?" Rachel hastily exclaimed, "Absurd, impossible." Amber asked, "Is that so?" Rachel still couldn't believe it, thinking, "Lucian marrying me? That's truly a far-fetched story. I'm someone who could leave the Duke's mansion at any time." At this thought, Rachel shook her head and said, "Even my brother would find this ridiculous, I'm sure." Just then, a carriage appeared. Rachel said, "Oh, there's a carriage." The wheels screeched against the road. Lucian stepped down from the carriage. Rachel, lifting her skirt, happily called out, "Brother, you're back." Lucian replied, "Rachel." Someone followed him down from behind and asked, "Are you Lucian's sister?" Rachel paused, looking up in bewilderment, and uttered, "Oh." The person who had just stepped down was enveloped in sunlight. Their golden hair seemed to glow, and he smiled gently, saying, "Hello, I am Noah de Cassandra." Rachel realized something and asked in surprise, "Noah?" Lucian turned to Noah and said, "Young Master Cassandra, please observe proper etiquette with the lady." Noah immediately replied, "Oh dear, I spoke too casually."
He bowed sincerely and said, "Please forgive me for this disrespect. Princess, actually at our salon, we set aside class and status and chat freely together. There's such a rule, which is why I made this mistake." Rachel excitedly asked, "There's a rule like that at the salon too?" She thought to herself, "A plot detail I wasn't aware of." Noah replied with a smile, "Yes, only then can true friendships be formed." Rachel chuckled along. "Aha." She enthusiastically said, "So young Master Cassandra is visiting as your brother's friend?"
Noah glanced at Lucian and replied, "Yes, that's right." Rachel covered her mouth and thought to herself, "They're friends? What a wonderful sight. Truly worth admiring. It's truly a gift from the gods."
Lucian stared intently at Noah. Rachel said to Noah, "If you're his friend, then you're my brother too. Please feel free to talk." Noah friendly replied, "Is that okay? Thank you." Rachel tilted her head and asked, "So can I call you Brother Noah too?" Noah replied, "That would be my honor." Rachel excitedly cheered, but Lucian just silently watched Noah. Noah said, "Indeed, coming here to meet you was a very wise choice. Lucian has told me so many stories about you. He kept going on and on about how adorable you are. I was so curious that I followed him home." After speaking, Noah also tilted his head and awkwardly asked, "Was that too sudden?" Rachel almost immediately replied, "Not at all." Rachel called out, "Young Master Cassandra." Suddenly Lucian put his arm in front of her. He said, "It's a pity, but let's meet again next time." Rachel stared at him, stunned. Lucian grabbed Noah's shoulder and said, "You should head back first today." Noah regretfully said, "Oh, you're telling me to leave already." Lucian pushed Noah onto the carriage and said, "It's very late now." Noah stumbled and replied, I know." Rachel raised both hands and called out, "Brother." She thought, "No, I want to play more with Noah." Lucian leaned in close to look at her, his hand supporting her. Before she could react, he lifted Rachel into his arms. Lucian carried Rachel and strode away. She called out in confusion, "Brother." She looked back. Noah was smiling and waving at her. Rachel waved back, while Amber opened the door for the two siblings to enter. She cried a little inside, thinking, why did my first meeting with Noah end so anticlimactically? Once inside, Rachel looked closely at Lucian. He looked at her intently. Rachel suddenly thought shyly, "Aren't I adorable?" She tried to shake her head vigorously to clear her mind, secretly resolving, No, I mustn't fall for this beauty trap.
But then again, Lucian wouldn't do something so out of character for no reason. What exactly happened at the salon? Amber placed a plate of delicious pastries on the table. She bowed slightly and said softly, "While dinner is being prepared, please have these snacks to tide you over and wait a little longer." As Amber closed the door and left, Rachel asked, "Brother, did you have fun at the salon today?" Lucian replied casually, "It was all right." Rachel sensed something was off and wondered, "What's going on? You met your soulmate at the salon, didn't you? Shouldn't you be spending some private time with them by now?" She said seriously, "Even so, you should go a few more times. That way you'll make many friends." Rachel remembered something and said, "Brother, you didn't bring Noah back just because I told you to bring friends home, did you?" Lucian actually blushed and nodded. His innocent demeanor struck Rachel like a bolt of lightning. She clutched her head, screaming inwardly, "Wait, wasn't it because you liked Noah that you brought him home?" A game column appeared in her mind, showing Lucian at level 17 and herself at level 12. She thought with a heavy heart, "This is still an uncompleted quest." Rachel fired up, resolved inwardly, "All right, let's try one more time." Meanwhile, Lucian just looked at her, utterly confused. She thought, "No matter what, I will definitely create a happy ending." At night, beneath the trees, a carriage was moving, its clattering sound echoing clearly in the silent night.
Noah mumbled to himself, "Princess Leyon, she'll probably make quite a useful doll." Rachel, sitting with Lucian, said, "It was really too much for you to send Noah away like that. Next time you meet, remember to apologize properly and invite him to our house to play in a proper manner. I also want to greet Noah properly." Lucian asked, "Rachel, do you like Noah that much?" She replied, "What? Of course." Lucian asked again, "What do you like about him?" At this, Rachel scratched her cheek, pondering, and said, Her eyes lit up happily as she thought, "Everything. Lucian is my ultimate bias. Noah is my number 2 bias." Deciding to choose her words carefully, Rachel smiled and said, "His smiling face is so incredibly handsome." Lucian nodded expressionlessly and replied, "I see." Rachel covered her mouth, looking at him, and thought, "What's up? Is he jealous?" She added, "But to me, the person with the most beautiful smiling face in the world is you, big brother. I like your face the most when you smile." Lucian smiled and said, "I also like your face the most when you smile."
Rachel chuckled. Just then, Amber opened the door and entered, calling out, "Young master, young lady, the meal is ready. Please come and dine." The fork pierced a delicious piece of beef on the plate. Pedro sat at the table and solicitously asked, "My daughter, how was your meeting today?" Rachel replied, holding the fork with the meat, "Yes, it was a lot of fun." She excitedly recounted, "Oh, right, everyone congratulated you on winning the fencing competition." Lucian replied, "Please convey my thanks to them." Pedro asked, "Lucian, I heard you went to the salon today. You didn't do anything to disgrace the family, did you?" Lucian replied, "No." Rachel looked at the two of them worriedly, thinking, 2 years had passed, but this suffocating atmosphere was just like before. But for the 3 of them to be sitting together having a meal like this was already a huge change. It hinted that perhaps one day the Duchess could also join them. Pedro said, "But my daughter, when do you plan to call me father?" Rachel hesitated and uttered a sound, "Ah." Pedro smiled gently and kindly, saying,
Never mind, I'm fine. I can wait as long as it takes. A dazzling light emanated from him, making Rachel close her eyes and cover her ears, thinking, I'm really weak against this kind of face. But the people I called father and mother all left me. I'm afraid that will happen to me again. In the splendid room with golden light, Rachel, wearing a comfortable dress, sat at a table with a pen and a book. She flipped through the pages, thinking, I need to reevaluate the situation. Lucian brought Noah home faster than in the original story. He also displayed talented magic, something not seen in the original story.
Ming wrote in her notebook to reorganize the story's details, but if it kept diverging like this, even consulting the heavens wouldn't be of any use. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Rachel turned to look. She took a soft step. When Rachel saw Lucian, she happily called out, It's so late, what brings you here? And you brought things too. Lucian held out the fruit basket and asked, Do you want some fruit? Rachel, looking bewildered, asked, Fruit? Lucian noticed her clothes and said, So you're getting ready for bed now, huh? Then I'll come back tomorrow. Lucian turned to close the door, preparing to leave, when Rachel hastily stopped him, exclaiming, It's not my bedtime yet. Lucian happily said, Then I can stay here for a bit. He pulled a chair close to the bed where Rachel was sitting. She looked at the basket of food opposite her, thinking nostalgically, I used to bring fruit too, didn't I? Rachel playfully reached into the basket, chuckling. She took a green grape and said, Knock, knock.
Knock, knock, knock. The grapes are here. Please open the door. Rachel brought a grape to Lucian's mouth. As he bit into the grape, Rachel watched Lucian chew and praised him. Oh my, you're so good. Suddenly, there was a pattering sound outside. Rachel looked around bewildered and let out a small oh. The rain grew heavier and heavier, pouring down without warning. Rachel remarked, It's raining. She called out to Lucian, Honey, let me tell you a horror story. She sat back down on the bed and continued the story. This is a story I heard from Amber. They say that on rainy days like this, the ghostly path opens up. If you stand on that path, ghosts will appear, looking exactly like humans. These ghosts often have emotions completely opposite to humans, so you have to make them speak to know if they are ghosts or humans, because ghosts often express themselves in ways contrary to humans. As Rachel finished whispering that sentence, a flash of lightning suddenly lit up the room, and the lights went out. A loud thunderclap echoed, making Rachel scream in fright and plop down onto the bed. She remembered huddling in a room long ago, with heavy rain outside. Rachel thought in a panic, those memories again.
Rachel huddled in the room, recalling the first day her adopted parents beat her. The small room was cold, the door tightly shut, and thunderstruck just like today. Rachel returned to the present, hugging herself, trembling, thinking, It's too scary. She closed her eyes tightly, and suddenly, a hand stroked her head. Lucian held Rachel in his arms, letting her lean on his shoulder. He gently comforted her. When thunder flashed again, Rachel cried out in fear, and Lucian softly stroked her hair. He covered Rachel's ears, tightening his embrace so she wouldn't hear any sound. Rachel calmed down, thinking, It's so warm. If only I had this in the past. If only someone had been by my side to comfort me like this, gently stroking my cheek. Lucian looked up at the ceiling, speculating if the connection to the magic lamp had been cut due to the weather. He looked down at his arms and saw that Rachel had fallen fast asleep. Lucian gently laid her down, sighing, Good thing it's just about Rachel's bedtime. He tucked her in with a blanket, smiling as he watched Rachel sleep. He thought, I've only just noticed now, the uncomfortable feeling I get from young Master Cassandra is exactly the same as the feeling I get when she's with those beastmen. He stroked Rachel's head and whispered, It's all right. Rachel always likes me best, after all. The next morning, light streamed into the room, illuminating Rachel's sleepy, yawning face. She stretched and let out a big yawn. She suddenly woke up, her face flushing red, as she recalled the memories from last night. She sat up abruptly and explained loudly. Rachel thought in dismay, I was planning to give Lucian a fright. Her plan was to scare Lucian so much he'd jump. But in reality, Lucian had seen her in a panic. She thought, embarrassed, it's all because of that darn thunder and lightning. Even so, she could never get any sleep on stormy nights. Yesterday, thankfully, thanks to Lucian, I was able to feel at ease and sleep so soundly. Amber walked in and said, Oh my, you're awake? I'll help you get ready right away. Rachel replied, Yes. Amber braided Rachel's hair. She sat before the mirror while Amber brushed her hair from behind. After she pinned a red clip onto Rachel's temple hair, she said, Milady, I finished your makeup. Rachel smiled happily and replied, Thank you so much, Amber. She thought, the ruby is exactly the color of Cotton Ball's eyes. I miss Cotton Ball and Damien so much. Images of the two beast humans appeared in Rachel's mind. She wondered wistfully, I wonder if they're doing well. A knock on the door and a voice rang out. Milady Rachel, the Duke is here to see you. Pedro walked in with a radiant smile and said, My daughter, did you sleep well? The thunder and lightning were so strong last night that I was very worried about you. Rachel approached the Duke.
Good morning, Your Grace. I slept very well, she thought to herself, all thanks to Lucian.
Pedro leaned down affectionately and said, I haven't been able to pay much attention to you lately, have I? I feel so guilty. So how about we go out together next week? Rachel clasped her hands together and cheered excitedly. That's wonderful. He asked, Is there anything special you want to buy? I'll start looking into some stores. Rachel pondered for a moment. She said, So is there anywhere that specializes in selling individual sauces? Pedro repeated, Sauces? Rachel excitedly explained, Yes, or even restaurants that specialize in spicy food would be fine. She teared up as she thought, I've missed spicy food so much lately. Pedro nodded and said, All right, I'll look into it. Rachel's eyes sparkled as she replied, Thank you. He smiled gently and asked, So, shall we plan our itinerary together? A butler silently watched the two of them. That evening, at the mansion under the crescent moon, a pigeon flapped its wings and landed next to the window frame. A hand reached for the paper tied to the bird's leg. Noah turned and said, Intelligence from the spy planted in the Duke's mansion has arrived. Derek, who had been sitting in the room, stood up abruptly and said, Is it finally time to get my grandchild back? Duke Leon's sudden abduction of the child astonished me greatly. Noah handed him the piece of paper and said, Here's the location. Derek said, seemingly pleased, Excellent. Although the price is steep, I'll entrust this matter to a trustworthy person. Noah asked, Who? He replied, The spirit master of the shadowed Damien family. At the bustling marketplace.
Rachel looked around, exclaiming, Whoa, it's so crowded here. Pedro said, Shouldn't we go to the noble district instead? But the places my daughter likes are only found here, the sauce shop, the spice shop. Rachel happily replied, I'm so happy to visit new places like this. Pedro looked at her and said, All right, let's go for a stroll. Rachel awkwardly asked him, But can you really bring this many people into the market? Pedro remained unfazed, while all his bodyguards stood in a circle surrounding the two of them. Pedro ordered, You all, listen to my command. Go ahead and clear the way. Rachel waved her hand. Can't we just have a few knights follow us inside? If we bring too many people, it'll probably be hard to clear a path. Pedro smiled confidently and replied, Whatever my daughter wants. He waved his hand, giving an order. Only 4 of you follow me, and bring me a sword immediately. The knight following behind replied, Understood, sir. Pedro, holding a sword in one hand and putting an arm around Rachel's shoulder with the other, said, Let your father protect his daughter. Shall we go then? Rachel smiled and replied, Yes.
2 knights walked ahead, leading the way for the father and daughter. One of them pointed forward and said, Just a little further and we'll reach the specialty sauce shop. Pedro nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Rachel noticed a roadside stall. She stopped and called out, Wait a moment. Pedro paused and looked in her direction. She noticed a glowing pen and thought, It's exactly like the blend of my hair color and Lucian's. Pedro bent down to look and asked, Oh, it's a letter opener. Do you like it? Rachel replied, Yes. He told the vendor, I'll take this one. Rachel looked up, seeking his opinion. Could we buy 2? Pedro smiled indulgently and said, Of course, that's a good idea. Buy one as a spare. Rachel replied, Thank you, Duke. She put the item in her bag, thinking of Lucian. I must give one to Lucian, so 2 letter openers it is. Now straight to buying sauce. The man in the server's uniform smiled warmly, rubbing his hands together in welcome. Welcome, esteemed guests. Our store offers a wide variety of sauces, from famous international sauces to our special concoctions. Rachel pointed up and said, I want to see the spicy sauces. Pedro added, Bring out all the spicy sauces, one of each kind. The server hurried off, saying as he went, I'll get them right away. He brought out all the sauces and placed them on her table, introducing them. These are all the spicy sauces we have in our store. She looked at a sauce bottle with a skull on it and asked, Why does this bottle have a skull on it? The server bent down, covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered to Rachel, That's called the #1 spicy sauce. Young lady, you're still small, so it's very dangerous. You can't use it. I just dipped a tiny drop to taste it and had a stomach ache for a whole week. Rachel's eyes sparkled as she picked up the tiny sauce bottle and exclaimed, Oh. Pedro advised her, That's so spicy, I'm worried. Let's leave it out, shall we? Rachel stubbornly clutched the sauce bottle and said, No, I'm really good at eating spicy food. She giggled, thinking, I must show this to Lucian. Rachel had already imagined the scene when she would present the sauce bottle to Lucian, who would turn pale and shake his head vigorously.
Pedro said to the waiter, All right then, send all of these to Duke Leon's mansion. Rachel put the spiciest sauce bottle aside into her bag, saying, This one is small, so I'll just put it in my satchel. The father and daughter left the store. As they walked, Pedro asked, Shall we go eat now, my dear? I know a pretty good restaurant. Rachel smiled and replied, I'm really looking forward to it. Pedro said, I never expected my daughter to like spicy food. Thanks to you, I also get to try new and interesting flavors. The two chatted happily, unaware that from a distance, a figure in black took out something that looked dangerous. He swung his arm up, and a pong sound was accompanied by a burst of thick, swirling smoke. The bodyguards all gripped their sword hilts, and Rachel also screamed in panic. In the smoke, Rachel worriedly thought, What just happened so suddenly? A bodyguard was dragged away by something, making Rachel scream loudly.
Pedro gripped her shoulder and said, "Rachel, hold on tight to me." Just then, a voice from nowhere echoed, "I am afraid that's a bit difficult." A wave of purple smoke suddenly enveloped Pedro, pulling him up and sealing his mouth shut. Rachel cried out anxiously, "Duke!" She was also lifted into the air. The newcomer asked, "Are you Rachel?" Rachel was pulled in front of the man in the black cloak, and she asked, "Who are you?" Her mouth was then tightly covered with a cloth by the assailant. Rachel struggled with her legs in vain. Rachel's eyes began to lose their light, her mind grew hazy, and she collapsed. The stranger picked her up, smirked, and said, "It's a success." At this moment in the mansion, Lucian was writing something, sitting neatly at a desk. Lucian wondered, "I wonder what Rachel is doing right now. I heard she went to the ingredient market with Father today. I also want to go out and play with Rachel, eat delicious food together, see interesting things together, and choose gifts for each other. What kind of gift would be perfect for Rachel?" He recalled Noah's words. If it were a younger sister, Tunigo would like cute gifts. Does Rachel like things like that too? Lucian then remembered Rachel's radiant face, and her words, "I love seeing your face when you smile more than anything in the world." He blushed. Suddenly, Lucian noticed a commotion outside. Many knights were gathered below. He looked down and wondered, "What's going on? This is the first time I've seen such a chaotic situation."
It wasn't the time for a monster hunting expedition. People below were talking about the Duke, his accompanying guards today, and Lady Rachel. Lucian thought, puzzled, are the knights mobilizing troops in groups? Could it be that the knights are rushing out of the mansion on horseback? The servants stood watching from a distance. They whispered to each other. The one on the left asked, "What exactly is happening?" The other replied, "His Grace the Duke was suddenly attacked." The head butler nervously swallowed and thought, who on earth would be so audacious? A panicked servant came running, calling out loudly, "Head butler, young Master Lucian!" The others all turned in surprise to look at the caller. The hurried sound of hooves on the ground rang out. Lucian galloped away. The head butler blocked his path, spreading his arms and saying, "Young master, please stop." The horse suddenly stopped, neighing loudly. The head butler flinched, closed his eyes, and froze. Lucian rebuked him. "If you want to die, go die somewhere else." The head butler looked up and said, "Young master, please dismount. His Grace the Duke will return safely. If you suddenly go out like this now, it could, on the contrary, put His Grace the Duke at a disadvantage." Lucian roared, "How dare you give me orders?" This startled and astonished the head butler. Lucian frowned and said, "Until now, the only one who can give me orders is my father. Get out of the way." The horse galloped past the head butler. The head butler stood dumbfounded, watching Lucian's retreating back. He stood muttering to himself, "This is the first time I've seen the young master with such an expression." The knights arrived. They stood facing the Duke and said, "Your Grace, please forgive us."
Pedro scolded, "The discipline of your knight corps is utterly chaotic. How could you let the princess fall into the hands of kidnappers?" At this moment, a voice from behind rang out, "Father." He turned to look at the person approaching and asked, "Lucian, how can you, the family heir, go out without bodyguards? What kind of conduct is that? Escort Lucian back to the mansion immediately." The knights nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Grace." They said to him, "Young master, please return to the mansion." Suddenly, a flash of light like lightning made them cover their eyes. One person exclaimed in surprise, "This magic!" Pedro also had to cover his eyes. Lucian said, "Father, I'm afraid I cannot obey your command this time." Pedro watched Lucian decisively turn and walk away, calling out, "Lucian!" The other knights also called out, "Young master!" As Lucian walked, he called out a name, "Enzo." A dark shadow with a human-like face appeared behind the horse and said, "How dare you call your ancestor by name? But this is the first time you've summoned me. What on earth is going on?" Lucian said, "Find someone for me." Enzo teased, "Heartbroken, why am I being treated like a servant? If you want a favor, you should be more sincere." Lucian frowned. He lowered his voice and said, "Please find someone for me. Please find Rachel for me. Please." Enzo thought triumphantly, "Finally, my time has come to take over this child's body, the chance to fulfill my dying wish of revenge." Rachel was currently immersed in her consciousness. She thought, "How strange. Why can't I control it? Why?" After all, Rachel frowned and mumbled, "It's too noisy. Who is this voice that's waking me up?" She slowly opened her eyes. When Rachel startled awake, she found herself lying under a tree in the forest. She said blankly, "Huh?" Rachel looked around in bewilderment. She wondered, "Where is this? In a forest? Wasn't I kidnapped? But my limbs can still move freely." A murmur of conversation caught Rachel's attention. People were saying, "Duke Leyon is a tough nut to crack after all. That's right, they even hired an expensive spirit master. But this time the doll looks too childish. What a pity." One person in the group sitting around the fire said, "But it's better than nothing, isn't it? As Duchess Leyon, she's quite valuable indeed." Derek, holding a beer bottle, laughed and said, "Even if Cassandra nags, just ignore it." Rachel quickly covered her mouth and hid behind a tree, thinking, "That person,
Isn't that my uncle? He's the one who kidnapped me. He must be strongly against my adoption. I'm not sure of the specifics, but I'm certain those people aren't on my side. She stealthily moved, thinking, first, I need to make a quick escape. A faint rustling sound came from the forest. She glanced back while crawling forward, thinking, the farther I escape, the better.
She had just stood up and was about to run. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making our turn pale. Where are you going? Rachel, startled, fell backward with a thud, letting out a cry. Rachel cautiously looked up, and the man in black smiled, saying, Little one, are you trying to run away now? In the webtoon, Another Doll in the Dollhouse, a myriad of characters fall in love with Noah. Among them, there's one character who stands out even more, on par with the second male lead, Ostar. It's not that he went mad because of Noah, he's simply a madman. Rachel realized that the person smiling and holding her hand was none other than Elliot Aiden, the spirit master of the Dark Damien Gia. She gaped at him in surprise. That hair was unmistakably Elliot's. Elliot frowned, tightening his grip on her hand as he asked clearly, Hey, I'm asking if you're trying to run away now. Are you ignoring me? Rachel avoided his gaze, deflecting. When did I ever ignore you? Hearing that, Elliot smirked, his low voice echoing. Then answer me quickly. Why are you here? If you keep wandering around like this, it'll be quite awkward for me. Rachel stammered in response.
Suddenly, Elliot grabbed her chin, forcing Rachel to look him straight in the eyes. He leaned close to her face, his voice low. Look me in the eye when you speak. Rachel observed his face. She couldn't help but think to herself, his nickname is Handsome Madman, and truly, from his face to his voice, everything about him was utterly exquisite. Finishing his sentence, Elliot smirked, then he told her, You're just like a potato. Rachel narrowed her eyes at him. Potato? Take that back. Unwilling to be outdone, she teased him back. And you're just like some kind of snake. Elliot snorted with laughter, then he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Elliot said with amusement, Hey, this kid is surprisingly sassy. You're braver than I thought. Rachel blinked, then she softly whispered, You too. Just how terrifying is the Duke? Finishing her sentence, Elliot smirked. Rachel was annoyed when she heard him mock her. You're not Duke Leon's real daughter. Do you really think the Duke would bother to save you? Finishing his sentence, Rachel pressed her lips together, her face showing a hint of worry. That's right. Now the only one who could save her was herself. Thinking this, she suddenly looked Elliot straight in the eyes and said, I also know a lot about your background. Elliot narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What? My background? Rachel looked at him warily. I've memorized the entire original work.
Elliot's secret origin, of course, I knew better than anyone. Rachel frowned and said frankly, This is also a secret related to the honor of the royal family. Elliot was astonished to hear this and exclaimed, The royal family? That's utterly absurd. Elliot looked disbelievingly at her, narrowing his eyes as he moved closer. Let me hear what this most absurd story you want to tell is. Rachel was silent for a moment before she spoke in a hushed voice. His Majesty the Emperor has light purple hair, as beautiful as violets. She looked directly at his hair, then thought of His Majesty the Emperor, and Rachel frowned, saying, That hair color is exactly like yours. And, Rachel spoke in a low voice, then secretly opened the handbag behind her, carefully uncapping the brown bottle. Eat your fill, she suddenly yelled, simultaneously splashing the red liquid from the bottle into Elliot's face. Elliot was startled and immediately screamed. At the same time, Lucian, riding his horse, anxiously asked the shadow, I'm counting on you. Please find Rachel for me. It shrugged and replied, This isn't difficult. Her frequency is very special, so this task is as easy as turning over one's hand. But right now, I am in a spiritual state. The shadow immediately suggested, If you want to use magic to track her, you need to borrow a body that contains my magical power. Lucian pressed his lips together, and though he didn't want to, he still said, Then go ahead and use my body. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow sneered with a guttural laugh. I was just waiting for those words, and then it radiated a terrifying pitch-black surge of power. It immediately rushed forward and entered his body. A moment later, the clatter of horse hooves echoed. The soldiers sent to find Lucian immediately saw him and shouted, There, young master. The soldiers called out loudly, but Lucian kept his head down and did not respond.
Seeing something strange, the soldier stepped forward and said worriedly, Sir, it's very dangerous for you to be alone like this. Please come with us back to the mansion. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucian suddenly looked up. Lucian immediately looked straight into the soldier's eyes. Then he smirked and smiled, but his eyes had turned to dark, ominous black. Suddenly, that eerie power erupted fiercely, forcing the soldiers to scream in terror and panic, an immense source of magic power. Next, Lucian cast a spell with his hand. Then he muttered in praise, As expected of my descendant, not a bad vessel at all. Then he suddenly clenched his hand, and his deep voice resonated. But, to contain all of my magic power, there are still many shortcomings. The shadow that had entered Lucian's body couldn't help but praise him, but he is a talented kid nonetheless, to the point of being able to spontaneously block an archmage like me. Lucian indifferently looked up at him and said, "It's impossible. We'll just have to wait for the vessel to mature a bit more." With that, Lucian immediately waved his hand, creating a magic circle, his voice arrogant and triumphant. "In the meantime, my proud descendant, I shall accept your request." In the desolate, dense forest, Elliot stumbled, clutching his face, as if about to fall. He couldn't help but furiously yell, "That damn girl! If I catch you, you're dead for sure!" Elliot continued to curse. "Damn it! Where did she go?" Rachel, covering her mouth, trembled and hid in a corner.
With a snap, her foot accidentally stepped on a dry branch on the ground. Elliot heard it and immediately unleashed a palm strike towards the sound, yelling, "You're there, aren't you?" Rachel panicked, stood up and was about to run, terrified. As soon as she started to flee, a stream of black magic suddenly aimed straight for her back. A fireball shot out from nowhere, colliding with the black magic with a boom. Terrified, Rachel collapsed to the ground. A white-haired man approached, asking in a worried tone, "Are you all right?" Rachel clutched her head, screaming in fear, "Get away from me!" The man looked at her, frowning in confusion. "Are you wrung the way now?" A moment later, seeing that nothing was happening to her, Rachel slowly raised her head. It wasn't Elliot. Suddenly the man lifted her up, and Rachel, in a panic, clung tightly to him. Doggy smiled, revealing mischievous fangs, and told Rachel, "Then just trust me." As soon as he finished speaking, Doggy quickly ran off. Rachel lay comfortably in his arms, astonished and surprised by this face. She immediately realized, could it be your Doggy? He looked at her cheerfully. "You're awake?" Doggy smiled radiantly like the sun, introducing himself. "Yes, my lady. Long time no see."
As evening fell at a nearby cave, Rachel looked intently at Doggy and softly asked, "How have you been lately?" "Have you been here alone all this time?" she asked with concern, and Doggy immediately shook his head, replying, "No, I'm here with Hawk." "Hawk?" she exclaimed, puzzled. Then Rachel realized, "Is it Damien?" Doggy nodded, "Yes, but..." Doggy then grumbled to her, "That kid has such a nice name. I want to change my name, too." As he spoke, Doggy looked at her sadly. "About names, do you know how sad I've been?" Doggy recounted sadly. "Before I even suddenly encountered a wild beast, did my..." he yelled indignantly. "What if that pig caught me again and butchered me on the spot? Why didn't you care at all when I ran away? Why did you abandon us? Once a master, always a master." Rachel was stunned to hear him speak, trembling as if on the verge of tears. Why did you abandon us so easily?" Doggy's eyes welled up with tears, and he said resentfully, "Why did you suddenly change?" Rachel, feeling guilty, gently touched his hair, her voice softly saying, "I'm sorry." But before her hand could even touch his hair, Doggy loudly yelled, "Master, take responsibility. Take responsibility to the very end," he shouted, losing his composure. Rachel immediately tried to appease him. "That requires the Duke's permission."
As the two people were talking, slow footsteps echoed. Rachel was immediately startled. Footsteps? Was it Elliot? She and Doggy simultaneously turned their heads to look. A familiar, deep, hoarse voice spoke up. "Long time no see, Master." Rachel looked at the approaching man, raising an eyebrow and muttering, "Master? Could it be?" she suddenly called out, "Damien." The man immediately smiled warmly at her. "I'm so glad Master still remembers me." Rachel suddenly glanced at Damien and Doggy. "You two, have you been together all this time?" Doggy casually replied, "Yes." Damien slowly explained, "We trained together so we could meet you again." Rachel emotionally looked at the two men, who were actually the white fox and the eagle, and said, "It's so wonderful to see you all again like this," Rachel exclaimed, tears of emotion welling up. Unfortunately, her stomach suddenly rumbled. Doggy frankly asked her, "Master, are you hungry?" Rachel was utterly embarrassed. Oh dear. Damien, who was beside her, immediately stood up upon seeing this. He suddenly transformed back into his original form as an eagle and said, "I'll go find food immediately and bring it back for Master." Doggy looked at him and couldn't help but click his tongue. He then transformed into his white fox form and chased after Damien, competitively saying, "I'll find it before you." Rachel watched the two figures, narrowing her eyes and smiling. Then she let out a sigh and told herself, "Thank goodness, I feel more at ease now." The sky glowed with the pale yellow of twilight. Lucian suddenly appeared using a teleportation spell. The ghost inside his body immediately escaped and said, "Hey, it's here." Lucian immediately snapped awake. The ghost pointed to the cave in front of them and told him, "I can feel that child's energy inside the cave." Lucian quickly spurred his horse forward. He hastily dismounted, muttering her name, "Rachel." Lucian anxiously shouted, "Rachel." Then he suddenly stopped short when he saw her asleep on the ground.
Lucian's face was filled with panic, and he immediately rushed in. He slumped down beside her, his throat feeling tight and bitter. Lucian instantly pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice filled with pain. "Rachel, wake up." A moment later, Rachel slowly opened her eyes, looking at him and murmuring, "You." Lucian held her tighter, frowning with unease. "Are you all right? Your wound?" Rachel calmly reassured him. "I'm fine. I was just so tired that I dozed off." But Lucian remained uneasy, watching her intently. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
"That's great, I'm so happy," and pulled her into a full embrace. Lucian asked softly, "Were you very scared?" Her eyes welling up, she replied, "Yes." Hearing that, he felt a pang of heartache. Lucian pulled her even tighter into his embrace. "I was so worried, but now you're all right." Suddenly, he sensed someone's presence.
Lucian shouted, "Who's there?" while he cast protective magic on her. Damien brought fruit, raising an eyebrow as he said, "We speak the same language, see?" Doggy, standing beside him, looked at him and exclaimed in surprise, "Master's brother." Rachel's eyes fluttered open, and she smiled, reminding him, "Do you remember the Suan friends, the ones I told you about? They all live here," she said, pointing at Damien and Doggy. Lucian's gaze, full of suspicion, swept over them, and he thought to himself, "Suan?" Doggy unexpectedly bent down and offered Rachel a red apple. "Look, I found lots of apples." Damien, feeling uneasy, interjected to remind him, "Just take a small bite first." Doggy retorted angrily, "How can I get full with just a small bite?" Damien frowned and said sternly, "Bigger isn't always better, Doggy. Master, try this one." Doggy, not wanting to be outdone, held out his apple in front of her, pleading, "Master, eat my apple first." Rachel immediately smiled brightly. "Thank you, I'll eat both." Meanwhile, Lucian narrowed his eyes, watching the three of them laughing and joking intimately, and his gaze suddenly darkened. Afterwards, Rachel ate apples and grapes while tilting her head to ask him, "Oh, is the Duke still all right?" Lucian forced a smile and replied, "I don't think he has any serious injuries." Hearing this, Rachel nodded and exclaimed, "That's good." Then Lucian gently suggested, "Let's return to the mansion after you've eaten your fill." Rachel immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, but how did you know I was here?" she asked, frowning in curiosity. Lucian looked at her, startled.
He turned his face away, not daring to look directly into her eyes. His voice mumbled, "Everyone is looking for you in the city's capital, so I thought I should go into the forest to find you." Rachel's eyes immediately sparkled brightly, and she exclaimed in surprise, "So that's it, you truly are my brother." The shadow suddenly chuckled smugly into his ear. "It's all thanks to Enzo Damien's power." Lucian silently pressed his lips together, saying nothing more. After that, all four of them exited the cave. Rachel happily cheered, "Now let's return to the Duke's mansion." Then she looked up at the sky in front of them and softly said, "Oh, the sun is setting so fast. What if we get lost here?" Doggy immediately raised a hand to reassure her. "Master, don't worry." He pointed to his chest and said in a reassuring tone, "We can see very clearly at night." Damien also nodded. "Just leave it to us." Rachel immediately giggled happily. "Then thank you both." Lucian helped her onto the horse. On the other side, Damien loudly ordered Doggy, "Then you're in charge of leading the way." He narrowed his eyes and pouted in response. "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, Damien transformed into an eagle, spread his wings and flew high into the sky, telling everyone, "I'll fly high to look around here." Doggy also transformed into a white fox. He ran ahead, turning his head to remind her and him, "Master, please follow behind me." Lucian silently looked at Rachel, who smiled happily and said, "Yes, I trust you two very much." The uninhabited forest was dark and cold. Doggy led the way, with Lucian and Rachel following closely behind on horseback. Suddenly, Rachel frowned and fell into thought. Besides, what should I do now? She quietly pondered. Elliot was a famous figure living in a very complex area.
In principle, he wouldn't hesitate to kidnap and threaten. He was inherently coercive and violent. Rachel frowned, recalling that she had poured hot sauce into his eyes. Suddenly, Lucian softly asked, "Rachel, are you cold?" Before she could answer, he pulled her close into his embrace, Lucian's warm voice resonating in her ear. "Come closer to me." Rachel pressed her lips together, looking at him, touched as if she were about to cry. Rachel smiled happily, squeezing his arm and telling herself, but at this point she didn't think anyone could scare her anymore. A moment later, Doggy suddenly stopped, transformed into his human form and exclaimed, "We're here." Lucian politely offered his thanks, but his tone remained cold. "Thank you for leading the way for us. I heard you live alone in the forest, so you should probably head back now." Doggy immediately shot him an annoyed glance. "What?" Damien remained silent. Rachel felt awkward, so she turned and said in a pleading voice, "Brother, can't they come back with me?" Rachel pleaded softly, "They always see me as their master." Hearing her words, Doggy and Damien couldn't help but be moved to tears.
She continued to sweetly plead with Lucian, "I promise I'll take full responsibility for those two." Lucian was silent for a moment. Then he coldly said, "Will father accept it?" Her eyes welled up. On the verge of tears, Rachel blinked her eyes poutingly. "They saved us, and I'll try my best to convince the Duke." Finally, after much pleading, Lucian reluctantly agreed. "All right." Everyone cheered in unison, delighted. Meanwhile, in front of the mansion's grand hall, the head butler was stopping Pedro. "Sir, you cannot go out now." He struggled, shaking off the butler's hand, shouting, "Let go of me." The head butler held Pedro's arm tightly. He couldn't help but exclaim worriedly, "You need to rest for your wound to heal completely." But Pedro adamantly resisted. "No, I need to go find Rachel right now." A soldier on horseback suddenly appeared. He shouted, "Master, master!" The two immediately turned their heads. He quickly shouted the news. "The young duke and the young lady have returned." Pedro was stunned. "What?"
Outside the mansion gates, Rachel and Lucian were standing and talking. Suddenly, Pedro shouted, "Rachel!" causing the two to immediately look over. Rachel saw Pedro, riding a horse, rushing towards them anxiously, which made her exclaim joyfully, "Your Grace!"
Pedro quickly dismounted his horse and rushed towards Rachel, his daughter. He embraced her tightly. Pedro's voice choked with sobs. "I'm truly sorry, my child. I failed to protect you." Rachel also hugged him tightly, her heart filled with happiness. "I'm fine. I'm not hurt anywhere." Just as she finished speaking, a squeak sound made Pedro and Rachel look up simultaneously. She playfully scolded Doggy. "You fox." He's blushing furiously. Then Rachel watched Damien fly over, and she stammered to Pedro, "Do you remember giving him to me?" Rachel pointed at Damien and Doggy, her voice filled with happiness. "They were the ones who saved me." As soon as she finished speaking, Damien and Doggy instantly transformed into human form. Damien bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Grace." Doggy smiled politely. "Long time no see." Rachel's eyes sparkled as she pleaded with Pedro. "They want to stay with me." Pedro listened to her coldly. "So?" Before Rachel could finish her sentence, Pedro interjected gravely. "Call me father." She immediately looked up. "Huh?" Pedro leaned in and smiled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes as he said, "Just call me father, and I will accept everything you wish for." Hearing this, Rachel blinked thoughtfully. "For those two young men for me." The butler respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing about the food, Doggy immediately cheered joyfully. "Food? I want watermelon candy and chicken." Next, Pedro gently placed Rachel on a horse and asked tenderly, "Is my daughter very tired? Let me take you to a room to rest." After saying that, he inadvertently looked at him, and Pedro's cold voice rang out, "Lucian, come here." He frowned, pointed at him, and accused, "I will hold you accountable for today's events tomorrow." Lucian remained silent, not responding. He glared at him and then nodded gravely. The moon rose higher and higher. In the dense forest, Elliot sat silently under a tree, clutching his head in pain. He gritted his teeth and wondered, "What's wrong with me? It feels like my eyes are being gouged out." Elliot glared and growled angrily. "That brat, I definitely won't let him off so easily. I'll make you suffer just as I am now." After taking Rachel into the main house, Pedro patted her shoulder and said, "My daughter, you must be very tired, aren't you?" Rachel waved her hand, indicating she was fine. "I'm all right, Duke. You should also go back and rest, father." Pedro nodded reassuringly, then added, "All right, you go rest." With that, he left the cold room, closing the door with a thud. Pedro silently pursed his lips, thinking to himself that he had met Lucian today. He recalled the image of Lucian being possessed by a shadow, causing that astonishing surge of power to erupt fiercely. Then he unconsciously bowed his head in thought, surprised that the boy also possessed the talent for magic. The Leyon family had produced many talented swordsmen for generations, but no one had ever possessed magical talent. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Except for one person. Pedro thought of the woman with immense magical power, the strongest witch the Lyon's empire had ever seen. The traitor who had tried to destroy the empire, Angel Leyon. Then he thought of Lucian again and sighed inwardly. Truly unfortunate. That evening, Rachel lay quietly and comfortably on her bed. Her maid, Amber, approached her and said, "My lady, this is milk mixed with honey." Amber was worried about Rachel's health, thinking, "If you're warmer, your mood will be more stable. You've been through a lot today." As she spoke, Amber rubbed her hands together, wiping away tears. "If anything were to happen to my lady, Rachel happily tilted her head and smiled at her. "Thank you for worrying about me, Amber." Remembering something, Rachel asked curiously while drinking her milk, "But where are Doggy and Damien?" Amber thought for a moment and replied, "The servants are probably taking care of them, my lady. Shall I bring them to you?" Rachel shook her head, smiling. "No, just tell them to take good care of them for me." Amber immediately complied. "I understand, my lady." Rachel looked at the cup of milk in her hand and happily exclaimed, "This drink is delicious." A moment later, Amber took the empty milk cup away. Then Amber turned and asked, "Shall I turn off the light for you to sleep?" Rachel immediately nodded. After that, Amber turned off the light and left with a final remark, "Have sweet dreams." Rachel lay on the bed for a long time, her eyes open and fixed on the ceiling. She turned onto her side, silently pondering that she had finally called the Duke father. Her eyes were sad. This was not the first time. Rachel couldn't help but recall her past life, where she had also been an adopted child. Although life at the orphanage wasn't bad, she had been so happy to be adopted. She remembered the time she spent with her family and silently mused that the joy had been fleeting, and the family image she had envisioned was completely shattered.
Rachel groaned, clutching her head in pain, her whole body trembling. Rachel hugged herself, comforting herself. "Stop thinking negatively. This time will be different. This time I won't be kicked out." As she was thinking, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Rachel was startled and quickly sat bolt upright. In 2 or 3 steps, she reached for the doorknob. The door swung open, and Rachel exclaimed upon seeing the visitor, "You!" Lucian looked at her with worried eyes. Rachel, I'm worried. Are you feeling better? He stared at her, then said apologetically, I guess I woke you up, didn't I? Rachel's eyes widened as she looked at him. Before she could say anything, he quickly turned to leave. Sorry, good night. But Rachel was quicker, grabbing his hand tightly with the thought, no. She instinctively pulled him back. Don't go, please. That made Lucian stop short, his eyes wide as he looked at her. Feeling embarrassed, Rachel quickly pretended to add, Anyway, I wasn't asleep yet. Please come in. Lucian immediately smiled gently. I understand. Noticing the dark room, Rachel suddenly said, Oh, I'll turn on the magic lamp. Lucian shook his head. No need. He looked straight into her eyes, his voice full of tenderness. I'll sing you to sleep. Hearing that, Rachel smirked and said, Then I absolutely don't want to sleep. Lucian lost his patience, scooped her up and coldly ordered, Get into bed, now. Finally, Rachel lay on the bed, helplessly letting him tuck her in. Lucian's gaze was full of worry as he looked at her. Because his gaze was too bright, she pursed her lips and reluctantly thought, I can't sleep because it's too bright. She let out a small chuckle, then smiled and told him, I'm very happy you came. Lucian gazed at her affectionately, then curved his lips into a gentle and loving smile. Rachel couldn't believe his expression. She covered her mouth in surprise. My favorite thing, absolutely adorable. Suddenly she thought, later when Lucian becomes close with Noah, this time will disappear, won't it? Rachel smiled and couldn't help but look at him intently. At that time, until then, even if it's just for one day, she giggled with delight. If Lucian and Noah become close, it would be great to be a fan of both of them.
She was an incredibly happy fan. She was secretly smiling to herself when she was suddenly startled by Lucian calling out, Rachel. He gently stroked her head and softly said, Go to sleep now. Though yawning, Rachel still tried to say, I don't want to sleep. And then sleepiness overcame her, causing her eyes to slowly close. Lucian stayed by Rachel's side until she fell into a deep sleep. He gently leaned his head down close to her. Lucian tenderly placed a kiss on her forehead, along with the wish, Good night. After that, he shyly stood up, but his gaze remained fixed on her. Lucian quietly left the room and closed the door. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing his attention. Lucian. The newcomer was none other than Pedro, who, wearing a cold cloak, walked up to him. Lucian looked at his icy face, then frowned and said, Father.
Pedro spoke first. It's so late, what's going on in Rachel's room? Lucian calmly replied, Because she woke up, I lulled her back to sleep. Pedro continued, We'll talk tomorrow. Wandering around like this, it's fine for now. Then Pedro turned around. Follow me to the study. A moment later, he sat on a chair opposite Lucian, seriously reprimanding him. The head of the family is in danger. An heir should know to protect the family at home. But what was your action today? Are you trying to get disinherited? Seeing Lucian remain silent after his words, Pedro frowned in question. What's wrong? Not moving anymore? You're inherently emotionless, but when your inheritance is on the line, you usually show some reaction. Are you just going to walk away now? He watched him, still staring blankly in his direction. Pedro stood up and instructed, For now, be careful in your room. Don't come out until I give the order. After hearing this, Lucian nodded in agreement. I understand. I'll return to my room now. With that, he turned away, leaving Pedro still staring at him. Watching Lucian's figure disappear, he thought to himself, The reason I adopted Rachel was solely for her safety. After Liam and his wife passed away, the Hirando family began to make unusual moves. But Pedro clenched his fist in worry. What if that boy, if he negatively influences Rachel? On the other side, Rachel was peacefully lying on Lucian's lap.
She couldn't help but feel happy, looking up at the person stroking her hair, wondering to herself, Lucian, what exactly are you? What exactly are you? Can't you be controlled? Then Rachel suddenly woke up. She was startled to realize it was all just a dream. Amber, who was beside her, also asked with a slight panic, Mistress, are you awake? She looked blankly at the person beside her, Amber. Amber anxiously recounted, You had a very high fever all night. Hearing this, Rachel groaned softly. Yeah, my muscles ache. Amber then speculated, It seems your body has been through a lot. The attentive maid told her, It's already lunchtime. You must be hungry, right? I'll bring you some cream soup. Hearing this, Rachel smiled and agreed. I'll leave it to you. Amber turned around to prepare the food. Please wait a moment. But just as she opened the door, Doggy and Damien rushed in from somewhere, startling her. Oh my! They began to transform into human form, their faces full of worry as they looked at Rachel. Master, I heard you're not feeling well. Seeing how anxious they were, Rachel smiled reassuringly. It's just a little body ache. Don't worry too much. They hesitated slightly, nonetheless. Before they could say anything more, Amber behind them was fuming. She put her hands on her hips and reminded them, Everyone, Mistress Rachel needs to recover. Then she quickly pushed both of them out, shouting, Get out immediately. They left in confusion, saying, I'm sorry. No sooner had she chased them away than another person arrived, this time Pedro. As soon as he opened the door, he called out anxiously, Rachel, I heard you're in pain. It's all because of what happened yesterday, those kidnappers. I absolutely won't let them get away with it. What a nuisance. Amber once again tried to calmly remind him. The mistress currently needs to rest. Please, everyone, stay away from this area today. Seeing this, Pedro scratched his head and agreed. I understand. The subsequent events were recounted by Rachel. She stayed in bed for a few more days. Her friends, hearing the news, came to visit her.
At that time, Rachel passionately recounted her kidnapping story to everyone, explaining that the kidnapper had been sprayed with hot sauce in the eyes.
They listened, their eyes wide, and bombarded her with questions. How could you have thought of that? What's the price of the spicy sauce anyway? That spicy sauce, you said you bought it at the food market, right? I'll bring some along for self-defense too. Me too. Rachel could only offer a wry smile at this scene. And another visitor arrived. It was Camila. She also said to her with considerable worry, I heard something big happened. Rachel saw that the Duchess was also a bit taken aback, and she immediately told her, just lie down. Camila looked at Rachel and asked, is your body feeling better now? She quickly replied, yes, it's much better now. After hearing this, she continued, yes, you must have been very surprised. I wish you a speedy recovery. Rachel was touched by this and thought, even the Duchess came to visit me while I'm sick. Afterwards, she also smiled and thanked her. At this moment, Rachel continued to ponder, but I can't see any sign of Lucian. She had even thoughtfully bought a gift, but still couldn't meet him. On Lucian's side, he was still confined to his room at this time. He sat on a chair, worrying about her. I heard Rachel was hurt. I wonder if she's okay. I can't even go visit her. Then suddenly Enzo appeared behind him, sneering. This is what it means to have no power. There's no other way but to follow the will of others. Hearing this, Lucian turned to Enzo and asked, what must I do if I want power? He answered clearly, word for word, you just need to become a duke. If you inherit the title and become the head, everything will go your way. But this cannot be done right away. I will help you. I've secretly gone to check it out. Just like last time, I'll help you meet Rachel. Lend me your body one more time. Lucian was slightly swayed by these words.
The dark shadow continued to persuade, if that's the case, I will make Rachel move immediately. Lucian hesitated, thinking about letting Enzo, once again, have someone else take over his body, the feeling of his consciousness disappearing, the feeling as if his very existence vanished. Honestly, he was very scared. Then he probably changed his mind and turned back to the table, sadly saying, now I must follow the will of my father, the master of the house. Upon hearing this, he replied, what a pity then. At the same time, Lucian told himself, but I won't live forever seeking my father's permission. Until now, I had wanted a successor's position to be recognized by my father, but now someone recognizes me. Now I don't need a position just to have my existence acknowledged. He resolutely thought, now I need power, so I won't be swayed by the will of others anymore. The next morning, Rachel stretched lazily as she woke up. As she cracked her joints, she thought, lying in bed for so long has made my body stiff. But suddenly, a sound outside the window caught her attention. Looking down, it turned out to be her two pets. Oscar chuckled gleefully, showing Damien what he had just gotten. Got some candy here, aren't you jealous? Damien, however, seriously reminded him, you're not worrying about our owner, only about your own safety. You should reflect on that. Rachel saw that cute moment and chuckled to herself, thinking, everyone seems to be living very well. She turned around and happily said, it's fine as it is now. I'll go to Lucian's place, shall I?
Next, someone knocked on Rachel's door again. She softly replied, come in. Amber opened the door. She looked at Rachel and said, Miss, a guest is arriving. It's not Cassandra. Hearing this, she suddenly panicked. Noah is here? At this moment, the person mentioned was sitting in the living room enjoying tea. Noah slowly raised the teacup. Before he could take a sip, he heard Rachel's voice calling his name. Noah! She had changed into a different outfit, smiling brightly at him and saying, please come in. Noah's eyes widened as he watched Rachel approach. He asked worriedly, you said you were in pain. Are you all right standing up? She quickly replied, I'm fine now. Hearing this, Noah's eyes crinkled as he smiled. That's a relief. Seeing his gentleness, Rachel's eyes sparkled with continuous gratitude. Thank you for coming today. Noah gently said, it's only natural. Oh, Lucian said he's under house arrest. Rachel replied, oh, that's right. Then Noah pointed at her and joked, to have such a lovely younger brother locked in his room, what a tragedy. That mock lament gave Rachel goosebumps, and she could only manage a wise smile. He continued with a sigh of relief, anyway, it's good, because if Lucian saw me, he might kick me out again. Let's talk about something interesting today. Hearing this, she immediately agreed, all right, but she suddenly paused and pondered. No, wait, shouldn't Noah and Lucian be close?
Feeling something was amiss, Noah began to speak, rousing her from her thoughts. I'm quite a heavy tea drinker. The servants' tea-making skills are excellent, almost on par with the standard I'm used to. The delightful fragrance is a wonderful creation. Hearing that, Rachel thought to herself, fragrant aroma? This is ginger tea. Darjeeling is nicknamed the champagne of teas, a black tea with a rich, fruity aroma. Darjeeling sounds wonderful. Is there a world I don't know about? However, this scent feels fresher. Could this be? She suddenly fearfully associated it with ghosts, the very antithesis of human beings. She instinctively recoiled. Rachel silently mocked herself. Oh, I've come up with such a ridiculous story. She then dismissed the thought, smiling as she started a conversation.
It seems you have extensive knowledge about tea, don't you? Noah quickly and cheerfully replied, I drink 10 cups every day. Seeing this, Rachel was also surprised and thought to herself, that's a lot to drink, isn't it? Does Noah like tea that much? There's so much I don't know. Noah seemed different from his original portrayal, but at this moment he suddenly called her seriously, Rachel. She snapped out of it and agreed, yes, yes. Then Noah began to speak. Are you really Rachel? That question confused Rachel. Yes? He subtly curved his lips, looking very dangerous. Then Noah casually said, just kidding, leaving her speechless. Noah explained, they say people change completely after going through something significant. After hearing that, Rachel forced a smile and uttered, ah. Then he lowered his head and whispered, it seems Cassandra hasn't arrived yet. She asked, puzzled. Huh? What was that just now? He said while drinking tea. I was just talking to myself. Next, Noah stood up and said softly, thank you for your time. I've seen that you're well, so I'll be leaving now. Please send my regards to Lucian. Seeing this, Rachel also stood up, slightly surprised. Yes, I'll see you out.
It was already dusk and he finally got into the carriage to return. Rachel and Amber silently watched the carriage disappear. She was still thinking about their recent conversation, muttering to herself, this is the first time I've had a proper conversation with Noah. The Noah I know is so different. If I saw him in the original story, I'd call it a character breakdown. It's as if someone is possessed. Thinking this, Rachel suddenly shivered at the two words possessed, feeling as if she had realized something. Could Noah be sitting on the bench? Oh, that can't be. Humans are inherently three-dimensional after all. Noah must have a side I don't know about. That must be it, Rachel told herself, just as Amber called her. Miss, please come inside. Rachel softly agreed. At the same time, Pedro was diligently working in his study. The head butler called out to him, Duke, Miss Rachel is here to visit. As soon as the door opened, she greeted Pedro with full energy. Good afternoon, Duke. In contrast, he clasped his hands and looked sadly at Rachel. My daughter, this disappoints me. This made her pause and wonder, why? Then he smiled gently and reminded her, you should call me father. Rachel obediently complied after hearing this. Yes, father. Next, Pedro stood up and spoke. Well, my daughter, what brings you here? She began. I was wondering if the kidnappers have been caught yet. Hearing this, he felt a pang of sympathy. Pedro looked worriedly at Rachel. I'm sorry, we must catch them quickly. She looked up at him with sad eyes and asked, Not yet? Then Rachel pursed her lips, pondering, should I tell him that I saw Chanyao when I was kidnapped?
No, I'm still not even sure what kind of situation that is, and the El Rondo family could suffer unnecessary harm. While still in a daze, Pedro knelt on one knee and sincerely told her, I'm sorry I couldn't deliver good news to you. This confused Rachel. She immediately explained, No, actually, I came because I have something to ask for. Hearing this, he generously smiled. If my daughter asks, I will listen to anything. She replied hesitantly, I want to see my brother. Pedro, who hadn't anticipated this answer, suddenly stiffened. He slowly stood up and clearly told Rachel, Lucian is currently suspended. He's being punished. What I mean is, the ducal heir acted inappropriately. But Rachel still wanted to see him. She gathered all her courage and pleaded, But my brother came to save me. If it weren't for him, I would have been walking alone on that forest path. Is he being punished because of me? My heart aches. I'd rather take the punishment in his place. Witnessing this scene, Pedro's heart also softened, and he comforted Rachel. My daughter is like an angel. There's no need to feel guilty. Lucian is being punished for not following orders and acting on his own accord.
Nevertheless, my daughter also asked for this, so I will allow you to meet Lucian. Finally granted permission, she brightened up and happily said, Thank you, Duke. Hearing this, Pedro put his hands on his hips and reminded her to call him father. Rachel remembered and quickly corrected herself. Thank you, father. After saying this, he let out a sigh, then contentedly patted her head. All right. It was already dark by then, and Lucian was sitting in his room, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a knock on the door drew his attention away, but Lucian quickly stood up, suddenly thinking, could it be the person he had secretly been waiting for? Exactly so. Rachel appeared radiantly before Lucian. I'm here, big brother, he asked in surprise. Rachel, how did you manage that? Rachel immediately explained. The Duke allowed me to visit. Hearing this, Lucian changed the subject, his face somber, as he said, You're not sick anymore, are you? I apologize for not being able to visit you while you were ill. She smiled brightly and replied, I'm fine now. After that, they both sat down. Lucian, looking cheerful again, gazed at Rachel and silently thought, Thank goodness. She then turned to him and asked, How about you, big brother? Staying in your room all the time must be stifling, right? The Duke is really too much. Rachel thought with a touch of pity. He's the heir after all, yet he's still in such a shabby room. But she quickly brightened up again, shifting her attention to the basket she had brought. Oh, right, I have a gift I want to give you.
She took it out and said with a smile, "This is a can opener, a pair just like you." Lucian looked at it. A blue gem was embedded at the top. He exclaimed, "The gem is the same color as Rachel's hair, isn't it?" Lucian quickly accepted the gift, politely saying, "Thank you, Rachel. It seems I'm always receiving things from you." After hearing that, she gently replied, "It's actually me who always receives help from you." The cookies had also been baked and brought over. "You like cookies with nuts, don't you?" Lucian calmly replied, "That's right. The chewing sensation is very good." Lucian thought to himself, "When I'm with you, I feel a strange flavor." Then Rachel took one and gave it to him, still smiling as she said, "Here, please enjoy." Lucian thought to himself, "It seems you understand me well. I also want to know about you, your favorite food, clothes, jewelry, from head to toe, everything." In contrast to that warmth, Pedro thoughtfully tapped the table. He frowned in contemplation. Is Rachel that close to Lucian? Lucian is like the father. Rachel is like Liam. The image of the two of them being so close always left him feeling troubled. Lucian was the only peer in the house, so Rachel had no choice but to get close to him. But a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Pedro softly said, "Come in." The captain of the guards entered. He said, "I have something to report." Hearing that, he immediately asked, "Is it about Rachel's kidnapping?" The captain replied, "Yes, the specific details have not yet been released. It is suspected that there are kidnappers and an inside spy in the mansion." As soon as he finished speaking, Pedro stood up in alarm, unable to control himself, and exclaimed loudly, "What? Is Rachel's presence here also dangerous? Then there's no need to hesitate any longer. Choose the most elite escort knights."
Rachel will have to be hidden somewhere else for now. Rachel was so startled that she dropped her spoon after hearing the announcement from Pedro. Go to the southern villa? He calmly replied, "Yes, I plan to depart tomorrow. It's a place with beautiful, cool scenery because it faces the sea." Despite his reassurance, she couldn't help but panic. Why so sudden? She sadly said, "I just want to stay here." But a storm raged in her heart, screaming, "Leave my love behind and go where?" After hearing this, Pedro shook his head firmly. Father was also heartbroken, but there was no other way.
It seems there's a spy in the mansion communicating with the kidnappers. As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel immediately asked loudly, "A spy?" Then he gently said, "I'll find them right away, so don't worry. In the meantime, go for a short walk and then come back." Hearing Pedro say that, she reluctantly agreed. Yes, there's no other way. After saying that, Rachel sighed gloomily to herself. If that's the case, it won't take long, will it? At this moment, he proactively started a conversation to cheer her up. "Shall we go for a walk after dessert?" Afterwards, they both went for a walk around the courtyard. As they walked, Pedro began, "You've been here for almost 2 years now, haven't you? I'm very proud of how well you've adapted." Rachel smiled and replied, "Duke, no, it's thanks to your care, Father. I'm the one who should be grateful." Hearing this, he curved his lips in satisfaction. "I'm very happy you said that. Rachel, what do you think of Lucian?" Suddenly, Pedro changed the subject, making her a little surprised as she asked, "Brother?" Then she thought of Lucian, captivated, thinking, "So adorable." But Rachel knew she had to restrain herself, clearing her throat slightly to calm her mind. "Don't be nervous." Then she smiled brightly and replied, "He has treated me well and is wonderful." He looked at her gently and said, "I think you've become very close with Lucian." Rachel happily agreed, "Yes." Pedro suddenly spoke in a somber tone as he thought of Lucian. "Even though I am his father, that child often feels afraid. If you look into those emotionless eyes, what is he truly thinking?" But he quickly brushed it aside. "Oh, I've said some meaningless things." Rachel looked up at Pedro, wondering to herself when the relationship between the Duke and Lucian would improve. A few hours later, a plate of dough and ingredients were laid out on the table. Mongi, standing nearby, furtively sniffed out of curiosity. Then it stood up, watching Rachel knead each piece of dough, unable to resist asking, "Master, what are you doing?" She gently replied, "I'm making cookies." Mongi excitedly looked at the eye-catching object again. "Why are you making them?" Rachel continued to answer, "I'm making them to give to someone I'm grateful to."
Rachel smiled to herself as she worked, thinking, "The Duchess visited me when I was sick, so I should also pay my respects, perhaps with some biscuits. We could also discuss the South Villa together." Mangzi was fidgeting behind her. He picked up a cup of chocolate and excitedly asked her, "Can I eat this?" Suddenly, Damien, who had been standing behind them, stepped forward and snatched the cup from Mangzi's hand, fiercely yelling, "Stay away from the mistress," startling Mangzi. Then Damien, pulling Mangzi by the collar to another spot, said to Rachel, "I'll handle this nuisance," despite Mangzi's struggles and cries. Seeing the scene, she could only give a helpless smile. Rachel then returned to her work. She wondered, "I heard the Duchess has been taking walks lately. She must be much better now, right?" Meanwhile, the Duchess was sitting alone in her room, staring blankly into space. At the same time, a servant came to announce, "Madam, Miss Elrondo is here to visit." Upon hearing this, she calmly replied, "Let her in." Rachel then entered, wearing a beautiful dress. She politely said, "Good afternoon, Duchess. Thank you for allowing me to visit." The Duchess, still expressionless in her chair, looked at her and asked, "What brings you here?" She replied with a bright smile, "You visited me when I was ill, so I must return the courtesy, and tomorrow I will be going to the South Villa." As soon as she finished speaking, Camila, slightly surprised, asked, "Why that place?" At this, Rachel sadly explained, "It seems there's a kidnapper spy in the mansion." This truly shocked the Duchess, leaving her agape. It turns out there have been a lot of troubles because of some bad adults. Seeing Camilla's worry, she smiled reassuringly, "I'm fine." Then Rachel changed the subject. "I have something for you," she said, presenting the box of freshly baked biscuits she had made.
Rachel placed it in her hand. "These are the cookies I baked." Receiving the gift, Camila politely replied, "I will enjoy them." Then she gently encouraged her, "Go south to lift your spirits." That suddenly warmed Rachel's heart. Had the gaze directed at her become warmer, or was she mistaken? Then, gathering her courage, she called out, "Duchess, now that I'm leaving, may I send you letters? Although I won't be gone long, I think it would be best to keep you informed about the villa situation." Hearing this, Camila nodded in agreement. "Very well." Seeing her success, Rachel beamed again. "Thank you. I will inform you as soon as I arrive. Please take care of yourself during that time. My brother is also very worried." Hearing her mention him, her heart stirred. "Lucian."
She quickly replied, "Yes, but my brother eats too little. I often tell him to eat more, but," mentioning him, she couldn't help but worry, thinking to herself that there would be no one to look after Lucian while she was away. She cautiously added, "I hope the Duchess will occasionally look after his health." The Duchess gave a soft hum, implicitly agreeing. After visiting Camila, Rachel went to see the person she missed. It was none other than Lucian. The two were sitting on the sofa, with Rachel happily leaning against him like a puppy. She thought seriously, "Today's tasks are done. Now I'll stick close to Lucian." Then Rachel spoke, "Today I'll stay with you until you go to sleep." Lucian's heart secretly bloomed, and he replied with a smile, "Is that really okay?" Then she sadly replied, "Yes, we won't be able to see each other for a few days starting tomorrow, so it should be fine." That statement startled Lucian. "What? What's going on?" Rachel sighed, explaining for the nth time. "The Duke said there's a spy in the mansion, and he told me to go to the villa for a while. I'll be gone for a period and then return. It would be wonderful if you could come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, Lucian gently replied, "Then can I come with you?" Lucian sincerely said, "I want to go to the south with you." Hearing that, she became cheerful again. "Really?" In his heart, he secretly replied, "I'll go anywhere as long as it's with you." Then Lucian gently said, "Even though I am the heir, I can leave the mansion for a few days."
Seeing that, she was delighted and agreed. That's right, if there were spies in the mansion, even the heir would have to flee. Then Lucian stood up, waved to Rachel, and said, "I'll talk to father." She smiled and replied, "Yes, be careful." Next, he finally went to speak with Pedro. After listening, Pedro asked, "You want me to send the girl to the south?" Lucian stood opposite him and replied without a moment's thought, "Yes, I will take care of Rachel." Pedro angrily slammed his pen down and said seriously, "It sounds like you're confident enough to go on vacation while you still have a mountain of heir's duties, don't you? You've been a bit ridiculous lately. Focus." Those words made him feel a bit deflated. "I apologize." Pedro continued to criticize. "Since Rachel arrived, your attitude has completely changed. You're always thinking about getting out of here. I am truly worried about the future of our family. Before Rachel's coming-of-age party, she will live in the south." Lucian was taken aback and found it strange to hear that. He sternly reminded him, "I think you should keep your distance from her." He rushed forward to persuade Pedro, "Father, I won't make you worry, so there's no need to do that." Seeing him become so agitated, he immediately slammed the table and roared, "Your attitude needs to change immediately." Lucian still tried to find a way. "Then if you arrange my schedule, I won't complain at all." Pedro irritably pointed at him and scolded, "Have you forgotten why you were grounded?"
"Are you trying to argue with me?" That made Lucian fall silent, but a storm raged within him. "You're going to let Rachel live in the south until she comes of age?" Adulthood usually meant 19, but Rachel was still so young. The thought made his heart ache. "So how many years will she be away from me?" Pedro was tired and didn't want Lucian to stay there any longer. He quickly waved his hand. "If you understand my words, then return to your room." Seeing his father's exasperation, Lucian felt a pang of self-pity and clenched his fists. "I'm not asking for anything grand. All I want is to be able to see Rachel every day. If she's sick, I can visit her. If she's tired someday, I can be by her side. I just want that simple thing. And why does he want to snatch away this small happiness of mine?" The more Lucian thought about it, the less he could control his resentment, letting it clearly show on the outside. Flashing golden lightning bolts flickered around him, dazzlingly bright. Witnessing that sight, Pedro shot to his feet and roared, "Lucian,
Do you dare threaten me? If you truly want to become the heir, then obey me, the master of this family." He just stood there, angrily staring into the void. Seeing that Lucian still wouldn't comply, he decisively drew the sword from his hip, threatening, "If you cross the line, I will not go easy on you." At the same moment, Enzo appeared from behind, saying sinisterly to Lucian, "You are truly pathetic. With no choice but to obey him, you can do nothing. This is the pain of powerlessness."
Listening to those words, he secretly replied, "I understand." After that, he calmed down and looked up at Pedro, calmly saying, "As the heir, I will obey the head of the family, and I will try my best. Therefore, father must certainly let me ascend to the position of duke." After saying that, he softly added, "I'm sorry, please forgive me," and then abruptly turned and left. Finally, Lucian relented. Pedro sighed and put away his sword, the recent events bringing back old memories for him. At that time, Pedro's father had angrily yelled directly at him, "To have to give the heir position to someone like you is truly a disgrace and a shame. The true heir is Lucian. You are merely a substitute." Recalling that moment, he could only manage a wry smile and murmur to himself, "That's right, that was my father, Grayson." Meanwhile, Rachel was still happily waiting for Lucian to return. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she quickly brightened up with joy.
Rachel stood up and turned to Lucian, asking, "You're back. Did the Duke agree with you?" Lucian didn't dare to look her in the eye, answering disappointedly, "No." It seemed Rachel understood a little, and she gently comforted him. "Is that so? It'll be a little sad, but it's okay. I'm only going for a few days." Hearing this, his heart sank even further. It wasn't just a few days. Father must not have told Rachel anything yet. She still smiled as she pulled him to a chair, encouraging Lucian, "I'll buy you a gift." Seeing Lucian remain silent, she thought to herself, "He seems sad because he can't come with me. How cute." Just then, Lucian suddenly called out Ray, which surprised her. "Ray? Did he just call me by a cute nickname?" Then Rachel smiled and replied, "Yes?" Lucian turned to her, stammering, "Please, don't forget me." Lucian's actions made her quite confused, and she asked, "How could I forget you?" But he only slightly raised the corners of his lips, then stepped forward and embraced Rachel, silently thinking, "That's right, that's how it should be." Then he gently placed a kiss on her cheek. "Remember me." This made Rachel's heart flutter wildly, and she couldn't help but blush. She felt as if she were under a spell, both delighted and shy, saying, "I'll write letters to you, remember to read them, but it might take quite a while for you to receive them." Lucian smiled softly and said, "Okay, I'll wait." Rachel was still flustered by the touch, fanning herself with her hand and saying as if tipsy, "It's suddenly so hot in here." Lucian then thought to himself, "No matter how long I have to wait, as long as you don't forget me."
With tomorrow already upon them, Rachel had to depart. The carriage was already prepared, and Pedro stood beside her, encouraging her. "Rachel, you must go now. The captain will protect you, and there are elite bodyguards too, so don't worry. Have a safe journey." Hearing this, Rachel smiled and replied, "Yes, father, please take care of your health." As soon as she finished speaking, she fell into a pensive mood. Lucian couldn't come to see her off because he was in a period of self-reflection. Rachel gently stroked Oscar, who was dozing in her arms. She gently squeezed him, sadly thinking, "Oscar, don't be so cold." Next, Pedro began to remind Rachel that it was time to get into the carriage. Only then did she remember to tell him, "Oh, father, please take care of my brother." Hearing this, he could only force a smile, remaining silent. Then, brushing aside Rachel's words, he quickly pushed her into the carriage. "Hurry up, don't delay any longer." Pedro looked at Rachel through the window, narrowing his eyes and waving goodbye to her. Then the group slowly departed. Lucian, who had been watching from above this whole time, witnessed everything. Holding Rachel's gift in his arms, he quietly looked down, only regretting that he couldn't meet her directly. Then he sighed and silently said, "I wish I could quickly become the head of the family." Then Lucian gently opened the item in his hand, cherishing the box opener. Lucian told himself, "I will try my best for you, so please wait for me. I miss you so much, Ray." A few hours later, Rachel arrived at the southern mansion. Surrounding the mansion was a wonderfully cool azure coastline. Rachel stepped down from the carriage. Seeing this scene, she exclaimed with wide eyes, "This is the first time I've seen the sea. It's even more beautiful than I imagined, isn't it?" Rachel gleefully turned to tell the maid, "Amber, I want to go play." Then she quickly stepped into the clear sea. Rachel and Oscar play happily in the water. She delightedly splashed water at him. Damien, standing behind, watched them both, lost in thought, laughing with squinted eyes and playing with each other. Oscar then splashed water back at her, saying, "Time for revenge."
Seeing this, Damien immediately joined in the fun, declaring, "And I will avenge my master," creating a lively and boisterous scene. At the same time, Amber came over and called out, "Young lady, everyone, dinner is ready." Hearing her voice, Rachel smiled brightly and turned around. Only now noticing her, Amber gasped, "Oh my goodness, you're soaked to the bone. What if you catch a cold?" Then everyone stopped playing and went ashore, and she quickly dried Rachel's hair. Doggy, now in his dog form, shook his fur, splashing water everywhere. Annoyed by his antics, Rachel grumbled loudly, "Hey, Doggy!" On this side, Damien also returned to his bird form and chased after Doggy's barks, helping her. "I'll deal with you." Amber, feeling helpless, led Rachel back inside. "Please, go inside and change your clothes before dinner." Rachel obeyed, leaving the two noisy ones behind. Finally, it was time to eat. A table full of rare delicacies awaited the family to enjoy.
She changed her clothes, and upon seeing it, her eyes lit up in admiration. Rachel didn't hesitate to sit down and taste it, her heart suddenly fluttering, feeling as if summer had truly arrived. She wished Lucian were here with her. It would be wonderful if the two of them could play by the sea together. Just imagining it, Rachel couldn't help but feel delighted. Moji, sitting beside her, called out to Rachel, "Master, once we're done eating, shall we run to the beach again?" Hearing this, she eagerly agreed. Amber, standing behind them, reminded her, "But if you do that, you two might catch a cold." Rachel, still smiling brightly, replied, "You don't need to worry, Amber." And so, during the first week, we felt everything was new and had a lot of fun playing. But the life in the South that we had imagined was merely a short vacation. By the beginning of the second month, we were bored. Rachel lay on the sofa, resting her head dejectedly. She squirmed and exclaimed loudly, "I want to go back." At the same time, Amber appeared and announced to Rachel, "Miss, you have a letter from the Duke." Rachel eagerly took the letter, wondering, "Have they caught the spy yet? Can I go back now?" Then she used a letter opener to gently open the envelope. She held the letter and read silently, "My dear daughter, how are you? I received your letter saying that you are very satisfied with this trip to the South. That's fortunate because you will have to stay there for a long time." Reading this part, Rachel was immediately filled with disappointment. "Oh no, I have to stay here even longer? Father clearly said I only needed to stay here for a short time. He tricked me." Then she lay back down on the sofa, thinking dejectedly, "If I reply now and say I don't like it here anymore, will I be allowed to go back?"
There must be some reason why Father wrote this letter. If I overreact, I'll surely make Father sad. I miss Lucian a lot. I wonder if he's read my letter yet. On this side, it was already dark. The head butler was walking down the road, holding something in his hand. Suddenly, he ran into Lucian, who looked very sullen. Seeing this, the head butler quickly bowed and said, "Young master, good night." Lucian simply said thank you softly. He then asked him worriedly, "Forgive me, but you don't look too well. If you need anything, just call me, and I'll bring it to your room." But Lucian coldly walked past him, leaving him with the words, "No, I'm fine." Watching his retreating figure, the head butler was a little bewildered. At this moment, Enzo appeared from behind Lucian and asked, "Why did you lie to him? You've only been away from her for a few months, yet you're in such a state of crisis." Lucian didn't answer, only let out a tired sigh. He then scoffed, "How pitiful for my children to have to endure so much." He didn't pay attention, just walked into his room, silently pondering. "I heard Father received a letter from Rachel, but why isn't there anything for me? Or perhaps she only sent it to my father first." He sadly opened the small black box on the table. Looking at the small, exquisite fountain pen inlaid with gold, Lucian wondered, "Is that it?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, the head butler was politely knocking on the Duke's door.
Pedro let him in and immediately asked, "What is it?" The butler respectfully handed over a large bundle of letters and replied, "I have brought the letters sent by Lady Rachel." The Duke didn't say much and immediately took a light blue letter. Then he handed it to the butler. "This letter is for my wife. Please give it to her for me." Pedro held the two remaining letters and pondered, "I only received one letter, the other one is for Lucian." Saying this, he gently opened a drawer, yet deliberately tossed the still-sealed letters Rachel had sent for Lucian into a corner. Then the Duke put on a stern expression and instructed, "From now on, I will review all of Rachel's letters." On the beach at this moment, Rachel was lying stretched out, enjoying the warm golden sunlight on the soft sand. Other friends lying around exclaimed, "The wind here is so cool. I never expected the South to be such a wonderful place." Saying this, the blonde girl suddenly sat up and suggested, "Everyone, let's go play in the water." So everyone happily agreed. "Great, let's go, let's go." Rachel, caught up in the fun, narrated to herself, "I've been in the South for 3 months now, and I've invited my friends to come too." Now the magnificent night had enveloped the entire villa, which sparkled with lights from every room. A servant politely placed the letters on the table and said, "Lady, these are letters from the Duke." Rachel, for her part, opened the letter with a touch of sadness and began to read. Her gaze gently fell upon the first lines. "My daughter, are you well? I feel truly relieved to see that you seem to be doing very well in the South. I have found the spy in the mansion, but he is merely a mercenary, blinded by money rather than the mastermind behind the plan."
However, this matter is currently still under investigation, and people say it's related to a fake religious group. Reading this, she immediately widened her eyes in surprise. A fake religious group? It seemed like this wasn't in the original work. Rachel read the last line with a hint of resentment. "I will investigate the matter thoroughly and spread the news. In the meantime, please stay healthy and wait in the South." She let out a sad sigh, realizing she still couldn't go home. Rachel's eyes brightened with excitement as she looked to the side. The remaining letter was from the Duchess. The one who had never replied to her before was now responding to her letter. Excitedly, she took out the letter, speculating, "Does this mean her health is improved?" In the letter, Camila wrote thoughtfully,
It's still the warm season, but the wind from the sea is colder than I thought, so please take care of your health. I wonder if Lucian is busy. I asked the servants, and they all said he's studying a lot, but I'm very worried because I heard he's eating very little.
I will pay more attention to Lucian. If you send him a few letters, I would be very happy. At this moment, Rachel's eyes suddenly clouded with sadness, a hint of surprise as she called Lucian's name. She thought in a panic, his schedule is already packed, and now he has to study even more? The naive girl then speculated, is that why he hasn't replied to my letter? Rachel was convinced he had abandoned her, thinking, that must be it. I thought we had grown closer over the past while. I understand he's busy, but it's still so sad. With that, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. At this moment, along the coast, waves lapped rhythmically. The clatter of horse hooves echoed quietly in the night. It turned out to be Noah and his servant. He wondered, is this Cassandra? Is this place truly a colony? The other person replied, yes it is. He recalled the moment he encountered Rachel, saying that at that instant her soul was completely possessed. Then tiredly, he unconsciously rubbed his forehead. That's good, but sometimes it also takes time. But just a little longer, Noah nodded. It will definitely be worth it. Our work will be much easier if we can use Princess Leyon's identity. He agreed. That's right. If controlled successfully, it will become automatic. After all, we all share the same goal. The scene shifts now to a smooth, pale hand carefully writing neat lines of text. It was Lucian, with his usual reserved demeanor. At this moment, the shadow behind him reappeared, mocking. Are you writing letters again? Why bother when she doesn't even intend to reply? Lucian frowned in annoyance at these words. The shadow continued. Rachel will erase her memories of you. Suddenly, he spun around and forcefully threw the book behind him, shouting, Get out! The shadow dissolved for a moment, then reformed, laughing mockingly. I'm only speaking the truth.
Lucian, panting, was anxious and bewildered. Rachel, why? You even gave me that gift. That annoying voice rang out again. Ask yourself. Lucian, stunned, looked up. What? Enzo began to entice him. You have the illustrious Archmage Enzo. I will take the question to Rachel. Look at her and ask, are you thinking of forgetting me? Lucian did not refuse at that moment, but momentarily frowned sadly. Now Lucian wondered, you want me to meet and ask Rachel? Then he turned away. I don't like doing that. Enzo said with a hint of dissatisfaction, your answer is beyond my imagination. He briefly explained, I don't want to rush again. Enzo immediately rejected. Then that won't do.
Lucian pondered silently at this moment. I know what makes Enzo so reluctant. A fear now simmered within him. He truly couldn't ask Rachel when she had changed her mind about him, because he had never changed anything. Once again, he had to give up. At this moment, the shadow expanded with a sweet tone. Anyway, let me know when you change your mind. It enveloped him in dense, dark energy, and then smirked sinisterly. I can help you anytime. The next morning, on the southern coast, a solitary figure stood watching the rhythmic waves. Rachel thoughtfully exhaled a cold breath. Winter has arrived, and now I must give up the idea of returning to the Duchy of Leyon. The Duke always writes affectionate words, but never responds about when I will return. She sadly concluded, so father doesn't want me to come back. Only a fool wouldn't notice this. Rachel involuntarily frowned in despair. I'm being left behind once again, just like before I was possessed. She bitterly recalled her previous life. Initially, they pretended they wanted me to be independent, so they came up with a billion reasons to get me out of the house. Rachel truly didn't want to imagine that trembling and desperate feeling, after which she was informed of her death.
She sighed sadly, the situation being much the same. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out from afar. Master! Doggy cheerfully approached. Aren't you cold? Come inside for lunch. Further in the distance, two figures anxiously approached, calling out, Miss! Her maid Amber and Knight Damien, both holding cups of hot milk and warm towels, called out loudly, It's very cold, please come inside. Damien fretted, The sea wind is too strong. They diligently draped a blanket. I will cover you with this blanket and give you a hot drink. Please warm your body with tea. Rachel's face flushed pink as she smiled happily, yet somehow it was different from before. There were people always by her side and caring for her. Then everyone went inside together. The atmosphere was truly warm and peaceful. The maid said, Please come inside for your meal. Doggy also urged, Hurry up, I'm hungry. By this time, the night sky had turned a mysterious, deep black around the serene moonlight. Rachel sat quietly at the table, diligently doing something. She secretly resolved, I have given up the idea of returning, but I will still write letters to Leyon's family, because I don't want the bonds I have to be severed. Rachel was a little happy. The Duchess also often replied to her letters, truly exceptional at it. Now the Duchess and she, unlike when they were together, talked a lot through letters. She smiled happily, their relationship growing increasingly close through letters. Then her eyes drooped sadly. However, Lucian had not replied to her yet. The next morning, sunlight shone on the training ground. Lucian was diligently swinging his sword, improving his skills. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, making him stop short. Brother!
Lucian immediately turned around. However, before him was only the usual quiet stillness. He unconsciously uttered a word, then suddenly fell silent again, sadly. And when it was already dark, still in Lucian's room, he was quietly sitting at his desk again.
The voice rang out again, "Brother," making Lucian turn back in a panic. The room fell strangely silent again, like a malicious joke that he couldn't comprehend. And the next morning, as the sunlight streamed through each window frame, Lucian walked down the hallway with a nonchalant, melancholic expression. A perplexing unease stirred within him. "I've been having too many hallucinations lately." Enzo's voice appeared mockingly. "You're going mad. How pathetic, how pathetic." He didn't care, only uttering one word, "Go away." At this very moment, it wasn't just a voice. Lucian could fully sense Rachel's figure right behind him, calling, "Brother, are you going to class?" She then skipped happily towards him. "I'll go with you." The scene was so incredibly real that Lucian couldn't help but turn to embrace her, calling out in astonishment, "Rachel." But then, the moment he embraced his little sister, the figure dissolved like Maluk's dust particles and vanished. The smile on Lucian's face was now replaced by only bewilderment and confusion. Those calls rang out again, "Brother." A series of ghostly, hazy, and eerie figures of his sister appeared, beckoning, "I'm here, brother, brother. Eat this, brother. Brother, rest a bit, then train later," throwing him into a panicked stupor. Lucian's eyes drooped from exhaustion and a persistent, uncomfortable feeling. At this moment, Camila suddenly appeared, fortunately catching him while calling out in alarm, "Lucian!" He rubbed his aching head. "Mom," she then asked worriedly, "you don't look so good."
"I'll call the doctor. You go back to your room." Lucian immediately refused. "No, my schedule has already been arranged," she angrily shouted. "Cancel that schedule." Camila gently soothed him and said kindly, "Your health comes first. I will speak with the Duke, so just go back to your room and rest." He relented and replied, "I understand." By this time, Lucian had been led back to his bedroom by his mother. He sat on the bed, a little restless, and politely bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of me, mother." Suddenly she asked, "Do you miss Rachel that much?" He replied blankly, "Yes." She showed a little sympathy and understanding. "Now that the child who once lived here is gone, it's quite lonely. You've looked very gaunt since she left. Rachel misses this place too." Hearing this made him widen his eyes and stop in astonishment. He immediately asked, "How do you know about Rachel?" She flinched slightly and said, "Oh, we often write letters to each other." Lucian couldn't understand now. "She sends letters to my mother?" His face filled with sadness and a sense of injustice as he wondered, "But what about me?" Meanwhile, in the south, Rachel was happily waiting for her meal, chatting with her servants. Just then, a maid's voice rang out, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting."
She carefully brought out a large plate of food and said, "Here's seafood pasta with spicy soy sauce." Rachel couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Looking at the beautifully colored pasta, she cheered, "So delicious!" Doggy, a little curious, asked, "Auntie, what kind of flavor is spicy?" Rachel just smiled and replied, "Try it and see." He then eagerly twirled a piece onto his fork, while she happily praised, "It's so delicious." Doggy and Damien, after just a taste, breathed fire and yelled, covering their mouths in discomfort. Meanwhile, Amber, worried, came over to pour water for her first. "The sauce is very spicy, isn't it?" Rachel happily replied, "It's wonderfully spicy," while Doggy stuck out his tongue in annoyance. "Why would anyone eat this?" She chuckled. "You guys can't appreciate the deliciousness of spiciness. How pitiful." He grumbled in response, "More like the owner has strange tastes." Amber was a little worried. "You might get diarrhea, so please eat less." Rachel, however, continued eating without a care. "It's fine." After that, she went to pour water for the other two. "You all drink some water too." Rachel smiled, looking at this peaceful scene. "I just want to live happily with everyone forever." Then she suddenly remembered him. How wonderful it would be if Lucian were here too. It's been over half a year since I received a single letter, as if he's completely forgotten about me. Suddenly, Rachel's eyes widened, sparkling as she realized something. Perhaps this is the most fitting ending for a supporting character like me, given the beautiful love story of the main characters. Naturally, within the story of the dollhouse, within the sight of the main characters, within their memories.
Vanished forever. Meanwhile, in Lucian's cold, pitch-dark room, a faint oil lamp flickered. He sat hunched, sadly murmuring his sister's name, Ray. Lucian truly didn't understand why she had sent a letter to their mother, but not to him at all. It seemed he meant nothing to Rachel. He began to crumble, trying to find a reason. Perhaps because he couldn't visit her when she fell ill. When she left, he couldn't see her off either. He was now in a fierce internal conflict, wondering if asking her not to forget someone like him was a shameless request. The demonic shadow reappeared behind him, chuckling. "Stop questioning yourself. Go meet her directly and ask her." Lucian thoughtfully repeated, "Directly."
Go see Rachel? He now imagined her bitter demeanor and despaired, fearing she might despise him. Lucian clenched his arm, a wave of sadness and fear washing over him. Enzo, from behind, interjected, "Even if I were despised, I would still want to go see the girl I love, because that would be the person I love so much that I'd willingly give my life for her. Just to see her again, I'd willingly sell my soul to the devil. You can meet her, for I will help you." He was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, Enzo, help me see Rachel."
The night was still at the southern villa. Rachel's room at this moment held a somber air, illuminated only by a faint, pale moonlight. Suddenly, a large magic circle glowed, radiating light, and with it the figure of Lucian, wearing a strange, eerie smile, materialized in the room. Enzo announced, "We're here," simultaneously detaching from Lucian's body, which caused Lucian's face to momentarily go blank before returning to its normal expression. He silently looked forward, seeing his little sister, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, in a deep sleep. Lucian sadly and softly called, "Ray." The demon behind him, with a hint of regret, chimed in, "Look, she's already asleep just as we arrived."
2 more times passed, and Rachel, meanwhile, was still breathing evenly and quietly, oblivious. Lucian, deep in thought, replied, "No," then slowly walked towards her. Lucian reminisced, "Rachel, before I met you, my life was no different from that of a ghost. My father despised me, and I could barely see my mother. The servants in the mansion could only live by observing the master's attitude." Lucian, utterly forlorn at the time, realized there was no place for him. "When you decided to have tea with me every day, I thought you were toying with me. But it turned out not to be so. I realized your intentions towards me were simply good-hearted. Was it just my own illusion? It seemed you acknowledged my existence?" Lucian's sorrowful gaze silently pleaded, "Just having you by my side is enough." However, he was pained by the enormous rift he now perceived. "I thought so, but how could you leave me so easily?" At that moment, Rachel, in a daze, suddenly mumbled, "Lucian," startling him for a moment. He immediately rushed over, calling out, "Ray," realizing she hadn't forgotten him after all. Lucian gently reached out, longing to caress her soft hair. Suddenly he stopped, his hand clenching. Lucian resolved, "Until the day you return, I will also make an effort." Then, in a cold tone, he said, "Enzo, let me return." The man chuckled nonchalantly. "As you command." Immediately, darkness enveloped him. Lucian secretly vowed, "By the time we can meet again, I will be vastly different from now." He knelt by the bed, silently gazing at her face one last time. "Wait for me, Ray." On a beautiful sunny day, shimmering over the southern villa, a graceful young woman was gently lifting her skirt and walking.
Ahead, the maid Amber, looking a little more mature and speaking gently, said, "Everyone is waiting to see you." The young lady with the lustrous green hair secretly complained, "All this preparation has wasted so much time." At this, Amber turned forward and announced, "The young lady has arrived." Immediately after, someone joyfully pulled a party popper. The person next to them with darker skin did the same. It turned out that everyone there was Mongi and Damien, along with Rachel's friends, all of whom looked a little different, and they joyfully cheered, "Rachel, happy 19th birthday!" Indeed, the beautiful and charming young lady was now Rachel. She happily replied, "Thank you all very much." Immediately after, they enthusiastically organized a small outdoor party. Rachel mused, 7 years have passed since I came to the south. A few days prior, the maid brought some items and said, "The Duke's letter and gifts have arrived. Luckily, they made it just in time before your birthday." Then she handed the letter to Rachel. Rachel looked at the letter with a touch of unease, unconsciously furrowing her brow. Then she tightened her grip on Doggy, making it curious. Rachel then opened the letter to read it. As soon as she finished reading, she tiredly leaned back in her chair and sighed. Doggy, who had been lying down, suddenly jumped up and transformed back into human form, asking, "What's wrong? Is the letter's content unpleasant?" She simply replied, "No, it's not that. I'm 19 now after all. He told me to return to the capital to hold my debutante ball."
Doggy tilted his head in confusion. "A debutante ball?" She immediately explained. "It's a ceremony that officially marks one's entry into high society, a way for everyone to acknowledge a person's maturity. A debutante ball also simultaneously declares that one has reached marriageable age." Rachel recalled an unpleasant memory from her previous life, when her parents urged her, "You're grown up now. You should be independent." Rachel's face showed a fleeting sadness as she thought, "Surely the Duke must also bear the responsibility of worrying about my marriage. But I don't want to get married, for heaven's sake." Then Rachel huffily exhaled and said, "Or maybe I'll just say I don't need anything and ask to go into business. If I open a shop selling spicy, easy-to-eat food, it'd be easy to make a lot of money, right?" Doggy heard that, and his face fell. "Don't do that," Rachel irritably said loudly. "Hey, what's wrong with that?" Then he transformed into his beast form and declared, "I'm out of here. Bye-bye." Rachel watched the small white figure disappear behind the door and huffily sighed. Then she sadly reread the letter. "My daughter, please return to the capital as soon as possible. Everyone plans to gather in the capital. It's been a long time since the whole family reunited." Reading this, her heart stirred slightly as she murmured, "The whole family?
Rachel honestly acknowledged that recently the Duke himself had visited the South, and the Duchess always replied to letters regularly, so the two had always kept in touch. However, Rachel worriedly thought, but Lucian, even the only news about him conquering demonic beasts was heard through the newspapers. Several years ago, countless demonic beasts began to rampage across the Empire, and Lucian and the Leyon Knights were dispatched to eliminate them. Rachel secretly wondered eagerly, will I get to meet Lucian if I return to the capital? He must be 24 now. I only remember him as a tiny child. She suddenly remembered what she had said before. When the time is right, I will leave Lucian. Now she felt a little annoyed, even though she had boasted about it. Who would have thought she would be forced to leave like this?
But if the Duke called her back like this, her goal hadn't been achieved yet, had it? Her goal here was to return safely to the Duke's mansion. Had that been cleared? Then Rachel suddenly realized with a shock, that's right, I have to go back to see my bias couple. She was now incredibly eager, wondering, have they made any progress over the past 7 years? Suddenly, a surge of dark green aura, Damien's, spread out behind her, muttering, mine, this body is mine. The expanding aura suddenly caused her a sharp pain. Rachel, still unaware of what was happening, just rubbed her aching head and complained, another headache. Am I awfully tired lately? I should go to sleep soon. She calmly left, holding the gift box. Behind her, Damien's dark green aura swirled like an unpleasant wind, silently cursing, just you wait, your body will fall into my hands. At this moment, in a desolate, dense forest at night, a strange rustling sound suddenly emerged. An Imperial soldier named Leyon, his face frantic, rushed out, shouting, everyone, run, a demon beast! Behind him was a large deer-like creature with huge antlers, strange red-patterned skin, and a sinister aura slowly approaching. Suddenly, a powerful figure charged forward, causing the soldier to call out in bewilderment, Young Duke?
The figure calmly raised his hand, and a dazzling magic circle immediately flashed into existence. He then unhesitatingly stepped onto the circle. Repeating this continuously, the man effortlessly soared and leaped through the air, observing the demonic beast. He then calmly drew his sword, immediately unleashing a magnificent, dazzling slash that seemed to tear through space itself. The precise attack swiftly severed the demonic beast's neck, causing it to cry out in helpless agony. While the deer-like creature reeled from the damage, he landed skillfully. The soldiers behind him shouted a warning. The demonic beast is still alive. At that moment, the possessed Damien deer creature mutated violently, becoming even more terrifying, its eyes flashing with a crazed glint as it slowly advanced. The young Duke showed no hesitation. The sword in his hand suddenly flared, emitting powerful bolts of electricity. Immediately, he swung his sword, unleashing a terrifying magical attack, like a dazzling golden pillar of lightning upon the monster. The soldiers behind him couldn't help but exclaim in joyful astonishment, "Young Duke!" Meanwhile, the severely electrocuted corpse of the demonic beast had fallen helplessly. He turned and calmly gave instructions. "Deal with this area today. We must return to the capital as quickly as possible." The soldiers respectfully and solemnly replied, "Understood." The powerful and majestic young man was none other than the Lucian of old. Beneath his cold expression, he secretly yearned. "Finally, we can meet, Ray."
Rachel had now finally left the gates of the southern villa, heading straight for the returning carriage. Amber advised and asked, "Miss, have you forgotten anything? From now on, you'll be living in the city." She carefully nodded and replied, "I've checked thoroughly. I haven't forgotten anything." Rachel's face now clearly showed a mix of nervousness and excitement. "Today, I'm finally going to the capital." Han stood by the carriage door, taking her hand to assist her. "Allow me to help, miss." Rachel happily took his hand and replied, "Thank you." The dreamy young lady now had only one thought. Will I be able to meet Lucian? Before long, a considerable amount of time had passed, and the twilight glow cast a pale orange hue upon the carriage. Rachel sat in the carriage, tiredly blinking during this long journey. She was still quietly dozing off under the gentle sunset. Suddenly, a flash of frantic green magic erupted, accompanied by a fierce voice, "Monster!"
Immediately, Rachel, as if waking from a nightmare, startled awake in bewilderment. Amber asked worriedly, "My lady, are you all right?" Rachel, still dazed, quickly asked, "Did you hear anything?" The maid replied nonchalantly, "I believe you were dreaming, my lady. We've just passed through the castle gates. The last time you were here was to prepare for the royal ball, wasn't it?" Rachel shyly looked out at the splendid garden, thinking to herself, "The royal ball. Lucian and I separated to dance together in the garden." She then smiled cheerfully and replied, "I know, it's been quite a while." Suddenly, the carriage finally came to a stop. A butler elegantly approached the carriage door. Rachel, quiet inside the carriage, heard the welcoming voice. "Welcome, Lady Rachel." Amber reminded her, "We've arrived." She replied, "Right." Then Rachel gracefully held her dress and stepped down. Suddenly, a familiar warm voice rang out, startling her. "Rachel!" A young man stood before her, gently extending his hand to escort her. It was none other than Lord Lucian. The two finally stood face to face, their eyes meeting with deep affection after such a long time. Rachel gazed at the handsome young man in astonishment, silently calling out, "Lucian,
Too moved to speak, she took his hand and exclaimed, "Brother." Lucian now gently leaned in. He elegantly kissed her hand, but his demeanor was somewhat cold as he said, "I've been waiting for you, Rachel." She happily stepped down from the carriage, excitedly looking at her dear brother and saying, "It's been a long time." From a distance, another familiar voice rang out, "Things will be difficult soon. Congratulations, Rachel." The Duchess then slowly approached. Rachel joyfully looked at the familiar figure and called out, "Duchess." She felt a little shy looking at the beautiful mother and son, unable to believe that both of them had come to welcome her. Camila said, "The Duke will return tonight, so please wait a little while." Rachel eagerly replied, "Yes, Your Grace." At this moment, Lucian also gently leaned in and asked, "Would you like to visit the back garden with me?" Hearing this, his mother suggested, "Let Rachel rest first. She must be tired from the long journey." However, Rachel, still energetic, happily replied, "I'm fine. I'm just so happy to see you again after such a long time." Lucian blushed slightly and agreed, "Me too." Hearing this, she nodded. "Then you two go for a walk and talk. I'll have someone call you when dinner is ready."
Camila followed the butler back to the mansion. Amber and Rachel's close associates also left, saying, "We will go arrange the luggage." She stood silently beside Lucian, watching their figures gradually disappear. At this moment, Rachel playfully glanced at him. Then she suddenly took Lucian's hand. Her initiative startled him a little, and he blushed in embarrassment.
Rachel smiled demurely. "Let's go." He no longer hesitated to take her hand, happily replying in his heart, "All right." The garden, sparkling with the colors of flowers and plants, was now further adorned by the twilight glow. The two siblings strolled together in peaceful tranquility. The atmosphere remained very comfortable, even though no one spoke. Meanwhile, inwardly, Rachel looked at him, silently screaming in admiration. "Lucian, only a few years have passed, and you've become so much more handsome." She smiled mischievously as she scrutinized him, thinking, "Even though I was a little annoyed that he didn't reply to my letters, I'm not bothered anymore." Rachel covered her mouth, smiling with amusement and curiosity. "I wonder how Noah's doing." She secretly mused with satisfaction, convinced that they were very close at this stage in the original story. Suddenly, Lucian spoke seriously. "Rachel, I've missed you so much." She fell silent for a moment, surprised and moved by his words. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but unsure what to say, only managing to utter, "Oh?" Then Rachel awkwardly replied, "Me too." Suddenly, Lucian boldly reached out and caressed her blushing face. Still not satisfied, he looked directly into her eyes and asked, "Really? I've missed you so much." Lucian's deep gaze held a hint of sadness. Rachel suddenly felt conflicted, wondering, why didn't he reply? "No, we've known each other for so long. Just smile," she thought. So she smiled back and replied, "I've really missed you too." Hearing this, Lucian suddenly smiled faintly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Then he rummaged in his pocket and said, "It was your birthday recently, wasn't it?" Lucian presented a small gift box tied with a cute pink ribbon. "Happy belated birthday."
Rachel curiously took it and opened the box. Immediately after, her eyes widened in surprise, her face full of joy at his gift, and she exclaimed, "Oh!" Looking at the sparkling emerald earrings in the small box, Rachel exclaimed, "They're those earrings." Rachel looked up at Lucian happily. "Thank you." Lucian offered, "Would you like to try them on? Let me help you." Rachel looked up at Lucian a little surprised. She smiled gently. "Then I'll leave it to you." Then Lucian began to put the earrings on Rachel. He carefully and gently placed the beautiful earring on Rachel's delicate ear. Once one side was done, Lucian reminded her, "The other side too." Rachel happily agreed, "Yes." Rachel turned and Lucian carefully put the other earring on her. Rachel's face flushed and she thought to herself, "Suddenly I feel shy." With both sides complete, Lucian looked at Rachel. "It's done. Just as I thought. They suit you perfectly. Please wear them to the coming-of-age picnic if you don't mind." Rachel happily agreed. "Okay." Lucian's gaze softened as he looked at Rachel. He placed a finger on the green earrings and whispered, "I tried very hard and thought of you a lot." Rachel happily replied, "I saw that news report too. You led a brilliant conquest. I heard the Emperor awarded you a medal." At this, Rachel couldn't hide her happiness. "Everyone I met praised you, so I feel very proud. By the way, do you have to go back to that place again?" Lucian immediately replied, "No. This time I found the place where the dark witches create the demonic beasts."
"We've caught them all. I think this is finally over." Rachel happily said, "That's wonderful." Lucian looked at her. "I'll put this box inside my jacket." Then Rachel looked at Lucian gently. "Thank you. You've worked so hard. I've been too busy to check in on everyone, and I keep wondering how Noah is doing these days." Lucian's eyelids drooped as he looked at Rachel. "Noah? You mean young Master Cassandra?" Rachel eagerly replied, "Yes." Lucian said coldly, "We don't talk much." Then he turned back to Rachel. "He hasn't happened to visit the southern manor, has he?" Rachel immediately waved her hand in denial. "No, I just remember meeting him when we were children."
She immediately changed the subject. "Oh, right. Has anything good happened while I was away? I was very surprised when the Duchess came to greet me." Lucian's expression also showed a hint of surprise, his eyelids drooping slightly. Lucian bowed his head, wanting to say something. "The thing is..."
Lucian recalled a few things that had happened after seeing Rachel's illusion and meeting his mother again. Mother had started to care about me and apologized for her past indifference, begging for my forgiveness. That didn't change anything, but I, however, was glad to hear news of Rachel through Mother. Pausing his thoughts and returning to reality, Lucian turned to answer Rachel's question. Yes, her health has improved a lot. These days, I eat meals with her and often go out with her to social events. Rachel was delighted. That's wonderful. Lucian looked in another direction and suggested, shall we sit over there and talk? The two sat next to each other on a long bench in the garden. Lucian spoke up, asking, Rachel, how have you been lately? Rachel replied, just as I wrote in my previous letter. Lucian was surprised. Huh? His face changed as he asked again, a letter? Rachel looked at his reaction, also slightly bewildered. You didn't receive my letter? Lucian affirmed, no, I didn't receive any letters. Rachel was stunned. That's impossible. Lucian suspected. Could it be father? Rachel suddenly spoke up, catching Lucian's attention. Rachel sadly explained. You didn't reply, so I thought you had forgotten me. Lucian quickly asserted. I never forgot you. I thought you were avoiding me. Rachel cried out, why would I avoid you? She started to lose control of her tears. Seeing Rachel burst into tears, Lucian immediately pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry. He held her tightly, as if his comfort was also his apology. Lucian resolved in his heart, I won't let this happen again. Evening was falling upon the palace. Inside the palace, a conversation was taking place about the empire being founded on a false religion, and so on.
The emperor, looking troubled, confided in Pedro. The princess has truly fallen for him. I still wonder if he's too young. He then continued, nevertheless, I'm relieved now. That young duke has done very well. Pedro nodded in agreement. Duke Leon's future is indeed bright, your majesty. Thank you. The emperor smiled. I have high hopes for your son. The succession will take place this year, won't it? Pedro replied, I do not know. Holding the teacup in his hand, he added, it might be so, or it might be delayed a little. Pedro boarded his carriage to return home in the late afternoon. Sitting inside, he thoughtfully gazed out at the streets. The myriad thoughts swirling in his mind made Pedro sigh. What a headache. Pedro mused. It all began with Rachel's kidnapping 7 years ago. Pseudo-religious groups believing in demons began to spread everywhere. They were a group specializing in kidnapping and brainwashing people, calling for rebellion against the empire. In recent years, Damien's magic had plunged the kingdom into chaos. Lucian had achieved an outstanding feat by revealing this truth.
Pedro was gloomy, but he still couldn't acknowledge this child. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. We have arrived at the mansion, your grace. The head butler informed him. Miss Rachel has arrived. Pedro alighted from the carriage. Am I late? Stepping inside the mansion, Pedro joyfully opened the door and called out, my daughter. Rachel, seeing her father, also suddenly stood up, and Pedro quickly walked towards her. Have you had dinner yet? I apologize for being late. Rachel stood up respectfully. Greetings, your grace. It's been a long time. Pedro immediately corrected her. Call me father. Rachel politely replied, yes, but first, I have a question. Her question stunned Pedro. Letters? Rachel questioned. The letters you and I wrote to each other never arrived. I heard that all letters coming to and going from the mansion are first passed through the Duke. Do you know anything about this? Pedro rubbed his chin. You must have been very upset. I was very worried. Rachel wondered. Worried? Pedro slightly lowered his face. Lucian, you don't know what's going on in his head. I'm worried he might have a bad influence on you. Pedro confessed to Rachel. I thought so. Rachel was also taken aback by this. Did he still see his father and Lucian? She suddenly spoke up. Your grace, Rachel asserted. The brother I know is the kindest and sweetest person. Please don't project anyone else onto him and see him for who he truly is. Pedro, facing his daughter, had to concede. All right, I'll reconsider. A person carrying a woven basket was standing outside the door. It was Lucian, getting ready to meet Rachel. Lucian was about to knock, remembering these days. Suddenly, Rachel opened the door and happily called out, Brother! Rachel immediately pulled him inside. I was just about to look for you. You've come at the perfect time. She happily showed him. I have something. Saying this, Rachel brought a box of letters to him. I wrote them for you. The Duke still has them, but you haven't written anything for me. Lucian held the box of letters in his hand. Letters? He wondered. Can I read them now? Rachel quickly stopped him. No. Rachel closed the lid of the letterbox. Read them alone when you return to your room. Lucian glumly looked at the closed letterbox. All right. At this moment, Rachel suddenly noticed the basket in Lucian's hand. But what are you carrying? He opened the basket. Fruits. Rachel was delighted. They looked delicious. Rachel's expression softened, and she smiled as she looked at the fruit basket. Then Rachel took a green grape, holding it and looking towards Lucian.
Rachel brought a grape to his mouth, smiling gently at Lucian. Open wide. Lucian smiled back, looking at her adoringly. You're still the same. He then ate the grape she fed him. Lucian seemed embarrassed, blushing as he turned away. Looking at him, Rachel recalled the answer from this afternoon. I mean, young Master Cassandra, we don't talk much. She felt he looked too serious. Rachel's face showed a hint of contemplation. She thought she had made Lucian more friendly, but she hadn't intended to change his feelings. Thinking of this, Rachel's expression turned sad again.
Lucian continued to eat grapes in silence. Suddenly, a voice broke the quiet atmosphere. Lucian, his hand reaching for a grape, suddenly froze. Rachel turned to him, wondering, "What do you think of Noah?" Lucian asked back, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Rachel continued, "Honestly, the first time I met Noah, I thought he had a halo behind him, with his golden hair." Hearing this, Lucian unexpectedly interrupted her. "Rachel," Lucian questioned, "why do you keep telling me so many things about young Master Cassandra?" Rachel was slightly startled and felt a pang of guilt, realizing she might have been too obvious. She quickly explained, "I just hope you two would become close." So, before she could finish, Lucian cut her off. "Are you that pleased with young Master Cassandra?" After saying that, Lucian turned away, looking a bit sulky. "I said he has a beautiful smile, didn't I?" Rachel flattered again. "To me, my brother is the best." Lucian glanced at Rachel. She continued to praise. "My brother is handsome." A grape was unexpectedly brought to block Rachel's mouth. Rachel shyly covered her mouth, then continued to flatter her brother. "It's so sweet, and it's even sweeter because you fed it to me." After saying that, Rachel bent down to pick another grape. "This time, let me feed you. I have to choose the biggest one." Night fell over the Duke's mansion.
Inside the room, letters lay arranged on the table. Lucian was intently reading each letter, one by one. He pondered. The letters offered no answers. He had continuously thought for 7 years that Rachel must have hated him for abandoning her, but the truth was the opposite. She had trusted him so much. Lucian put the letter away, missing Rachel terribly. Darkness had now enveloped the entire hallway. Lucian walked to Rachel's door. He placed a hand on the door and wondered, is she in the room? Lucian thought about Rachel. He wanted to confirm for sure that he wasn't hallucinating, that Rachel had truly returned to this place. Thinking this, he turned away, telling himself, "Stop it now. Rachel really has returned." Lucian's cheeks suddenly flushed. He recalled Rachel's image. After 7 years, she had returned to him. Looking at the door, Lucian pondered again, but she had told stories about young Master Cassandra.
Could it be that she likes him? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lucian!" Pedro appeared behind him. "What are you still doing here at this hour?" Pedro questioned, "Did you stop somewhere?" Lucian avoided eye contact. "That's not something you need to worry about, father." With that, he turned and left. "Are you heading back?" Watching Lucian's retreating back, Pedro mused, suspicious behavior, then claiming it's nothing. Indeed, Lucian cannot be trusted. I cannot entrust the family to that kid. I also have to protect and be responsible for Rachel, so don't worry, Liam. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Rachel asked, "Amber, how do you like the capital?" Amber, while brushing her hair, replied to Rachel, "It feels a bit strange not hearing the sound of the waves anymore." Rachel shared, "Me too." She happily smiled, her eyes crinkling. "The misunderstanding with Lucian has been resolved. I'm so happy." Rachel's expression changed again. "But when I think of Lucian and the Duke..."
How can that complicated relationship be resolved? Amber respectfully said, "The makeup is done, young lady." Rachel turned back and smiled, "Thank you." Suddenly, a cheerful voice caught both their attention. Rachel walked over to the window to see what was happening. It turned out Manji was happily playing in the yard. "This new house is so spacious." As Manji looked around, he commented, "The atmosphere is so different from the south." Hardy followed behind, stopping him. "Hey kid, don't run around like that." Manji turned back, sticking out his tongue provocatively. "So what?" Suddenly, a bird swooped down from somewhere and pecked Manji's head several times, making him cry out, "Ouch!" Rachel, standing by the window, could only smile. The fox adapts to the capital so quickly. She recalled that in the original story, Oscar was very sensitive and often rebellious, having been deeply hurt by abuse because he was a beast man. But now, Oscar had changed, and it was clear that Lucian's and the Duke's relationship could also change. Amber reminded her, "It's time for us to go eat now." She grasped the doorknob, preparing to open the door. Suddenly, both Rachel and Amber froze in surprise. Rachel happily greeted, "Brother." Lucian, with his handsome face, was smiling. "Good morning, Ray." Rachel happily ran over. "Are you here to pick me up?" Lucian replied, Let's go to the dining hall together." Rachel happily linked arms with her brother. "Okay." Rachel indulged in her habit of flattering her brother. "Meeting you this morning makes me feel even more strongly that I've truly returned to the Leyon family home." Lucian nodded. "Me too." Yet Lucian felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Everything had returned to its rightful place, but she had someone else in her heart. If he made her leave that person, then he and she would once again drift apart. Lucian mused, "If she and I have to be separated again..." Rachel interrupted Lucian's chaotic thoughts. "Brother." Lucian snapped back to reality. "Ah, yes, let's go." It was morning in the Duke's family corridor. Lucian escorted Rachel and asked, "How was your bed?" Rachel happily replied, "I slept wonderfully." Lucian's unexpected words made Rachel blush. "I read the letters you sent yesterday. Thank you for continuously sending them, even though I didn't reply." Rachel, embarrassed, said, "It's nothing." She lowered her eyes and softly said, "I don't want to be too distant from you." Lucian looked at her, silently affirming in her heart, "Me too."
"My time with you is my only joy." The two stood before the dining room door, and Rachel spoke up. "We've arrived at the dining room." Two servants respectfully bowed to them. A servant announced, "The young Duke and young lady are entering." As soon as they entered, Rachel was surprised to hear Camilla's greeting. "Hello?" Camila looked at her gently and smiled. "You must be hungry. Come here and sit down." Pedro, standing nearby, also greeted cheerfully. "Good morning, my little girl." Rachel felt a little nervous. "I'll be eating with the lady?" Camila kindly offered. "Sit next to me, Rachel." She happily approached. "Yes." Camila inquired, "How is your room?" Rachel replied, "It's even better than in the south." Lucian, on his side, remained silent but didn't sit down. Pedro spoke up. "What are you doing? Sit down." Lucian ordered a servant. "My cutlery, move it." Rachel was a little surprised. "Will you sit opposite me like before?" Then Rachel explained, "When I was little, we used to sit like that." Camila nodded. "I see." She turned to Pedro. "In that case, I hope from now on we will also sit opposite each other like that." Pedro agreed. "All right." The family dining table was laden with delicious dishes.
The whole family of 4 is enjoying breakfast together. Rachel is focused on eating heartily. Lucian suddenly looked up at Rachel. She asked him, "Oh, when did you get so tall? I'm surprised. I haven't seen you in a while, and you look really cool." Lucian shyly replied, "You too." Lucian remarked, "Your cheekbones seem slimmer than before. You look much more mature." Lucian affirmed, "You are truly beautiful." Upon hearing this compliment, Rachel smiled happily. Meanwhile, Lucian buried his face in the table out of embarrassment. Pedro looked at Lucian gravely, as if deep in thought. After the meal, Rachel and Lucian returned together through the corridor. Rachel asked, "Hey, what are you going to do?" Lucian replied, "I have some documents to sort out. I expect to finish them this morning." Rachel commented, "You're really busy." Rachel's eyes gleamed with disappointment. "I had planned to visit the capital with you. It's not possible anymore." Outside the bustling and vibrant capital, Rachel was escorted out onto the street. There were only 2 of them. Rachel and Doggy looked out the car window excitedly. Doggy exclaimed, "There are so many people here." Rachel replied, "Indeed." Doggy remarked, "I suppose the buildings here are more elaborate because it's the capital." Something surprised Rachel. "Huh? Noah?" A familiar figure was walking on the street. Immediately she ordered, "Wait, stop the car." At this moment, Noah was sitting inside a building. He was about to enjoy the cup of tea in his hand. Suddenly, a voice made him stop short. "Noah!" Rachel ran over from a distance. "It really is you." Noah was surprised. "Hello, may I ask who this beautiful lady is?" Rachel introduced herself. "Don't you remember me? I am Rachel of Duke Leon's house." Noah was stunned. "No way. Has Cassandra been possessed?" Rachel looked bewildered. "Excuse me, what are you talking about?" Noah recalled. "Ah, Lady Leyon, it's been a long time. How have you been?" Rachel happily replied, "I was passing by and saw you. I'm so glad to have met you. But am I being dismissed?" Then Rachel bowed her head. "I apologize for my rudeness." Noah waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all." "You're looking for me? A beautiful girl like you? I'm so lucky," he said with a teasing smile. Rachel seemed to freeze. Noah was still as cheesy as ever, but Rachel looked again. He was too handsome after all. Noah invited Rachel. "The tea here is excellent. Let's enjoy it together." Rachel agreed. Yes, she looked forward to it, and also mentioned Lucian. Damien spoke up. "We, your servants, are waiting nearby." Rachel was lost in thought. I am the god of love, after all. On the other side, Lucian was stunned by the news. Rachel went out. Amber respectfully replied, "Yes, the young lady has gone out for a stroll in the capital." Lucian turned sharply and left. "I thought she was resting in her room," he muttered. Lucian worried. "She's out there now. What if something happens? Does she need help?" Lucian resolved, "I will go find Rachel." Damien's dark presence enveloped Lucian. It chuckled sinisterly. "I will find Rachel for you. If it were me, I'd know exactly where she is." Lucian secretly scoffed. Delusional. He paid little attention to it, dismissing it as a fleeting imagination. The phantom seemed to see through everything in Lucian's heart. "Really?" it mused. "Do you need to deliberately hide it?" At the cafe, Noah happily introduced, "This is my cafe. We especially have wonderful Darjeeling tea." Rachel picked up the teacup. "Truly something to look forward to," she murmured. She slowly savored her tea. Rachel felt as if she had just tasted a culinary masterpiece of the world. "It's truly delicious." Hearing Rachel's praise, Noah smiled brightly. "Right? There's no other kind that smells better than this." Inwardly, Rachel's thoughts contradicted her recent praise. "He still has strange tastes, doesn't he?" Suddenly, Noah's face moved close to hers. "However, there's something very hard to distinguish. I can't tell the difference between the tea and your clear, sparkling eyes, my lady." Rachel was petrified, her smile faint and uncertain. Rachel thought, "Now I know why Noah isn't close with Lucian." Noah winked, his voice filled with sweetness. "What am I to do? I'm lost in your eyes." That demeanor was completely opposite to Lucian's perpetually cold and reserved expression. She secretly thought to herself, "First, I need to stop these cheesy lines." Seeing Rachel staring at him, Noah awkwardly spoke,
Is there something on my face? A figure rushed in. Lucian's eyes were full of worry. Ray! Rachel was surprised. Brother, how did you get here? Lucian sat down next to Rachel. I followed the Duke's carriage, so... His gaze fell upon the person sitting opposite, and he gritted his teeth. Sir Cassandra, what business do you have with the lady? Noah awkwardly replied. We were just having tea together. Rachel immediately stood up to mediate. I followed Sir Noah. Lucian asked, is that true? Rachel quickly replied, yes, it's been a long time since we last met, so I was very happy. Lucian said indifferently. That's improper. Noah broke out in a cold sweat, waving his hand. It's all right. Lucian's expression, seeing Noah sitting with Rachel, was far from friendly. Then I will join you, Noah inquired. Has the lady reached adulthood? The atmosphere became cheerful again. Yes, I will have my debut at the royal ball next week, Noah said. That's truly something to look forward to. The lady's beauty will shine before everyone, Rachel humbly replied. You flatter me. Will you be attending the ball, Sir Noah? The two exchanged pleasantries, laughing and chatting happily in front of Lucian. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what that appearance will be like. I must pay attention to this.
Lucian stared gloomily at Noah. Noah gave a forced smile. Does your grace have something to say to me? Lucian's voice was cold. Nothing in particular. Rachel screamed internally, feeling a chill fill the air. Noah stood up. I must be going. It was an honor to meet both of you today. He waved goodbye. See you at the party. Rachel jumped up. Yes, please take care on your way. As soon as Noah was out of sight, she breathed a sigh of relief. She softly called, Lucian? At the same time, Lucian spoke up. Ray? His voice was full of worry. Why didn't you say anything to me? I was so worried. Rachel felt a pang of guilt. Because you were busy. Oh, right. What about your work? Lucian sounded hurt. It was over, and I couldn't find you anywhere. Rachel smiled faintly. Then I should have waited for you, and we could have left together. Lucian hugged Rachel tightly, to her surprise. Don't disappear like that again. Rachel sighed, thinking, he likes me this much, so I can't get angry.
She also wrapped her arms around Lucian. I'm sorry, Rachel mused. All right, if it's not Noah, then the world will be filled with people who cherish Lucian. She smiled cheerfully. Brother, let's go out and see the capital. Now I'll go with my brother. You guys should return to the mansion before it's too late. Damien replied. Understood. Oscar excitedly rushed forward. I'll follow the master. Damien felt the murderous aura emanating from Lucian, and he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Rachel asked, Are you coming too? Oscar took Rachel's hand and smiled brightly. Yeah. A gloomy aura surrounded Lucian, and that gloom terrified Damien. Frightened, Damien grabbed Oscar by the collar and pulled him away. Don't bother the master. Oscar was annoyed. What? Let go. Damien waved his hand. Well then, I wish you two a good time. Oscar struggled, trying to resist. Hey, let go. Rachel gave a wise smile. Damien has already left, so there's no need for that. Lucian stepped closer. Let's go look at outfits first. Let's go try on outfits for the debut. Rachel refused. I can just wear my old clothes.
Lucian suggested, we'd look great if we wore matching outfits. Rachel immediately became excited. Yes, let's go quickly. What color do you like? Lucian helped Rachel into the carriage. The color you like. Sunlight streamed through the window. The Emperor stood looking out the window. The debut party was about to be held. That would be the perfect time to introduce his son. Everyone would celebrate the arrival of the new prince. Just wait and see, Leyon. As evening fell, Rachel and Lucian stepped out of the clothing store. So we're done choosing outfits. Choosing clothes really takes a lot of energy. I'm so tired, but I'm still very happy because you'll be the main character of the ball. Lucian looked at Rachel and smiled gently. You're the main character, Rachel. Rachel covered her face. But I have an older brother. How can that be? His face was full of indulgence. It's our coming-of-age ball, after all. Let's head back. Rachel obediently replied, Yes. The carriage passed through a deserted street, where houses glowed with electric lights. Rachel, tired, fell asleep in the carriage. Lucian gently pulled Rachel to lean on his shoulder, to prevent the small girl from being jostled. His gaze at her was full of tenderness. The shadowy Damien suddenly appeared. What do you want me to do with her? Lucian's voice was cold. What are you talking about? It replied, I'm serious. He looked at the small girl in his arms, thinking, what do I want to do? I just want to be by her side. I want to be close to her like before. I just want to be her best friend. The shadowy Damien remarked, This child is truly strange. I didn't know her when she was little, but looking at her now makes me feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Where have you seen this face and hair? The Leyon family mansion was also lit up. Lucian gently carried Rachel down. Pedro rushed out. Where have you two been, coming back so late?
Lucian replied, Are you late for the ball gown fitting? Pedro worried, You know Rachel is preparing for her debut. The family doesn't approve of an unmarried noble wandering around at night. He reluctantly explained, I only went into town and to the shops. If this were an issue, I would have declined already. I always follow Rachel's wishes. If anything happens, I will take care of Rachel. Pedro was stunned. What did you say? Lucian simply walked in, leaving Pedro standing rooted to the spot. "It's cold. I'm going in first." He gritted his teeth. That boy. The crystal chandelier sparkled brightly. Lucian carefully laid Rachel down on the bed. A worry stirred within him. Was she old enough to be thinking about marriage yet? Had Rachel ever thought about it? An image of Rachel having tea with Noah flashed through Lucian's mind. His expression didn't change. Just as he thought, it seemed she liked Cassandra. If she married him.
She's surely going to leave, isn't she? I've only just met you again. Are we going to be separated again so soon? Lucian stepped out the door instructing, "Change her clothes, but don't wake her up." Amber watched him go. "Yes, I understand." On the other side, Damien was strolling in the garden. Suddenly he looked up, and Damien transformed into a falcon man, flying up to perch on Rachel's window. He watched Rachel sleeping soundly, thinking, "I was worried it was too late, but thankfully you've returned." "Huh? Master?" A strange aura was enveloping Rachel. She suddenly woke up. "What is it?" Damien slammed his head against the window. "Master!" Rachel quickly ran to open the door. "What is it?" Damien transformed back into human form. "Master, are you all right?" She was surprised. "What?" Seeing that nothing had happened, Damien calmed down. "Because your mana was unstable, but thankfully it's stable now." Rachel still didn't understand. "Mana? What is that?" Damien explained. "Mana it's related to the special energy source of the soul. Falcon men have the ability to sense the color and flow of mana. Your mana just seemed gloomy, and such a change is often considered a bad omen." Rachel scratched her head. "Really? I guess it's because I'm too tired. I tried on so many clothes today. I fell asleep in the carriage, and now I'm awake. It's better if I go back to sleep." Damien bowed his head. "Yes, I apologize for disturbing your sleep, Master." Damien's eyes still held a lingering worry. She cheerfully waved. "Good night, Damien." Damien quietly mused. "Your mana carries a more vibrant color than anyone else's. However, there's still a risk that it could easily fade, dissipate, and disappear."
Their mana was weaker than an ordinary person's, like a fragment falling from somewhere. Hag climbed out the window, intending to leave, and said to Rachel, "I'll be back. Good evening, Master." She waved goodbye. "All right, Damien." Her mana suddenly realized that could that boy sense it, she would have to be more vigilant from now on. The next morning at the palace, Amber was chatting with Rachel. "I've known you, young lady, since you were a little girl. I don't know when you grew up so much." She put the exquisite jeweled earrings on Rachel. Finally, today was the debutante ball, and the makeup was finished. Beautiful Rachel smiled radiantly at Amber and thanked her. "Thank you, Amber." Amber picked up the doll and asked, "Would you like to bring the doll with you?" Rachel took the doll and chuckled. "How adorable." Suddenly they heard a knock at the door. Lucian entered the room and called out to her. "Ray, I'm here to pick you up." Rachel excitedly walked over to him and complimented him. "You look so cool. It really shows you went everywhere to find this outfit." She twirled around, showing him her new dress, then inquired, "I look pretty too, don't I?" Lucian gently replied, "Yes, absolutely beautiful." She awkwardly scratched her face and smiled at him. Amber curiously asked, "Is this outfit custom made? You two really make a good pair." But Lucian suddenly noticed the doll in Rachel's hand and wondered, "What's with that doll?" She explained, "Oh, this is a fashion doll sent from the clothing store." He picked it up, looked at it intently, and unconsciously said, "A doll." Rachel, seeing his interest in the doll, decided to give it to him since he didn't have one. "I'll give it to you. If you have a doll just like me on your desk, you won't be able to do anything, will you?" Hearing this, Lucian agreed, saying, "Sure, thank you." He opened a magic door, promising her he would keep it very carefully. With that, he placed the doll inside the door. Rachel curiously asked him, "Was that magic just now?" Lucian replied, "Yes, I keep valuable items in that space." She thought to herself she had really become more proficient in magic. After putting away her things, Lucian immediately extended his hand towards Rachel and offered, "Come on, shall we go now?" She playfully linked her arm with his and said, "Yes." Amber saw her mistake and immediately reminded her, "My lady, that is not proper etiquette." Lucian brushed it off and said, "It's all right. I prefer it this way too." Rachel bid farewell to Amber and left with him, saying, "Then let's go." Down in the great hall, Pedro and Camila were walking together past the staircase. Lucian unexpectedly announced to them, "We've arrived." Pedro startled and turned his head to look. He slowly walked down the stairs with Rachel and said, "Now, let's proceed to the imperial palace." Camila saw her linking arms incorrectly and subtly instructed, "That's not the proper way to be escorted." Hearing that, Rachel quickly withdrew her arm. Pedro coldly turned away with Camila and urged the two, "Let's go quickly." But Lucian stubbornly refused to leave Rachel, so he whispered to her, "Let's just link arms when we're together." She chuckled and said, "Yes, big brother." Not long after, they arrived at the imperial palace, where a nobleman greeted them. "Duke Leyon, you've arrived. Duchess, we met at the last gathering." Pedro didn't reply, but left immediately, saying, "We'll be over there, so please enjoy the party to your heart's content." After witnessing that scene, Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, Duke Leyon possessed formidable power.
Suddenly, Lucian asked her, "Ray, would you like something to drink?" But before she could react, someone called out to him, "Duke Leyon." A young man ran up to the two and introduced himself. "I am Eric from Joseon. Thanks to the young Duke, I was able to protect my territory from monsters." The people behind him also chimed in simultaneously. "We also received help, and we'd like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude. Your Grace, if possible, could we speak over there?" Seeing this, Rachel exclaimed, "Lucian is indeed still popular." Understanding the situation, she released his arm and said, "Big brother, in that case." But Lucian disagreed, immediately pulling her hand back. He frankly told them, "I am currently escorting the lady, so perhaps another time." Hearing this, the others awkwardly said, "I understand. Please enjoy the party." Rachel was extremely grateful, so she turned to him and said, "Thank you. If you left, I would feel very awkward being alone."
Lucian looked at her affectionately and expressed that nothing was more important to him than her. Upon hearing those sweet words, her heart pounded rapidly as if in pain. She thought to herself, he truly is an emotional guy. He always says such words that make her heart flutter uncontrollably. She patted her chest and reminded herself not to get the wrong idea. Lucian saw her acting strangely, so he asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" She quickly explained, "It's nothing at all. Let's go to the dessert table over there." He replied, "All right, let's go." The two of them walked towards a banquet table laden with sweet cakes and fine wine.
Rachel's eyes were glued to the sparkling decorated cakes, and she exclaimed in admiration, "These must be delicious." She looked at the tray of red cakes and immediately guessed, "These clearly have a spicy flavor. Does anyone in the royal family like spicy food? It turns out this world also has many spicy dishes." Aiden appeared, wearing a military uniform with epaulets, and looked at the two of them. He raised his wine glass and said smugly, "Finally, I've met the girl who likes spicy food." Rachel took a few cakes onto her plate. As she walked, she excitedly said, "Oh, I have to eat them quickly." She decided to try the egg tart that looked spicy. This one looked the spiciest. As Rachel was bringing the cake to her mouth, Lucian quickly intervened. "Wait, you shouldn't eat that. The color looks too suspicious." But it was too late. She had already taken a bite. Rachel chewed while trying to change the subject. This is a dessert prepared by the royal family. But suddenly she froze. Lucian saw her unusual expression, so he shook her shoulder and called, "Ray." With sparkling eyes, she praised the cake. "It's so spicy and delicious." He helplessly told her, "Don't scare me like that." Rachel turned to him and offered, "Do you want to try some?" His gaze at her was warm. Lucian said nothing. He unexpectedly snatched the cake from her hand. Then he took a bite. Rachel, feeling bad, told him, "You should eat a fresh one instead." Lucian suddenly brought his hand to his face and breathed heavily. His body flushed hot, and he said irritably, "Perhaps the person who prepared this needs to be punished." He quickly regained his composure and curiously asked Rachel, "You think this is delicious?" She gleefully boasted to him, "I'm very good at eating spicy food." Hearing that, he gently watched her eat and said, "As long as you find it delicious, that's all that matters." Inside the hall, Lucian led Rachel in and asked her, "Ray, later at the ball, would you dance the first dance with me?" She momentarily looked bewildered and asked, "With you?" He explained, "Some people might misunderstand your time in the South. Therefore, let's dance the first dance together. I want to let them know that you are and always will be a member of the Leyon family. I was worried that you might be seen as an outcast." Rachel innocently replied, "Okay." Suddenly someone called her name. "Rachel?" A red-haired girl covered her mouth and said, "Oh, so she's with the Duke."
She walked over and introduced herself, saying, "I am born Belisa, and I am very close to the princess." The two girls following behind also introduced themselves in turn. "I am Serena, Countess Lowell. I am Ami, Countess Bliss." Lucian politely greeted the three of them. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing that her group of friends had all arrived, Rachel immediately expressed her intention to leave. "Since you all have arrived, I will go on my own. There are so many people waiting for my escort duty to end that they're practically burning with impatience. See you later." As she walked, she chatted with Belisa. "Have you tried the cakes here yet? There's even a spicy flavor." Belisa was surprised. "Huh? Spicy flavor?" Lucian stood rooted to the spot, watching her walk further away, a hint of reluctance in his heart. But as soon as Rachel left, a group of young men and women eagerly surrounded him and started asking questions. "Have you finished escorting the princess? Could you spare us a moment? Many people are eager to hear your words. We are over there." Meanwhile, Rachel, from a distance, was discussing the cakes. "If you try them, this one is the spiciest. My brother also found it spicy." Ami was stunned when she saw Rachel offer her a spicy cake, and she cautiously said, "I've never seen food like this at a party before." Rachel tried hard to persuade her. "Just try a bite. You don't have to eat the whole thing." Serena curiously picked up a spicy cake and said, "Let's see."
She took a small bite. The moment the cake touched her tongue, she immediately shrieked. Her mouth burned as if she could breathe fire. Rachel asked, amused, "It's spicy, isn't it? Have some juice." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. "Lady Ray, you've already arrived?" Noah approached and greeted her warmly. "Hello, I'm late."
Seeing him, Rachel happily called out, "Noah!" He smiled and introduced himself to her friends as well. "There are beauties here I've never met before. I am Noah, Baron of Cassandra." Hearing this, Rachel couldn't help but marvel. It's Noah all right, you have to admit that face. Her friends behind her gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Oh my, oh my.
She happily praised him. "You're also wonderful today." Belissa politely replied to him, "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Serena also gently invited him inside. "Please come in." On Lucian's side, the nobles continued to engage him in conversation about a promising new project in the territory. However, he intently observed everything happening with Rachel, then thought to himself, Lord Cassandra, flirting again? Rachel seemed very pleased with that person, not hesitating to give Cassandra a title, but he wasn't particularly skilled, was he? What a pity for Rachel. The woman, seeing that he paid no attention to her words, called out to him, "Your Grace?" Suddenly, a command rang out. "Attention!" The grand doors swung open. The Emperor and Empress entered the hall together, and an announcement boomed, "The Great Leyon Empire, His Imperial Majesty and Her Imperial Majesty are entering." Rachel and everyone else bowed respectfully, but curious Rachel secretly raised her head to peek. The Emperor has arrived. Following the two of them, another person also entered. It was the familiar young man with purple hair. The command then announced, "You may dispense with the formalities." The Emperor settled onto his golden throne and expressed, "I am very pleased that we can hold the debutante ball this year as well." Rachel looked at the young man standing next to him and vaguely realized something. The person standing next to His Imperial Majesty. I think I've seen him somewhere before. That face, could it be? She suddenly gasped in shock as she recognized him. Elliot, the one who had kidnapped her. Rachel stared at Elliot. Why is he here? The Emperor announced, "I wish to use this joyous atmosphere to deliver an important piece of news. Not long ago, I was reunited with a child who went missing in the past. Not a child born to the Empress. He was raised outside the Imperial Palace, and contact was severed. It is a miracle that God has granted me. Let us all welcome the return of the prince." Elliot placed a hand on his chest, looked down at everyone, and greeted them elegantly. "I am Elliot's son Leonis.
Today will be a very meaningful day for me. Although it's a bit late, I can still make my debut to receive recognition as a prince in front of everyone." Rachel was startled. She couldn't believe her ears. He had truly become a prince? Elliot was the Emperor's illegitimate child, and in the original story, he didn't know that until the very end. But when Rachel met him, she had told him, "I also know a lot about your origins." Did he become a prince because I told him? The nobles below simultaneously applauded and said, "It is a great honor to meet the new prince. Long live His Royal Highness the Prince." "Long live Prince Elliot! Long live!" Rachel awkwardly clutched her head, wanting to expose Elliot's crimes against her. "Stop everything! That criminal kidnapped me," she thought. She nervously bit her nails and mumbled, "How could this be?" Suddenly, Lucian's arm reached out in front of her. He gently asked Rachel, "Ray, what's wrong?" She vaguely replied, "Oh, I'm just a little nervous." But Lucian gently comforted her. "It's okay to make mistakes, because you yourself are already a radiant child." Rachel smiled faintly and replied, "Thanks to you, I'm less stressed now." She gently leaned her head on his shoulder and soothed herself. "That's right, I still have Lucian and Leyon. Besides, what about the royal family? The higher the rank, the more eyes scrutinize you, and your words and actions are restricted. On the contrary, the situation might have become safer." The host walked into the hall, unrolled a scroll, and announced, "From now on, I will call out the names of those who will receive the Emperor's congratulations on their coming of age, one by one. First is Prince Elliot's son Leonis." Elliot stood up and walked before the Emperor and Empress. The Emperor smiled and he struck at him. "From now on, as a prince, I expect exemplary conduct from you for the people of the Empire." Elliot bowed and replied, "As your Imperial Majesty commands." Rachel below remained terrified, unable to believe what was happening at that moment. Seeing her tension, Belissa gently nudged her arm and encouraged her. "Don't be too nervous. Even if you make a mistake, the Emperor will overlook it." Rachel gratefully said, "Thank you, Belissa." The host continued to call out names. Next, Rachel Deleón of the House of Duke Mont. Rachel nervously swallowed. She bravely lifted her hand from Lucian's. She tried to calmly walk forward, presenting herself before the Emperor and Empress. He praised her, saying, "So you are Rachel, the one that Duke is so proud of." The Empress also praised her. "The flower of House Leyon truly deserves commendation." Hearing this, Rachel felt a little awkward. She imagined Duke Pedro constantly boasting about her to the Emperor. Could the Duke really act like such a fool? The Emperor blessed her, hoping this flower would bloom beautifully, blessing your future as an adult. Rachel gracefully bowed in thanks to him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She turned and returned to her place. The host continued to call names. Next was Belissa of Marquis Bourne's house. After receiving the blessings, she sighed in relief. It's over. Lucian was already waiting. As she walked back, he immediately comforted her. "That was tough, Ray. Congratulations on becoming an adult." She replied, "Thank you."
After a series of blessings, it was finally the last person's turn. The emperor delivered his final blessing. Blessings upon your future as an adult. The girl bowed her head in thanks to him. Thank you, Your Majesty. The host reported, This is the last person coming of age this year, Your Majesty. The emperor said, Is that so? He extended his hand and declared, Then let the ball begin. Everyone, prepare to dance. The young lords and ladies in the hall enthusiastically danced and swayed. Lucian also extended his hand to invite Rachel. Ray. She took his hand and replied, Yes, I will. Before the two could even begin, Elliot unexpectedly approached and called out to her, Princess Rachel. She startled, turned around and stammered, Prince. Elliot extended his hand and expressed his desire to dance with her. May I have this dance with the princess? Rachel was momentarily flustered. His words struck her like lightning. She was astonished. What exactly is he planning?
Not knowing his intentions, she felt even more uneasy. Rachel's hands trembled as she clasped them tightly together. She thought to herself, he is, after all, the Empire's prince. How can I refuse him naturally? Suddenly, Lucian spoke up. Wait a moment. My apologies, Your Highness, but the princess's condition is not very good right now. Elliot heard this and asked, What condition? He explained that earlier the princess had been very stressed. Her face was pale and she was trembling. Therefore, the princess needs to rest. Hearing this, he said with a regretful expression, Is that so? Don't overexert yourself. Lucian leaned close to Rachel's ear and whispered, Let's go somewhere quiet to rest. Then he suddenly picked her up, and Rachel gasped in surprise. He gently told her. Then let's go. Outside the palace, Lucian was carrying Rachel away. Rachel, nestled in his arms, was smiling blissfully and thought to herself, Wonderful. From now on, if I encounter any difficulties, I'll just have to pretend to be sick.
Lucian suddenly called out to her, Ray, I'm sorry if I interfered unintentionally. But contrary to his concern, Rachel happily said, Not at all, you helped me precisely. Hearing that, Lucian anxiously asked, Are you not feeling well? Rachel immediately replied, I'm better now. Thanks to you, I'm feeling much better. He looked at her tenderly. As expected, you still prefer quiet places over crowded ones. Lucian sat down close to Rachel and expressed, Me too. Then the two heard music faintly in their ears, and they both turned their gaze towards the palace. Rachel speculated, Listen to the music. It seems the ball has begun. Because of me, you can't dance. What should we do? Lucian, unable to bear it, immediately said to her, That's why it's a shame to be dressed so handsomely and not be able to dance. She suddenly remembered that when she was little, she had said those very words to him. Suddenly Lucian stood up and said, Lady Leyon, may I have this dance? Rachel gave him her hand to take and stammered, asking him, You're imitating what I said back then, aren't you? He replied, That's right.
She asked curiously, How do you remember that even now? Lucian replied with all his love, I remember everything about you. Hearing that, Rachel joked, Your memory is truly amazing. Then the two began their first dance steps together. Lucian gently recalled the past. Back then, you and I also danced here. Rachel smiled happily and said, I remember it now too. The two danced intimately under the romantic night sky. At that moment, Elliot walked over, hid behind a wall, secretly watched them and muttered, I came here to see for myself. Is she avoiding me to play around like this? Someone who just wanted to meet her once became a prince. He turned away annoyed and left. There's still plenty of time. We'll see. After the debutante ball ended, invitations began to pour in for her. Rachel picked up a random letter, read it, and thought to herself, They're all invitations to bask in the glory of the Leyon family, so they can get close to Leyon through me. Am I being too cynical? I also have close friends who aren't connected to their families. Suddenly, she startled and looked at the door. Pedro opened it, stepped in, and expressed his wish to invite her for a walk. My daughter, would you like to go for a walk with your father? Rachel quickly approached him and asked bewildered. A walk? He replied, Yes, we used to go together sometimes when you were little. It's been a long time, so I want to take a walk with my daughter. She hesitated and replied, All right. He took her hand and gently asked for her opinion. All right, let's go look at some beautiful gemstones, shall we? Moving to the luxurious district, Pedro walked and confided, It's truly wonderful to spend time with my daughter again after so long. Rachel smiled gently and said, Me too. But he suddenly paused and asked her hesitantly, But is it really okay? Only choosing 10 gemstones? I could have everything in the store bought for you. Hearing that, Rachel gave him an awkward smile. She thought about her own potential poverty. If I get used to such luxury, how will I live if I leave the Duke's house? I've already said not to spoil her so much. Pedro suddenly asked her, Aren't you hungry? There's a good pastry shop nearby, so let's stop by. At the pastry shop, Pedro took a sip of tea, then set his teacup down and confided, My daughter is an adult now. Time truly flies.
But you don't call me father anymore? Rachel heard this and was startled.
Yes, yes, she stammered. He sighed and complained to her that she hadn't called him that all this time. She awkwardly explained that it's been so long, so I feel a bit awkward. Pedro saw this and felt somewhat reassured. He said, "All right, even if it was for your safety, it's been 7 years of separation. You must have been very sad all this time. I'm sorry." Rachel saw her father apologizing to her and flusteredly refused. "No, not at all. You've supported me so I could live comfortably." He calmly stated that it was only natural. She was his daughter after all. "Honestly, you're grown up now. It's time for marriage. I will take responsibility for finding you a husband." Rachel heard this and quietly bowed her head. She realized that he would indeed support her marriage as well. Compared to getting married, she wanted to live independently in Leyon more. She also had to quickly find a partner. Suddenly, her eyes started to the door. She saw Noah standing in the hallway and thought to herself, "Noah's outside."
Lucian again. What's going on? Did the two of them meet in secret? Are they dating? Do Lucian and Noah have a chance? Seeing her distracted, Pedro curiously asked, "Is there something outside, my child?" Rachel quickly denied. "Oh no, nothing." She quickly pulled him up to leave. She urged him, "Let's go, father." She told herself that she shouldn't bother them. As evening approached, Pedro and his daughter boarded the carriage to return to the castle. As she sat in the carriage, she pondered. Same-sex love is strictly forbidden in this kingdom. That's why the young duke is still struggling. Rachel remembered what Lucian had said before. "You mean Cassandra's son, right? There's no contact anymore." Only now did she understand what he meant, which is why he said that. Exactly, the two of them are dating. Pedro, sitting beside her, said, "They often appear together. Thank you. I feel very happy today." She quickly replied, "Oh, me too." He suddenly changed the subject, prefacing to Rachel, "I have a few things I want to tell you. It might be a bit shocking. Do you want to hear them?" Rachel suddenly shivered, remembering her life in the real world. Her parents in the real world had told her, "Because you're grown up now."
You've grown up, so you must live independently. But things aren't as scary as you imagine, Pedro explained. It's about Count El Rando. Rachel was startled and surprised. "Ah, is it about Uncle?" He confirmed. "Yes, Derek's El Rando. After all, he seems to have helped the fake religious group kidnap you." Rachel vaguely recalled what happened before. "That's right, so at that time," Pedro questioned her, "do you know anything related to this?" She looked bewildered. He revealed that, "From the beginning, I always suspected the Count, so I adopted you and ensured your safety. It's not because I suspect you, so feel free to tell me." Rachel now finally revealed about it. "Actually, when I was kidnapped, I saw him with a group of strangers." He was stunned to hear that. He blurted out, "What?" She timidly explained that, "Because I wasn't sure, I didn't dare to say anything." Pedro suspiciously asked her, "Is this true?" Rachel just quietly bowed her head without answering. She realized one thing. So he was involved with those who kidnapped her. If he was a member of the fake religious group, what would happen to the El Rando family? "When I live independently, I don't know if I should keep the name El Rando." Pedro carefully advised her, "First, don't worry too much. I just wanted to let you know about this so you can be more careful when you go out alone. If there's any more news, I'll let you know." She gently replied, "Yes, sir." Back at the bakery, Noah was seeing Lucian off. He cheerfully expressed, "It's truly an honor for you to visit my restaurant, sir. I hope the princess will visit in the future." Lucian coldly turned away and said, "I want to come first." As he exited the shop, the carriage had long been waiting. His assistant respectfully bowed to him. "Sir, you've returned." Lucian, with his usual politeness, stepped into the carriage, turning his head back to ask, "Any information yet?" The assistant reported, "I've placed it inside the dossier I received." As soon as he stepped inside the carriage, he saw the dossier already placed there. He picked it up and began reading page by page. Noah J. Castell has recently been actively expanding his business in the catering sector. However, he is burdened with a massive debt due to the successive business expansion. Currently, the profits do not exceed the capital invested. Lucian gripped the papers tightly and pondered. Indeed, this is not good at all. Rachel must have worked very hard. I dislike his arrogance and complacency, regardless of gender. Rachel is too good, but this person is completely unsuitable. Before long, Lucian arrived at the castle, slowly stepping down from the carriage. He suddenly noticed Rachel in the distance, waving and calling out to him, "Brother." He was a little surprised and said, "Oh, Rai, did you come to pick me up?" She replied cheerfully, "Yes, I did."
She smiled at him and thought to herself. Seeing Lucian, her troubled mood was immediately soothed. Rachel swayed and playfully asked him, "Did you have fun playing outside? You had a wonderful time, didn't you?" Lucian gently brushed her air aside. He said sweet words to her. "Since you weren't there, it was just ordinary." Rachel delightedly covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh, you don't have to hide it from me." Lucian heard this and felt confused, so he asked her, "What do you mean, don't have to hide it from you?" She turned her head, blushing and smiling as she questioned him. "Where did you go today? With whom?" He suddenly guessed. Perhaps she saw me and Noah. It seems she's interested in someone, isn't she?
Rachel looked at him with sparkling eyes. She happily expressed, I don't have any prejudices, so no matter what happens, I'll always be on your side. Lucian stammered, about this? Rachel looked at him and thought, as expected, he's a bit hesitant. He covered his face and confessed to her, the only person I like is you. She seemed to misunderstand him and joyfully exclaimed, exactly. So if you ever like someone else besides me, remember to tell me. Lucian subtly prompted her, You should also let me know. Do you like young Master Cassandra? Rachel was stunned. She asked in surprise, Noah? Oh, of course I do. She saw him become pensive and thought to herself, how strange. Lucian asked about Noah first. Oh, could it be? Lucian suddenly spoke. Cassandra? He wondered to Rachel, what good qualities does Cassandra have in your eyes? Rachel was slightly taken aback. Uh-huh. Well, first of all, he's very handsome. He has charming, sparkling eyes, especially when he clinks glasses. Overall, he's very kind, even though he's a bit peculiar.
Lucian looked a little worried, but also helpless. If you like him that much, I won't object, but Cassandra's family has a very low social status, and I just found out they also have a lot of debt. Lucian offered advice. There are still plenty of other men in this world for you to choose from. Rachel secretly wondered, could it be because of this that Lucian secretly meant Noah? When I said I liked Noah, Lucian became very worried. Oh my God, could he have misunderstood this as a love triangle? Rachel quickly explained, you misunderstood. I don't want to be Noah's girlfriend. Lucian was stunned. Really? Rachel reaffirmed, I'm sure. I just have positive feelings for him, that's all. Then she turned to question Lucian. I knew you were misunderstanding me, didn't I? Lucian awkwardly said, He let out a sigh of relief. Thank God, you had me worried sick.
Rachel also smiled faintly, looking more at ease. Then Rachel linked arms with Lucian and began to tell him about her day. Today I went out with the Duke. I bought you another gift. Please stop by my room to pick it up. Rachel presented a beautifully wrapped piece of cake. This is the gift I wanted to give you. There's a really good pudding shop, so I got it from there. She handed it to Lucian. Have a taste. Lucian took a bite of the cake. Rachel waited expectantly. How does it taste? Lucian's expression remained cold. I can't really describe it, he said. He then turned and offered the cake to his sister. I'll only be able to tell if you feed it to me. Rachel smiled helplessly. Oh my, you're impossible. She fed him the cake. Come on, say ah. Rachel put the piece of cake into Lucian's mouth. He smiled and praised. It's so sweet. Rachel was also happy, isn't it? Lucian thought to himself, why does it taste so good when she feeds it to me? My sense of taste has been numbed by the effects of the enzo substance. While he was thinking, Rachel suddenly turned and asked, but brother,
I wonder if you're close with Noah's brother. Lucian denied it. Not at all. Rachel wondered, really? But I saw you two together today, and I even thought you liked Cassandra. Lucian explained, today I only went to meet him to see if he was a decent person. Rachel looked at him teasingly. Well, I see. It's a real shame. It would have been great if you two could become friends. Lucian remained silent, changing the subject. Did you have fun with father today? Rachel was slightly surprised. Oh, yes. She recounted, to be honest, I heard some very serious things today. The person impersonating a priest in the religion tried to kidnap me, and that person is my uncle. Lucian wondered, if that's your uncle, could it be Count El Rondo? Rachel nodded. Yes, that's right. Lucian was displeased. What on earth is he thinking? Rachel's eyelids drooped slightly. I'm very worried about the El Rondo family, she mused, because my biological parents went to great lengths to protect that family before they died. Lucian patted her shoulder comfortingly. Now you are a member of the Leyon family, so I will have someone monitor the Count to ensure he doesn't act like that again. Rachel gloomily said, thank you. With that, Lucian left the room. Get some rest. Rachel politely replied, you too, brother. Stepping out of the room, Lucian felt relieved. It's a good thing she doesn't like Cassandra as I thought. But if Rachel gets married and leaves this place, then surely when I look back, only memories will remain between her and me. The demon inside Lucian appeared. Are you going to feed me these things? Lucian sneered. It would be a waste to feed them to you. I will preserve them forever with magic.
The demon continued, I don't even know what to say, but you're truly insane. What are you planning to do with that child? You're acting as if you want to do whatever that child wants. Looking at all this, I think you're going crazy. Are you really serious about not wanting that child to leave? Lucian listened silently to the demon's words. He admitted, yes, that's right. I don't want to hand Rachel over to anyone. Even though I'm not her lover, I hate anyone getting close to Rachel besides me. The demon urged again. Then you should imprison that child forever. She won't be able to leave you, and no one will be able to take her away from you. Lucian replied, you're telling me to imprison her? He caressed the blue hair of the doll resembling Rachel, cradling it in his hands and stroking it like a precious treasure. Lucian secretly wished, I wish I could do that. In the peaceful, poetic garden with gentle sunlight, Rachel sat at a table, sipping tea and enjoying the view with the bird Damien. She drank her tea with a satisfied expression. It's been so long since I've been this relaxed.
Rachel recalled that she had recently attended an unrestricted meeting of the elite. She had talked about marrying the Duke. To alleviate her worries about Noah, Lucian had kept her in check. But now, in her eyes, everyone looked like a squid. Rachel silently wept. Because of Lucian and Noah, her standards had risen. Ultimately, she couldn't find a suitable partner. Her body ached after completing her schedule. Camila had to sternly remind her to only attend places she had carefully chosen from now on. Rachel happily immersed herself in her own thoughts, secretly planning that this week she wouldn't have to attend any social engagements. Doggy ran over, jumped onto the chair, and chased Damien away. It transformed into its human form and sat opposite Rachel. "Master, look at this. Isn't it beautiful? I made this stone with magic." Rachel observed the stone and then asked, "Do all foxes know how to make something like this?" Doggy, beaming with confidence, replied, "I bet only I can make it this beautiful, right?" Damien also transformed back into his human form, becoming Damien, and grumbled, pointing his finger. "Doggy, you should speak up to Master." Doggy stuck out his tongue teasingly. "I'm cute, so it's fine." Damien was helpless, thinking, such severe delusion. Doggy retorted, "It's not delusion, it's the truth." Damien got annoyed. "Look at reality." Doggy looked smug. "You mean I'm cute, right?" At this moment, Damien walked over and stood next to him. "You with your delusions of grandeur." Damien had just opened his mouth to taunt when both of them suddenly froze. Rachel asked, bewildered, "What's wrong?" Just then, another voice interjected. "So my daughter is here. Someone has come to see you. I met him at the royal meeting. He insisted on seeing you." Elliot stepped forward and greeted. "Princess Leyon, it's a pleasure to see you again. It would be proper to schedule an appointment beforehand, but I am prepared to wait." Rachel couldn't help but panic internally. Why is Elliot here? She quickly stood up and performed a bow, greeting the prince. Doggy leaned close to Damien and whispered, "That kid attacked Master before," so both of them immediately stood in front of Rachel, looking vigilant.
She had no choice but to speak up to intervene, saying, "It's all right, step back." Pedro bowed slightly in embarrassment. "Your Royal Highness, please forgive the rudeness of my subordinates." He ordered Dottie and Hag, "Step aside and back down." Vecchio immediately became dissatisfied after hearing this. "Father, these are my subordinates. Giving them orders is within my authority." Pedro was in a difficult position, but at this moment, Elliot also spoke up. "Please respect the princess's opinion." Pedro gave an embarrassed smile. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Royal Highness. I will have the servants prepare some pastries." Vecchio screamed in panic inwardly. "Ah, Duke!" After Pedro left, Elliot turned his head, smiling ambiguously. He walked past her with an unfriendly attitude. "I regret not being able to dance with you at the ball." Vecchio looked at Elliot with a hint of annoyance, thinking, what is this brat thinking, showing up here?
"You'd better be honest, and while we're at it, let's explore what else we're curious about," she said bluntly. "Stop playing innocent. Tell me the truth. The kidnapper suddenly became a prince?" Elliot burst out laughing. "So that's how it is. I didn't even know my father was the emperor. It's all thanks to you. Thank you." Rachel thought, puzzled. Normally, people would hide an illegitimate child. What made the emperor acknowledge him as a prince? Did he have a hold of his weakness? Elliot crossed his arms and looked at her. "Do you know the law of equivalent exchange?" Rachel didn't understand. "Huh?" He explained. "If you don't give, you can't receive. If you've received something, you must return something equivalent. This is a fundamental rule I was born and raised with. Do you remember the sauce you threw in my eyes? Thanks to you, I ended up like this. A hellish experience." Rachel secretly deduced. "Is that why he's wearing an eye patch?" Elliot continued. "What should you do to repay this? I've thought a lot about it. Should I take your eyes?" Rachel flinched and leaned back. Doggy rushed forward, raising his fist. "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Ha also quickly came to her side. "Master, please give your command." Seeing this, Elliot clutched his stomach and burst in laughter. "At first, I was so angry that I intended to do just that. That's why I followed you all the way to the south, no matter how strict the security was." Rachel listened in horror. "He followed me all the way there?" Elliot recounted. "I was always watching and looking for an opportunity for revenge. But then, I developed feelings? You look cute too. Instead of revenge, I want to have you. So, princess? No, Rachel, will you marry me?" Rachel was completely shocked after hearing this. "Huh?" Elliot was immediately deflated. "What? You don't like it? The status of a prince suits a princess, you know." Rachel thought, unable to comprehend. Is status the issue now? He's truly insane.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "Prince." Another person stepped forward. Lucian spoke. "I was working, so I'm a bit late to greet you. What's going on here?" Elliot replied. "Ah, young Duke Leyon, I have something I need to discuss with the princess." Lucian wondered. "May I ask what it is?" Elliot smiled. "Nothing special. I just proposed." Lucian's face stiffened. Proposed? Just then the tea cart rolled closer. Amber pushed the cart forward. "I apologize for the wait. I've prepared some pastries." Lucian glanced at her. "Bring me another chair."
Fruits and a fresh cup of tea were quickly laid out on the table. Rachel was the first to speak. "Why did you suddenly propose, Your Highness? Please be more specific." Elliot replied, "It's exactly as it sounds. I want to be with the princess for life." Rachel felt a bit awkward. I'm very grateful, but I haven't thought about marriage yet. And most importantly, Your Royal Highness is not my type." Elliot was speechless and had to ask, "What is the princess's type?" Rachel tilted her head and thought, "My type is, first, I like a slender and tall physique, a face that is both handsome and charming, dark hair and bright eyes would be wonderful, skilled in swordsmanship and magic, enough to capture all monsters, and finally, someone who is affectionate. For example, my brother." Lucian couldn't help but be moved upon hearing this. "Ray," Rachel moved closer to him, "because of you, my standards have risen, so you must take responsibility." Lucian indulged her. "Anything for you." He glanced at Elliot. "Your Royal Highness, I know you were in a hurry, but it's difficult to propose without prior discussion between the royal family and my family." Elliot seemed not to understand. "What are you saying? If the Emperor agrees, there's no way the Duke would disagree." Lucian was bewildered. "What?" Elliot smirked. "The Empire and the Master of Leyon. I mean, this is a marriage everyone desires. Even so, are you still going to refuse?" Rachel affirmed without hesitation. "I am the one getting married, and since it's an important matter, I want to think carefully. Surely the royal family can be understanding." Doggy and Damien both looked at her with worried eyes. At this moment, Lucian broke into a smile. He placed a hand on Rachel's shoulder and suggested to Elliot, "Please respect the princess's decision and return." Elliot lowered his face with regret. "What a pity. I understand. That's enough for today." Elliot pushed his chair back and stood up, walking away without hesitation.
In the living room, Lucian wondered, why is the prince suddenly acting like this? Besides the debutante ball, you've never even met him, have you? Rachel stammered in confusion. I'm also very surprised. Why did he suddenly propose? But the Duke has already agreed. Lucian's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and thought, does father truly believe that being of royal blood is good? Rachel immediately refused the proposal. But will I have to continue monitoring the situation later? Will I let such people steal Rachel away from me? The demon in Lucian's mind tempted him. Lock her in a safe space where only you can see her. Otherwise, she will disappear forever, just like your beloved. Rachel quickly asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Are you okay?" Lucian's face sank. This isn't good. Rachel began to panic. "Oh, let's go to the doctor right away." But Lucian grabbed Rachel's wrist. "No, this is fine." Rachel was extremely worried. "Where is it hurt?" Lucian rested his head on her lap, comfortably closing his eyes. "It seems better now." Rachel was suspicious. "Are you really okay? Don't suppress the pain." She gently stroked Lucian's head to let him rest. Rachel thought with a hint of helplessness, "This is the first time I've seen him act like a child. That's why I'm not ready to leave the ducal mansion. If we marry, I'd have to move out. But hey, are you asleep?" Rachel thought helplessly. He must be very tired. She gently sang a lullaby. "Sleep well, Lucian. In the front yard and backyard there are birds and sheep. Everyone is sleeping. Sleep well, Lucian." But Lucian was awake, deep in thought. Enzo had mentioned a small space, but Ray would surely be very uncomfortable there. So what if I prepared a house, a private house for Ray and me? A house where no one but me could see Ray. The twilight glow shone through the window, a soft orange hue covering the entire room. Lucian was still sleeping, his head resting on Rachel's hand, which he held tightly. A moment later, he opened his eyes and called, "Ray." Receiving no response, Lucian got up to check. It turned out Rachel had also unknowingly fallen asleep while sitting. He leaned closer. "You were the one who sang the lullaby." Lucian carried her bridal style and took her back to a room. He gently tucked Rachel into bed. Lucian smiled, his eyes full of doting affection as he looked at her. Suddenly, Rachel stirred and mumbled in her sleep, What's with the persistence, saintist?" Rachel continued to mumble a few meaningless words. Lucian tucked her in again, secretly speculating, is she having a nightmare? She must have heard the prince's disrespectful marriage proposal, which is why she's having a nightmare.
"I can't take it anymore." Lucian went to Pedro's room, and Pedro asked, "What's wrong?" Lucian, a bit annoyed, stated, "Prince Elliot has proposed to Rachel. I heard father has already agreed to that proposal. Is that true?" Pedro's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. "What?" he exclaimed. "This is the first time hearing of it. The prince also said he was very pleased with Rachel, but—" Lucian clenched his fists. How much does he look down on the Leyon family to have such an attitude? Father, you have been subservient to the royal family more than necessary, and this is the result." Pedro didn't understand. "What?" Lucian elaborated. "Although we present ourselves as a sovereign and a vassal, the royal family and Leyon are still allies. History records that we built the empire together with them. We should only maintain that status.
Isn't Leyon in a position to become independent from the Empire at any time? Pedro calmly said, Enough, don't overstep your bounds, because it's disturbing my mood. We are loyal vassals to the royal family. Lucian retorted irritably. What is the royal family anyway? Even with the entire empire in turmoil due to monsters, I shudder at their negative attitude. Pedro said sternly, I trust you're not thinking of betraying the royal family. Lucian struggled to control himself. At least, Father, you must do something to prevent something like today from happening again. Rachel's debutante ball is over. Now perhaps it's time.
My son will receive the ducal title. At this moment, Rachel woke up, sitting on her bed. Rachel chided herself, patting her face. Why did I oversleep? She thought to herself, has Lucian gone to work already? Just then, Amber entered and called her. Miss, Her Grace requests your presence in her room. Rachel was surprised. The Duchess? In Camilla's elegant room, she was sitting at the tea table waiting. Hearing the door open, Camila startled and looked up with a flustered expression. She quickly stood up. Rachel, come here. Rachel politely said, I heard that your Grace summoned me. Camila approached and intimately took her hand. Yes, there's something that has been weighing on my mind, and you are the only person I can open up to. Rachel, hearing this, whispered in surprise. To that extent? It seems my diligent letter writing has paid off. Camila began. Do you remember the story about the mirage I told you before? Rachel recalled her words. I hope you won't hit your head on the sand, mistaking a mirage for an oasis. She sadly nodded in reply. Yes, I remember. Family is like a mirage, or perhaps my own existence is like a mirage. They both share the commonality of being unable to truly blend. Camila spoke. It seems I have seen a mirage.
I thought that someday I might receive love, and I waited like that. I deceived my husband, and even my innocent son had to suffer. But my hopes and fears have been in vain until now. I'm sorry for speaking words you can't understand. I have something to say to the Duke, but I completely lack the courage. If you don't mind, would you come with me? Rachel didn't hesitate and placed her hand on Camila, saying, Of course. At the same time, in Pedro's study, Lucian firmly stated, Father, bestow the ducal title upon me as quickly as possible. Pedro shook his head and turned away. Don't rush me. When the time comes, I will bestow the title upon you. Lucian slammed his hand on the table. I don't think we have enough time to delay. Father, no, Your Grace. Why do you think I stepped forward to conquer monsters?
The emperor and the nobles also recognized your achievements. The knights who lived and died with you called you their liege lord. Those who knew nothing about you knew you were a duke, and the gentle common folk, one after another, called out, Duke Leyon, Duke. Pedro was so shocked he didn't know what to say. What? Lucian leaned in close to him. I have taken on the role of managing the family's internal affairs, something Mother never cared about, and I am also the heir to the family. There isn't a single part of this house that my hands haven't touched, both inside and outside the family. Everyone recognizes me as the master of Leyon, but it seems only you, Father, are unaware of this. All this time, I've only been waiting out of courtesy to the head of the household. Grant me the title of Duke immediately, before I am forced to drag you down. Do you want to bestow it upon me yourself now, or do you want to be dragged down? Pedro's chair was forcefully pushed, hitting the wall behind him. Pedro grabbed Lucian's collar and roared, You rebellious brat! He squeezed Pedro's wrist tightly. Pedro winced in pain. Ugh! Lucian, expressionless, said, Just use words, because I am no longer at an age to be lectured by you. Pedro trembled with rage. You! There was a sound of a door opening, and both men simultaneously turned to look. Camila walked in anxiously. It's Camila. I have something urgent to say. Huh? What? What's happening? Pedro asked, surprised, his hand still on Lucian's collar. My lady. Camila rushed over and questioned. Sir, are you doing that to Lucian again? He quickly explained. No, this scoundrel!
Pedro froze when he heard Camila say, It's all my fault. Lucian is not to blame at all. It's all because of me. He said, Camila. She cried, Because I love you so much. I thought if I waited, one day you would care about me, so I reported your affair with Leyon to the former Duke. Pedro was taken aback. What? Camila sobbed. I am truly sorry for causing all this. I'm sorry. So please, don't hate Lucian anymore. It's also because of me that he had to break up with the person he loved and endure such heavy humiliation. So please, just hate me. Before Camila could finish speaking, she felt dizzy and almost fell. Rachel quickly supported her. Duchess! Pedro lowered his face, looking grim. He turned his back and walked away. Take the Duchess to her room and call a doctor. Lucian watched the two of them and sighed helplessly. He called out, Ray, take Mother away. All three of them opened the door and left the study. In Camilla's room, the doctor was examining her. Rachel and Lucian stood behind, waiting anxiously. She couldn't help but ponder. Suddenly, a fierce storm brewed. The former Duke knew about the Duke's lover because of the Duchess. A moment later, the doctor finally stood up and spoke. I'm done with the examination. It's just physical weakness and exhaustion, so please ensure she gets proper nutrition. Lucian instructed the maid. Please take care of my mother and let me know if anything happens. The maid bowed and replied, Yes, I understand. Lucian put his arm around Rachel's shoulder. Ray, you must be very startled. I've been patiently waiting all this time to prevent you from seeing things like this.
Rachel wondered, Darling, did something happen just now? Lucian didn't answer but took Rachel's hand. He suggested, let's go to my room. In Lucian's room, Rachel was a little worried. This is the first time I've seen the Duke in such an agitated state. Can you tell me what happened? Lucian's answer startled her. I told him to bestow the ducal title upon me, but father still hasn't agreed. They still treat me like a child they can use however they want. I know he will never truly acknowledge me. Rachel looked at Lucian with pity. Darling. Lucian continued to recount. When I was young, I worked tirelessly to gain father's recognition, but no matter how much effort I put in, it meant nothing to father. Everything I've done recently, even my very existence, feels denied. Am I really that foolish? Rachel was startled upon hearing this, and immediately denied it. No, that's not true. Everyone else knows how much effort you put in, how talented you are. Everyone acknowledges you. Lucian asked, a little shyly. Even you? Rachel replied, of course. Seeing this, he cheered up. All right, as long as I have your acknowledgement, that's enough. Rachel placed her hand on Lucian's. I'll always stand by you. Lucian told himself, I won't rely on my parents anymore, because they don't love me, because I have someone who understands me more than my real family. He smiled at Rachel. Thank you, Ray. Lucian thought. Even if you're not family, just having you is enough. The only one who understands me. Rachel.
In the dark room, Pedro was sitting motionless at the table. He thought of Camila crying, just hate me. Pedro fell into deep thought. Where did it all begin? Liam and I broke up because my father forced us apart. So marrying Camila was my own decision, but I failed to fulfill my duties as a husband to my wife, which is why my wife Camila suffered from depression. As for my son Lucian, his personality wasn't like this from the start. From a young age, he always yearned for his father's love. Rachel said, please, father, stop blaming my brother. Look at what you've done. What Rachel said to me was absolutely true. Simply because the boy resembled my own father so much, I abandoned him and was cold towards him all this time. All my life, I thought I was the victim in this story.
But in the end, he himself was the one at fault with his wife and poor son. The head butler opened the door. Your Grace, I just heard you call me. He requested, send Lucian to me. The next day, Rachel was enjoying tea with Damien and Doggy in the sun-drenched garden. She mused that ever since all that trouble had passed, the Duke had also spoken with Lucian to prepare for the handover of the succession. After that, he didn't want to see anyone else, not even the Duchess. It was understandable. This wound had festered for decades. Rachel chuckled, exclaiming, but in the end, Lucian has finally been granted the title of Duke. Oscar stated bluntly, Master, I don't like your brother at all. He is truly unfortunate. Damien beside them reminded him, Oscar. Oscar didn't understand. What's wrong? You think so too. Rachel wondered, unfortunate? Damien turned to look at her, hesitating. Well, the energy inside Lucian's body, I feel it's like a gloomy energy. It's like when I first saw him, I thought it must be a very special kind of energy. Rachel hummed in acknowledgement. She couldn't help but think with pride. Just as I thought, Lucian is a very special person.
Doggy made his feelings clear. I don't like Master always playing with your brother. Why don't you two just play by yourselves? Rachel teased him. Are you jealous? How cute. Damien said, do you mean you want Master to only talk intimately with you? Doggy grinned, rolling his eyes. So what? Master likes talking to me too. Damien got annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. He quickly seized the opportunity. Haha, but if you change my name, I won't be jealous anymore. Rachel said, Oscar suits you very well. Damien added, agreed. Doggy threw a tantrum. No, I don't like this name at all. Master, please change my name. I'll do anything you want. Pretty please. She thought, things aren't going according to the original plot anymore, but it's just a name change, so it probably won't be a problem, right? Rachel agreed to change the name. All right, then promise me one thing. Doggy excitedly. What? I promise anything, she suggested. That is, you must not hate my brother anymore, and you must listen to what my brother says. He came closer and hooked pinkies with Rachel. Okay, I promise. Doggy exclaimed. Oh, a good name, a really good name, she replied. All right, from now on, I will call you Oscar. He repeated. Oscar. Hooray, my name is Oscar now. I won't hate your brother anymore. Damien looked at Rachel. Master, I have something I want to ask you. She wondered. What is it? He asked. How do you feel about Lucian? Rachel was unclear. What do you mean? She felt that Lucian was someone with a past of growth and maturity similar to her own, but he was incredibly strong to overcome those painful days. She had been impressed with him from the first time she read this story, but in the end, he met a tragic fate. So if she could change Lucian's tragic fate into a better outcome, seeing Lucian happy every day could also bring solace to her own dark childhood memories, and then she could also feel happiness, as if rediscovering a glimmer of hope in this life. Rachel happily said, To me, my brother is the one who changed my life. He is the one who showed me the beautiful future ahead.
The daemon in Lucian's mind emerged. Are you listening? The child is talking about you. He didn't understand. What change is that? Me and Rachel. Oscar questioned. What's wrong? Why is Master talking without me? Lucian walked towards Rachel, deep in thought. That's right, if that future includes me and her, I think even I would feel very happy. He walked over and called her name, Rachel. Seeing him, she happily stood up. Brother, Lucian said, it's been a long time since I last saw you, hasn't it? Rachel smiled. You must have been busy lately. He nodded. Ever since I took over my father's work, I've had a lot to do. Hearing that, Rachel worried. Is there anything I can do to help you? Lucian leaned closer to her. So will you help me? The two slowly entered the room. Rachel didn't refuse. She gently asked, what do I need to do, brother? Lucian pointed to a cardboard box on the table and replied, sit here and help me sort these invitations. Looking at the pile of letters on the table, Rachel felt a little apprehensive. The invitations are piled up like a mountain, just like the Duke's power. But Rachel happily affirmed, leave it to me. Hearing that, Lucian was very satisfied and trusted her greatly. All right, I'm counting on you. By this time it was late afternoon, and Lucian and Rachel were still diligently working.
Suddenly, Lucian glanced over, secretly looking at his goddess. In his eyes, Rachel appeared as an extremely beautiful girl. He unconsciously had a thought, believing that just being in the same place as her was enough to feel content. But if he asked her to sit next to him, then suddenly Rachel called out, startling him, Lucian. She pointed to the neatly sorted letters to show off her achievement. I finished sorting the invitations. I've arranged them in order of importance by color, yellow, silver, and blue and red. Lucian mumbled in response, asking, you're done? Rachel was very happy after finishing the work. She smiled and said to the male lead, you're surprised by just this much? Give me another task. Lucian immediately replied, I didn't think you'd finish it so quickly. Hearing that, Rachel made a suggestion. Would you like to have a cup of tea together? Let's take a little break. Lucian probably also felt the need to de-stress. He happily agreed. Why not? I'd like some grapes. Suddenly, Rachel froze for 5 seconds. She only snapped out of it after Lucian called her several times. Oh, then Rachel was very excited by his suggestion. Grapes? I got it!
With that said, she quickly left to prepare, saying, I'll bring it right away, without noticing the male lead's call, hey, wait! The door closed, leaving Lucian stranded in the middle of the room. He smiled to himself, thinking, I can just call the butler. Suddenly, he found himself thinking, I wish I could live with her like this forever. As for Rachel, she was still busy looking for grapes. Suddenly, she met Amber, who politely greeted her. Milady, where are you going? Rachel excitedly replied, I'm going to get some tea and grapes. Hearing this, Amber found it strange, and immediately advised Rachel, then you should call the butler for that, shouldn't you? Only then did Rachel realize how silly she was being. Oh, right. And Amber just smiled and said, oh, milady, I'll bring them to you.
Then Rachel pointed to the male lead's room and instructed, please take it to my brother's study. Amber happily agreed, yes, ma'am. After Amber left, Rachel recalled her awkward moment from earlier. Lucian was so handsome that he made her feel flustered, practically tying her legs in knots as she ran away. Suddenly, she noticed something in Lucian's room. Is the door open? She tiptoed closer, thinking to herself, I clearly closed it. As she got closer, Rachel suddenly heard a voice say, why did you let Rachel sort the invitations? It turned out Lucian was talking to Pedro. Is there a problem, sir? Pedro then gave his reason. Sorting the Duke's invitations is the Duchess's duty. Lucian, after hearing this, explained, but Mother is in no condition to handle this, and I don't have a wife. So, besides Princess Rachel, who else would be more suitable for this task? Pedro was very surprised to hear these words. Meanwhile, Rachel, eavesdropping outside, strongly agreed with the male lead. Exactly. Suddenly, Rachel started thinking about Pedro's words. But if this is called the Duchess's duty, would it also include a mistress? Then the most suitable person would be none other than Noah. Just imagining it makes me happy. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice Lucian had been behind her for some time. Rachel, what are you doing here? Startled, Rachel quickly tried to cover up her embarrassment. Amber said she would go get grapes for me, so I came back here. Lucian didn't ask any further questions and led her into the room by the hand. Come in.
Pedro felt a little awkward when he saw Rachel walk in. My daughter, so you were out there? He approached her to ask how she was. Lucian bothered you, didn't he? Rachel smiled and replied, I'm not tired at all. Besides, I'm bored right now. Hearing this, Pedro felt relieved. He gently stroked Rachel. Is that so? Then I'll leave it all to you. With that, he left under Lucian's gaze. At this moment, Rachel had a question. Brother. Hearing the call, Lucian started and turned around. What? Rachel innocently said, you should quickly find a partner. This question from her greatly surprised Lucian. What? Rachel's smile was full of intention. It's just that it would be better to have someone by your side to lean on. Hearing this, Lucian fell into contemplation. He only replied briefly, Rachel was still curious about the male lead's dream lover. Did you fall for anyone at the gathering or at the church? Lucian coldly refused decisively. No. Although Lucian firmly asserted he hadn't, Rachel still had doubts. Still denying it? I know very well you like Noah. Thinking of this, Rachel felt a slight pang of sadness. It's true, if he considers the Empire's prohibition of same-sex love, he must still be very cautious about revealing the truth.
Thinking that, she stepped forward, gently took Lucian's wrist and whispered, whenever you think about dating, you absolutely must tell me, because I will support you no matter who you fall in love with. Her words were filled with sincerity, reflected in her sparkling eyes. Hearing her words, Lucian involuntarily felt a little thoughtful. Lucian still didn't believe Rachel's words, so he asked again, "You said you'd support me no matter who I love? So do you know who that person is?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "The snacks you requested have arrived, sir." In just a moment, grapes and tea were arranged on the table, looking very appealing. Before Amber left, she also reminded them, "If you need anything else, please call me." Rachel smiled politely and replied, "Thank you, Amber." After confirming Amber had left, Lucian shyly said to Rachel, "Ray, I want to eat grapes." Rachel secretly chuckled to herself. He seems to really want it now. Thinking that, she smiled brightly and prepared grapes for the male lead. "I know." She gently picked up each grape. "Here, the grapes are here." She held up a pretty grape and chuckled. "Knock, knock." Next, she brought the grape close to Lucian's mouth. "Knock, knock, knock. Open the door." But Lucian still maintained a very cold demeanor. Only after Rachel coaxed him did Lucian finally open his mouth to enjoy the delicious grape.
Riding on the wave of happiness, Rachel continued choosing new fruits to feed the male lead, wondering which one was the plumpest. But before she could choose, Lucian grabbed it. He quickly put the grape into Rachel's mouth and said, "You have some too." Rachel savored the grape. She hadn't expected it to be so delicious, but then again, of course. Half jokingly, half seriously, she told Lucian, "I think it tastes much better if you feed me." At this moment, Lucian noticed Rachel's hair. He gently raised his hand to caress and stroke it, and then he inadvertently saw something. Noticing Lucian's strange expression, Rachel curiously asked, "What's wrong? Is there something in my hair at the back?" Lucian replied, "No, it's just that you have a mole on the back of your neck." Hearing him say that, Rachel then said, "Oh, that's right, I have so many moles." Lucian was very surprised when she said that. "You have more elsewhere?" Rachel then pointed to her face and said, "Here and there, in places I can't see, so..." Suddenly, Lucian let out a long sigh, falling into a deep contemplation. Rachel had to pat his shoulder to ease the somber mood. "Oh, come on, I told you it tickles." Gazing at Rachel's breathtaking beauty, Lucian's soul was utterly captivated. Now he realized his feelings for her. With that thought, he boldly moved closer to Rachel, making her a little scared. Next, he resolutely lifted her up, despite Rachel's screams. Rachel still couldn't process what was happening. She stammered, calling out, "Lucian." Lucian hugged her tightly, not wanting to let go, his mind filled with countless thoughts. This feeling was not merely friendship. Even when they first met again, it clearly wasn't this kind of emotion.
The more he thought, the tighter he hugged her. "I want to have you, Ray." Thinking Lucian was sad, which was why he hugged her, Rachel patted his shoulder and asked, "Is something wrong?" Lucian didn't answer. He just gently pushed her back a little and said, "Ray?" He gazed passionately at the goddess in his arms. Now he understood everything. The reason why he felt uncomfortable when others looked at her. The reason why he seemed to go crazy at the thought of her leaving him. It was all because he loved her. "If I were to become your lover," Lucian thought, placing his hand on Rachel's fair hands. Rachel's call startled Lucian. "Brother!" Lucian turned his face away and replied unhappily, "Why are you calling me that?" Rachel was slightly bewildered by the male lead's question. "What? I didn't hear what you said clearly." Lucian glared at Rachel and thought to himself, "Our parents are different, and when we were little, we were only together for 2 years. I never thought of us as siblings. Therefore, I only see you as a childhood friend." At this moment, the demon within him urged him, "Now you want that girl? Then make her entirely yours, from head to toe, and make it so that only you can gaze upon her. If you don't, you will lose her, just like I did." In Lucian's eyes at this moment, there was only Rachel's figure. He called out, "Ray?" Rachel politely replied, "Yes." Lucian then began to confess to her, "I will tell you soon who the person I love is." Hearing these words, Rachel was a little shocked.
But she immediately regained her composure and replied, "Yes, I'll wait." She was also very curious about Lucian's lover. "Your lover? Is it someone I know? If so, that would be wonderful." Lucian merely smiled, thinking to himself, "How will you reciprocate my feelings? Even if you reject me, I have no intention of letting you leave me." The more Lucian thought, the tighter he held his beloved. Rachel sat in her room, looking through the invitations. "There are so many invitations from the church, aren't there?" Rachel sighed, putting the letters down. "They've already been filtered, and there are still so many? This week there's also a royal party." Rachel pondered. If the Duchess saw these, she would definitely ignore them, but now she's in a situation where she can't ignore them.
The Duke is the same. When will this atmosphere finally clear up? First, Lucian's succession ceremony as Duke is after the royal banquet. I want to see Lucian become Duke soon. I'm not getting married. Rachel recalled the happy moments with Lucian. Eat while you work. Lucian appreciated it. Thank you, Ray. Rachel pondered further. And can I just help Lucian with his work? No, that probably won't work. I need to get married quickly and leave this house. Rachel recalled Elliot's proposal. You will marry me, won't you?
Rachel's expression changed, and she thought, why am I suddenly remembering those dirty memories? That brat Elliot has been quiet ever since I rejected his proposal, which makes me even more uneasy. A knock came from the door, and a servant entered respectfully to announce, "Milady, the Duchess wishes to have tea with you." Rachel was slightly surprised. The Duchess? That morning in Camilla's tea room, Rachel sat opposite her and inquired, "Duchess, how is your health?" Camila replied, I'm fine now." Camila confided, "Last time, as an adult, I was truly ashamed. Yesterday, I met the Duke, and we had a heartfelt talk. It seems this is the first time since our marriage that we've truly understood each other's sincere feelings. Because of us, Lucian and you have had to go through a lot of trouble." Rachel waved her hand in denial. "Not at all." Then Camilla happily announced, "Starting from this royal banquet, the Duke and I plan to resume our activities."
"Let's enjoy the party together," Rachel happily agreed. "Yes." Light shone into a corner of Rachel's room. Amber brought a large box into the room. "My lady, the outfit you will wear to the royal party has arrived." Rachel took a small doll out of the box. "There's a fashion doll this time too, isn't there?" Amber reminded her. "Please also check the jewelry that the Duke sent." Rachel looked at the small earrings in the box, the gemstones the same color as Lucian's eyes. Thinking, she then wondered, "But what's that tiny piece of jewelry underneath?" Amber noticed. "It seems he sent it for you to put on the fashion doll." Rachel was surprised. "He made jewelry for the doll too?" she exclaimed happily. "How adorable! If you wanted that, then I must decorate it." Amber stood watching Rachel decorate the doll intently. Suddenly, a sound from outside the door caught her attention. A pair of feet was moving, preparing to step inside. Lucian stepped in from outside the door, calling out happily, "Ray!" Rachel also eagerly greeted him. "Brother!" Lucian smiled at Rachel. "I heard the jewelry I sent has arrived. Have you seen it?" Rachel's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Yes, it's a beautiful pumpkin yellow color." She led Lucian to the doll and showed it off. "I even decorated the doll." Lucian examined the doll and praised, "Very good." Lucian gazed intently at the doll. Seeing this, Rachel offered, "I've given you fashion dolls before, haven't I? I wonder if you'd like this one." Lucian immediately replied, "Yes." Then Rachel picked up the doll and handed it to Lucian. "Here you go." Lucian accepted her gift. "Thank you." Seeing him so engrossed, Rachel thought to herself, "I didn't expect him to like dolls so much. Dolls? Why dolls? It makes me so uneasy." Suddenly, Lucian spoke, interrupting Rachel's thoughts. "It's a pity. I wanted to wear an outfit similar to yours at the party. This time, I can only coordinate my accessories with yours." Rachel smiled understandingly. "You had to prepare for the succession ceremony so urgently. There was no other way." Looking at Lucian's appearance, Rachel thought to herself, "He's so cute, and here I am worrying needlessly." Lucian gave a sweet smile, placing both hands on Rachel's face. "We'll be together throughout the party." Lucian gently kissed Rachel's forehead, his expression tender. "I'm really looking forward to the party. Well then, good night." With that, he left, leaving Rachel with a flushed, bewildered face. Night had fallen over the city. Noah was sitting in a restaurant talking to Derek, who asked, "Are both young Duke Leyon and the princess interested in you?" Noah confidently replied, "That's right. The allure of this body truly is..." Derek retorted, "Isn't it thanks to the appearance of the body you possessed?" Noah looked bewildered. "Appearance?" Then he changed the subject. "Speaking of Princess Leyon, doesn't she resemble the girl called the saintist, especially her hair and eye color?" Derek continued, If the princess is truly connected to the saintess, then even if Cassandra tried to possess someone and then disappeared, that would be enough to understand." Noah emphasized, "Yes, that princess who resembles the saintess likes me. We can take advantage of this, can't we?"
Noah discussed with Derek, Princess Leona is a very friendly person, so it's very easy to approach her. Just pretend to approach her and get to know her. If you discover that she possesses the power of a saintess, then immediately eliminate her. If you encounter her at the party, approach her. Derek, resting his chin on his hand, reminded him, "The royal family members are starting to get suspicious, so we should probably be more cautious. Try to be careful with your work." Amber's hands were braiding Rachel's green locks.
As she was getting ready for the royal party, Rachel suddenly looked away. Then she asked, "Why are you here so early?" Lucian smiled gently at Rachel, saying, "Just seeing you like this makes me happy." Amber looked at Lucian with a slight surprise, but also respectfully, saying, "Please wait a little longer, my lord. Today is a royal party, so I need to be more meticulous. I just need to braid her hair and then put on a suitable set of jewelry, and then we'll be done." As she spoke, Amber's hands were styling Rachel's hair, while Lucian watched with wide eyes. He wondered, "Are you braiding her hair?" Amber turned to answer, "Yes, that's right." Then Lucian suddenly offered, "Can I braid your hair myself?" Rachel was a little skeptical of Lucian's skill, wondering, can he really do it? Lucian carefully caressed Rachel's blue hair. She wondered, what's wrong? A thought popped into Rachel's head. That's right, he must be thinking of Noel because he also has short hair. Then Rachel wondered again, how do you know how to braid hair? Who taught you?
You learned it from someone, didn't you? Lucian's lips curved into a slight smile. He replied, a doll. Rachel was astonished. From a doll? Lucian explained, it's the doll you gave me. But that doll had no hair, so I styled its hair myself, just like I'm doing for you now. Rachel was a little surprised. So you came up with this braid style yourself? Lucian affirmed. Mm-hmm. A thought popped into Rachel's head. Could he have become a doll enthusiast? Lucian suddenly spoke, cutting off Rachel's train of thought. The braid is done. After he finished, Lucian turned to Amber and asked, now, are you bringing the jewelry for her? Amber respectfully replied, yes, here it is. Lucian took an earring from the box, then brought it over and put it on Rachel's ear, and then took out a necklace and put it on her.
Everything is complete, he praised proudly. It's done. You look so beautiful now. Rachel turned, smiling radiantly. Thank you, she said, secretly delighted that she had personally put the jewelry on the person she cherished. Lucian spoke up. Now let's go to the Imperial Palace. Rachel smiled, taking his hand. Yes. Inside the lavish and magnificent Imperial Palace, illuminated by brilliant lights, greetings for Pedro and Camila were heard. Hello, Duke and Duchess of Leyon. It's an honor to meet you both here. From a distance, Lucian and Rachel also saw the two. Rachel felt a little anxious. Is it all right for us to go like this? Lucian placed her hand on his arm. Rachel wondered, why are you doing this, brother? Lucian was silent for a moment, then spoke. Brother? Can you call me by my name? Rachel was slightly taken aback, but obediently agreed. Yes, Lucian requested. Please, call me by my name. Rachel felt puzzled, pondering. Why is he suddenly a greeting rang out. Are you two enjoying the party? Both Lucian and Rachel were drawn by the voice and turned their heads. Noah approached with a friendly expression. Hello, Duke and Duchess. Rachel turned, delighted to see Noah. Hello, Sir Noah. Noah also smiled and complimented. Oh, Princess, your dress is absolutely wonderful. It suits you very well. Rachel happily returned the compliment. Your pink outfit also suits you very well today. Noah politely replied, I also think pink suits me.
Lucian stood watching the two people talk, a pensive expression on his face. Another voice rang out, Princess Leyon. Lucian instinctively turned his eyes towards the source of the voice. Elliot approached from a distance and greeted her. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been? Rachel was slightly startled to realize it was Elliot. Was he here too? Lucian, with a cold gaze, lowered his voice. Prince. Elliot moved closer to Rachel. I wonder if you've given any thought to it recently. Rachel asked back. Thought about what? Elliot smiled. About my marriage proposal. The surrounding guests were surprised as they overheard their conversation, murmuring, a marriage proposal? From the prince? Noah, from his side, also spoke up. Well, just as I thought. A beautiful princess is very suitable for His Royal Highness the Prince. Rachel hastily denied. Wait, that proposal? Lucian put a hand out to stop Rachel, then stepped forward. He firmly declared, I am certain my sister will not agree. The people around them murmured. The princess refused His Highness's proposal. Lucian sternly warned, if you continue to make the princess uncomfortable like this, I will not stand by and watch. Elliot's words carried a hint of a smile. What a sad story. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Oh, what's happening? The Prince and Princess Leyon. Rachel thought with a touch of worry. Lucian, he's being disrespectful to the royal family. This is the only way to resolve the current situation. Thinking this, Rachel let out a soft, oh, then stumbled, almost falling. Lucian anxiously caught her and asked, Ray, are you all right? Rachel feigned illness. Suddenly, I feel very dizzy.
Seeing Rachel like that, Lucian worriedly instructed, you go to the living room and rest for a bit. Immediately, she turned and left. Lucian stood behind her and called her name. Rachel. Night had fallen over the castle. Rachel walked down the corridor in the dim light of the surrounding lamps and suddenly sighed. She recalled Lucian's words at the party. If you continue to make the princess uncomfortable like that, I won't stand by and watch. Elliot laughed. What a sad story. Rachel shook her head, worriedly pondering. This is a very serious matter. After all, he is a prince. For him to act like that is truly excessive. Lucian suddenly appeared behind her and called, Rachel. Lucian's steps quickened towards Rachel. He stood in front of her, gripping her shoulders, asking, How are you feeling? Before Rachel could answer, Lucian asked again, Are you all right? Let me help you. Come with me now. Rachel was a little bewildered. Oh, Rachel pondered. Lucian just now did not behave appropriately like a nobleman. This is a matter between me and Elliot.
You should have let me handle it myself. That's why I was a little angry with Lucian. Rachel looked straight into Lucian's golden eyes. Rachel felt a little melancholic, knowing she would soften. Just looking at his face, she naturally found herself no longer angry at all. With that thought, Rachel looked around, left and right. Is anyone here? Seeing no one around, Rachel stood on tiptoes and whispered into Lucian's ear. Don't do that again.
To be honest, I also find the prince a bit annoying, but he is a prince after all, so even if you're annoyed, you shouldn't show it so openly. Lucian silently looked at Rachel. She repeated with a serious face, "Did you get that?" Lucian spoke in a slightly low voice. "Regarding this, I'm not so sure."
His answer made Rachel freeze solid. What? Lucian intertwined his fingers with hers. He said softly and seriously, "If someone flirts with you like that, how can I just stand by and watch? I've already held myself back considerably. Otherwise, I would have killed him." Rachel shook her head slightly. "Killing a prince, if anyone hears you say that, it's a serious crime." Lucian put on a sulky, evasive face like a kitten, leaving Rachel helpless. "Oh, come on." Rachel pondered. "It's true. Everything turned out this way because of me and Elliot. But what's wrong with Lucian?" Then Rachel smiled. "I was a little annoyed too. But anyway, thank you for venting your anger for me, brother." Lucian's gaze was deep as he looked at Rachel. He pulled her hand, surprising her, then embraced her. He reminded her, "I told you to call me by my name before, didn't I?" Rachel was a little shy. "Call what name?" Lucian's face became serious. "All right, call my name now." Rachel refused. "How can I call my brother by his name?" Lucian spoke up. "But I want you to call me that." Rachel wondered inwardly. He's really strange today. She compromised with him. "All right then, Lucian." Hearing Rachel call him that, Lucian felt a little joy in his heart. "Call it again." Lucian's eyes were fixed on Rachel, and she looked back at him with adoration. Rachel called out, "Lucian." Lucian smiled happily at being called that. Rachel thought, "I just called his name."
Lucian gently caressed her blue hair. He smiled. "My Rachel, do you understand my heart? Now I only want to lock you away where no one can see you." Lucian's gaze was warm as he looked at Rachel. In a dark corner of the corridor, Elliot was witnessing everything. Lucian also caught a glimpse of him. Rachel, surprised in his arms, uttered, "Oh." Lucian hugged her even tighter. "Why are you suddenly... I can't breathe." Elliot continued to watch them in silence. Lucian secretly vowed, "I will definitely not let anyone take you away from me." In the dimly lit, blue-tinged corridor, Lucian was still holding Rachel in his arms. He looked at her and suggested, "Let's return to the mansion." Rachel was slightly startled. "What? But the party is still going on." Lucian looked at Rachel with a serious tone. "We need to leave here soon. It's also a way to let the Crown Prince know how rude he has been, which is why we are doing this." Rachel was a little worried. "What if the royal family hates us later?" Lucian reassured her. "Don't worry. The royal family still depends heavily on the Leyon family. You are also feeling dizzy. Let's get into the carriage quickly." Elliot stood from a distance and witnessed everything. He crossed his arms, silently pondering something. Elliot recalled when he was in his room, his servant had informed him. Lady Leyon was originally the daughter of Count Alrando. Her status was elevated because Duke Leyon adopted her as his daughter. Elliot wondered, wasn't the Alrando family completely annihilated? Why would he adopt her as his daughter? The servant calmly replied, "There's nothing strange about it."
Perhaps it was an arranged marriage since childhood. She had also been adopted into the ducal family when she was very young. Returning to the present after witnessing the recent scene, Elliot secretly mused, "So it could be an engagement from childhood, which is why he acted that way towards me today." Suddenly, he smiled. After all, an engagement could be broken off at any time. On Rachel's desk at that moment was a letter. She opened and read it. It was from Belisa. "Rachel, what happened between you and the prince? Everyone is very surprised." Rachel sighed. These troubles were all because of Elliot. After the party ended, the Duke called Lucian into his study for a long talk, but I've already refused Elliot's proposal. If he continues to propose to me again, that would be a huge mistake on his part. Through agreements with the royal family, people say they have decided not to complicate things further.
Without further thought, Rachel decided to take a walk in the garden. She looked up at the sky and remarked, "It's windy, but why is it so hot? That's spring weather for you." Suddenly, a familiar figure caught Rachel's attention. "Huh?" Lady Camila also greeted her. "Are you out for a walk?" She offered. "Would you like to walk together?" Rachel happily agreed. "Yes." As they admired the beautiful scenery in the flower garden, Camila began to confide. "I suppose you've had a lot of trouble because of Lucian's incident at the party, haven't you? But that was just a misunderstanding. I'm very worried about you." Rachel smiled. "Yes." Camila then asked, "Why didn't you ask me about what happened the other day?" She recounted her conversation with Pedro. "For you to be separated from the one you love like that, it must be because of me, so now I must endure daily humiliation and bitterness. Then please continue to hate me. That was the last conversation between me and the Duke. That was a very big deal. How could you not be curious?" Rachel pondered. "In the original work it happened like that, so I understand the situation at the time, but..." She gently lowered her head slightly and replied, "I just want to be more careful in this family." Camila asked, "You are also a member of the Leyon family. Why must it be like that?" Rachel wore a forced smile. "That's true, but I am not a true member of the Leyon family."
"Because you were merely a guest visiting the Leyon mansion for a while. In the past, a servant came to inform Camila about Rachel's situation. 'Madam, Lady Alrando is eating.' She confessed,
I used to think you weren't a member of the Leyon family, but not anymore. Even if we're not a true family, I've never considered you an outsider. So please don't say such things in front of the Duke. He truly regards you as his own daughter. Rachel lowered her head thoughtfully. Yes. Returning, Rachel opened the door and entered her room. She stepped inside, but her mind was still lost in thought, feeling incredibly complicated. Suddenly, Oscar appeared out of nowhere. Boo! He laughed loudly and asked Rachel, "Did I scare you?" She was a little surprised and retorted, "You scared me, didn't you?" Oscar made a cute face to win her over. "Don't be mad. I snuck away from work to find my master." Rachel wondered, "What about Damien?" Oscar whined, "He keeps bothering me." Rachel finally softened. "All right, let's go into the room together." Oscar happily pulled her hand. "Hooray!" Rachel was engrossed in reading, while Oscar sat beside her, eating candy. Suddenly, Rachel yawned. "I'm so sleepy." Oscar turned to her and suggested, "Master, should I tell you a horror story?" Rachel was a little surprised. "You know how to tell stories, too. Let's hear it." Popping a candy into his mouth, Oscar began. "This is a story I once heard. Beneath the ground of the world we live in, countless demons and evil spirits also reside." Rachel listened intently to the story, then suddenly asked, "Demons and evil spirits?" Oscar nodded. "That's right." Rachel mused. I've heard there's a religion that strongly believes in demons and spirits, right?" Oscar continued. 1,000 years ago, those beings came to our world to rule humanity, but those evil spirits couldn't operate in our world because they were just spirits, so they said they wanted to possess a human body. Hearing this, Rachel felt a slight panic in her heart. "Possess?" Oscar continued. "But now the Demon King has been sealed, and it seemed like everything ended there. However, in reality, it wasn't entirely over. So those demonic spirits found their power and then went into hiding, not letting anyone know."
Therefore, Master, you must be careful with the people around you. What if they possess human bodies, then impersonate that person? So it's very possible that someone has been possessed by a demon. Then Oscar chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "But only demons possess humans to take over their bodies. As for me, I'm just an animal, so you can completely trust me. Isn't that scary?" Rachel widened her eyes, pondering the words just spoken. These things were not in the original.
I am also one of Rachel's body possessors. Rachel asked, "Oscar, where did you hear this ghost story?" Oscar also happily and honestly replied, "This story? An old turtle told me this story a long, long time ago. She said this story is from ancient times, and she herself has lived for over 1,000 years. But this isn't a made-up story. It's completely true. Isn't it terrifying?" Suddenly, Huck appeared from behind Oscar. "Oscar, so you're here." Then Huck forcefully pulled Oscar away. "I apologize, Master." Oscar struggled. "I won't go." Watching Oscar leave, Rachel began to ponder. Is a body possessor an evil spirit? On this side, Lucian was gently swirling the wineglass in his hand. Those around him were commenting. The prince has proposed to her too many times, but the princess always refuses. It's unclear why he proposed to the princess at that party with so many people attending. A blonde person spoke up. His intention is clearly to harass the princess. Another person, also displeased, said, "Does he really think that just because he's a prince he can do whatever he wants? Even though he lives in the royal family, he doesn't even know the most basic etiquette. It's truly bizarre and rude." Lucian brought the wineglass to his lips, pondering. The prince suddenly appeared but didn't use any power. Elliot Son Leonis, in this situation, his defiant actions against the Leyon royal family are threatening the prince himself. This will cause other nobles to distance themselves and not dare to approach him, and his status will also be lowered. Could he be a fool who only deludes himself with his own power, or does he believe he can do whatever he wants? Someone approached Lucian. "I don't understand what His Majesty the Emperor is thinking anymore. An illegitimate child like that, unless there are no other heirs, there's no need to acknowledge him as a prince, even though the royal family already has the next successor."
But His Majesty brought back an illegitimate child and bestowed upon him the title of prince. What do you think about this, Duke? Lucian's interjection at this moment was also fitting. All of this was for the sake of the country. Lucian mused. If he wasn't made a prince, then there must be some unspeakable secret behind this whole affair. If he could just find the reason, he could bring him down. Meanwhile, Rachel was walking distractedly behind Amber. The story about the demon Mayatka had told still made her anxious. What Mayatka said kept bothering her. Was it true that someone who possessed another's body was an evil spirit? Arriving at the door of a room, Amber smiled and announced, "The guest isn't here." Rachel stepped into the room. "Lady Rachel has arrived." Noah was enjoying a cup of tea in his hand. He smiled cheerfully. "You've arrived, my lady." Seeing him, Rachel was also pleased. "Lord Noah," Rachel greeted politely, "I'm surprised to see you here." Suddenly, he knelt on one knee before her. Noah kissed the back of Rachel's hand, surprising her. After the kiss, he smiled, "I apologize for not contacting you all this time, my beautiful princess." Rachel, following proper etiquette, also inquired, "Are you well?" But inwardly, she felt a bit awkward. Isn't this a bit much? Noah bowed and expressed, "I was very disappointed at that party."
"At that time, I really wanted to dance with you," Rachel smiled. "I was also sad to have to leave the party so early. Noah's gaze softened slightly. That's right, but I was a little surprised because the prince proposed to the princess at the party. Rachel immediately rushed to deny. But I've already rejected that proposal, Noah said softly. That's good news. He then placed his hand on his heart. Actually, even if you had agreed, you would always be in my heart, my beautiful princess. Rachel froze stiff. What on earth? Noah again expressed his feelings. I was heartbroken when I heard the prince propose to you. Rachel was stunned. What? Something's wrong here. Wait a minute. Raising his sparkling eyes to look at her, Noah continued. That's why I came here today, also to convey my feelings to you, princess. Rachel was utterly bewildered. Mr. Noah, are you trying to say that you like me? Noah confessed. Yes, from the first moment I set foot here, you welcomed me so warmly, so I couldn't help but be drawn in by your captivating charm. Rachel explained. I only see you as my brother's close friend. I just wanted to get to know more friends. Noah was stunned. Could there be a misunderstanding? Rachel bowed her head. I'm sorry. She thought it must be because she had been too friendly with everyone, which led to today's misunderstanding. Noah's eyes held a hint of sadness. I guess I've put pressure on you, haven't I?
Rachel felt guilty. I guess I must have done something to make you misunderstand. Besides, I even thought you would be charmed by Lucian's attractiveness. Noah was stunned. Are you talking about the Duke? Rachel recounted. Earlier I saw the two of you walking together on the street. Noah explained. Oh, that's because the Duke is very interested in my business. Rachel was a little awkward. Is that all? Noah teased again. Just that made you misunderstand? So did the Duke say anything about me? Rachel rubbed her chin, hesitating. That... She remembered Lucian once criticized. Cassandra is very gluttonous, I think. I don't understand why. Her title is low and she's also heavily in debt. Remembering this, Rachel knew she had no choice but to lie. She answered Noah's question. My brother doesn't talk much. Is that so? Noah replied. He lowered his voice. Cassandra is also like that. She also thinks I'm just a nuisance. Rachel didn't hear clearly, so she asked again. What's wrong? What are you saying? Noah spoke up. I'm sorry for suddenly making you uncomfortable like this. The prince's proposal made me so worried that I acted this way. I apologize to you, but I hope you always remember that my heart always has a special place for the lady. With that, Noah turned and said goodbye. You don't need to see me off. Rachel also said, I'm sorry. Rachel stood silently, watching Noah's back as he left. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Rachel's head. This kid is deluding himself again. Rachel was startled. What was that? What was that voice I just heard? Rachel held her forehead and knelt to the ground. At this moment, Rachel felt unwell. She thought to herself, it was fine after that period, but then after some time she started experiencing these hallucinations again. Could it be because of fatigue? Suddenly, a voice called out, Master! At this moment, Damiano and Oscar rushed over to check on Rachel. Are you all right? Rachel replied, Oh, I just have a bit of a headache. Damiano recounted the situation. I was patrolling around when I saw you here. I saw from behind Master's back there was a cloud of energy surrounding Master's entire body. Hearing this, Rachel was very startled. Really? Before that, I was also having hallucinations, and my ears seemed to hear very strange voices. After speaking, she also asked Damiano to confirm, Do you still see anything around me now? Damiano looked around carefully and replied, Currently, I don't see anything anymore. Then it looked behind and continued, Perhaps my gem will be useful for Master. Seeing something that could help her, Rachel was very curious. What gem? Oscar took out a pretty red gem and showed it off. Here it is. Isn't it beautiful? Saying this, it handed it to Rachel and instructed, Please keep this gem with you. Rachel felt a little embarrassed receiving this special gift. It is beautiful, but why are you giving it to me? Oscar simply replied, It will protect Master. By then it was late afternoon. Rachel took out the red gem to admire it. She put it on and thought to herself, It looks like an amulet, doesn't it?
But she didn't feel happy about her romantic life, yet Noel had confessed his feelings to her. Could it be that Noel and Lucian had no romantic interest in each other? Suddenly, Lucian rushed in, calling out, startling Rachel. Seeing this, Rachel wondered, Brother, why are you so flustered all of a sudden? Lucian stammered in response. Oh, I'm sorry for entering your room without knocking. I heard that Castai has arrived at our mansion. Rachel politely nodded. Yes, he just stopped by this morning. Hearing this, Lucian felt a bit confused. I don't recall any letter announcing his visit. How could a noble duke be so impolite as to visit someone's home without any prior notice? Seeing that he seemed tense, Rachel immediately offered an excuse. Perhaps it's because he's your close friend that he acted this way.
Lucian raised a hand to his forehead in denial, stating he wasn't close to that guy at all. These words struck Rachel like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that they weren't even friends? Thinking this, she shyly apologized to Lucian. I must have misunderstood your relationship. Lucian gently replied, I'm sorry, I'm not angry with you, Ray. However, Lucian still had a question. But why did Noel come here? Rachel stammered in response. Well, Noel came here and confessed his feelings for me. These words pierced Lucian's heart like a knife. He gritted his teeth and yelled, What? But Rachel quickly explained, But I already turned him down.
Saying this, she took Lucian's hand to comfort him. He must have misunderstood me. That's why he acted that way. It's usually because I'm too friendly with everyone, so I often get misunderstood. Suddenly, Lucian sat down on a chair and sighed. He began to confide in Rachel. I really want to hide you away somewhere no one knows about. Hearing him say he wanted to take her away, Rachel chuckled and said, Could it be that my brother is like that too? Suddenly, Lucian looked up to gaze at his goddess. Next, he raised his hand to caress Rachel's cheek, gently brushing aside her flowing hair to reveal a necklace. This action startled Rachel.
She asked shyly, "Oh, what's wrong? What are you pressing?" Lucian didn't stop. He continued to playfully fiddle with Rachel's necklace, making her ticklish. "I'm too ticklish. Stop it quickly." Finally, Rachel got annoyed with Lucian's teasing. "If you do it again, don't blame me if I retaliate by pressing you too." Hearing this, Lucian asked back, "Press where?" Rachel unexpectedly changed her demeanor, placing her hand on his cheek and replying, "Here." Her innocent action caused the conversation to freeze for a few awkward seconds. Rachel quickly continued speaking to break the silence. "So, you're not allowed to press anymore." Suddenly, Lucian took a wrist. He brought her gentle hand to his cheek and advised, "Remember to stay away from people like that Katai guy." Rachel explained, "I thought he was my brother's close friend, that's why I was so friendly." Lucian didn't seem pleased with being called brother. He reminded Rachel, "I told you to call me Lucian." Hearing this, Rachel thought to herself, "Does he prefer me to call him by his name? Besides, he often calls me by my nickname, so I'll do the same." Thinking this, she happily replied to the male lead in a very adorable voice, "Okay, I get it, Lucy." Lucian involuntarily flinched. "What?" Seeing his strange reaction, Rachel nervously asked again, "Lucy, is that not right?" She thought to herself, "Is it not allowed?" But the result was very surprising. Lucian leaned on her shoulder, pouting like a child. "It's not that. I really like the name you just called me, Lucy." At this moment, he looked at her with a very focused gaze.
Seeing that, Rachel was very pleased. "It's settled then, Lucy." Deep down, she was also very happy. So from now on, she would have to call him by his nickname. She also felt lighter at heart. Lucian, still pouting, said, "Keep calling me that from now on, okay?" Suddenly, Rachel thought of Noah. But could it be that Lucian didn't like Noah either? The two of them seemed to have a distance between them. Could it be because of her that the original story changed like this? But now, Lucian was a very beloved character. If that wasn't an issue with Noah, then as long as Lucian could be happy, it was fine. After a period of pouting, Lucian became serious again. He said to Rachel, "Ray, tomorrow I want to go to the jewelry store to make something. Can you come with me?" Rachel agreed without much thought. "Yes, of course, but what do you want to make?" Lucian didn't answer, only smiled and replied, "You'll know when we get there." The scene shifts to a quiet room. At this moment, Rachel was still in a deep sleep. Suddenly, she woke up with a start. "Huh?" She then saw Lucian, who was already there. He spoke, showing concern. "Did you sleep well?" Rachel, startled, exclaimed, "Brother." Lucian gently reminded her of his nickname, Lucy. But Rachel didn't care about that. She spoke, scolding him, "Why are you here so early in the morning?" Saying that, she angrily chased Lucian out. "Get out!" Lucian, flustered, didn't understand why things were like this. Why? Rachel had lost her composure by now. She snapped, "I just woke up. I can't let anyone see this face." Hearing that, Lucian reached out to caress and soothe her. "You're always beautiful, even when you've just woken up." Hearing these words, Rachel's heart softened involuntarily. "Oh, well." However, she was determined to stick to her stance. "It's still not allowed. Anyway, you should go outside." Lucian immediately explained, "Have you forgotten that we're going to the jewelry store together today?" Rachel only then suddenly remembered. "This morning?" Lucian smiled and continued, "I think you'll be very happy if we go there together." Upon receiving this offer, Rachel was a little puzzled. "Go out? Don't you have a daily schedule of things to do today?" Lucian firmly asserted, "That is my freedom." Rachel merely nodded. "Yes." Lucian continued, "Now that I am the head of this family, there are no schedules for me." Seeing the male lead so resolute, Rachel thought to herself, "I understand now. It turns out the Duke has completely handed over all his duties." Lucian's words were a strong affirmation to everyone that from now on, the Duke of the Leyon family was Lucian. This had also just been announced at the most recent party, although the final moments of the ceremony were slightly delayed.
Lucian was now the head of the Leyon family. At this moment, Lucian gently said to Rachel, "But now I can arrange my schedule to have more time to see you. I apologize for making you wait for so long." These words were completely different from the Lucian of the past. She began to recall the past, ever since they were very young. Back then, she had innocently made a request to Lucian, "Can you fit me into your schedule?" She couldn't believe he still remembered those words. Thinking this, Rachel put her hands around Lucian's neck and replied, "Then from now on, we can go out together as much as we want." As she spoke, she hugged him close. Lucian also smiled and replied, "That's right, as much as you want. So please come with me according to the schedule I've set." The scene shifted to a jewelry store. At this moment, Lucian was working with a store employee. "I want to place an order for a custom design, so please show me some samples first." Rachel, standing beside him, excitedly asked,
What kind of design are you planning to order? In her heart, she secretly guessed Lucian's intention. Could it be a piece of jewelry to wear at the succession ceremony? Lucian just smiled and said, I want to order a ring. Then he suggested Rachel help him. Could you help me choose a design you like? Hearing this, Rachel asked back, what? Looking at the ring designs on the table, Rachel felt very conflicted. I don't even know what I like anymore, because this is the ring Lucian will wear, so I need to choose the design that suits him best. While unsure how to choose, Rachel noticed Lucian's eye color, and an idea suddenly struck her. Thinking this, she boldly suggested, how about a yellow sapphire? It would really match your eye color. Lucian agreed without much thought. All right. Then he turned to the employee and said, show me all the yellow gemstones. The polite employee replied, yes, sir. A moment later, a dazzling array of yellow gemstones was displayed before the two of them.
At this moment, Lucian asked Rachel again, which one do you like the most? Rachel picked up the magnifying glass and replied, I'll find one that most resembles your eyes. Hearing this, Lucian immediately offered his idea. Then I'll also choose one that matches the color of your eyes. He then signaled to the staff, show me some more blue gemstones. This surprised Rachel greatly. Not particularly pleased, she immediately asked, why are you choosing a ring that matches the color of my eyes? Lucian replied concisely, because I like it that way. I want to buy jewelry that both you and I choose together. This made Rachel feel confused. She secretly thought, I'm going to misunderstand this, just like couple rings. After an unknown amount of time, it was late afternoon, and Lucian and Rachel left together. She exclaimed joyfully, it's done. On the way home, Rachel felt very happy. She immediately told him, but I really love it because I chose the most wonderful ring among them. Lucian also smiled and replied, me too. I like it even more because you were the one who designed it for me. Seeing that he liked her work, Rachel became even more excited. I'm so happy you liked my design. Suddenly, the two froze for 5 seconds. Seeing this, Lucian immediately pulled her along. Come on, let's go eat. Scene changed to the restaurant, where a lavish spread of dishes had been prepared before their eyes.
Rachel enjoyed them, then exclaimed, this is so good. Meanwhile, Lucian was still engrossed in admiring his goddess. Noticing he wasn't eating, Rachel curiously asked, don't you like spicy food? Lucian smiled and replied, no, I just want to watch you eat. Hearing that, Rachel felt a little embarrassed and awkwardly said to deflect, I thought I had chosen a restaurant that suited my preferences. Then Lucian picked up the plate of food and urged Rachel to eat more. Eat up! But she firmly refused. I'm already very full.
Even now she felt uncomfortable. Suddenly she slammed her hand on the table, making Lucian startled and shout, Ray! At this moment a hallucination appeared in Rachel's mind. That's right, enjoy your last supper. Suddenly Lucian spoke, startling Rachel. Ray, what's wrong? Hearing this, Rachel quickly explained, oh, I just felt a little dizzy, but I'm fine now. Hearing this, his face showed a hint of worry. Why did you suddenly feel dizzy? Tomorrow I'll call a doctor to the mansion. She replied awkwardly. Yes. Rachel secretly thought again. I should probably get a health checkup too. The scene shifts to the next day, inside the magnificent palace. As she walked lightly down the corridor, Rachel suddenly sighed. The doctor had just been to examine Rachel. I heard the princess has been suffering from severe headaches, is that right? According to the examination, there are no major issues. She asked in surprise, nothing? But I clearly had auditory hallucinations too. Hearing this, the doctor reassured her. I believe these symptoms are simply due to excessive fatigue. Have you been under any pressure lately? Hearing this, Rachel worriedly thought to herself, is there really nothing wrong? But then she reassured herself. There's nothing to worry about. I should just relax. Standing in front of Lucian's room, she knocked on the door. Inside, Lucian was still engrossed in his paperwork. Rachel softly called out, Brother, it's me. Hearing this, Lucian stopped what he was doing and stepped out to open the door. Rachel happily said, I just finished my health checkup, so I came here. His face seemed a little annoyed as he reminded Rachel about how to say his name, Lucy, making her flustered. Oh, right, it's Lucy. Lucian opened the door wider for her to step inside, asking, what did the doctor say? She softly replied, he said it's just due to extreme fatigue. Don't worry, I just need some rest to recover. But she hesitated. But why are there so many papers? She said, looking at the pile of documents on his desk. Do you have to deal with all these papers? Lucian replied, it's nothing. It just looks messy, but there aren't that many. It's just that when I have free time, I sort them out by topic to deal with them. I can do it alone without anyone's help. After saying that, she immediately turned to leave. Let me go change and then come help you, since I'm free right now anyway. He stood in the room, watching her figure walk out, smiling indulgently. At this moment, a horrifying creature, Enzo, suddenly appeared behind him. It smirked, saying to Lucian, now I see that this child has a very familiar look, exactly like my lover. Hearing this, he immediately asked, what do you mean by that? He softly replied, have I never told you this? Well, that's right. Every time I open my mouth, you always shut me up. Have I told you that I am your ancestor? But his face was expressionless as he replied,
I have no ancestor named Enzo in the Leyon family, but it asserted, I must have erased that record. I was the one who rebelled against this empire. Lucian then seriously said to him, that's truly hard to believe. If so, then you are the traitor, so why does Leyon still exist? Its face began to contort in anger. Then let me tell you about this. If anyone dares to accuse the Leyon family of treason,
Then surely the royal family would also be involved, and all the sins of those within the royal family would be exposed. If it weren't for those damn bastards, the one I loved wouldn't have died so unjustly. He erupted in a fit of rage, his dark, gloomy aura enveloping the entire room. I truly miss her. She stole my heart, with her emerald hair and eyes like stars in the sky. She was the one who gave me so much energy. His murderous aura made Lucian frown uncomfortably. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Brother, brother!" Hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes. He then saw Rachel standing in front of him. "Lucy?" He snapped back to reality. "Ray," she replied with a smile. "I just finished changing. What are you thinking about? I've been calling you for ages and you haven't answered." After saying this, she even thought that perhaps he hadn't answered because she hadn't called him Lucy. Seeing Lucian's unwell expression, Rachel worried. "Why are you so pale? Are you hurting anywhere?" Anxiously, she placed her hand on his forehead to check. At this moment, he recalled the words Enzal had said, "Emerald hair, eyes like stars in the sky." After checking, Rachel said, "You don't have a fever."
Perhaps it would be better if you rested. Hearing this, Lucian replied, "No, I'm fine." Rachel suggested worriedly, "Why don't you sit and rest on the sofa for a bit before you work? You shouldn't overwork yourself. Hurry up." Seeing Rachel's demeanor, he chuckled, stood up, and followed her. "All right." Rachel advised, "Just give me plenty of tasks and I'll be fine. I'm confident I can manage the mansion." Hearing this, he wondered, "Manage the mansion?" She recounted, "When I was in the South, I was also the owner of a mansion, so I learned how to manage one." Hearing this, Lucian smiled admiringly. "I really hope you can do it." At this point, Rachel suddenly remembered, "It's almost lunchtime. You should eat something and then rest." No sooner had she finished speaking than her head began to ache intensely. Dizzy again. Again, a voice echoed in her head, "It's time." Hearing this, her eyes widened. "Get out of that body." At this moment, her face turned pale, losing all color.
Before she could fully regain her senses, she fainted. Her hand slipped limply from his. This made Lucian worried. "Ray?" When she opened her eyes, she found herself as if in another dimension. Suddenly a voice said, "From now on, you shouldn't call us aunt or uncle anymore." Hearing the voice, she slowly opened her eyes. In her memory, a couple was stroking her head when she was little. "That's right, you should call us mom and dad, because from now on, we are a family." The mother then said to the little girl standing between them, "Come on, give me your hand. Let's go home, my daughter." After saying that, the mother and father happily held the child's hands together. Rachel saw this scene and suddenly thought, "These are indeed my former foster parents." At the same time, outside, Lucian anxiously shook her vigorously. Ray, wake up quickly. I'm worried. I'll take you to the doctor right away." After saying that, he picked her up, and just as he was about to leave the room, Rachel's voice suddenly rang out. Then she slightly opened her eyes. Rachel whispered, "Lucy." Seeing this, he anxiously asked, "Have you lost your mind? Seriously, that doctor earlier must have been a quack. This time I'll call a better doctor." He carefully carried her into the resting room. At this moment, her face was completely calm, as if she had never fainted, and she gave a mysterious smile. "That's right."
Lucian felt relieved upon hearing that. "Come on, I'll take you to your room to rest now." He then carried her and walked down the quiet hallway. Meanwhile, Rachel's body had been taken over by the demonic creature. It smirked contemptuously. Finally, I've taken over this body." Her face stretched into a terrifying grin. Suddenly, the necklace around Rachel's neck glowed strangely. This threw it into chaos. It thought to itself, "What is this? This necklace is absorbing my energy." Then it cried out, "No!" Lucian looked at Rachel puzzled. "Huh?" She raised her hand to touch the necklace, muttering angrily, "Damn it!" As the pendant absorbed the energy, it emitted red rays of light. The creature inside Rachel's body screamed in fear, violently swinging its arm, trying to break free. The sudden force slammed directly into Lucian's face. Meanwhile, the real Rachel was still trapped in the dimension from earlier. She stood there, watching scenes of her happy family from the past. She sadly thought, "It's been so long since I last saw my adoptive parents." She then recalled her past. She had been abandoned by her biological parents when she was very young. But then someone suddenly gave her a teddy bear. Her adoptive parents had adopted her from the orphanage. At that time, they cared for her very attentively. Those were the happiest days of my life. So seeing her family scenes from the past, she seemed very sad that they were no longer by her side. Rachel continued to follow those illusions. At this moment, in the real world, when a doctor came to examine her, Oscar and Hag stood there, very worried about their master. Oscar spoke up. "Is Master all right?" Hag replied, "The dark aura surrounding Master is gradually dissipating." After the examination, the doctor turned to reassure the family. "It's just malnutrition. She'll wake up soon." Pedro, upon hearing this, was also extremely worried about her. "It's already been 3 days."
but the doctor affirmed, I've checked very thoroughly with all the most advanced equipment and found no problems at all. Just wait and see. Pedro and Camila still couldn't help but worry after hearing this.
She spoke up. Lucian's succession ceremony is approaching. Hearing this, Pedro replied, we need to see how she's doing first, before deciding whether to hold it at this time. What if Rachel doesn't wake up? That boy won't be in any mood to proceed with the succession ceremony. As he spoke, he looked over at Lucian, who was standing dazed, his face unable to hide his worry for his sister. Seeing this, Camila went over to comfort him. Lucian, I know you're very sad, but I'm very worried because you haven't eaten anything for the past few days. You are now the Duke of Leyon, the head of this family. You must take care of your health. Lucian remained frozen there, ignoring the Empress's concern for him. He thought to himself, the reason I wanted to become the Duke of Leyon.
All he wanted was to be by Rachel's side. But what if Rachel never woke up again? Would everything be in vain? Would he lose Rachel completely? He felt as if he was falling into despair, surrounded by an unusually profound gloom. At this moment, Rachel was still in that dimension. She recalled her beautiful memories. My biological parents abandoned me when I was very young. I considered my adoptive parents my family, everything I had. I truly missed them. Suddenly, a loud voice said, I don't like Mom having a baby at all. Rachel was startled and turned around, realizing it was the scene where her adoptive mother gave birth to her biological child. Despite hearing this, they seemed to ignore the words of the poor little girl. They simply joyfully embraced the newborn. How wonderful! Our child is finally here. His eyes look just like yours, and his nose is like mine. They happily chatted about the baby, completely disregarding their adoptive daughter, who was sadly calling out, Mom, Dad. The two looked over with annoyance, then quietly stood up and left without a word of farewell, leaving her behind, standing alone and lost in the dark, hazy space. Rachel trembled as she called out, No, don't! She desperately pleaded with them. Don't leave me behind, don't leave me behind, she cried out loudly, screaming as she ran after them. In her despair, she suddenly heard Lucian's voice calling her name. Ray! Hearing this, she seemed to come back to herself. Lucian, the voice continued. Ray, please wake up. Rachel seemed to awaken. That's right. Being abandoned was in the past, and now someone needed her. In that dark dimension, a point of light suddenly appeared, as if illuminating her dark memories. After that, she returned to the real world. She slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lucian sitting there, so worried about her that tears were streaming down his face. He joyfully called out, Ray! Lying on the bed, she was surprised to see her brother like this, and wondered, Why are you crying? He happily embraced Rachel. I'm so glad you're awake.
Seeing that, she gently comforted Lucian. Did you just faint? Lucian, crying, said, If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Rachel smiled upon hearing that, her hand gently stroking Lucian's hair as a form of comfort. You're not dead. Come on, stop crying. How long was I unconscious for? He told her it had been 3 days. Their voices filled the room. Hearing that, Rachel was very surprised. Her face grew more tense. 3 days? Was I in your room when I fainted? Lucian gently rubbed his eyes, softly replied, I think we were heading out into the hallway at that time. She continued to ask, What? When we were going out into the hallway? He continued to recount, As soon as we stepped out, you fainted into my arms. You kept waking up and fainting again for the past 3 days. Lucian recounted, remembering how he had caught Rachel when she fainted. He asked again, Don't you remember anything? She held her head, bewildered, replied, I don't know either. Could it be that I lost my memory during that time? Lucian understood the situation. I see. How are you feeling now? Hearing that, Rachel replied, I don't feel any pain at all.
His hand gently checked her forehead temperature, and then he said, The fever has gone down. Rachel felt happy. She smiled. This situation was completely different from when she used to be abandoned. Lucian was always by her side. Lying on the bed, Rachel looked at him sitting on the chair, clasped her hands, and calmly said, I'm sorry for making you so worried. Now please go back to your room, rest, and sleep early. Lucian disagreed, wanting to stay. No, I'll stay here. Rachel asked, bewildered. Are you really planning to stay up all night? Looking to stubborn person in front of her, she thought to herself, How can I possibly sleep then? Lucian turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. Seeing this, she suggested, If you really want to do that, would you like to lie next to me? She gave in, waving her hand on the blanket, signaling him to come to bed and sleep together. Lucian's eyes widened. He was very surprised by this. He stood up, walked towards her, and with an affirmative, indicated he was fine. He stepped onto the bed. Rachel looked at her brother. She didn't pay attention, instead still planning to give him some reason to go back to his room, but I should also advise him to go back to his own bedroom.
Lucian suddenly grabbed Rachel's shoulder and called out, "Ray!" startling her and making her focus on him. He pushed her down onto the bed, grumbling, "Lie down quickly." Hearing this, she could only give in. All right. Lucian pulled the blanket over her, gently instructing, "You need to get well soon, okay? You still have to attend my title succession ceremony." Rachel smiled and replied, then paused for a moment. "Of course, I've been looking forward to your succession ceremony for a very long time," she thought to herself. With his handsome face and gentle nature, and now the power of a Duke Leyon, he is the most perfect husband in this world. The two lay on the bed, facing each other. Rachel excitedly said, "At your succession ceremony, there will definitely be many declarations of love from noble young ladies. I bet you'll have a hard time making a choice." He frowned slightly at her words. Lucian's lips parted slightly, then stopped. Rachel hinted, "Is there anything you want?" Lucian looked puzzled and uttered a sound of inquiry. She continued, "I want to give you a gift for the ceremony." Lucian hesitated. "A gift?" He suddenly smiled and made a request. "Then grant me a wish." Rachel wondered, what kind of wish? Lucian, however, didn't say directly. "I'll tell you after the succession ceremony ends, okay?" He took a strand of her hair. "You absolutely must listen." Though confused, she still agreed. "Yes, if I can do that for you, I'd be very willing." Lucian simply hummed in response. Suddenly, Rachel noticed something on him. "Your bandage is loose. I guess I'll have to put a new one on for you." Only then did Lucian notice the thing on his left cheek. He immediately ripped it off. "It's nothing serious. I can take it off now." Rachel's eyes widened at this action.
She immediately sat up, turned on the light, and quickly said, "No, hold on. How did you get hurt like that?" Lucian's face looked innocent and clueless when he heard the question. He recalled the moment Rachel accidentally scratched his face, then twisted the truth. It was just an accidental scratch, nothing major. On the contrary, she was worried about the wound on Lucian's face, wondering what if it left a scar on him. Rachel said as she got out of bed, "We need to put some ointment on it, quick." He immediately grabbed her shoulder, hastily stopping Rachel from going to get the medicine, and reassured her, "You don't have to worry about me so much." Lucian turned off the light and reminded her again, "It's late, go to sleep." He pulled the blanket up for her again. This time, Rachel gave in and lay down on the bed as her brother told her.
But still worried about the wound on his face. What happened to his handsome face? Her face turned pale when she saw this. He gently took Rachel's hand. Lucian placed her hand on his cheek, and Rachel was a little worried. "My hand touched your wound." He asked a question to divert the topic. "Am I handsome?" She gave him a knowing look and replied, "You're still asking? You already know the answer." Lucian began to feign ignorance. "I don't know." Rachel, knowing full well, exposed him. "Don't you look in the mirror often?" He chuckled at her words, and Rachel relaxed again, letting out a breath. Lucian changed his tone. "Now go to sleep. Don't talk anymore." She complied immediately. "Okay, you too, Lucy." Rachel caressed the wound, thinking to herself, "His scar. I wish I could heal it completely." She turned around and offered a wish. "Good night and sweet dreams." He replied, "You too." Lucian continued to look towards Rachel, a faint smile on his face.
In Rachel's bedroom, Rachel slowly opened her eyes, hearing Lucian's concerned voice beside her. "Are you awake?" Seeing him sitting beside her, she greeted him. "Yes, good morning." "Huh?" Suddenly, she gasped in alarm. "What? Lucy, the wound on your face is healed." He was surprised. "What?" Rachel barraged him with questions. "What magic did you use to heal so quickly? How could you be completely healed in just one day? I was so worried, but now that I see you like this, I feel much more at ease." Lucian didn't answer, but instead chided her. "I told you to take better care of yourself." The bedroom door suddenly opened, and Pedro and Camila entered. Seeing Rachel awake, they anxiously said, "Daughter, you're finally awake. It broke my heart to see you like that. Are you in pain anywhere?" She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for making everyone worry. You must all be busy with the upcoming succession ceremony, right? Please don't worry about me anymore. Focus on that. I can ask Amber to take care of me." Pedro couldn't bear it, expressing, "But I want to take care of you myself." "I'm sorry, my child." Rachel turned to Lucian and asked, "You must also be very busy with the upcoming events, right, Lucy?" He promised her, "I'll come back to visit you tonight." She replied, "I'll wait for you." At mealtime, after Rachel finished eating, Amber stood beside her and said, "You scared me to death, young lady." She apologized to Amber again. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Amber offered her a bowl of medicine and instructed Rachel to drink it. "Here, now quickly drink this medicine after your meal." She sniffed the medicine and complained, "What's that strange smell?" Amber reminded her, "You must drink it all. Don't leave even a single drop. You need to get well quickly so you can attend Duke Leyon's succession ceremony." Hearing that, Rachel gulped down the entire bowl of medicine. She shivered and cried out, "It's too bitter." Amber immediately raised her hand to signal and said, "Master, you finished eating, haven't you? You can come in." Oscar and Damien rushed into the room, calling out, "Master!" Damien transformed into human form and, along with Oscar, went to Rachel's bedside, anxiously asking her,
Master, are you all right? You made us so worried. She told him, I'm sorry for making you too worried. Damien subtly asked her, would you like to rest a little longer? Let me take this one outside. Oscar irritably yelled, hey, why are you taking me outside? Rachel tried to calm them. I'm fine now. Damien then explained to her, in that case, I think I need to tell you something. Currently within Master's body, another energy source exists. Rachel was astonished. What? It explained to her, I've mentioned this a few times before. I can sense that dark energy from Master. The first time I met Master, you had a brilliantly shining energy, but ever since we met again, I felt that energy gradually become darker each time you appeared. I even thought it was because Master had matured, causing that energy to gradually change accordingly. Damien recounted, but when I saw you unconscious that time, that dark energy, it enveloped Master's person, seemingly wanting to devour her entire body. Now I feel Master's energy is weakening considerably. Hearing this, Rachel revealed to it, wait, I've been thinking about this too. She recalled that when she fainted, she heard a voice say, get out of that body. Before she passed out, she heard something in her ear, as if someone was telling her to leave her body. Damien deduced that this was truly a dark energy trying to possess her body. Rachel asked in a panic, possess my body? What should I do now? Damien calmly stated, honestly, I don't know what to do either, but before he could finish his sentence, Oscar interrupted. I know. Mistress, you've attached my gem to your necklace, haven't you? Bring it here, quickly. Rachel got out of bed and guessed, I must have put it in the drawer. She took the necklace out of the drawer.
When the protective orb was opened, it was discovered that the stone was broken. Damien, it's broken? Did it break when I passed out? Oscar quickly explained that it had used up all its energy. This is a gem that can purify all negative energies. It protected its owner. Damien also concluded that the gem must have broken because it purified that dark energy. Rachel exclaimed in surprise, even such a tiny gem has that ability? Oscar smirked and said, quite miraculous, isn't it? But Damien crossed his arms and reluctantly agreed. In this situation, I can't really disagree. Oscar flared up and said, are you picking a fight with me? Damien turned to Rachel and said, then you should continue to use this gem as a temporary solution. Leave this matter to me to investigate further. As for Dysandra, I'll keep an eye on him. She heard the name Noah and asked in alarm, what about him? She surmised, if it's Cassandra, then it must be Noah. He recounted that when he saw him come to our mansion a few days ago, his body was also covered in dark energy. Rachel exclaimed in surprise, really? Damien affirmed, yes, that's just what I think, but perhaps he has already been taken over by that energy. Hearing this, Rachel felt uneasy. She wondered, would his personality be different from the Noah I once knew? Oscar suddenly realized something and told her, Master, isn't this very similar to the story of the demon lord I told you not long ago? In that world, there are also demons who are servants of other fierce demons, and each demon possesses a human body. Could that really be true? Rachel didn't answer, but thought to herself, I was once kidnapped by a demon when I got lost. Ever since then, I felt very strange, as if I wasn't imprisoned at all. But if that demon had imprisoned me back then, everything would surely have an explanation. She suddenly spoke, giving an order to Damien. Then I'll entrust you with keeping an eye on Cassandra. He bowed his head, accepting the order. Leave it to me, Master. Then Rachel turned to Oscar and said, I'd also like to ask you for some gems, Oscar. He slyly made a condition with her. Then buy me some cantaloupe candy in exchange. Damien, annoyed, transformed into a bird, flew over, pecked Oscar's head, and scolded him. Don't be so greedy. You're asking for more for just that little bit. He quickly explained, if I get to eat candy, I'll have more power. Rachel just silently bowed her head, feeling uneasy, and wondering, is someone trying to possess my body? How terrifying. But I myself am the one who took over this body. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. Lucian opened the door, walked in, and called her. Ray? She quickly responded. Lucy, he said to her, I'm a bit worried about you, so can I work here? Rachel didn't want to disturb his work, so she suggested, then I can come to your office to work. But Lucian immediately refused. No need, you can just rest here. He subtly told Damien and Oscar, I'll be staying here, so you two can leave now. Damien replied, all right. Oscar, whose head was being held by him, cried out in pain. Ah, Lucian told Rachel, you should go to sleep now. She felt a bit uncomfortable, so she tried to say, but I'm fine now. But he didn't care. He abruptly picked her up, and she cried out in surprise. Ah, Lucian continued, while I'm working, you just need to rest. Rachel was still overthinking, so she was afraid. If he finds out I'm not the true owner of this body, will he still treat me like this? If he discovers this truth, he'll probably be terrifying then, won't he? But I didn't do anything like that. It's because I was possessed by this body. On the day of the succession ceremony, Rachel donned a luxurious black gown, intricately adorned with numerous exquisite diamonds. Upon seeing her, Camila praised, this outfit suits you very well. She beamed at her and said, you're making me blush. Since I fainted that time had gradually passed. Camila urged her to enter the grand hall with her. Let's go into the grand hall now, she replied. Yes.
Finally, the day of Duke Lucian's succession ceremony arrived. Many nobles from all over had come to attend the ceremony.
The Leyon family was present to preside over the ceremony. Pedro and Camila were already seated on golden chairs, waiting for Lucian. Rachel looked down at the guests and was astonished to realize that all the nobles from the capital had also arrived, and even the emperor and the crown prince were in attendance. Crown Prince Simon San Leonis, Emperor Dante San Leonis. But it seems Elliot isn't here, is he? Just stay away, don't come. Could it be because of someone that he didn't come? Suddenly, a command rang out. Everyone please pay attention. Rachel turned her gaze towards the door. The servant slowly opened the doors from both sides. A calm foot stepped steadily into the grand hall. Lucian stepped inside, and a command announced, "Our main character today, Duke Lucian de Leyon." Everyone in the hall joyfully watched him. Duke and Duchess Leyon also smiled happily as they watched their son enter. Pedro whispered softly, "Finally, today is the day I will completely relinquish the burden of being the head of the family." The command continued to ring out. The succession ceremony of Duke Leyon begins. A man presented a sword. Lucian knelt before Pedro, who took the sword. He began to declare, "I am Pedro de Leyon, the head of the Leyon family. Today I have successfully fulfilled my duty as a sword protecting the nation, and this is my successor, the one who will follow in my footsteps. I believe that my son will also successfully fulfill the duty of protecting the nation and help it prosper even more in the future. Lucian de Leyon, from this day forward, I bestow upon you this ducal title and all the authority of a head of the Leyon family. From now on, you will officially become the Duke of the Leyon family." Saying this, he handed the sword to Lucian. He carefully took it and stood up. Holding the sword firmly, he said, "I am Lucian de Leyon. As the new head of the Leyon family, I hereby declare that from this day forward, I am officially the Duke of Leyon." He raised the sword high, looking truly majestic. Everyone below enthusiastically applauded in congratulations.
Lady Camila was deeply moved, and she quickly wiped away the happy tears welling up in her eyes. Rachel sat in the distance, watching Lucian's figure. At this moment, she was overjoyed and exclaimed in admiration, "Lucian, he's so cool!" Down below, Lucian gently sheathed his sword, radiating a brilliant aura. Immediately after, the banquet began, and the emperor approached to congratulate Lucian, celebrating his becoming the Duke of Leyon. He respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, Your Imperial Majesty the Emperor, and Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince. It is truly an honor for me to have both Your Majesty and Your Highness attend today's ceremony." The Emperor replied cheerfully, "You are the new master of Leyon and a pillar of our nation. Therefore, it is only right that I come to congratulate you."
"I very much look forward to you becoming a symbol for other nobles to follow," Simon expressed. "I also very much look forward to that happening." The Emperor quickly changed the subject. "Well then, let's go greet the former Duke for a bit." After he left, other nobles began to congratulate him. "Congratulations on becoming Duke." Many young men and women excitedly said to him, "Hello, Duke Leyon. Please guide us more in the future. I hope the Leyon family will become even stronger in the future. Congratulations on becoming Duke. Today is truly a good day." Rachel felt worried seeing him surrounded. "Lucian, it must be very difficult being surrounded by so many people, right?" Suddenly, a lady's voice rang out. "Duke, I congratulate you on your succession ceremony today. I am very happy to be able to attend such a significant event of yours. We have also heard a great deal about the Duke's remarkable achievements." Rachel looked at the ladies gazing adoringly at Lucian and found it amusing. "Just one look at these girls and you can tell they're smitten with our Lucian. But then again, we humans living on Earth are bound to fall in love with someone, aren't we? It's the same for Lucian, but I wonder who he will fall in love with. Now there will surely be many declarations of affection sent his way. I wonder who he will marry. Everything will no longer be like the original story. Lucian will have an ending with a girl he never expected. It must be one of those girls. One of those girls." Rachel's throat suddenly tightened. She clutched her hand to her chest. "Why does my heart suddenly ache like this? I once said I would support Lucian dating any girl. But now that this is about to happen, why do I feel such a sense of regret in my heart?" Suddenly, Lucian's arm reached out. He pulled her closer and called, "Ray, are you here?" Rachel looked up at him, bewildered. At the same time, outside the grand hall doors, Elliot unexpectedly approached and asked the doorman, "Is there a party after the ceremony?"
The two doormen greeted him. "Hello, Your Imperial Highness." He told them that it was already late, so he would probably take his leave. Lucian suddenly appeared from behind with a loud call that startled her. "Ray, are you here?" Rachel's somewhat bewildered face was truly adorable, and she exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly noticing the large hand beside her, she was even more startled, knowing that hundreds of eyes were scrutinizing her from behind. Rachel shyly pulled away. "Oh, I need to go touch up my makeup a bit. Lucy, you should go entertain the guests. I'll be back later, okay?" To her farewell, he could only respond sadly, "All right, I know."
Rachel hadn't even taken half a step when she heard the whispers of the young ladies nearby echoing, "I wonder if we'd be bothering the Duke a little." Hearing those sounds, she couldn't help but turn her head back curiously. She saw the admiring faces of the young ladies and guests, everyone enthusiastically congratulating him. "I want to congratulate you on inheriting the title of Duke. We will also be holding a party soon." Rachel's gaze lingered for only a moment before she heavily turned away.
From afar, a faint figure was observing everything. Elliot's lips curved into a smile. The corridor was now strangely quiet, punctuated by a few hurried clicks of high heels. Then a joyful call came from behind. "Rachel! Rachel!" Belisa and the other young ladies cheerfully suggested, "Let's go together." The noble young ladies panted and complained, "Why do you walk so fast?" Rachel couldn't suppress the delight showing on her face, exclaiming, "Are you all here?" A young lady stepped towards her, praising admiringly, "Indeed, Duke Leyon is truly unique. So many members of the nobility are gathered here. It's like a royal party." Belisa stepped forward and asked curiously, "Hey, why have you been avoiding everyone? It must be difficult not to be with today's main character, isn't it?" Rachel gave a wise smile and replied, "Ah, that's right." She sat down on a chair and let out a mournful sigh.
Seeing her plop down onto the chair, Belisa and the other young lady stopped teasing and instead asked worriedly, "Why do you look so tired? Is something wrong?" She waved her hand, indicating it was nothing. No, it's just from greeting too many people. I'm a little worried if my brother can handle it." Belisa sighed admiringly. "Rachel truly is a good younger sister. If only my brother were like yours." Suddenly, a girl popped out from behind and spoke up. "Rachel and her brother have a very good relationship. They're always together at all the parties." Belisa complained, "I know, but I don't want to stick to my brother's side at all." The girl from earlier also said, "And my younger brother and I don't get along when we're close." Rachel hesitated. Is that so? But we're not actually blood siblings." Frozen for 5 seconds, the young ladies looked bewildered. "Huh? Is that so? Then how did you become the Duke's sister? Or did Duke Leyon not adopt you before, but they accepted you into the family under the guise of an engagement?" As soon as Rachel heard those words, her face flushed crimson, and she cried out, "Huh? What?" At the same time, she recalled Amber's words. "That kind of adoption, I heard it's the only way to bring you into the family for a future marriage." She was a little taken aback when she realized this was something Amber had told her a long time ago. The young ladies also suddenly lost their composure and said, "But that's a family matter. The adults will decide for themselves." "That's right. I also heard there are many cases where engagements are canceled." Belisa delivered a psychological blow. "Rachel, what about you?" Too bewildered by the question, she softly uttered, "Huh?"
Belisa struck a second blow. "So, the Duke, do you like Duke Leyon?" Rachel's expression was one of utter bewilderment, almost making her fall backward. "About that, I spent about 2 years with Lucian, and then we didn't see each other for 7 years. Rachel's mind raced. Her current feelings were like seeing old friends from the Leyon family's elementary school whom she hadn't met in a long time. Images of Lucian standing next to other girls constantly danced in Rachel's head. She began to think that whenever she saw other young ladies standing beside Lucian, a feeling of jealousy naturally arose. Her face darkened, and she began to overthink. "Lucian and I grew up together. It would be best if we had a close, familial relationship. If that's truly the case, then I need to adjust my current feelings right now." Regaining her composure, Belisa, who was beside her, led her out of the lounge and said, "We've probably bothered you enough. Let's quickly return to the party." From a distance, a familiar voice called out. It turned out to be Elliot. "Lady Leyon, are you here?" The young ladies bowed respectfully to the prince before them. "Greetings, Your Royal Highness. Greetings, Your Royal Highness." Elliot replied softly, "I apologize to all you young ladies, but may I speak privately with Lady Leyon for a moment? There's something I wish to discuss with her alone, Lady Leyon."
Belisa glanced at Rachel, her eyes conveying the meaning that she should carefully remember this cunning individual. The young lady said goodbye and left. "Then we'll head back to the party first. You stay here and chat with His Highness, Rachel." Rachel nodded slightly, while the prince once again wore a scornful smile. She spun around to face him, speaking without reservation. "I thought your household wouldn't show up. Now, if you have something to say, please make it brief and quick," Elliot said with an annoying, smirking grin. "As expected, Lady Leyon truly has a very strong personality, doesn't she? I'm sure you know why I've come here today, don't you?" With a resolute, unyielding attitude towards him, she snapped, "Oh, really? I don't know anything at all." His face began to feign sadness, saying, "Could it be that you would truly refuse my marriage proposal?" Rachel grew even more agitated. "If it were you, would you want to marry the person who kidnapped you? That seems fine, doesn't it? I will never agree. Never." Elliot also cast aside his nauseatingly feigned innocence from earlier. "This is truly troublesome, but this is what I want. I suppose I no longer have enough patience to suppress my true feelings. He seemed to go mad, his large hand involuntarily preparing to grab Rachel, making her scream in fright. Ah! Meanwhile, the young ladies had returned. One person softly called out, "Lady Byrne." Belisa politely replied, "Yes, hello, Duke Leyon." Lucian hastily asked, "I have something I want to ask you. It seems you just came out of the restroom, didn't you?"
Belisa smiled and replied, "If you are looking for Rachel, she will be back here soon. Prince Elliot is in the hallway, and they are talking privately." Hearing the prince's name, Lucian froze for a few seconds, speechless. After a moment, he began to grow angry, gritting his teeth. Elliot. Prince Elliot was about to bring a mallet down on Rachel's head, saying frantically, "What I want, I have never failed to get." Accompanying that action was Rachel's scream. "Ah!" Rachel could only close her eyes, trembling in fear. Yet that damned prince only wanted to hug her waist, startling her. Rachel said, stunned, What on earth?" He once again flashed that contemptible smile, chuckling. "Teasing you is truly amusing." She vehemently refused. "Let go of me at once." Elliot tightened his grip, stubbornly and brazenly refusing to let go. "What if I say no?" She shrieked. "You are truly shameless." Lucian ran from a distance, pushing that twisted prince with great force. He fell sprawling on the ground, letting out a painful sound.
Lucian was worried about Rachel, his voice urgent. "Rachel, are you all right?" Elliot threatened. "All right, you're quite bold, aren't you? If someone were to see this, they'd think you were assassinating the crown prince." Lucian was not to be outdone, immediately retorting, "You are being disrespectful to our princess." His face at that moment was unreadable, a mix of emotions, and he spoke without a shred of shame. "I am merely expressing my feelings for her. You've only just received the title of Duke Leyon, and you're already behaving so rudely? Furthermore, I am the crown prince." Rachel also sensed that he was not someone to be trifled with, thinking to herself, "Royalty holds the most power in the empire." So, she tried to rectify the situation and politely refuse him. "I already refused your marriage proposal from the very beginning, and I will not change my decision no matter what, so everything should end here. You were the one who acted rudely towards me first. I am the one being insulted here." Elliot broke out in a cold sweat, probably afraid of being disliked by his crush, and stammered, "Princess." The giggling voices of some gossiping young ladies echoed from a hidden corner. "Oh, look, a girl appeared out of nowhere just in time." She politely greeted. "Greetings, Crown Prince and Duke. I congratulate you on your succession ceremony. I also greet the princess." Putting away his previous expressions, Lucian, acting as a host, politely returned the greeting. "I hope everyone enjoys the party today." As soon as he finished, he put his arm around Rachel's shoulder, turned and walked away, announcing to her, "Let's go." From behind, an ominous purple light emanated, and Elliot mumbled with a slight smile, "See you again, Princess Rachel." These words reached Rachel's ears, making her shiver slightly. She thought to herself, "He's definitely going to keep bothering me. Just watch." Lucian also heard it, and his face suddenly became more furious than ever.
Habitually putting his arm around her shoulder, Lucian and Rachel strolled in the backyard under the dim crystal lights. Rachel, feeling puzzled, turned to ask, "Lucian, why are we out here? Let's go back to the party." Lucian's face darkened with displeasure as he replied, "I don't like the atmosphere in there right now." The sharp click of the door closing startled them. A silent embrace took place from behind in that room. Rachel suddenly thought to herself, he must have something he wants to tell me. Could it be that I said something out of line to Elliot earlier? The image of the two arguing flashed before her. After all, I am the crown prince. I am the one who is being insulted. It was such an important day for him, and because of me, there's trouble with the royal family? Lucian's sigh reached her ears. She quickly explained, "I'm sorry, is it because I said inappropriate things to the crown prince? Next time I will definitely be more careful with my words." A flood of thoughts overwhelmed her, making her confused. "I said inappropriate things to Sir Elliot."
If there's a conflict with the royal family, the ducal family will be severely restricted in their political activities. Could it be that the duke's succession ceremony was postponed precisely because of this? And now I've caused this trouble again? Following that were her numerous speculations about everyone. What's wrong with you again? Damn it, I'm sick of people like you. She imagined Lucian questioning her. I had to work so hard to achieve the title of Duke today, and it's all your fault. She paled, thinking to herself, I've been so loved all this time. Returning to reality, she quickly apologized again. I'm truly sorry. I'll leave here so I don't affect your family anymore. After all, I am a member of the family. I will take full responsibility for this incident, and it won't affect the Leyon family. If you want... Seeing her tear-streaked face, a large hand embraced her. Lucian lovingly held her close, gently comforting her. Why would you leave? You didn't do anything wrong. Rachel peeked her head out from his chest, her voice trembling from crying as she softly asked, Aren't you angry with me about what just happened? Lucian replied without hesitation. Why would I be angry with you? The main problem is the prince. I think I'll kill that crown prince if I go back to the banquet hall.
But having you by my side makes me feel much more at ease. I don't know how I'll face that crown prince later. That cat-tie will not be allowed to set foot in Leyon again. He truly is a disgrace to the royal family. Rachel only now awoke to those words, asking in confusion, "Huh? You're not letting Noah come here either?" He casually replied, "Haven't I told you? That guy came here and proposed to you so brazenly, so I've also forbidden him from setting foot even half a step into Leyon." Surprised, Rachel secretly thought of Noah. "Princess, you should also be careful not to get kicked out like me. So that's why I didn't see Noah at the party today." Catching her wandering thoughts, he continued, "As for the crown prince, I will lodge a complaint about this incident with the royal family. After the secession ceremony concludes, you won't need to stay in the capital anymore. The further away from this place, the less chance that crown prince will have to meet you again. We'll return to Leyon's territory together." Returning to the place where we first met, the scene seemed to transform back to years ago, when she and he were just naive children looking at each other. Tears welled up in her eyes, touched. Lucy. Lucian seemed to have a complex glint in his eyes, his voice fading. "All right then." He gently lifted her face. Rachel stammered in confusion. "Huh? Wait.
Rachel stared blankly as Lucian leaned close to her head, waiting. Wait a minute. But Lucian did nothing but gently bump her forehead. Then he gently wiped away the tear that lingered on her eyelashes. He then lifted his head, his gaze fixed on her, and he gently said, "Don't ever say such foolish things to me again." Lucian frowned. "Understood?" Rachel slowly nodded in response. "Yes." Then Rachel secretly blushed, thinking to herself, "I thought he was going to kiss me again." Lucian noticed her flustered and embarrassed demeanor. He unconsciously curved his lips into an affectionate smile. Suddenly, a sound from outside made both of them instantly turn their heads to look. Pedro's figure was peeking from outside the door, and he called out loudly, "Are you in here?" With that, he opened the door and entered. Pedro stood with his arms crossed, his face serious, and said, "It's not right for the main character of the party to just leave like that." Lucian stood in front of Rachel, shielding her, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "How did you know I was here, father?" Pedro smirked and replied, "Did you think you were the only one who left?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned to Rachel, his voice filled with concern. "But my daughter, did something happen to you? Why are your eyes so red?" She looked at him, stammering. Before Rachel could finish her sentence, Lucian interjected, explaining, "The prince bothered Rachel again, father. He frankly proposed to him. Tomorrow, I want to hold a meeting." Pedro glanced at him, then slowly nodded. "I understand."
Then Pedro glared at him and ordered, "You go back to the party and deal with the remaining issues. I will take Rachel back to her room." Hearing this, Rachel blinked her eyes and softly pleaded with Pedro, "Can I go back? The party is still going on." Pedro couldn't refuse. He sighed and agreed. "All right, if you want to go to the party, then Lucian, please look after her." Because he treated her like a child, Rachel nodded awkwardly, giving an embarrassed smile. After that, Lucian suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder and said firmly, "I trust you." Lucian softly encouraged her, "You don't need to be sad about anything." Rachel was stunned and touched when she heard him say, "Your anger towards the prince earlier was completely justified." He said with a sly smile, "You need to go back to your room early and get some sleep." After saying that, Lucian pecked Rachel on the cheek. His voice whispered in her ear, "Tomorrow afternoon, make some time to meet me. I have something I want to tell you." That evening, in Rachel's bedroom, she sat with her head bowed on the bed, deep in thought, her eyes filled with worry. She suddenly recalled his gentle smile and mysterious words, "Tomorrow afternoon, make some time to meet me. I have something I want to tell you." Thinking this, Rachel instinctively covered her face and shyly exclaimed, "What is he planning to say?" Amber had once told her, "Because the two of you have been betrothed since childhood." But Lisa had also asked her, "Because he is your fiancé?" Then Rachel squirmed and muttered, "It must just be a misunderstanding, right? Why am I thinking like an idiot? How could this happen?" Rachel suddenly remembered Lucian's intimate actions from before, and she silently wondered, "But the more I think about it, the stranger it seems. His behavior is always so excessive. What am I going to say?"
She imagined herself flatly refusing him. "You mustn't behave like that, or people might misunderstand." Then she shook her head, dismissing the thought. No, she was so happy to be able to alter the original plot from its initial version. Initially, everything was very tragic and disastrous for both characters. But now, she thought, quietly recalling Noah's bright smile, "Princess, you should also be careful not to get expelled like me. Lucian's sweet words, please make some time to meet me tomorrow afternoon." That made Rachel sigh. At least Noah had escaped that tragic fate. That's good for him. Then she couldn't help but blush as she thought, if it were Lucian, anyone would surely like him. Suddenly she remembered Belisa's question, "Your Grace, that is, do you like Duke Leyon?" Rachel frowned and pouted, muttering, "Of course I like him a lot. He's so handsome and gentle." But then she suddenly paused, 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind. She only saw Lucian as an idol. From the very beginning, she'd been a fan of Lucian.
She never once thought about dating him. Just standing behind him and supporting him was already satisfying enough. Rachel thought, then imagined herself happily chatting with him. Suddenly, her thoughts automatically shifted. The Lucian in her imagination suddenly stood up.
To Rachel's astonishment, he suddenly leaned in, about to place a kiss on her lips. As Rachel thought about this, she suddenly frowned, snapping out of her reverie. Then she covered her face, embarrassed, and rolled back and forth on the bed. Meanwhile, someone was pouring red wine into a glass, while another person exclaimed in surprise, "Duke Lucian has come to congratulate His Highness?" Elliot, holding the wine bottle in his hand, smirked and replied. More accurately, the atmosphere at that time was quite dreadful. He gently placed the wine bottle down. "It's just that I'm in a similar situation to yours, which is why I remembered you."
His voice full of remorse, he apologized to Noah for calling him so late at night. Noah shook his head, indicating it was fine, saying, "It's nothing. Being called here by you is an honor for me." Noah immediately smiled cheerfully to reassure him. "I'm very happy to be called by you." Hearing this, Elliot nodded. "I'm truly glad to have someone to share my sorrow with." He gently swirled the wineglass in his hand and said in a low voice, "Both of us have feelings for the lady, and we've both been treated poorly by Duke Leyon. But have you ever thought about giving up on the lady?" Elliot suddenly asked Noah. He sighed and nodded. "Yes, I probably will give up, because the lady deserves the crown prince more than me." After finishing his sentence, Noah secretly raised an eyebrow and thought, could it be that the one possessed by an evil spirit is the crown prince himself? Noah couldn't help but think of Lucian. Lady Leyon was suspected of being the reincarnation of a saint. His original target was Duke Lucian de Leon. He was the one who could seal the emperor of this country. He planned to find an opportunity to approach him, and then when he let his guard down, deliver a fatal blow. Noah quietly curled his lips into a smile, but he didn't understand why he and Lucian had become so distant now. He wondered what he should do. Then he suddenly glared at Elliot. The royal family is the same. They can also eliminate one of the 3 most powerful families in the empire. Right now, Leon and the royal family are in conflict, so we must seize this opportunity to destroy them all. After a moment of silence, Noah unexpectedly made a suggestion to Elliot. "Your Highness, do you want to have the lady?" It's truly shameful that I could utter such words. Hearing this, Elliot immediately smiled and replied, "Of course I do, but I don't like using coercive methods on her. If it comes to that, I'll have no choice but to arrange a marriage."
Meanwhile, in the living room of the Duke's mansion, Lucian sternly said to Pedro and Camila, "Crown Prince Elliot behaved inappropriately towards Rachel when he attended the party yesterday." His voice rose in anger. "Our family has never had any agreement with the royal family, which is why he proposed to Rachel like that." His cold gaze turned towards Camila and Pedro. "I am considering filing a complaint about this to the royal family, and I want to hear your opinions." As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel interjected apologetically. "It's all because of me that things have turned out this way. I will definitely avoid him from now on," she said sadly, but Camila waved her hand and said, "Don't say that." She couldn't help but express her indignation on Rachel's behalf. Even if he is the crown prince, this matter cannot be overlooked. Hearing his wife speak, Pedro immediately nodded in agreement. "If we overlook this, it would be no different than treating you as not a member of the Leyon family." But Rachel still said worriedly, "But after all..." Noticing her strange expression, Lucian frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" His deep, husky voice rang out, reassuring her. "The Leyon family has been with the royal family since the founding of the empire and has contributed greatly to this empire." He slowly explained to her, "If the royal family ignores the Leyon family, they will suffer significant losses in the future." Pedro also spoke up in agreement. His Majesty holds the Leyon family in very high regard. As for Crown Prince Elliot, he grew up in an environment lacking proper education.
That's why he behaved this way. His voice gently advised Rachel, "If we clearly express our concerns about this matter, the royal family will pay more attention in the future." She listened, then after a moment nodded and replied, "Yes." Then Rachel bowed her head, her voice tinged with worry as she spoke. "Also, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell everyone. I've thought about it a lot. Actually, I know who my kidnapper has been all this time." Rachel spoke calmly, but Pedro couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What? Who is he?" Rachel recalled the person who had kidnapped her then, swallowed, and said, "It's Crown Prince Elliot." Camila asked in astonishment, "Weren't the kidnappers members of a faction opposing the empire?" Pedro couldn't believe his ears either. He said, puzzled, "Could the Crown Prince really be a member of an opposing faction?" Rachel shook her head helplessly and replied, "I don't know about that either." She frowned, recalling something, then said, "But I remember the face of my kidnapper. It's clear that even the Crown Prince admitted this during our conversation, but I have no evidence to accuse him." Her hand suddenly clenched in fear. "Even if he is my kidnapper, there's nothing we can do, and I'm afraid of causing trouble for everyone." "Ray," Lucian called her, then suddenly took her trembling hand. Lucian looked at her gently, smiling to comfort Rachel. "You've been through too much trouble, haven't you? Thank you for telling us everything."
Pedro watched the deeply affectionate couple. He gently spoke up to encourage her.
We are always by your side. Camila beside him advised her, don't hide things like this anymore in the future. If anything happens, you must tell us immediately. Hearing everyone say this to her, Rachel was so touched that tears fell, her voice full of happiness as she replied, yes, thank you everyone. Then Pedro turned to his wife, raising an eyebrow. The crown prince is a kidnapper? Camila frowned and said, we need to find the evidence first. Hearing his parents discussing in low voices, Lucian interjected to remind them, first we need to write a complaint. Meanwhile, Oscar roared angrily, Master, do we need to deal with that crown prince? I'll ambush him. As he yelled and punched and kicked, she, who was reading a book, couldn't help but smile. Don't do that anymore. While they were enjoying themselves, Damien suddenly flew in through the door. He transformed into Damien and bowed to her. Master, I've just finished patrolling the area. Rachel closed her book and said with a smile, You're back, Damien.
Damien nodded and recounted in a low voice, over the past period, I have closely monitored Cassandra, and I want to report this matter to my master. Would you mind? He asked softly. Rachel immediately nodded. It's fine, tell me. Damien quickly stepped forward and whispered that among the people he had met, 2 were very special. He recalled the scene where he saw Noah secretly meeting with a man. His voice slowly resonated. One is Sir Derek de El Rondo. He is currently the head of the El Rondo family, and he has also been possessed by demonic energy. As soon as Damien spoke, Rachel immediately exclaimed in surprise, What? Then she frowned and thought to herself, Noel and his uncle, both of them are possessed by demonic energy? Damien unexpectedly continued, The other person is Elliot. Rachel immediately interjected in alarm, Elliot is also possessed by demonic energy? Hearing her question, Damien shook his head and said, I don't know for sure either, but I still haven't found out why they are meeting like this. Rachel looked at him and said softly, I understand. Then Rachel wondered to herself, what's the reason they're meeting so frequently now? Next, Rachel smiled and asked Damien, I'm bothering you again. Please continue to keep an eye on them for me. Damien immediately nodded and replied, Yes. Then Oscar suddenly held up a gem and shouted, I will give Master a new gem. He pouted at her. You praise me too. Rachel chuckled and patted his head. Oscar also did very well. Nevertheless, Rachel couldn't help but worry. She found the current situation increasingly difficult to understand. The original plot had been completely altered by her. There were some things she had never seen before. She had simply thought she was transmigrating into the world of her favorite novel, but perhaps that wasn't the case. Suddenly, someone entered from outside the door. Rachel looked at the person and exclaimed in surprise, Ray, you're here.
Rachel approached with a radiant smile and a handsome, flawless face. His gentle voice rang out, Yesterday I asked you to spare some time for me in the afternoon, don't you remember? Lucian waved his hand and suggested in a low voice, Shall we go for tea together? Rachel stood up and shyly replied, Yes, that would be nice. As she walked over, Lucian extended his hand to her. Let's go. Then he secretly glared at Oscar and Damien. His voice was cold as he subtly reminded them, Just the 2 of us. Oscar and Damien immediately froze, stunned. That afternoon in the colored pardon, Lucian and Rachel sat opposite each other at the tea table. Lucian curved his lips and said, It's truly a pleasure to have tea with you. Rachel awkwardly replied softly, Me too. Then she observed him for a moment, after which Rachel happily asked, But why are you dressed so handsomely? Are you perhaps attending a party tonight? Hearing this, Lucian suddenly paused. He calmly placed his teacup on the table and said, No, it's just for you to see. Lucian's sudden words made Rachel instantly widen her eyes at him. Her heart skipped a beat and pounded. He's due stand him. Next, Rachel looked straight into his eyes and softly said, There's something I want to tell you, Lucy. I know you are very handsome, sweet, and kind.
Rachel, who admired him, kept saying in a loud voice, Your manners are very gentle. There will come a time when you realize these are things you should only do with your lover. Therefore, you need to limit doing such things with me, Lucian. You'll make everyone misunderstand. Hearing her say that, Lucian immediately retorted coldly, That's not a misunderstanding at all. Rachel looked up in surprise. Huh? Lucian repeated once more, I said that's not a misunderstanding. Rachel, dumbfounded, stared at him intently with wide eyes. Lucian unexpectedly suggested in a low voice, Could you do something for me as a gift from the succession party the other day? Rachel readily agreed. Of course, just tell me. Lucian unexpectedly held out his hand to her. Hold out your hand. Rachel looked bewildered as she watched him hold out his hand to her. His eyes curved, and Lucian's lips moved slightly as he softly said, Please give me your hand. Lucian's eyes eagerly awaited her, his voice filled with tenderness. Come here, give me your hand, Rachel.
Rachel frowned in confusion. Huh? What's wrong? Lucian suddenly pulled his hand back, looking at her without a word. Then to her startled gaze, Lucian suddenly sprang up. His eyes fixed on her, Lucian confessed his feelings. The person I love most is you. I want you to be my girlfriend. His words made her blush in bewilderment. He stepped forward and reached out to Rachel, his warm, deep voice resonating in her ear. Will you grant this wish of mine? Rachel stammered, not daring to look him in the eye. A wish?
After waiting for a long time without a reply, Lucian sadly mumbled, "Do you like me?" Rachel immediately shouted in protest, "No way!" She quickly explained, "It's just that this is a bit too sudden." But before she could finish speaking, Lucian suddenly touched her cheek. Without a word, Lucian abruptly held her chin firmly, and his lips gently brushed against hers. Then he slowly pulled away. "How do you feel?" he asked, looking at Rachel's flustered and bewildered face. Even Lucian blushed, saying, "When I kissed you like that?" Rachel suddenly clutched her pounding heart. She clenched her fists and thought, "Just as I predicted, this feeling, it's not the affection of a fangirl for her idol, but rather," she hugged her chest, silently feeling her heart's beat. Finally, Rachel admitted, "I like you. I really like you, Lucy." As soon as he heard this, a faint smile played on Lucian's lips. He stepped forward and gently touched her soft hair. Then, under the sunset's glow, he placed a happy kiss on her lips. Rachel sat at the desk in her bedroom. She quietly wrote a letter, in which she wrote, "Dear Belisa, I'm writing this letter because I have something to tell you, which is, I've received a confession from my brother Lucian." Rachel blushed, troubled, as she thought, all his intimate gestures over the past while, I used to think they were just because he was very friendly with everyone.
But actually, it's because Lucian likes me. Thinking this, Rachel suddenly stopped writing. She wondered to herself, is Lucian truly hers now? Rachel started to overthink again, just as Amber and her friends had said. We're like children who have been engaged since childhood. I don't know when I'll tell the former Duke about this. Thinking this, Rachel sighed again. It's fine, but if it continues like this, will it be all right? Suddenly someone knocked on the door, catching Rachel's attention. The person who arrived was none other than Lucian. He stood peeking from the edge of the doorway. Then he smiled and said, "Ray, I'm here."
Rachel immediately stood up and looked at him. "You're here." Lucian unexpectedly stroked her hair, then he gently kissed her once more. After they separated, he whispered, Ray." Lucian casually asked her, "What are you doing?" But she blushed with embarrassment and stammered, "Oh, I'm just sitting here." Lucian gently leaned on her shoulder and softly whispered, "Then I'll stay here with you." Rachel didn't answer, but silently thought to herself, "I like Lucian too. Lucian also said that he likes me. If this were truly Rachel, this would never happen." Next, Rachel and Lucian quickly sat down on the chairs. She still troubledly thought, "Even if it did happen, right now I am truly the one who is transmigrated into her body." He felt she was strange, so he asked with concern, "Is something wrong?" Rachel immediately shook her head. "No." Although she said that, she secretly worried and thought, "Inside this body, there's some dark energy surrounding me. I have two thoughts. Rachel truly didn't have any dark energy. Should I consider this body to truly be my own?" Then she thought of a way. Next, I need to release all of this dark energy from the body. After that, Rachel unexpectedly spoke up and asked Lucian, "Lucy, do you know anything about demons? Stories about evil spirits with dark energy taking over human bodies?" She pursed her lips, looking at him, and said, "I've heard these stories since ancient times." Lucian pondered for a moment before replying, "This is the first time I've ever heard of it. It must be some religious superstition spreading these rumors to you, right?" Hearing this, she forced a smile and said, "It's okay if you don't know. Besides, this matter isn't very important." Rachel turned her face away. She imagined Lucian coldly saying to her, "Even though you're not the real Rachel, do you still think you are?" Even Pedro would scold her for deceiving him. Could it be that all this time I've been caring for an imposter Rachel? Camila would cover her mouth in disbelief. How could this happen? Suddenly, Lucian tightly embraced her shoulders. He looked at her with eyes full of adoration and softly asked, "What are you thinking about?" Rachel calmly shook her head and replied, "Nothing." Meanwhile, in Pedro's private room, his angry voice rang out. "It's the same with Rachel's family. The El Randos are truly like that. The head of that family has been suspected of being a traitor to the family." Hearing him, Camila couldn't help but be astonished. The head of the El Rando family is a traitor? She couldn't believe it. How could that be? Pedro sighed helplessly. Just as expected, the El Rando family might very well cease to exist if its head is a traitor.
Pedro's deep voice resonated, saying that sooner or later the El Rando family would be held accountable for all the sins he had committed. Camila listened intently in silence, his voice tinged with sadness. Rachel was now a member of Leyon, so she would have no connection to the El Rando family. But what if she found out about her family's situation? "What measure should we take?" Camila suddenly spoke up, making Pedro stare blankly. "What?" Camila calmly voiced her thoughts. "As you said, Rachel grew up in Leyon, so she won't be involved in what happens to the El Rando family," Camila quietly suggested to Pedro. "Then let's appoint Rachel as the head of the El Rando family." A somewhat astonished voice rang out. "If Rachel becomes the new family head, can the El Rando family be maintained?" Pedro couldn't help but ask again, full of doubt. "Rachel is the family head?" Camila nodded, confirming it, and explained further. Since her parents were the previous family heads, Rachel is also the legitimate heir. Hearing that, he sighed sadly and said, "Then we'll have to terminate the adoption relationship with Rachel. What a pity. We'll see how the situation develops, and then we'll use that method." Outside, someone poured a jar of blue candies into their hand. Oscar and Damien were sitting next to each other. Oscar looked at the candy in his hand and mumbled, "I only have 3 candies left." Then Oscar happily put a candy in his mouth and said, "I need to give it to Master B to get new candies." Damien quickly transformed back into a person and angrily scolding, "Use B to fulfill your ambitions." And so the 2 animals started arguing. The bird furiously shrieked, "While Master is being threatened by Damien's dark energy, you," the dog, not to be outdone, retorted, "That's why I created B." Finally, Oscar made a devilish face and said, "As long as I have my B, there's nothing to worry about." Damien could only sigh helplessly. "It's truly ironic that the situation has to depend on someone like you. If Damien's dark energy keeps growing like this, what will you do then? To the point where your defense made of B can't even be used." Damien's words made him stammer.
Knowing he couldn't win the argument, Oscar still spoke up irritably. "All we need to do is create stronger orbs, isn't it?" He could only turn his head helplessly and say, "We must find a solution, or things will get out of hand." Oscar quickly took out a red orb and added with a frown, "I've also created an enhanced orb today. I need to give this to the Master, but when will I get to see them?" Hearing that, Damien immediately said, "The Master is currently with Sir Lucian. The 2 of them have become lovers, so don't you dare bother them. The Master told us to keep it a secret, so don't go blabbing." At that very moment, in a room, on a wooden table was a beautiful plate of pastries. Just as the pastry was about to reach Rachel's mouth, knocking sounds echoed from nearby.
Lucian sweetly fed her a macaron, saying, "Here comes the macaron." Rachel couldn't help but blush helplessly, remembering the earlier scene. It was so embarrassing to be caught in such a situation herself. He continued to offer her the pastry, making a knocking sound with his mouth. "Open the door." Despite her shyness, she couldn't resist the temptation and opened her mouth to bite, thinking Lucian was just too cute. While Rachel was helplessly eating the sweet pastry, he was watching her intently. Then Lucian gently raised his hand to wipe her lips. Rachel was stunned to see him bring that finger to his own mouth and gently nibble on it. She immediately blushed crimson and turned away, secretly thinking, "Is it okay for me to be this happy? I'm not really Rachel. I'm just someone who transmigrated into her body." Seeing Rachel's sudden pensive expression, Lucian worriedly called out, "Rye!" She glanced at him with a hint of shyness, silently calling, "Lucian?" Immediately after, Rachel gently reached for his finger. She then slowly placed Lucian's finger against her own lips. After doing so, Rachel smiled, thinking, "Even so, I'm the one Lucian likes." At that moment, he lunged forward and kissed her. Lucian's hand tightly cupped Rachel's head as he kissed her. The 2 of them lay down on the sofa, and after a while, they finally broke apart. She let out a small, uncomfortable sound. Suddenly, Rachel's hand rested on his face. Immediately after, Rachel shot up, panting heavily.
She awkwardly stood up and complained, "I'm suffocating. My lungs aren't that good." Lucian also sat up following her action and sadly replied, "I'm sorry." After looking at Rachel for a long time, he suddenly asked, "Ray, do you love me?" "I don't love you, but since you asked me to do it," seeing Lucian seem to misunderstand, she quickly shouted, interrupting him, "No, that's not it. I love Lucian too." Hearing Rachel's sincere words, he immediately asked another question. "Then why can't you focus on me? Is there something you need to worry about?" His question immediately stunned Rachel. She didn't know how to explain, so her voice was extremely hesitant. Rachel became even more rigid in thought, wondering, did I hurt Lucian because I was so lost in thought? After a period of silence, she slowly and uneasily spoke. "Actually, I'm very insecure about whether I deserve to be this happy, someone like me being Lucian's lover." He immediately replied to Rachel sincerely, "To me, you are always the one who shines, to the point that your acceptance of me feels like a dream." Seeing his hand extended, she slowly placed her hand on it. If Lucian confessed his feelings, anyone would accept him right away. As if remembering that moment, Rachel recounted with an admiring tone, "I saw Lucian was very popular at the succession party. Actually, that's natural, he's so handsome, and he even defeated Duke Leyon." Lucian listened to her words in silence, then stood up. She looked up at him slightly and continued, "Since you didn't pay any attention to me." Rachel hadn't finished speaking when Lucian interrupted, "You've misunderstood me. I consider you my ray of hope. It's thanks to that I can be here today." His mind at this moment also drifted back to the past as he added, "With you like that, how could I not love you?" Feeling Lucian's forehead touch hers, Rachel couldn't help but smile brightly and reply, "Thank you, Lucian." Immediately after that, she proactively kissed him. Right after Rachel's lips parted, she saw Lucian's flushed face and said, "Now I won't be insecure anymore."
Now I want to fully enjoy our happiness, Rachel added with a joyful smile, so I won't have any regrets if we ever have to part ways. As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Lucian instinctively lunged towards her. Without warning, he simply kissed Rachel. A little startled, she placed her hands on Lucian's back. A moment later, Rachel pushed him away with difficulty, saying, "I can't breathe." Lucian's voice suddenly turned serious. "Don't talk nonsense anymore." Meeting her astonished gaze, he said, "We're lovers now. I will absolutely not break up with you." Lucian's face was extremely serious at this moment as he reiterated, "I will absolutely not break up with you." After calling down, he realized what he'd said and hastily added, "I'm sorry for saying those unpleasant things." Rachel, lying beneath him, suddenly let out a soft, helpless laugh and said, "But I truly want to be by your side forever, Lucy." Despite a hint of unease, Lucian gently replied, "There's no reason for us to ever break up." In a study somewhere, Rachel was thoughtfully turning the pages of a book. No matter how much she researched, the stories about the masters of those evil spirits were merely ancient tales. She couldn't help but sadly sit down on a chair. Rachel frowned in deeper distress, thinking, if all the dark energy within my body were released, I would feel more at ease. And just then, someone called out, "Hey!"
It turned out Lucian was walking towards her, smiling, and asked, "Are you researching that again?" As soon as she saw him, Rachel happily exclaimed, "Lucy, are you done with all your work?" Lucian gently replied to her with a soft, Lucian walked over and gently kissed her cheek. Then he looked up and asked, "What are you doing?" Rachel's face flushed slightly as she shyly replied, "I'm just reading a book." Lucian, with a knowing look, extended his hand towards her and gently asked, "So, would you like to go out with me now?" Rachel happily took his hand and replied, "Yes, I'd love to." Suddenly remembering something, she excitedly said, "Oh, there's a place I want to take you to right now." Lucian, intrigued, asked further, "Where is it?" It turned out to be what Belisa had written in her letter, "Let me teach you a dating course." Rachel quickly explained to him, "It's the dessert shop that Miss Belisa told me about. I heard their coconut cake is delicious." Seeing her eager expression, Lucian smiled indulgently. "All right then, let's go there." Having gotten her way, Rachel replied with a bright smile, "Yes." At that moment, she subtly glanced at Lucian, thinking to herself, "I'm still worried about being a transmigrator in this body, but I can't keep worrying about it forever. I also don't want to make Lucy worry about me. First, I must try my best to be happy with Lucy throughout the journey ahead."
At an eatery, the green pineapple cake was half eaten. Rachel's face was beaming with happiness at this moment. Lucian suddenly spoke up, asking, "Is it delicious? It smells wonderful, doesn't it?" He gently held his teacup and smiled at Rachel. Her face flushed slightly, and she covered it with her hand, dreamily saying, "Brother Lucian is really handsome." Lucian couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "Why are you suddenly—" Rachel's eyes immediately sparkled as she replied, "But it's the truth." Immediately after, a voice rang out, drawing their attention. "Oh my, isn't this Duke and Duchess Leyon? I never expected us to meet here." Two people were slowly approaching. It was none other than Elliot who spoke. What a coincidence. Beside him, Noah smiled and said, "Hello, both of you. Long time no see." He said without the slightest hesitation, "It's been a long time since we last met. How about we have tea together?" And of course he would chime in, "Not a bad idea." Rachel looked at the two of them with a hint of suspicion. "Why are you two here?" Lucian saw him with a hint of surprise and silently called out, "Prince Elliot." "I just sent a complaint to the royal family about his rudeness, and now he dares to act like this?" His hand began to emit golden light. Just as Lucian lost his composure, she stood up and spoke. "Excuse us, we'll be taking our leave now." Rachel, without hesitation, ambiguously wrapped her arms around his neck. "I only came here to have some private time with my Lucy, so we always want to spend time together. So you two enjoy your tea together." Elliot and Noah were a bit bewildered and awkward at the situation that had just unfolded. Rachel, seemingly unconcerned, linked arms with Lucian, pulling him away while waving goodbye. "Let's end our conversation here." Meanwhile, he was blushing with embarrassment, muttering, "My Lucy." Before stepping out, Lucian suddenly leaned back and looked behind him. A provocative smile came from the young man's position. Seeing this, Elliot couldn't help but give a bitter, faint smile. Well played. While beside him, Noah secretly broke into a sweat, reminding him, "Prince." Outside was a beautiful city. Walking down the street, Rachel still couldn't help but fume. "Why are such rude and obnoxious people coming here?" Her face slightly pale, she secretly thought. Elliot the kidnapper, and Noah, whose body was possessed by a demon. How unlucky for their date to be disturbed like this. While Rachel was distracted, Lucian suddenly said, "I probably need to quickly go to my territorial office. I need to find a way to ban Prince Elliot from entering the Leyon territory."
Rachel, hearing this, readily agreed and happily replied, "That's a good idea." Lucian's face grew even more serious as he continued, "If the royal family continues to treat you like this, then the Leyon territory will secede from the empire and declare independence." Seeing things go too far, she quickly asked again, "Declare independence? Just like that?" His tone, however, was unusually calm as he replied, "That's me talking about the worst-case scenario. The royal family certainly won't want to recognize our independence, so that crown prince won't dare to force you anymore." Vethel let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'll feel much more at ease. To avoid running into that Prince Elliot, from now on we won't go to the capital anymore." One second she was sad, the next she happily held Lucian's hand and said, "Even so, there's nothing to be sad about. We should be happy we escaped that annoying person." Rachel's eyes suddenly caught sight of something. She immediately pointed and exclaimed, "Look, a street artist over there, Lucian." Rachel looked at Lucian and asked, "Shall we go ask them to draw us?" She walked closer to the artist and gently asked, "Could you draw a portrait for us?" Seeing customers, the artist said, "Please sit on the chairs in front and I'll draw for you." Rachel, seemingly very excited, replied, "Yes." The artist glanced at the two of them and asked, "Are you two a couple?" Hearing this question made Lucian's body stiffen. His eyes, tinged with a hint of sadness, looked down at Rachel. In contrast to Lucian, she happily replied, "Yes, we are a couple." This statement was like a tonic for him. Immediately after, Lucian sat down next to Rachel, silently thinking, "I'm planning to propose to her at the mansion. I can't wait another moment. Tonight, I will propose to you." The sky poured rain. Raindrops like arrows shot straight down. The maid Amber's gentle voice said, "You must have had a wonderful time with the Duke today, didn't you?" Rachel replied, "Yes, it was wonderful." Amber warmly added, "If you had come back a little later, you might have gotten caught in the rain." Rachel turned back and said, "I know." The image of Lucian shielding Rachel from the rain flashed in her mind. I think coming back a little late would have been fine." Amber's eyes dropped, and she tried to hide her sadness. "It won't be long until you're old enough to officially deepen your relationship with the Duke, and then you'll marry the Duke." She flinched. "Marry? That's still a long way off." She flipped open the paper in her hand, pondering, "The rumors that we are engaged will also become true."
I still can't believe we've become lovers. This is no longer a fantasy. Rachel gazed at the photo. She instructed, "Amber, please get me a frame for this photo." The maid Amber bowed and nodded. "Yes, I'll go find it right away. Now you should go change and take a bath." Rachel yawned. "I'm still feeling a bit sleepy after coming back from our outing. I'll probably just take a quick shower and go to bed early." Outside, it was still raining heavily, raindrops hitting the window pane. Rachel slept in her room, while thunder and lightning raged outside. She frowned, her face clearly showing annoyance mixed with a hint of resentment. The familiar house appeared in the little girl's dream. Her father's shouting and scolding were still very real. "Why did you hurt your sibling like that? Go in there and repent immediately." Saying that, he pushed the little girl into the dark room. She was utterly terrified. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I just wanted to play with my sibling." A lightning bolt struck across the glass door. A hand frantically pounded on the door. "Mom and Dad, please open the door for me." The mother opened the door, her attitude unwelcoming. "You came all the way to our house?" The young woman's eyes welled up with tears. "What exactly was the package sent to my room?" "This is a document to sever ties." The father stepped out, his voice indifferent. "You're grown up now, so be independent. You've come at just the right time."
The nightmare intertwined both past and present. Pedro stood coldly before Rachel. "Sign the papers to terminate our family relationship right now. It's been 9 years since you came here. You're grown up now, and as your godfather, I fulfilled my duties. Girl, leave Leyon." Rachel was terrified, no longer able to hold back the tears threatening to fall. "Are we truly no longer related? But I've always considered you all family." A voice suddenly cut in. "Don't think you're being wronged anymore. Return to your original state." A hand gently brushed Rachel's neck. "This position was never yours to begin with, was it? If you continue to be so greedy, you'll face severe consequences. Do you understand, you body snatcher? Get out of my body." Lucian stood outside Rachel's room, lingering there. He gently opened the ring box in his hand, then took out the ring. He smiled faintly, slipping the ring onto his own finger. Gazing at the ring on his hand, he thought, "Finally, the day I present this ring to you has arrived." A beautiful bouquet of roses was sent through a spatial rift, stunning black roses. He thought, "Ray will surely be delighted, won't she?"
Lucian knocked on Rachel's door. "Ray, it's me." After waiting for a long time with no one opening the door, he froze. A worry rose in his heart. "Ray! Ray!" He shouted and then kicked the door open, stepping inside. The little girl was still silently sleeping on the bed. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out she had gone to bed early today. He put the bouquet away again, thinking to himself that he should probably postpone the proposal until tomorrow. Rachel was still in her dream. "No, towards you, Lucy." Lucian was surprised.
Huh? Ray, where does it hurt? Rachel woke up, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lucy, Lucian panicked. Why are you crying? Did I do something wrong to you? Body snatcher. That phrase appeared once again, this time coming directly from Lucian, which terrified Rachel. No, I'm not that kind of person. Lucian froze. Ray, what's wrong? She was scared, her whole body trembling. I was truly very happy until now. It's because I'm so greedy, Lucy, Lucian replied. Huh? Rachel's eyes showed that she was extremely scared and uneasy. I want to tell you something. Let's not be a couple anymore.
Rachel's words about not being lovers struck Lucian like a bolt of lightning. What do you mean by that? Do you hate me now? Rachel shook her head, tears still welling in her eyes. No, it's not like that. The shadow of that woman appeared once again. Do you want to continue being me and have this kind of happiness? Then don't be greedy anymore. Just become a wicked girl and die. Rachel's mind was in turmoil. Becoming Lucian's lover was already a huge deviation from the original story. What would happen if everything changed before she transmigrated here? Pedro and Camila, even Lucian, would look at her with disgust. I'll be abandoned once again, she trembled. I don't want that. Lucky, I'm just afraid our relationship will crack later. Shouldn't we be getting closer and closer? There was once a story like that, where they were best friends, but when they became lovers, things started to get much worse. I just don't want that to happen. Lucian's eyes were filled with love, but also sorrow. Ray, he gritted his teeth. Ray, I promise you I will never leave you. But if you truly want that, I will respect your wishes. She hugged Lucian tightly. Thank you. Lucian held Rachel tightly, afraid she would disappear. Are you afraid our relationship will drift further apart? Then I'll hold you even tighter from now on. Letting you go like this now, it must be because I know I can't convince you, right? Then later...
All the butlers and maids stood below, waiting. A maid wondered, why are we all called here so late at night? Amber replied, I have no idea. I don't understand what's happening either. Suddenly, Lucian's voice echoed. I have new rules I wish to announce to everyone, which is why I've summoned you all here. These rules will be enforced starting now, so I hope everyone understands this. If anyone violates them, they will be expelled from Leyon and never allowed to set foot in Leyon again. First, no one is ever to appear before the lady again. Second, the floor where the lady's room is located will have a limited number of people entering and exiting. In the times for entering and exiting the lady's room will also be regulated. Amber raised her hand to ask, Your Grace, then who will serve the lady? Lucian replied, I am always present at the mansion, so if anything is needed, just tell me. From now on, all matters related to the lady must be forgotten. Anything you wish to do must be reported to me. Lucian smiled faintly. You don't need to worry, Ray. I won't let you worry about useless things anymore. Your world will become new. A lavish meal was laid out on the dining table, and Lucian and Rachel enjoyed their meal. She ate, but her heart couldn't help but stir. It had already been a week since she and Lucian were no longer lovers. Lucian worried. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Rachel immediately replied, No, it's delicious. She thought, he still cares about me a lot, but Lucian poured water into the wash basin for Rachel. He called, Ray, hurry and wash your face for breakfast. Rachel was astonished. Where is Amber? Why is Lucian?
Before Rachel could finish speaking, he immediately replied, From now on, I will take care of you. She was stunned. Is that really you, Lucian? He stepped in front of Rachel. I've also had someone bring food up to your room. From now on, we'll eat here. Just the two of us, he murmured. This morning began like that. The bedroom was lavishly decorated. Lucian sat on the edge of the bed. Ray, you should go to sleep now. She obediently replied, Yes, good night. Suddenly, he lay down right next to Rachel. You too. She was a little bewildered. Are we sleeping together? Lucian casually replied, Didn't you want me to always be by your side? Hearing this, Rachel sat up abruptly. But we're not lovers anymore. He rolled over. But I've never forgotten the things you once told me. So can you allow me to do this? Now lie down and go to sleep. Rachel pondered. He would stay like this until she fell asleep. Besides, he always followed her wherever she wanted to go in the mansion.
Lucian hurried forward, not knowing where the crown prince might appear. So for now, you should stay in the mansion for a while. Rachel was still caught in a tangle of thoughts. In fact, the order prohibiting her from leaving the mansion had already been announced. What was even stranger was that, despite being in the mansion, she had only met Lucian in an entire week. But now it was too late to ask, because she had done something wrong to Lucian. She suddenly wished she could go back to the past. She could definitely sense something very strange in Lucian's eyes. But it was also true. He deserved to love someone else, not someone who possessed another's body like her. That way, Lucian would be happier. The butler bowed. Duke, please forgive me for disturbing you at this moment. There's something that requires your attention, so please come down for a moment.
Lucian turned his head to look at Rachel, who was seated at the dining table. "Rachel, I'll be back later." Downstairs, there was a noisy quarrel. "You are not allowed to step onto the ladies' floor. Hey, stop causing trouble." Oscar furiously charged forward. "Let's quickly beat up all these people." Hat tried to hold him back. "Oh, for goodness sake, calm down." Oscar was furious. "Do they see the mistress as a prisoner?" Lucian came downstairs. "What's all this noise about?" Everyone lifted up. "Duke!" Hat bowed. "Hello, Duke." Oscar stepped forward. "Please let me in to see the mistress. It's been a week since I last saw the mistress."
Lucian turned to ask the butler, "Have you told them about the rules yet?" The butler bowed his head and replied, "I have, but they wouldn't listen." His face was cold. "No one can see the lady except for me, don't you understand? This is a rule that will apply to everyone in the mansion." Damien calmly said, "Doesn't that make Rachel a prisoner? Why can't we see our mistress?" Lucian was indifferent, a murderous aura beginning to emanate. "These are the rules I've set. From now on, no one except me can see Rachel." His smile was sharp. Lucian's voice was calm yet sharp. "If you have anything you need from Rachel, please relay it through me. As long as you follow these rules, I will allow you to continue staying in the mansion. If you understand my command, please return." Damien and Oscar looked at each other, then nodded. To Lucian and the butler's astonishment, they transformed into their beast forms. The two animals immediately rushed up the stairs. "Mistress, we will save you." In the room, Rachel sat dejectedly at the dining table. She propped her chin up, lost in thought. "Even though I like Lucian, it's strange to live a life where I can't meet anyone else besides Lucian."
It seems I really have to speak. A familiar call interrupted Rachel's thoughts. "Mistress!" Oscar rushed in anxiously, his face full of worry. "Mistress, are you all right?" Rachel was astonished to see Oscar and Damien appear, and she immediately stood up. "You two? Why are you both suddenly here?" Oscar shouted in joy. "Thank God you're still alive!" Damien placed a hand on his chest. "I'm very glad you're safe, mistress." Oscar was extremely displeased. "They wouldn't let us in, so I thought mistress was in big trouble." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck right where Damien and Oscar were standing, and Damien immediately embraced Oscar and pulled him back. Lucian was seething with rage. "How dare you set foot in here? Do you wish to die?" Rachel rushed forward to shield Damien and Oscar. "I don't know what's happening, but please calm down. They are my demigods." Lucian's face darkened. He was utterly enraged. "Ray, your demigods have broken the rules of the mansion. They need to be punished." Oscar pointed a finger, questioning, "Hey, isn't it because you forbade us from seeing our mistress?" Damien also spoke up. "Protecting Lady Rachel is our duty." Lucian paid no heed to their words. "Whatever your reasons, there are no exceptions. Get those demigods out of Leyon territory immediately." The soldiers advanced as ordered. "Yes, Your Grace." Oscar struggled in protest. "What? Let me go right now." Rachel tried desperately to intervene. "They have been legally approved, so you can't send them away. No, you can't." She screamed in despair. "Release my demigods." Lucian's strong hand rested on Rachel's slender shoulder, his face utterly cold. Lucian pulled Rachel into his embrace, his voice soft but imbued with authority. "Don't act like this when you are a member of the House of Leyon. You must obey my commands as the head of the family."
Oscar and his people were forcibly removed just like that, their screams still echoing, "Let go! Let me go now!" Rachel forcefully pushed Lucian away. "Please release my demigod!" He didn't try to pull Rachel back into his arms. He just stood there. He had intended to kill them, but he held back, thinking she would be sad if he did. "Please give up, Ray." Rachel glared angrily, questioning, "Lucy, why on earth are you doing this? Why are you suddenly acting so strangely?" Lucian asserted, "It's not strange. This is something I've intended to do for a long time." Rachel couldn't hide her sadness. "What do you mean?" Lucian explained. "Right now, too many people are bothering you. The prince, Lord Cassandra, even your demigod. I will protect you, Ray." Rachel retorted. "You want to protect me? Don't tell me that's why you've been keeping an eye on me lately and preventing me from going out these days." Lucian slowly advanced. "Yes, I'm sure you're frustrated about this, but I can't help it. This is the only way I can protect you." Rachel recoiled in fear. "You're being overprotective." His face was devoid of emotion. "But if I don't resolve this, I'll feel anxious. You once said you were afraid we would drift apart, didn't you? I feel the same way. I'm also afraid of that. I'm afraid someone will steal you from me. It would reassure me if I could tell everyone you're my girlfriend." The words, "Lucy, let's break up," were still vivid in Lucian's mind.
Lucian continued, "You said you couldn't be my lover anymore. It was a painful decision, but I accepted it for you. But you, Rachel, bewildered and scared, kept backing away. Suddenly, she bunked into the bed behind her. It made her lose her balance and fall. Rachel cried out in fear. Lucian quickly rushed over and wrapped his arms around her waist. He pressed himself against Rachel. He had also been holding back a lot now. "Can you endure this?" A gentle warmth breathed into Rachel's ear. "Right now, I want you." His lips brushed close to hers. Lucian tried to suppress his desire. He slowly stood up.
I mean, you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Since you're upset, I'll finish my work as soon as possible and spend time with you later. The capital is very dangerous, so we can't go there. When we return to the Leyon mansion, let's go out together. Now, just rest." Lucian walked out of the room, leaving Rachel sitting dazed inside. He closed the door. He smiled, but his heart was still in turmoil. Lucian turned and walked away. A familiar voice spoke up. "The mansion is quite noisy." Lucian nodded slightly and walked over. Pedro continued to ask, "What was all that noise just now?" Lucian reluctantly replied, "It's nothing for father to worry about. I've already handled it."
Pedro's voice was stern, but his face was somewhat pensive. "It's been hard to see you lately." He grew angry when he saw Lucian paid no attention to his words. "Lucian, come into my office for a moment." Lucian remained completely indifferent, walking past. "I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy right now." His steps halted when he heard the words, "This is about Rachel. The doctor hasn't seen Rachel for over a week now." "I don't know if I have the right to say this, but Lucian, what you're doing to her right now isn't love. Obsession and possessiveness are not love." Lucian sneered. "I have the right to answer you, so I will. You have no right to talk about that." The murderous aura Lucian exuded made Pedro somewhat fearful. "What do you mean?" Lucian stepped forward. "You have been destroying the relationship between Rachel and me for a very long time."
The anger I've long endured from your disciplinary methods, I remember very clearly to this day. Pedro fell silent, unable to utter a word. Lucian continued. "I don't think that's worth mentioning again, however." Lucian's eyes were filled with hatred as he placed his hand on Pedro's shoulder. "If you keep causing trouble, I might change my mind." He smiled faintly, but that smile instilled fear. The murderous aura around Lucian gradually dissipated. He patted his father's shoulder. "So don't interfere in my affairs and stay silent as you always have. After all, the head of the Leyon family is no longer you, but me." Meanwhile, Rachel sat on the sofa, her mind blank. She shivered, thinking of the current Lucian. Are there other secrets like Lucian's in this place? I thought I had changed Lucian into a more affectionate and kind person. Did I just change the person who was haunting him? Her head suddenly pounded, feeling dizzy. A haunting voice emerged from somewhere. "Your energy is finally weakening. This is my only chance." Rachel, terrified, exclaimed, "What is this? A voice suddenly appeared in my head." The voice continued, "She even possesses power like a saint. Her beastmen have bothered me enough."
"Now surrender and obediently hand over your body to me." Rachel collapsed on the floor, unconscious. The crystal on her necklace shattered. Rachel fell into a bottomless pit. What the hell is happening? She tried to move. She struggled to breathe. Finally, she managed. Her body was still lying on the cold floor. Rachel's hand twitched slightly. She smirked. She slowly stood up. "From now on, this body is entirely mine." In the study, Lucian was working intently. He picked up the letter he had just written, his gaze fixed on it, lost in thought. "Even if I lose some money, I should quickly resolve the transactions related to the Empire. Regarding this matter, I should go to the site myself and examine it personally. Not to mention, I don't have much time for Ray." He sighed wearily. His father's words still echoed in his ears. "Lucian, what you are doing to that girl right now is not love. Obsession and possession are not love." He was still immersed in his thoughts. "I just want to protect her. That's why..." He remembered the moment his face was close to Rachel's. At that moment, what he wanted to do with her was... At that time, the little girl in his arms trembled, and he was afraid. Lucian thought to himself, "Just as I thought. Such behavior, Ray. Could it be that you're angry with me for what I've done?" A knock on the door interrupted Lucian's thoughts. The prolonged knocking jolted him awake. Lucian rushed to open the door. "Ray." Rachel smiled, an unfamiliar smile. "Yes, Lucy." She smiled brightly. "I'm here." Lucian failed to notice Rachel's oddness. "Come in first. You've arrived just in time. I have something important to tell you." Rachel asked curiously. "What is it?" Lucian said softly. "I think I was a bit rough earlier, especially with your beastmen. I'm truly sorry." Rachel's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "It's all right. They were also wrong to enter the room without permission."
Lucian apologized. "I feel like I've been a bit overprotective of you. You must have been very frustrated having to stay alone in the mansion all this time. I was careless not to consider your feelings about this before acting that way." Rachel sat down on a chair in the room. "No, not at all. Even if I thought about it, even if I were Lucian, I think I would still be worried about this." Joy returned to Lucian once again. "So you do understand? Thank you. Let's go out tomorrow." Rachel happily replied. "Okay, then you should go to your room early today." Lucian, full of love, said in a gentle voice, "All right then, let's go back to your room." Suddenly Rachel paused. "By the way, Lucian, can I sleep in your room tonight? It's just that I always sleep alone in my room." Rachel's cuteness and sparkling eyes stunned Lucian. He couldn't believe his ears. Lucian, overjoyed, said, "Of course, then let's go to my room." Rachel secretly smiled triumphantly. Deep within the forest, a flickering light appeared. Oscar couldn't help but feel annoyed. How far does the Duke intend to chase us? Luckily, we managed to escape when they weren't paying attention. Hag replied, "We must always stay by our master's side, no matter what. This is a very serious matter."
At least if there wasn't some mysterious energy source within the master, I wouldn't have to worry about her so much. Oscar picked up the red gem. No, because the master cannot live without my beads in her daily life, and I haven't given her a new one all week. This doesn't mean goodbye to the master, does it? In Oscar's memory, the image of the little girl appeared, flying far, far away from this place. I hope she can. Damien Quapdoggy soared into the sky. Oscar grumbled, just like before. Hap has always been thinking of ways to get into the mansion. We need to figure out a solution for this. If we could just fly straight into the mansion, it would be fine. But the problem is we can't deal with so many nights alone. Oscar came up with an idea. Since it's already dark and everyone must be asleep, how about we sneak into the mansion and kidnap the master? A figure stepped out from behind. What an unexpected reunion. Hap and Oscar immediately became alert. Who's there? The old woman smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, little white fox and your friend, I am not an enemy. Oscar suddenly remembered. He gasped. That face, are you the turtle demi-human Bao? Lucian's room was exquisitely furnished. He sat on the bed, quietly gazing at the little girl beside him. Lucian asked, "This is our first time sleeping together here, isn't it?" Rachel happily replied, "Yes, this is the first time. I suddenly feel so excited." Lucian's cheeks flushed. "Me too." The soul within Rachel's body scoffed. "You're so easily fooled, you idiot." He lay down beside her. "Well then, good night." Rachel replied, "Yes, you too, Lucian." She thought to herself, "Yes, that's right. Just sleep and let your guard down. Then I'll be more than ready to send you to the afterlife." Dawn broke and sunlight streamed through the window. Lucian drew the curtains. "Rachel, you look so tired. You kept tossing and turning in your sleep. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep last night?" Rachel sat on the bed holding her head. Yes. Inwardly, she was cursing nonstop. This bastard. I can't believe he didn't sleep at all. Lucian approached, bending low. "I didn't get any sleep last night because I was worried about you." Outwardly, Rachel smiled cheerfully, but inwardly, it was the complete opposite. How can you be so alert when you haven't slept at all? Lucian turned and walked away. "Today, I'll have someone bring you a nutritious breakfast." Rachel mused with a sidelong glance. "Because you're a master swordsman, skilled with a blade, your physical strength is also extraordinary. Perhaps I acted too recklessly, which is why I was caught like this. Now I need to pretend to be Rachel and help my associates. I need to contact Kilus and Dustin." Sitting at the dining table, Rachel was surprised and worried. "What? No one knows where Sir Cassandra and your uncle are right now?" Lucian replied, "That's right. There was an arrest warrant for a cult operative, but I think they are currently in hiding." She slumped, deep in thought. "I can't believe both of them were caught. What a bunch of fools." Lucian quietly scrutinized Rachel, who suddenly realized his eyes were fixed on her. Rachel was a little startled. Why are you looking at me like that?" Lucian composed himself. "I thought it was just my imagination, but you've been a little strange lately, Ray. Your expression, your voice when you speak, even the way you're eating right now. You look quite different from usual, as if you're forcing yourself to act like everything is fine." Rachel tried to suppress her fear as Lucian leaned closer and touched her face. "What do you mean by pretending everything is fine?" His menacing gaze was customer face. "If there's something difficult to talk about, don't hesitate to tell me." Rachel was utterly terrified. "There's no such thing." Rachel thought, "I've lived in this body for 7 years. I'm quite sure I've mastered it perfectly." Lucian calmed down, acting as if nothing had happened. "Is it because I haven't had enough sleep?" Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. "It's possible." He smiled. "Then I guess going out isn't a good idea for today. Let's just have tea in the garden together today." "A little change of pace would be good." Rachel forced a smile. "Yes, that's right." Suddenly, a knock at the door caught Lucian's attention. He opened the door. "What is it?" The butler bowed and replied, "There's a slight issue with the business agreement." The Duke needed to check it himself. He showed no emotion. "I see." He turned his head back to the girl sitting at the dining table. "Excuse me, something urgent just came up. I'll resolve it quickly and be back for tea later." Someone spoke from behind. "If it's all right, may I take Rachel with me?" Camila swallowed nervously. She continued, "I want to have tea with Rachel." He just looked and softly called, "Mother." In a garden filled with green shade, a greenhouse was accessed by a flower-lined path. Camila set her teacup down. "It seems like it's been a long time since I last saw you. Are you all right?" Rachel froze. "Yes." She explained, "Lucian seems very obsessed with you." She bowed her head. "Oh yes." She thought to herself, "That's certainly true." Camila sincerely said, "Even though Lucian is my son, you are as precious as my own daughter. If you ever need any help, don't hesitate to ask." She replied politely,
Yes, thank you, Duchess. The ghost replied, Your precious Rachel is gone. Camila looked directly at Rachel. I will discuss this with Lucian later. Rachel's gaze was scrutinizing. The Duchess, compared to Lucian, seemed quite frail.
Wouldn't it be better to deal with both the Duke and the Duchess? Even if I do that, Lucian will surely side with Rachel and help cover for her. That's how I'll use Lucian as a tool, and with that, I'll seize the entire duchy. Rachel spoke up. Madam, I actually have a story I want to tell you. Camila quickly replied. Please, don't hesitate to speak. A dark, Damien-like aura swirled around Rachel's hand. Actually, the knight's voices interrupted her. It's a beastmen invasion. I can't believe they flew in. Get down immediately. Camila pointed in horror. Oh my, look, Damien is flying towards us in the distance. Doggy and Old Man Paul were also on it. Damien released his grip, letting Doggy and Paul fall freely. As soon as they landed, they transformed into human form. Master, we are here. At the same time, Lucian was still preoccupied with work. Losing a bit of money is fine. Business related to the Empire should be resolved as quickly as possible. Make sure the information about our return to the duchy doesn't leak out. The butler nodded. Yes, I understand. Someone rushed in, panting to report. Your Grace, we're in big trouble. The butler angrily scolded. How dare you walk like that in front of the Duke? The person stammered. But now, Lady Rachel. On the other side, Rachel created a wall of fire, separating herself from Hawk's group. She gritted her teeth angrily. These beasts are so troublesome. Hawk slowly said, If I could get closer to the master, with my power, I could destroy the evil residing in her body. Oscar worried. We can't get close because of the flames. Camila asked anxiously, Why is this happening? Hawk replied, In this state, Master Rachel's body has been possessed by an evil energy source. Lucian rushed over. He anxiously shouted, Ray! Camila hurried forward, stammering, Lucian, Rachel right now is... A knight nearby spoke up. Duchess, please leave this to us and find a safe place to take shelter. Lucian still didn't understand what was happening. Even the banished beastmen were here. What on earth was going on? Hawk clarified. The master's body is being consumed and possessed by Damien's energy. He looked at his beloved. Her body has been possessed? Rachel flared up in anger. It's troublesome to see everyone coming here to bother me. Now I'm tired of pretending to be a normal lady.
I won't do that anymore. All of you will have to face your own deaths here. Rachel's soul was sound asleep when she heard a call. Rachel, Rachel, you need to wake up now. Weakly, she struggled to open her eyes. Who is it? Rachel couldn't help but shiver when she saw the girl standing in front of her. Looking at the girl's face, she secretly marveled. Someone who looks exactly like me? She spoke up and asked, Perhaps you are the real Rachel, the true owner of this body? The other girl shook her head, then pointed at Rachel. You are Rachel. Rachel quickly explained, But I'm not the real Rachel. Actually, I am. Before Rachel could finish, San quickly interrupted. Quickly return to your loved ones. Rachel was startled to realize the surrounding space was completely unfamiliar. Now that she thought about it, where am I? San said gently, You have been possessed by an evil spirit. That's why your consciousness is trapped within the souls of evil spirits. Rachel was puzzled. The energy of evil spirits? She reached her hand forward, then quickly pulled it back. Oh, it's so hot. San patted Rachel's shoulder. You can't just keep touching it. Use your divine power. Rachel was astonished. Divine power? San nodded slightly. Try to remember everything you truly desire. Rachel forced her mind to remember. What I truly desire. A familiar voice called out, startling her. Ray, please come back. Rachel turned her head, searching for the voice. Lucy?
I have to go back. Lucian and the others will be worried about me. I want to go home, to all my loved ones. Suddenly, there was light in her hand. San approached. The power of a sincere wish is divine power. Now, purify the evil spirit that has taken over your body. Rachel asked again, Purify? She recalled the gem Oscar had given her. It had shattered after all its power was used. My beads purified the dark Damien energy. In other words, they protected their owner. She carefully held the light in her hand, pondering, Is this energy similar to what Oscar's beads did? The stream of light grew stronger. The dark Damien energy cried out in pain. What is this? Is this divine power? I thought I had put her to sleep. How did she wake up and gain divine power? Could she be a saintess? No matter who she is, I won't let this go. San reminded her, Stretch out your hand and continue to fight. Rachel immediately complied. The dark Damien energy let out a cry of intense pain.
Under the divine power, it gradually vanished. Rachel slowly opened her eyes. Huh? Damien's haunting energy voice still echoed. Since when did she have it? The divine power of the missing saintess. Rachel wondered, Is it gone yet? Sun stepped forward and praised. Well done, Rachel. That's all you needed to do. Rachel turned her head. Thank you. By the way, who are you?
Sun didn't answer, only leaving a remark. You'll know soon enough. With that, Sun waved goodbye. Then see you soon. Rachel woke up in Lucian's arms. Huh? Lucian whispered. Ray? She flinched when she heard his voice. Seeing that she was awake, he asked, Is this really Ray? Rachel nodded. Lucy, yes, it's really me. Lucian smiled, the worry in his heart fading. Thank goodness. Lucian fainted on Rachel's shoulder. Lucy? Rachel looked down at the fresh blood on her hands. Huh? Blood? She anxiously, fearfully called out to Lucian. Lucy? His body was covered in this blood, yet he received no response. Oscar also rushed over from a distance. Master! Rachel felt uneasy looking at the surroundings. What on earth happened? Hat replied. The Duke tried to prevent Master from causing any injuries, but he... Camila ordered the knights. Quickly, call a doctor immediately. The knights didn't hesitate and ran off immediately. Yes, we understand. Tears welled up in Rachel's eyes. She thought to herself, the wound is too severe. What if something terrible happens to Lucian? That absolutely cannot happen. Rays of light gradually gathered in Rachel's hands. This light? She gently touched Lucian's wound. The wound healed just like that. She couldn't help but be astonished. The wound is healed? Oscar saw the scene. Master, what did you just do? Hat also found it miraculous. The Duke's wounds have all disappeared. Camila was astonished. Ray, how could you? Oscar was excited. Does Master have new abilities? Bao, from behind, spoke up. Ah. 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. A saintess.
Pedro sat down opposite Rachel. While I was visiting the mansion, I heard something big had happened. Rachel's body had been possessed by someone, and she had attacked everyone. Although the story seemed unbelievable, is Rachel okay now? Hag looked at Rachel and nodded. Yes, right now there is no daemonic energy left inside the Master's body. Only the Master's true mana is shining within her body. Rachel spoke seriously. Somehow, thanks to this, I've gained a new ability. Pedro was slightly surprised. A new ability? Rachel recalled the dazzling light in her hand that had repelled the daemonic energy. It has the ability to purify daemonic energy and heal external wounds. A hint of sadness appeared on her face. I don't know if this ability will continue to exist long term. Oscar said excitedly, his voice full of pride. That's right, it was thanks to the Master who healed us. Hag added, thanks to the Master's ability, our wounds have completely healed.
Camila worried it would be good if this could be resolved that way. However, Pedro interrupted. Just in case, it would be better to continue monitoring the situation, and I will also look for other information. Camila instructed, All right, you two continue to escort Rachel. Oscar immediately agreed. Entrust the Master to us. Damien just nodded slightly. Yes, of course. The two, Oscar, immediately surrounded Rachel. We will protect the Master. Rachel gave a forced smile. I guess I don't need to worry anymore. Rachel's gaze suddenly dropped, and she sadly said, Instead of me. On the other side, Lucian had not yet woken up, his face chiseled like a beautifully sculpted statue. Rachel couldn't hide her worry, her voice trembling. Lucy. Camila immediately hugged Rachel, comforting her. Don't worry too much. The doctor said his injuries aren't too severe, and he only lost consciousness because he was too tired. Pedro spoke up to reassure. That's right. I also find it strange to see this side of him, but he's a strong man, so he'll wake up soon. Now we'll clean up this mess. Camila tried to persuade. You should also go back to your room and rest. Rachel nodded. Yes, I'll rest later. Camila and Pedro went out, leaving only Rachel standing there silently. She bent down slightly and softly called, Lucy. Her gaze suddenly focused on something. Paul smiled kindly. Saintess, may I continue telling you the story I told before? Rachel was surprised. Paul. Memories of divine power flowed like a film through her mind. The wound had healed. Damien praised. Master is truly amazing. Oscar was astonished. Master, what happened? How did you do that? A voice caught their attention. Ah, there's no denying that this power is indeed.
Paul knelt down. She cried in happiness. I am Paul. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Rachel was bewildered. Yes? Why suddenly? Paul's tears flowed like an unstoppable stream. I have finally found you, Saintess. Returning to reality, Paul maintained her gentle smile. Do you have time to talk now? Rachel replied, Yes, let's go to my room and talk there. I also have a few questions I want to ask Paul. Please feel free to call me Rachel. Rachel placed her slender hand on the chair. First of all, I want to ask you why you call me Saintess. I'm also curious about the power called divine power. Paul replied, Divine power is the unique ability of a saint. It is used to purify evil energy and can also heal all external wounds. However, priests can still use a portion of their divine power if they receive power from the saintess, who is the daughter of God. However, the saintess disappeared, and now thousands of years have passed since her disappearance. Rachel mused, so religion has not developed in this world.
Mao pointed to himself. You see, I am one of the priests who serve the saintess. Rachel suddenly realized, wait a minute, didn't you just say the saintess disappeared thousands of years ago? Mao explained, I gained a longer lifespan thanks to blessings from my body, because turtles tend to have longer lifespans. Another reason is that I have my own destiny to find the lost saintess and revive her. A thought immediately popped into Rachel's head.
Could the person I last met be the lost saintist? Rachel spoke. Honestly, the fact that I am a saintist, I still can't believe it. Mao reassured, don't worry too much about it. Now you should rest and await God's revelation. God will soon tell you everything. Of course, I was tired of searching and waiting, and suddenly I was captured by a beast-human slave trader. I just stayed in my shell and did whatever they wanted. The relationship I had with the little white fox that was captured by the slave trader eventually led me to Rachel. Everything must be God's will. Rachel nodded slightly. All right then, I will wait. She mused. God. Rachel's worry hadn't subsided yet. But could it be that my healing ability is flawed? Duke Leyon still hasn't woken up? Mal smiled reassuringly. It's not that Rachel lacks divine power. The wounds he suffered were very severe. He just needs time to rest and recover. Rachel sighed. Is that so? I have many other related questions I want to ask you, but now I think I need to take care of the Duke. Mal replied, I understand. The moonlight shone outside the window. Rachel, tired, fell asleep beside Lucian. Lucian's face was pale. He slightly opened his eyes and looked around.
Lucian sat up abruptly. Ray, he pondered, have I slept for so long? If I recall correctly, I was quite severely injured, but I don't feel any pain. Above all, Ray, I wonder if you're all right now. He recalled his actions when Rachel's demigod burst into the room. Whatever your mission, there are no exceptions. Throw those two beastmen out of the Leyon mansion immediately. The knights immediately stepped forward. Yes, your grace. His voice was sharp. You must obey my words as the head of the family.
His hand reached out. Lucian wanted to touch Rachel's face. Lucian couldn't stop thinking. Did he deserve to worry about Rachel? Because he was the one who had put Rachel in danger. But he just liked Rachel too much. He just wanted to protect Rachel. It was all for Rachel. No, it was for himself. Because of his possessiveness and obsession, he would lose Rachel forever. Lucian softly mumbled, I don't deserve to be by your side. Sunlight shone on the flowers in the Duke's mansion. A figure in a black dress stepped out the door. She let out a small gasp of surprise. Amber met Rachel at the door. Oh, my lady, where are you rushing off to? Rachel hesitated. Well, it's just, when I woke up, my brother was gone. Amber explained. The Duke left early to go to work. Rachel was a little surprised. What? He went to work right after waking up? When he returns, I'll scold him and tell him not to overwork himself. Amber continued. That's what I should be telling you, my lady. Amber was a little stunned. My lady, what's gotten into you? Rachel waved her hand. There's no need to worry about that anymore. Amber's imposing presence overwhelmed Rachel. Of course I have to worry. If your body weakens again, those demonic spirits might come and take you away once more. Please go back to your room and rest. Rachel turned back inside. Yes, I know. Rachel pondered. However, after that incident, during a conversation with Camila, she had said, it seems Lucian has been busy lately, arranging his business affairs. And when Rachel went to the door, a servant had also mentioned, the Duke left to attend a business early this morning. Rachel was a little bewildered by Lucian's busy schedule. She worried that she couldn't meet Lucian at all. The weather was clear and blue in the mansion's grounds. Rachel was strolling with Pedro in the garden. He smiled. It's wonderful to walk with my daughter after such a long time, but the wind is quite cold, so let me know right away if you feel chilly. Rachel obediently replied, yes. By the way, I think my brother has been very busy lately.
Pedro was slightly startled. Are you talking about Lucian? Rachel nodded. Yes, I haven't seen him for a few days. Even when I visit his office, they say he has a lot of work to do. Pedro explained. Lately, the business restructuring is almost complete, so he has a lot of external appointments. Rachel asked in a low voice, is brother intentionally avoiding me? Otherwise, he wouldn't have. Pedro stroked her head, interrupting her. Rachel, it's not appropriate for me to talk about Lucian, even though he has made many mistakes. Lucian treated you with his greed, putting you in danger. Will you forgive him for that? Rachel lowered her head, hesitating. In the office, Lucian was focused on his work. Suddenly, a knock on the door caught his attention. A voice from outside echoed, Lucian, may I come in? He politely replied, please come in, father. Pedro suggested, I'll finish the remaining work. You should go see Rachel right away. Lucian's gaze avoided him. If you're trying to appease me with that reasoning, it won't work. Pedro spoke up. Rachel is looking for you. Lucian's gaze wavered after hearing his father's words. Pedro continued. Although we don't share the same circumstances, there was a time when I also avoided someone I loved.
When the person I loved sought me out, I ignored him, but when he found a new lover, I regretted it. So don't be like me, my child. If you truly love Rachel, shouldn't you be by her side when she needs you? Lucia listened silently to his father's explanation, his head slightly bowed in thought. The sky had turned dark, and moonlight filtered through every corner of the room. Lucian hesitated by Rachel's bedroom door. She was sound asleep on her soft bed. The faint light cast upon Rachel's face made her even more beautiful. Lucian looked at her, troubled. Do I deserve to be with you? We've been separated for 7 years, and I promised we would meet again with different identities when we grew up. But it turns out, I've remained in the same place all this time. A soft voice spoke up, startling Lucian.
He was slightly flustered. I'm sorry, I must have woken you up. Go back to sleep. Rachel sat up, rubbing her eyes. It seems like it's been a long time since I last saw you. I heard you've been busy lately, preparing to go to the manor.
Lucian nodded. That's right. I'm busy arranging national business matters. I'm sleepy, so I'll go back to my room. I'll be going now. Rachel unexpectedly held his hand. Lucian was momentarily stunned as he looked at her. Rachel's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. It's been a while. I want to talk to Lucy. Since my beast person is sleeping, let's sit on the sofa and talk there. Lucian wondered, wouldn't it be better if your beast person stayed with us? What if someone steals your body again? Rachel reassured him. I'm fine. I can protect myself from now on. Lucian was bewildered. Huh? Rachel held out her hand. Look, a shimmering power appeared in her hand. Lucian was surprised to see the power in Rachel's hand. Light! Rachel introduced. They call this the power of the saintist. Thanks to this power, I was able to regain my body. It also has the ability to heal wounds. Lucian wondered. Although I've heard about that ability from Mother, she said you were the one who healed my wounds. So now you'll be fine without the beast person, right? Rachel smiled, confirming. Yes, I think everything is fine now. I'm sorry for making you worry. Lucian's eyes were filled with sadness. You don't need to apologize for this, because it's all my fault. Rachel interrupted loudly. Lucy, do you remember what I said before? Lucian shook his head slightly and asked, what did you say before? Remember that line I once told you, that I was afraid we would grow apart? Rachel recounted it. I told you about it. I was afraid I would become distant from Lucy. However, it's been several days and Lucy hasn't looked for me. Lucy hates me now, doesn't he? How could that be? Lucian quickly retorted. No way. It's just that I just didn't have the courage to face you. From the moment I realized Rachel's body was being possessed, I honestly still didn't know how I should act. I felt you were acting differently than usual, but I never thought your body was being taken over by someone else.
If my beastmen were there, they would have recognized it immediately. But I was in danger because you drove them away. It was all because of your selfishness. How dare you stay by my side? After listening to Lucian's honest words, it wasn't hard for Rachel to sense his anguish. But even so, she didn't want it to continue at all, so she asked him directly. So, are you going to abandon me forever? And Lucian silently averted his gaze, as if to avoid everything. Seeing him like that, Rachel couldn't help but feel distressed and let out a sigh. Then she took his sleeve, tugging it gently, and pleaded, If it's not too late, please just stay by my side. I don't want to leave Lucian anymore. Lucian was deeply moved by her. In response, he knelt down on one knee, then took her hand with great tenderness and reverence. I truly want to ask you something.
Please don't go anywhere. I promise something like this will never happen again, because I know that obsession and possessiveness are not love. I'm okay even if we're not lovers. Just let me be by your side. It was clear that their love for each other was truly in sync. Rachel gently helped him to his feet. Lucy, get up first. Come sit next to me. I finally understand how I want to spend my entire life with Lucy. I don't want to be friends with Lucy. Hearing her unexpected declaration, Lucian couldn't immediately process it. What? Rachel gently continued. That's why? Do you want to be my lover again? Lucian's eyes widened in shock. But then, just a few short seconds later, he managed to suppress his wildly beating heart. No, I can't do that. I've already put you in danger. Knowing he was still blaming himself and how tormented he was, Rachel wasn't angry but simply tried to reassure him. But that has already been resolved. Lucian shook his head, denying it. But that doesn't make what happened disappear. This boy is so stubborn, Rachel couldn't help but sigh in a somewhat helpless manner. Then she cupped his face with both hands, turning it towards her, and said, Then all you need to do is try harder in the future. I'll give you another chance. As their foreheads touched, Lucian could no longer hold back his tears. Rachel didn't let him turn away. She wiped his tears away while sweetly asking, Lucy, can I kiss you? Lucian nodded, smiling as he replied, Yes. And so they shared their first kiss after months of separation. That moment had never been so precious to them. A kiss filled with longing, torment, regret, and deep love.
When he finally felt content, Lucian stopped and moved to hug Rachel tightly. I thought I was going to lose you. Rachel returned his embrace. I don't want to lose you either, Lucian. Hearing Lucian say with such a resolute voice that they would continue to be together in the future, Rachel was extremely happy and softly replied with a yes.
The misunderstanding had been cleared, and the issues between the two of them were considered resolved. Therefore, they both went to Paul to inquire about the situation. At this moment, Paul was holding up a piece of paper with a cross drawing and explaining that Rachel's holy power had awakened due to the recent incident, and this was proof of a saintess. In the future, Lady Rachel would fulfill her responsibilities as a saintess. Hearing this, Rachel began to feel much more nervous. Is that truly what I should do? Lucian, sitting beside her, also exclaimed, This is like a story from a legend. Then he anxiously turned to Paul and asked, "Are you absolutely sure that nothing dangerous will happen to her?" Paul thumped his chest and solemnly pledged, "I will risk my life to protect Lady Rachel, so don't worry." Hart and Oscar also transformed into their human forms and echoed in unison, "Me too," 3 times. This made Rachel burst out laughing. "Thank you, everyone." Not to be outdone, Lucian also promised her, "That's right, I will also protect you from all dangers." The first issue was settled. Moving on to the second issue, Rachel described her dream. "That's right, she looked exactly like me when my body was taken before. A short-haired woman told me about holy power. Do you know who she is?" Paul pondered for a moment before replying, "Holy power is the unique ability of a saintist. As for the short-haired woman who told you that, I suspect she might have been a previous saintist. In fact, her hair color, eye color, and even her appearance were identical to Rachel's." Rachel exclaimed in surprise, "A previous saintess?" Indeed, in that dream, the mysterious woman had pointed at her and said with a smile, "Rachel, you are the one." Rachel thought to herself, "I want to meet her again and ask her for details about this." Then she curiously asked further, "If she was a predecessor, then she must be dead, right?" Paul confirmed, "Yes, because she sealed the demon." Hearing this, Rachel murmured, "Ah, a demon," and she suddenly realized, can such a supernatural entity truly exist? She found it hard to believe, so she pressed for more information. "Demons, do such things really exist?" Paul gave a firm nod. "Yes, they do."
The Lyonesse Empire itself was founded by many city-states that united to fight against the Demon King, as well as the monsters created from demonic energy. The Lord's guidance was meant to destroy his shield, a task that has remained unfinished for 1,000 years. At this moment, several individuals were using magic to infiltrate a subterranean passage. These 3 individuals were Dante, Simon, and Elliot. While Elliot cautiously looked around, assessing the place, Simon couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Father, where have you brought us?" Dante turned his head and replied, "I have finally brought you to this place. This is where the wicked dark sorcerer was sealed. He was a traitor who transformed his heart into a magical bomb with the aim of destroying the empire. His name is Enzegelion." Upon hearing this name, both Simon and Elliot simultaneously realized an incredible coincidence. If it's Leyon, then...
Secretly weighing Enzo and Lucian, Elliot couldn't help but feel stunned that the Empire's chief traitor came from Duke Leon's family. As this was a serious matter, Dante also wanted to ask for his son's opinion. Should we eliminate this criminal along with his family? It was said that the first emperor had shown mercy to Duke Leon for his contributions to the founding of the nation. Hearing this, Elliot chuckled with interest. "I didn't know there was such a history. It's truly fascinating." Dante agreed, continuing, "Indeed, now comes the important part. To maintain the seal of the criminal Enzo, the power of spirits must be passed down through many generations of the Leon family. Therefore, I want to ask Elliot, who possesses the same type of soul magic as our predecessors." Not having expected to be entrusted with such a great responsibility to complete this task, Elliot was stunned for a long time. Simon asked curiously, "Does that mean others with spiritual abilities are not allowed?" Dante nodded, explaining, "That's right. If a person with spiritual abilities from a different lineage, not belonging to the royal family, interferes, the seal could be broken." Suddenly, Elliot stepped forward and said, "Are you saying that my soul can contribute to bringing peace to the Empire? That is truly an honor. However, at the same time, I also have many concerns."
"Lately, I've been in an unstable state, so I wonder if I can successfully seal away the evil witch." Hearing him say that, Dante asked with a hint of worry, "Is your current condition unstable?" Knowing it was the right time to state his condition, Elliot replied, "It's because I've been up all night burdened by unrequited love." Though it was a bit hard to believe, Dante was still willing to promise, "If there's someone you care about, tell me immediately and I will arrange everything." Just as he intended, Elliot blushed and revealed, "Then I ask for Father's help in arranging a marriage for me and the young lady of House Leyon." A character who was, one might say, beyond the thoughts of both father and son, Dante and Simon. Elliot seriously placed his hand on his chest and continued, "If your majesty is willing to fulfill my request, I will gladly serve the empire." Early the next morning, during the Leon family's meal, Camila was quite happy that their entire family finally had a meal with all members present. "It's been so long since we could gather like this." Lucian bowed his head in apology. "I apologize for causing everyone worry." Fortunately, no one blamed or resented him. Pedro even made an even more shocking announcement. "Today is a happy day, but I have some shocking news to tell everyone. The reason I called everyone to gather like this is to discuss Rachel's family and the matter of El Rondo. It is now clear that House El Rondo is involved in treason, and arrest warrants have been issued. Because the head of the family is implicated in treason, House El Rondo is also slated for annihilation." Hearing this, Rachel exclaimed in shock, "Will our family be annihilated?" Pedro didn't answer her but continued, "Fortunately, His Majesty the Emperor has granted a special favor." Camilla added a few words immediately after. "Since childhood, you have been raised as a member of the Leon family, which serves as proof that you are not involved in the crime of treason. As the successor to the former head of the El Rondo family, Rachel, you will be able to continue the El Rondo lineage." Seeing her look confused, Me?
Pedro then smiled gently and replied, "That's right. So why don't you become the head of the Alrondo family? To do that, we need to reclaim the Alrondo mansion, so we need to file a petition for exoneration first." The two words exoneration immediately reminded Rachel of the painful past of her previous life. Back then, her adoptive parents had smiled and told her, "You've grown up, so you need to be independent." As for Duke and Duchess Leyon, she also envisioned them kicking her out, just like her adoptive parents had done. "You've grown up, I fulfilled my role as your godfather. Please leave the mansion now." The two images from both her previous life and this life overlapped, making Rachel unable to bear it, trembling as she uttered, "It's all just a dream, isn't it?" Pedro and Camilla's had many warm words, like, even if she were re-registered in El Rondo, she would always be a member of the Leyon family. That's exactly right. The current situation wasn't good at all, but not a single word reached Rachel's ears at this moment. Seeing her silently bow her head and then cough uncomfortably, Lucian immediately became very worried. Ray, are you okay?" Pedro and Camila were equally flustered. "What's wrong with our daughter? What's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Rachel's condition at this moment looked quite bad. Her face was pale, her whole body trembled, and her breathing became heavy. She was trying to reassure herself that she needed to try to calm down first. The Leyon family wouldn't abandon her. She needed to save herself from the risk of destruction first, she thought. Then she lifted her head and forced a smile, replying, I'm fine." However, the obsession had now turned into a voice that sowed extreme suffering into her. She was deceiving herself again. Her former foster parents had done the same thing to her before. They said they wanted her to be independent, but then sent her a cancellation notice for the agreement. Even when she had cried and begged them not to cancel, they didn't care, and she was ultimately abandoned. Just think about what happened after being abandoned like that.
She was jolted awake by those horrifying truths. I finally remembered why I ended up here. After being abandoned, I wanted to escape reality. Without food or drink, I immersed myself in the virtual world of webtoons and web novels. Then, at some point, I completely stopped doing everything, and that's how I lost consciousness. I didn't come to this world because I left malicious comments on webtoons, and engrossed in that thought, Rachel didn't even realize that tears had been streaming down her face for a while. Seeing this, Leyon's family immediately stood up and rushed to her side to ask, "What's wrong? What happened, Ray?" Rachel kept wiping away her tears while sobbing. I'm scared that if I'm forced to leave Leyon's family, we'll have to be separated forever." Knowing she had misunderstood, Camila, heartbroken, explained, "That procedure is just on paper. It doesn't mean you have to leave Leyon's house." Pedro nodded. "That's right, even I can't live without my beloved daughter." But unexpectedly, Rachel cried out agitatedly, "I'm not even your biological daughter." It wasn't until Lucian spoke up and touched her, saying, "Ray, we promise to always be together in the future. I will never abandon you," that Rachel calmed down. Seizing this opportunity, Pedro gently placed his hand on her head, stroking it, and softly said, "I think of you as my daughter. Why wouldn't my daughter be my own? Please don't think that way."
Camila offered Rachel a handkerchief. At Rachel's bewildered gaze, she sincerely smiled and declared, "You are a valuable person who belongs in the Leyon household. Honestly, I didn't like you at first, but now it's different. We are grateful and happy to have you as part of our family." Rachel took the handkerchief, tears once again streaming down her cheeks, and so she once again burst into tears in the arms of the 3 Leyon family members. "Oh, our dear daughter, I apologize for not being able to understand your heart all this time." Finally, after she had stopped crying and regained her composure, Pedro took out the agreement and handed it to her. Even so, Rachel was still a little anxious, impressed. "This is real, isn't it? Wait, I just need to change my surname, right? So I can continue to stay here after this, right?" Pedro smiled and replied, "Indeed, let's appoint a temporary estate manager." Camila added, "Even if your surname changes, you are still a part of the Leyon family." Rachel firmly said, "I understand," and, reassured, took the pen to sign the paper. Once done, she let out a sigh of relief and handed it back to Pedro, saying, "Please submit the release agreement," as she looked at her signature. Pedro, somewhat moved, said, "All right, even though the situation has become a bit strange and unexpected like this, but I'm sure both Liam and his wife will be very happy to know that their daughter has grown up and become the head of the family. And also, I think it's time to tell you the truth. Actually, there's a secret I need to tell you about your parents' accident. There's indirect evidence suggesting that the current head of the Alrondo family is involved in the accident." Rachel, feeling utterly panicked, asked again, "Do you mean my uncle?" Pedro nodded in agreement. "That's right. This is the result of a private investigation I conducted to uncover the truth about the accident. Therefore, to save you from loneliness, I quickly came to adopt you. If he's capable enough to kill his own brother to become the head of the family, he could kill you too, and I won't let anything happen to my daughter." Waiting for him to finish, she hesitantly spoke up. "Actually, I've always thought my uncle was strange.
You know my beastkin Damien actually has the ability to identify people through his beastkin abilities, right? With his abilities, he found two people like me who have the same energy source inside their bodies. Those two are my uncle and Lord Cassandra. Lucian flinched for a moment. Wait, if you mean Lord Cassandra, is it Noah de Cassandra? Rachel's eyes were full of certainty. Yes, that's right. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then he must also be wanted on suspicion of being a cult member. Do you mean they are also controlled by those energy sources? She nodded. Most likely. Hearing this, Pedro turned and handed a folder of documents to Lucian, instructing, I suppose I'll have to continue monitoring the situation. I'll find out more about Rachel's background. Lucian, you must submit this impeachment request to the royal court right now. He frowned slightly. Then, as soon as the request is accepted, we will immediately depart for the territory. Father and mother, you two should prepare starting now. Pedro smiled in response. All right. With that, he turned and left. Then, my daughter, you should get some good rest. Rachel gently watched the two of them leave. Yes, thank you.
She turned to Lucian, waving her hand. You too, Lucian, have a good trip. He was silent for a moment, then said sadly, I didn't realize you were so worried. Because you thought Father loved me, it made you jealous. Rachel lowered her gaze. Yes, but somehow it still frightens me. I'm sorry for always showing this side of myself. Hearing that, he sat down beside her on the bed. Then he gently pinched her cheek to comfort her. You don't need to think like that anymore, because from now on, I will love you even more. With that, Lucian brought his lips close to Rachel's. Then he placed a soft kiss, pressing her down onto the bed. Lucian kissed Rachel's cheek again, making her blush. Then he quickly propped himself up to sit. Patting the edge of the bed to reassure Rachel, he said, Please wait for me a bit. I'll be home soon. Watching Lucian quickly open the door and leave, Rachel could only smile and instruct, Be careful on your way. Then she lay back on the bed, resting and pondering. I was brought here right after I died, and now all my memories have returned. So Lucian, who was once a swordmaster, can even use magic. Noah, on the other hand, is a possessor. Different settings compared to the original webtoon, such as cults and the like. I wonder if all of these are my forgotten memories. Elsewhere, the grand doors slowly opened, and an announcer's voice rang out. Lucian de Leyon has arrived. Lucian bowed in salute. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. His gaze was quite wary as he assessed the people standing before him. Seeing the person standing next to the Emperor, he quietly thought to himself, Prince Elliot. Contrary to Lucian's wariness, the Emperor, much more at ease, commanded, Rise, Duke Leyon. So the reason you've come to see us is concerning the young lady of Leyon. Lucian raised the scroll he had brought. Yes, Your Majesty, I have come to submit the document requesting the young lady's dismissal. I heard that the previous Duke had discussed this matter and sought Your Majesty's opinion on it.
The Emperor pondered deeply. Yes, he had done it. Elliot stood beside him, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. He cursed under his breath. That detestable bastard. Meanwhile, Lucian calmly presented everything. Although the adoption procedures had been terminated, Lady Rachel remained a member of the Leyon family. Lady Rachel would remain in the Duchy of Leyon according to her wishes, and we, the House of Leyon, wished to respect and listen to her requests. After listening, the Emperor casually dismissed it. All right, I understand. Just leave the documents with me, and I will handle them after Padleon returns. A servant stepped forward, holding a tray out beside Lucian. Please, place it here. He bowed, but his gaze remained fixed on the two figures above. Then, I humbly request to take my leave, Your Majesty. A moment later, the door echoed shut, leaving only the Emperor and Elliot in the hall. He called out, Elliot. He complied, bowing forward. Yes, Father. The Emperor cast a cold, indifferent glance to his right, then uttered a sentence that stunned Elliot. I will fulfill the promise I made to you yesterday. A day earlier, Elliot had stood before the Emperor's desk arguing. Father, when do you intend to send the marriage proposal? The Emperor frowned regretfully, explaining, I truly wish to fulfill your desire. However, Leyon has expressed their intention to refuse, so it will not be easy. Elliot's eyes blazed, his entire being filled with anger. I am truly disappointed, to the point where it feels like my whole world is collapsing. Hearing this, the Emperor continued to bow his head in thought. It's not that there's no way, but upon hearing this, he slammed the table and shouted, Any method will do. The Emperor merely asked cautiously, Are you sure? Hearing this question, Elliot was slightly stunned. Yes.
The Emperor, seeing his confusion, elaborated, Truly, anything necessary would do, just to have a child named Rachel. You mean, as long as she's not Leon's daughter, anything is fine. Returning to reality, the Emperor questioned Elliot. So if you truly wish to use this method, that girl might lose her noble title. That is irreversible. Are you truly certain about this? Elliot hesitated briefly. That is... Then his eyes, full of ambition, looked forward and he smiled. Well, I am a member of the imperial family, so it will be fine. The carriage rattled to a stop before the mansion's threshold. The person quickly stepped down from the carriage. As he walked quickly forward, Lucian thought, "Ray, you seem so worried about the adoption being cancelled. I want to see you quickly to check if you're all right." Before he even reached the house door, Pedro rushed out. "Lucian, you finally arrived. I just received a message from an informant embedded within the imperial family."
The Emperor sent Prince Elliot and the knights to the duchy. He was startled and asked in surprise, "What? What does that mean?" He scratched his head in annoyance. "Damn it, we had confirmation that Rachel wasn't involved, but somehow that has changed. They say Rachel is a traitor to the Elrando family, and an arrest warrant has been issued." Lucian became even more urgent. "I must quickly hide Rachel." He stood before her room door and softly called, "Ray." But then he suddenly froze, thinking, "But where should I hide Rachel?" No sooner had he thought this than a shadow appeared. Enzo slyly asked, "Shall I help you hide her? By making a vast and spacious subdimension, we can hide Rachel along with everything in this room." Hearing him, Lucian gave a sarcastic smile. "That's a good idea, but I don't need your power." Enzo stood behind, looking at the space-time Lucian created, and exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness, he has already achieved such powerful skills? It reminds me of my younger days. His magical power can even be compared to mine. At this point, I can dream of my long-cherished wish once again. If only I could take that body and make it my own." Downstairs, the head of the Night Squad had entered the mansion. "Duke Leyon, by His Imperial Majesty's command, please cooperate obediently with us in searching for the traitor."
Pedro stood behind his soldiers, annoyed, shouting, "Are you saying this is why Rachel's impeachment was brought up in the first place?" Elliot stepped forward from behind them, smiling. "We will return once we find the traitor hiding here." He turned around and excitedly called out to his soldiers, "Knights, listen to me. Search Leon's house immediately and find the rebel who is opposing the royal family." They shouted loudly, "Yes, by your command." Pedro had no choice but to order his men to stop them from entering, and those blocking their path also refused to yield. "This is an order from the former duke. No one is allowed to set foot in Leon's house without permission." The two sides began to clash. "They are obstructing the investigation. How dare you defy His Imperial Majesty's command?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from the staircase. "Everyone, please step aside." Lucian calmly reassured them. "Since this is an order from the Emperor, we have no choice but to comply." Pedro called out somewhat urgently, "Lucian," but he turned and interrupted him. "I will allow you to do as you wish." Elliot sneered mockingly. "Duke Leyon seems quite reasonable." Lucian stared at him, making an excuse. "However, if you are looking for Lady Elrando here, you have come to the wrong place. It has been a long time since that child left Leon's estate." But Elliot merely scoffed, retorting, "Do you two think I would believe your words?" He offered no further explanation, leaning aside to make way, looking at him meaningfully. "That is why I am allowing you to search for her yourself." A warning rang in Elliot's mind. What? Why is he so confident?
But without further delay, he ordered the knights to carefully search for the traitor. "Her name is Rachel de Elrando." They echoed his command. "Find the traitor. Her name is Rachel de Elrando." They went to the empty living room. She wasn't there. And checked the other bedrooms. She wasn't there either. Elliot frantically searched everywhere, muttering to himself, "Where the hell is she?" Then he walked over and opened the door to a room. But inside it was completely empty. What? Why is every room empty? He wondered. It was as if everything had been taken away. Lucian's voice rang out right behind him. "Your Highness, has the search made any progress?" Elliot startled and turned around. "Duke," Lucian cut him off, "this is what I've been trying to tell you. Your efforts have been in vain." With that, Lucian flashed a smug smile. Losing his previous calm, Elliot snapped, "Don't mock me! How could she disappear so suddenly like this? Where is Rachel?" Lucian feigned innocence. "How would I know?" Rage consumed his reason. Elliot conjured magic around his body. "Tell me where she is right now, otherwise I will kill you." Enzo, lurking behind Lucian, marveled. "This is the first time I've seen a soul so possessed by Damien's energy. It's a perfect look for a filthy royal palace." As the magical tendrils drew near, Lucian placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. With a single slash, all of Elliot's magic vanished. He reeled back in astonishment. What? But before he could utter another word, Lucian lunged, closing in. He overpowered him until Elliot was on the ground, Lucian's foot pressing down on him. His eyes bulged with fury. "How dare you step on a prince, huh?" No sooner had he spoken than Lucian's sword was at his throat. He bent down, his gaze firm on Elliot. "This time, we, the House of Leyon, revoke our master-servant relationship with the royal family of Lyonesse." Elliot lost his composure and grabbed Lucian's sword blade with his bare hand. "Don't make me laugh. Do you want to destroy your own family? Tell me, where is Rachel right now?" "Rachel belongs to me." Lucian suppressed his anger so much that his sword trembled violently. Suddenly, Pedro appeared behind him and called out, "Duke Leyon, do as you wish. At least don't let anyone see blood in this mansion." Elliot saw that the former duke didn't even stop him, and his mouth fell open in surprise. "Huh? What the hell are you talking about?"
Without waiting for him to process everything, a blow landed on his head. Lucian sheathed his sword, annoyed, and said, "It seems the prince got too agitated and fainted. Please call the royal knights and let them handle this." Seeing his impatience, Pedro didn't find it appropriate to say anything more. "All right." Inside the created space, Oscar looked around in awe. It flew around, shouting, "The subspace is amazing!" Damien had to call out, "Oscar, stay still." Rachel sat to one side, sighing deeply and pondering. What the hell is going on? The royal family has betrayed the House of Leyon and accused me of being a traitor? Power beside her smiled reassuringly. "Rachel, please don't worry too much about it. I'm sure everything will be fine." She had to pretend to be fine and replied, "Thank you for your concern." On the other side, Oscar called out loudly again, "Master, look!" When both looked over, they saw it gleefully putting a hand into a black hole. "There's another passage here. Can we go in?" Rachel exclaimed in alarm. "Oscar!" Damien let out an exasperated sigh. "Oscar, don't do anything foolish."
His entire upper body had already squeezed in there, and he was waving his hand, calling out, "The three of you, quickly come in here. It's like an exhibition room in here." The evening light filtered through the window, and Pedro's voice rang out. It's fortunate that the royal knights left without seeing anything. "So where's Rachel now?" Lucian, sitting opposite him, explained, "I've created a subspace where she and they can stay." Pedro looked at him in astonishment, full of praise. "You've already learned so much magic? That's amazing." Recalling the cold man from his youth, Lucian thought to himself, "I think this is the first time I've been praised so much by Father. When I was little, how much I yearned for Father's praise, but now—" Suddenly, Lucian heard him continue, "By the way, all the time I dedicated my full loyalty to the Emperor was in vain. This thought has been with me ever since my predecessors did the same. I should have followed them like a fool."
"Lucian, if you had to choose between Rachel and family, who would you choose?" He steadfastly answered Pedro's question. "All I need is Rachel." Pedro frowned, looking at him searchingly. "As long as the royal family targets Rachel, hostility with the nation is unavoidable. If we become independent from the empire, we can protect Rachel, but we might be drawn into a war afterward." He nodded, indicating he had considered it. "I am ready to overcome it. I have declared to the prince that I no longer have a master-servant relationship with him. I committed violence against him and even knocked him unconscious. There's no turning back now, and it was well worth it." After finishing his sentence, Lucian looked away slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Pedro let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Well worth it. Excellent. To be honest, I was a little worried about your choice, but there's nothing to regret about what has happened, and I support your decision." Those words stunned Lucian. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, so he could only listen in silence as Pedro explained with a sad smile. "My position as Duke Leyon and my reputation are far more important than those I deeply love and care for. I've been pretending to be a victim in this matter, when in reality, everything I've done until now has been my own decision. However, I also felt regret for my deceased father and took all my anger out on you. I did terrible things that I don't even dare to ask for your forgiveness for. If you wish to punish me, I will gladly accept it. Only now can I say this. I am truly sorry." After speaking, he bowed his head slightly towards Lucian. Seeing that action, he couldn't utter a word, but the astonishment in his eyes had vanished. Suddenly, Lucian stood up. "Rachel must be waiting for me. If you're finished speaking, I'll take my leave."
Pedro smiled gently. "All right, you go ahead then." 2 Rachel dolls, each in a different outfit, were neatly placed on the shelf. Rachel surprisingly assessed them. "So the fashion dolls are kept here, along with jelly and cookies." She looked around, sighing. Then she silently evaluated everything. The matching clothes and accessories, the familiar-looking snacks and gifts. But is it really? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the space. Lucian called out in a panic. "Ray!" He urgently asked, "How did you get in here?" She shyly told the truth. "It was just by chance." He softly called out, "Ray!" Boar, with the 2 light bulbs, Oscar and Damien, also stood awkwardly behind. Only Damien was perceptive. He grabbed Oscar by the collar and pulled him away. "As expected, we shouldn't be in this place. We'll go ahead." Lucian glanced at them, and Rachel remained silent.
She had no choice but to speak up first. Could it be that everything here is a collection of things I gave you? Why did you go to such lengths?" Lucian lowered his face, preventing her from seeing his expression. "Are you uncomfortable?" Rachel hesitated, unsure how to respond. "It's just—" He quickly stepped forward and embraced her. 7 years apart from you. Every day has been difficult for me. Throughout that painful time, how could I easily forget even the smallest thing from you? It's too late for you to say you hate me now, Ray." When Lucian pulled away, Rachel couldn't bear not to gall out, Lucy, I—" Before she could say anything, his hand was already on her lips, pleading, "Please don't say anything. It's just, can I kiss you?" Rachel looked at him for a moment, then she gently rose on her tiptoes, making her skirt sway. Lucian's eyes, full of adoration, watched Rachel without blinking. A sweet kiss was exchanged, love blooming like petals. When the two separated, Rachel slowly opened her eyes, and in them now was only resolve. Lucian's face was no longer bewildered as it had been, but instead filled with indulgence.
Seeing that, Rachel narrowed her eyes and gave him a mischievous smile. Then she looked around, puzzled, wondering why he still kept so many things, especially since he didn't even eat the fruit she gave him. Lucian's face fell. He couldn't help it. He took her hand. "I think one day you'll leave me, so I need something to survive." Rachel covered her mouth, laughing happily. "I didn't know your love for me was so great." He placed a hand over his chest. "Yes, I love you so much that I wish I could take my heart out and show it to you, because I love you." His overly sentimental declaration made Rachel shy. Lucian smiled, looking at her, thinking to himself. His father's acknowledgement and apology, that was what he had always wanted from the beginning. But now those things no longer mattered to him, because the only person who mattered to him right now was Rachel. "I want to be with you like this all day, in a place just for the two of us. I want to live peacefully and happily. But if you change your mind, I can endure it for you. I will gladly respect and follow your wishes, because I love you." The afternoon sky was bathed in a reddish-gold sunset glow, and the servants were successively boarding the carriages. Lady Camila looked into the distance and said, "The royal family has betrayed the House of Leyon. We cannot continue our relationship with the royal family anymore." Pedro subtly glanced at her. Lucian was thinking the same thing.
The final days in the Empire passed in chaos. The last two have disembarked. We're here, and he's a bit more at ease now. All right, so everyone's here now. Lucian helped Rachel down, and she asked, slightly surprised, "Are we returning now?" He smiled at her tenderly. "Yes, we're returning now." Arriving at Leyon's castle, the carriage procession reached its destination early in the morning. Their feet trod one by one on the familiar floor. Rachel happily looked at the place she once lived. There's no place like home. It had been 7 years since then. I never thought I'd come back here again. Lucian followed her into the room and embraced her shoulders. "I've always waited for you to come back here someday." Rachel happily exclaimed, "Lucy!" then giggled uncontrollably, leaning against him playfully. Recalling their journey, she raised an eyebrow. "But I'm surprised we didn't encounter any obstacles on the way, though. It was fortunate." Lucian glanced away and mumbled, "Well, actually, about that. A subordinate we planted in the Imperial Palace brought some news that Prince Elliot has somehow disappeared." Rachel looked up in alarm. "Why did he disappear so suddenly?" Lucian mused, explaining, "I don't know the details, so I'm guessing that might be why the royal family isn't paying attention to us. It would be better if the prince could disappear forever." As they were speaking, a knock sounded at the door. Pedro smiled and called out, "So both of you are here. I apologize for interrupting your precious time, but I have something I need to discuss with Lucian immediately, so I'll take him with me." Once seated at the tea table, he set his cup down and began. "First of all the important luggage has been sorted." Lucian replied politely, "I'm pleased. Thank you for your hard work, Father." But before he could finish, he heard Pedro continue, "The real work begins now."
Ever since we agreed to separate from the Empire, Lucian nodded a thoughtful yes. Seeing this, Pedro had to reassure him first. After all, you and the royal family possess different abilities, so don't be discouraged. The royal family is a group of people who have inherited the throne easily, without effort or strength for generations. But because of your foolish father, you underwent rigorous training despite being merely a duke. Everything you have right now was earned by your own hands and efforts. Therefore, don't lose confidence when dealing with the Empire. Lucian looked up and responded with a ready, "I understand." Seeing this, Pedro pushed a book over and said, "As the former head of the family, I have one last thing to tell you, as the new head of the family. There was once an ancestor who was erased from the history of the Leyon lineage. This story is about Enzo de Leon." Lucian started, repeating the name he had just heard. Enzo.
Seeing his surprise, Pedro added, because he was a traitor to the Empire, his name was also considered taboo. From now on, the story would only be told to the Baroness of Leyon. He recalled the time Enzo introduced himself. "Did I ever tell you I was your ancestor?" At the time, Lucian had merely dismissed and ignored his words, thinking there was no ancestor named Enzo in the Leyon family line. Now a thought echoed in his mind. So what Enzo said before was true? He then picked up the book, full of questions. Why did he rebel against the Empire? Pedro slowly asked in return, "Have you ever heard of the Demon King and his minions living in the underworld?" Paul had also explained it once, that God's guidance would lead to the Demon King's seal, which had not been fully sealed 1,000 years ago. Having heard it before, he replied, "Yes, I have, though it's hard to believe." Pedro nodded in confirmation. "That's right. However, monsters still exist there, so we cannot deny that they are a very phantom-like existence. It is said that a very long time ago, the Demon King launched a war to dominate the world we live in. One of the heroes who led the war between humans and demons was your ancestor, Enzo de Leon." Lucian became even more confused. Enzo, the one called a traitor, was a hero? Pedro confirmed without hesitation. "That's right. He was at first,
But it is said that during the process of sealing the Demon King to end the war, Enzo's beloved unfortunately died. It is said that Enzo tried to destroy the Empire as revenge for that incident. Lucian frowned, grasping the core of the matter, repeating Enzo's words in his mind, "My beloved died." Elsewhere, Doggy's paw rested on a box of kibble. Seeing this, Damien shushed it. Master is sleeping. He gently picked Rachel up and thought, Master must be very tired from traveling a long way. After placing her on the bed, Damien carefully pulled the blanket over her. Rachel's deep sleep seemed to have transported her to another realm.
She stood alone and motionless in the forest, wearing a pure white dress. Rachel's eyes slowly opened. Looking at the towering trees around her, she wondered to herself, where am I? Suddenly, San's figure appeared before her, making her gasp. She was the one who had told me about the divine power, the former saintess. San merely glanced at her, then quickly turned and ran away. Rachel urgently called out, "Hey, please spare a moment to talk to me." Unconsciously, she also ran after her. "Please wait a moment." After running for a long time through the forest dappled with light, Rachel's eyes suddenly widened. Under the light shining down from above the treetops, an ancient structure appeared before her eyes. She thought to herself, "A building? What is this? I'm sure this is the first time I've seen a place like this. Why do I feel this way? As if I've missed it terribly upon seeing it." After standing before the door for a long time, Rachel suddenly heard a voice, "My beloved daughter, I have waited and searched for you for a very long time." Her heart pounded incessantly at that voice. Meanwhile, Lucian was sitting in the library, flipping through a book. The more he read, the more pensive he became. Enzo hovered nearby, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Do you believe me now, that I am your ancestor? Since you are about to escape this empire, why don't you tell me about the history of the royal family and their crimes?" Lucian recalled Pedro's words from earlier. They say the Demon King who attacked Earth was incredibly powerful, and that sealing him was the best option to prevent war. 3 heroes gathered to participate in the sealing of the Demon King, and one of them was the sorcerer Enzo de Leon. The second was Enzo San Leones's lover, known as the Daughter of God. The last was a hero and the strongest person in the Empire, Spencer San Leones. However, Spencer broke his promise and did not participate in the sealing process. Ultimately, it is said that the saintist filled the missing void with her own life. Lucian looked up at the shadow above him. "Are you saying Spencer San Leones shirked his responsibility in sealing the Demon King?" Enzo retorted irritably. "That's right. The sealing alone was dangerous enough to cost one's life, because it required using all of one's power to succeed. But if the 3 of us had combined our strength, no one would have had to die. But Spencer, that bastard. The past?" Enzo, his voice laced with anger, continued. "Our Leoness has already become the head of the city-states. I am now the king of this country. My life is not as insignificant as yours." The shadow scowled in anger, expanding its body. "Just thinking about it made me want to tear that bastard to pieces. How would you feel if your loved ones sacrificed their life to save this world? Surely you'd want to destroy them too, wouldn't you?" Enveloped by the shadow, Lucian struggled to breathe, letting out a small cough. He had no choice but to use magic to banish it far away, making it stop. Afterward, Lucian panted, slowly calculating. It was unfortunate that something like that had happened to Enzo, but he was probably planning his revenge using his own body. A moment later, he stood up from the table. "I miss Ray so much." That voice continued to echo in Rachel's mind. "My beloved daughter, I am always waiting for you." She looked up into the building. The voice was unfamiliar to her, yet it gave her a warm and pleasant feeling. By the time the voice left only one sentence, "I will wait until the day you return here," Rachel woke up with her face drenched in tears. Damien perched on her bed frame, calling. Rachel shyly sat up, thinking, "I must have overslept." Just as she sat up, Lucian opened the door and called, "Ray!" Seeing him, she joyfully exclaimed, "Lucy!" He rushed over to support her. "Your eyes are red. What happened?" Rubbing her eyes, Rachel explained, "Oh, really? It's because I just had a dream." Hearing this, Lucian immediately sat down beside the bed, hugging her tightly and asking, "Did you have a sad dream?" She lowered her gaze and sighed. "It wasn't a sad dream. It was a strange dream. I don't know why I felt so emotional."
But anyway, it was great to have Rachel comfort him. Seeing her lean happily on his shoulder, Lucian was a little suspicious, really. Then he placed a kiss on her lips. Seeing the 2 of them being intimate, Damien was startled. Before he could even react, he saw Lucian's warning gaze. His hair stood on end, as if facing a formidable enemy. Doggy, sleeping on the turtle shell, also woke up. As soon as Doggy and Paul looked up, they were dragged out by Damien, who had transformed. Rachel, oblivious, shyly pushed Lucian away. "Oh my God, there are beast people here." He casually denied it. "But they're not here." She gasped, covering her mouth, and looked around. "When did they go out?" Lucian diverted the conversation to another topic. "Are you comfortable in this room?" Not paying too much attention to the beast people matter, she immediately replied, "Oh yes, because this is the room I've been in since I was little."
Back then I found this room too big for me, but now, for some reason, I find it just right. Lucian looked at her tenderly. I'm very happy. It feels like a dream to be with you at the Leyon mansion. He began to embrace her. Rachel also happily chuckled. Me too. Suddenly, Lucian's lips pressed against her neck. Unable to bear it after a moment, Rachel cried out, That tickles! Lucian buried his face into her, his eyes glinting with danger. If I lose you, I will destroy everything into pieces, just like Enzo wanted. Now I completely understand Enzo's feelings. When he looked up, Lucian's expression had returned to normal. Actually, when we returned to the Leyon mansion, I had planned to give you a tour. As you know, relations have deteriorated since the Leyon family no longer depends on the Empire. During this time, I'm preparing for an attack. I'm preparing for a war in the worst-case scenario.
Rachel flinched, a struggle. Then she dejectedly lowered her head. It's all because of me. Lucian quickly raised his hand, shaking his head, dismissing it. Not at all. This is the Lyonesse royal family's fault. Seeing that, Rachel could only awkwardly ask, Is there anything I can help with? Lucian gently declined her. It's okay, because both Mom and Dad are already helping me. You can rest assured. You've been through a lot lately. She placed her hand on her chest, feeling uneasy. But I can't be indebted to you like this.
Lucian patted her shoulder to reassure her. Ray, even though your surname is Elrando, you are still a Leyon. So please don't say things like you owe us or anything similar. Rachel looked up at him and smiled. Thank you. Seeing she was better, he added, and I hope you can talk to me more comfortably in the future. At this, Rachel suddenly found it confusing, so she asked again, More comfortably? His eyes full of affection, he said, Because now we are lovers. You don't need to be formal with me. Rachel understood, and was much happier. If Lucy doesn't mind. Lucian took the opportunity to give her a quick kiss on the lips. I told you to talk to me comfortably. After they separated, he leaned his forehead against hers and asked, Do you understand? Rachel's eyes crinkled as she smiled. I understand. Lucian, satisfied, hugged her. That's right. That sounds much better. In another dark place. Hey, Elliot, Derek said, leaning back in his chair. I heard you're close with Prince Elliot. Tell him to remove our names from the list of traitors. Noah stood by the window, glancing at him. I haven't contacted him in a long time, ever since I was publicly wanted. Derek sighed. What? So useless? He turned around and smirked. Anyway, I did learn one thing while associating with the prince. The royal palace's secret passage. Hearing that, he hastily jumped to his feet. What? You mean we can enter the royal palace through that passage? Seeing Derek's excitement, Noah had to interrupt. Unfortunately, we can't go through it from the outside. He said it's a passage that can only be opened in an emergency. Derek gave a sarcastic smile. Emergency, huh? 1 week after the Leyon family declared independence from the Lyonesse Empire, Pedro stood on the city wall, observing. Currently, no significant movements had been detected from the Empire side. According to sources, the royal family still seemed to be focused on searching for the missing Prince Elliot.
It's a relief to know this, but their indifference to Leon's declaration of independence, from one who has always been one of the pillars of the Empire, somehow hurts my pride. I believe Pedro means that the Leyon family has contributed to the Empire for many years, since their ancestors, but the Emperor seems utterly unconcerned. Pedro's point is that if the Emperor doesn't value everything the Leyon family has done, then it seems he is challenging the Leyon family to a war, as if to say, if you want war, then we will have war. It seems the prince is more important to the Emperor than I thought. I should have known he would declare him prince, even if he is illegitimate. But regardless, thanks to that, the basic preparations have been completed. So go see Rachel for a moment. Lucian listened for a while, then suddenly let out a gasp. He immediately understood. You haven't been able to return to the mansion these past few days because of these defense preparations. If anything happens, I will send someone to you. So for now, just go back to the mansion. The surprise in his eyes gradually faded. A moment later, he gently lowered his gaze. Thank you, Father. I'll take my leave now. With that, Lucian turned and left. Pedro, behind him, smiled as he watched his retreating figure. Meanwhile, Rachel was still lying there, annoyed.
She tossed and turned, lost in thought. Ever since the House of Leyon chose to become independent, everyone had been sad lately, but she was the only one who could feel so at ease. My dear friends, you must have been very worried when you heard the news. If I send a letter, you will be accused of being associated with a traitor. Will the Elrando family ultimately be destroyed for treason? As she was thinking, she was startled when Paul pushed open the door and shouted, Rachel! She quickly sat up and looked at her. You scared me, she said. Paul frantically gesticulated. A revelation from God has come to me. God appeared in my dream and told me to come find the young lady. Rachel, not fully understanding, asked again, a dream? Then she quickly got out of bed. Actually, I had a very meaningful dream yesterday. Let's go talk on the sofa.
Rachel slowly recalled the architecture she had dreamed of and recounted it. It was a dream where I saw a temple appear in the middle of a forest, with particles of light floating around it. Paul continued, "If it's a temple in the middle of a forest like that, just as I predicted, that's Melis." Seeing Paul's excitement, Rachel repeated in surprise, "Melis?" She then explained, "That's where the temple used to seal the Demon King is located. It's considered a dangerous place because the sealing was not completed many years ago. God must have summoned me and you, the saintist. It's time to reseal the Demon King." Rachel thought in astonishment, "Was the voice I heard in my dream really God's?" She quickly asked her, "Where is this place called Melis? Can you tell me where it is?" Paul's voice slowly began, "Yes, Melis is located at—" A long moment later, a hand appeared outside the door, knocking, tap, tap.
Lucian walked in with a plate of grapes. "Ray, why did you leave the door open?" As soon as he entered, he heard Rachel shout, "What? That place is in the Lioness Empire." Hearing this, Lucian asked loudly, "What are you two talking about?" She was slightly surprised to see him. "Oh, Lucy, that's—" Paul quickly spoke up, taking over the conversation. "Rachel, she has received a revelation from God, so she needs to go to Melis with me." Lucian frowned. "A revelation from God? What did you say again? Where's Melis?" She looked straight at him and said, "It's in the Lioness Empire. It's also known as the Labyrinth Forest." Lucian placed his hand on the table and repeated Paul's words. "The Labyrinth Forest? Are you talking about a forbidden place where those who enter cannot return?" Paul immediately confirmed. "That's right. It's because of the barrier erected by the previous saintess. As a nun who has served the saintess since then, I will guide Rachel into the forest." Lucian argued, rubbing his temples. "That's not the only problem. The empire where the forest is located and we, the Leyon family, are currently enemies." Paul didn't back down either. "But God has summoned both us." He asked irritably, "Why is Rachel involved with that God?"
Paul explained seriously, "Of course she is related to you. Rachel is now a saintess who is considered the daughter of God." A warning bell rang in Lucian's head. A saintess. Come to think of it, Enzo's lover is also a saintess. He said it out loud immediately and walked around the table. Come to think of it, Enzo's lover is also a saintess. Realistically speaking, she cannot be allowed to go to the Empire right now, yet you are luring Rachel to the Empire. Could she be a spy for the Empire? Hearing this, Rachel anxiously explained, "No way, she is one of the beastkin brought by my beastkin to save me." Paul said without yielding, "If Rachel doesn't come to Melis immediately, the mark of the Demon King will be released, and this world will have no other choice but to embrace its fate of destruction." Lucian retorted her words, "And so you suddenly speak of the world's destruction falling from the sky." But her next words rendered him speechless. "Recently, the number of monsters has increased significantly. Isn't that a bad omen?" He had previously received reports that monster invasions into the territory had increased significantly, to the point where defense against monsters was being prioritized over the royal army. Lucian lowered his eyes and thought. It was true that monsters had been causing a lot of trouble recently, but under Paul's expectant gaze, he flatly refused. "If my relationship with the Empire were good, then even if you intended to deceive me, I would believe you, but the situation is different now."
"I can't just trust your words and act irrationally. Please don't sway Rachel and get out of the room." Paul stepped out of the room, but still made a cheering gesture. "Rachel, I trust you'll make the right choice." Lucian glared irritably. "Get out now." Then he looked at Rachel. "Ray, you know I'm not doing this to manipulate you, right?" She looked at him understandingly. "Yes, I find that request both unbelievable and dangerous. Currently, entering the forest in the Empire is very dangerous." Lucian sat down next to her, relieved. "Yes, that's right." Suddenly, he heard her change the subject. "But Lucy, are you done preparing the defenses?" He chose his words carefully to reply. "Father helped me. Anyway, if anything happens, I'll need to return immediately. So for now, let's just spend time talking about good things." Lucian plucked a grape and put it in his mouth, blushing as he looked directly at her. "Would you like some grapes?" Rachel covered her flushed face. "Oh my God." Without waiting for her consent, Lucian leaned closer and lifted her face. A sweet kiss was placed, and the atmosphere was warm and pleasant. Elsewhere, a knight reported the situation. "Monsters are rampaging throughout the Empire. The situation has become so dire that they have invaded the vicinity of the capital." The Emperor, seated on his dais, exclaimed in shock, "What did you just say?" "It's terrible to be in a situation where Leyon has turned his back on us," she continued, bowing her head. "Not only has Leyon's army gone missing, but the number of monsters has also rapidly increased recently. Your Majesty, we need more troops than our current numbers to deal with the monsters." After hearing this, he let out a sigh, his brows furrowed tightly.
Seeing this, she quickly pleaded, "Please allow those assigned to search for His Highness to be redeployed to the army attacking the monsters." But the Emperor immediately refused. "I do not permit it. After successfully finding the prince, you will have my permission to deal with the monsters." He thought to himself, "Monsters or whatever, Prince Elliot will have to use his soul power quickly. Once Enzo's mark is removed, everything will be over." Soldiers continuously scoured everywhere, continuing to search for Prince Elliot. They called out loudly through the forest, "Your Highness, where are you? His Majesty is looking for you." Elliot, hidden in the shadows on a tree branch, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I have no intention of becoming a prince or anything. Instead of becoming a prince and officially pursuing her, wouldn't it be much easier if I could just kidnap her?"
According to the map, I can easily escape the Empire by crossing this forest, but it's said that Rachel has arrived at Leyon's mansion. That forest is called the Labyrinth Forest. It's considered a forbidden area where intertwining magical currents can cause people to get lost. He flashed a cunning smile. "But if I use my soul magic, it should be fine, right?" Elsewhere, Oscar cheerfully and enthusiastically directed, "Come on, all the sick beast people, please line up. Please come this way, this way. You can maintain your beast forms to avoid any movement to your injured areas." Rachel looked at each beast person in turn, then noticed a pigeon. It seemed to have injured its wings. She reached out and used divine power to heal it. The pigeon's eyes lit up. The bandage was removed and it could fly again. Paul stood beside her, looking at her with sparkling eyes. As expected from the saintess, even after thousands of years, you still save lives. Rachel sighed and wiped away sweat. It had been a month since she returned to Leyon's mansion. Monster attacks were becoming more severe by the day, and Leyon had to evacuate the beast people living in the forest into their mansion. Earlier, Camila had discussed, according to information from the informant, monsters have invaded the Empire's capital. Pedro added, "That's not just anyone's problem. Our territory is also frequently attacked by monsters, so preparation is crucial." Everything was decided, and Lucian readily accepted. "I will lead the knights and begin the conquest."
Rachel pondered. A week had passed since Lucian left. She inquired of a guard knight, "Do you have any news from the conquering knight?" He replied to her formally, "According to the messenger's report, it will take some time due to the large number of demons." Rachel sighed sadly. "So that's how it is." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her. "There will be no end to these monsters." Paul advised incessantly. "This is basically because the demon has not yet been destroyed. The fact that these monsters continue to rampage like this proves that the Demon King's seal is being removed." Rachel hastily and anxiously asked, "Does that mean only my arrival in Malus can resolve this?" Paul immediately replied, "Of course, that's true, but there is a temporary solution to quickly help and end Lucian's conquest. Only the saintess, Rachel, only you can do this." Outside the army's ranks, a knight was surprised. Former Duke Leyon along with Lady Rachel. "What are you two doing here?" Rachel, sitting on horseback, replied to him, "We are here to assist the conquering alliance."
Mao, leaning forward behind her, said, "Now that I've come here, I'm even more certain that demonic energy is leaking from the forest-covered land. In this situation, no matter how many times you attack the monsters, they will recover and the battle will be endless." The knight also confirmed, "Yes, as you said, the conquest team is in a dangerous place full of monsters, so it's very dangerous for the two of you to go there."
Their bodies also felt much lighter. They happily asked each other, as if the heavy energy that had been weighing them down had disappeared, right? Lucian looked at the overflowing energy with astonishment. This power, could it be? He quickly mounted his horse and galloped out of the forest. The knight guarding the camp quickly ran up. "Master, Lady Rachel is—" Lucian dismounted, running into the nearby tent. His voice, filled with horror, cried out when he saw Rachel lying on the bed. "Ray!" He turned to ask Pooh, "What is Rachel doing here, and why did she suddenly faint?" She slowly replied to him, "Rachel successfully purified the forest. She used most of her divine power for it, so now she is taking a short nap." Lucian couldn't bear to look at Rachel. "Just as I predicted, the power I saw just now belongs to Rachel." Pooh, sitting beside him, also added, "That's right, Rachel used her power to help the people, Lucian." He rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. "Ray, I don't intend to cage you like a bird anymore, but if anything dangerous happens to you, I'm afraid I'll lose you like Enzo's lover." Lucian kept standing by the bed, calling Rachel's name, "Ray," but she remained peacefully deep in slumber. A voice echoed, waking her in her dream, "My dear child." Seeing the familiar scene, Rachel wasn't too surprised. "This place again?" The voice continued, "Time is up. Come back here as soon as you can. Go and complete the tasks you left unfinished." Rachel repeated the person's words. "Unfinished tasks?" Then she remembered Pooh's words. God must have summoned her. "Saintess, it's time to seal the Demon King again." Rachel frowned, quickly asking the voice, "Could it be that you're talking about sealing the Demon King?" The light in the building shimmered. "That's right."
She gently clenched her hands and thought. So what Paul had said earlier was true, but there was one thing she needed to clarify first. Thinking this, she reached out her hand and asked the light, "Am I truly the one you are looking for? If you are truly a god, please give me a clear answer. Am I truly your daughter, the real Saintess Rachel? I've always been worried that I'm actually possessing someone else's body, and all that I've gained has been while in Rachel's body. If everything goes according to what has been predetermined, would it truly be better to return everything to the real Rachel?" Even though she had thought that way, she was afraid of losing everything and being alone again.
Even so, a loving figure appeared before her eyes. Rachel, you are my child. Rachel continued to pour out her heart. I think I'm the one who has possessed the real Rachel's body, so what if I'm not the one you are looking for? Before she could say more, she was interrupted. Rest assured, you are certainly my daughter. You are the true owner of your own body. Your soul is actually just a fragment separated from a complete entity, which is why I couldn't prevent you from drifting to another world.
So even if you were reborn into this place, you must have been confused by memories of life in another world within your mind. Rachel flinched slightly. Reborn? I thought this was a world from a story I read before. The voice denied it. Absolutely not. To guide you, I gave you predictions about the people you would meet. However, due to the instability of your soul, my prophetic abilities and your memories of your past life have become mixed and indistinguishable. Her eyes widened in surprise. In my previous life, I died while reading webcomics and novels online. So those memories got mixed up too? That means Rachel, who was supposed to be a mean girl, might also be mixed up with another story. She held the speck of light with both hands. Then living as Rachel from now on isn't wrong, is it? The light slowly approached her. That's right, because this world is your home. Her eyes filled with emotion mixed with joy. It turns out I'm not an outsider invading Rachel's body. I am the real Rachel. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Ray, please wake up. She thought to herself, I don't need to worry about my identity anymore. The voice continued to sob. Ray, please. Hope and happiness continued to spread across Rachel's face. The people I've been searching for, now I can return with certainty and without doubt to the place where there are people who truly love me. Inside a room at the Leyon mansion, Lucian watched her thoughtfully. He sadly spoke to her. Ray, you've been asleep for a whole day. You told me you weren't sick, but I've been wondering why you've slept for so long. Suddenly, her closed eyes slowly opened. She looked up at him. Lucy. Lucian joyfully cried out. Ray, is your body? Before he could finish his question, she lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Lucy, I'm not an imposter.
Lucian, not understanding what was happening, stammered. What? Are you perhaps having dark energy again? Rachel sat up and gently explained. It's not like that. I can finally stay here because I am the real Rachel. With that, she couldn't hold back her tears and burst into sobs. Lucian quickly pulled her into a comforting embrace, saying, I don't know what's happening, but please don't cry.
She looked up at him, full of happiness. I'm not possessive. This isn't a comic book. From now on, this is the world I'll live in. I want to live with Lucian more than any time I've experienced before. On the city wall, a knight reported to Pedro, a new location with monsters has been discovered. We need military reinforcements. He sighed. Rachel has worked very hard to purify the forest with her divine power, but... The knight continued. According to the messenger, the situation in the royal capital is much more serious. It is said that because of these monsters, the place has become chaotic. Pedro rubbed his chin, deep in thought for a long time. Then he looked in another direction. Should we be grateful to the monsters? Because their existence has prevented the Empire from attacking House Leyon. I heard you purified the entire forest, he said. I was going to scold you not to do anything reckless again, but then you suddenly cried. Rachel could only force a smile upon hearing that, but Lucian still stood with his arms crossed, sternly telling her, So now I'm going to scold you. Never do anything like that again. Rachel quickly changed the subject. Was Lucy harmed by the monsters? But he sharply scolded her. Worry about yourself. Rachel feigned delight to deflect. Thank you for your concern. Lucian, annoyed, pinched her cheek. This is no time for jokes, but only received Rachel's silly smile in return. Suddenly, Rachel let out a pained tsk. Lucian, startled, let go of her. Are you hurt? She sadly rubbed her arm. No, I'm just sore all over. I think I overdid it. Lucian, pained, hugged her, gently massaging her cheek. You shouldn't push yourself like that anymore. Rachel smiled, looking at him, thinking, Anyway, I'm glad I could be of help. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. Paul rushed in, panicked. Rachel, she asked worriedly. Paul, what's wrong?
She quickly spoke up. God has granted me a clearer revelation regarding the Melis temple along with the saintist. Let's go there right after you recover. Lucian looked at her annoyed. Are you talking about that place again? Recco looked up at him. Actually, Lucy, I also had a significant dream about it, and that's why I must go seal the Demon King. As expected, the true revelation has been granted to the saintess. Lucian tried to interrupt her. I've told you before, I cannot let you go to such a dangerous place. Light shone through the window, and Lucian sat lost and thought at his desk for a long time. Suddenly, he recalled his words for Nage. I've already told you I cannot let you go to such a dangerous place. The old woman tried even harder to persuade him.
The seal is about to expire, and the continuous appearance of monsters is proof of that. Frekos purification of the forest is only a temporary solution. If we leave things as they are, it's possible that monsters will reappear, and in the blink of an eye, the Demon King will also revive. Freko anxiously added, "That's right, if we delay, we won't be able to do anything. I want to ensure Lucian and the others are safe. I want to cherish Lucian as much as Lucian cherishes me." He looked seriously into her eyes. "You need to take care of yourself first. You just woke up after sleeping for several days straight. Get some good rest first, and we'll talk later."
Now, just thinking back made him grit his teeth in anger, wondering why Rachel always had to put herself in danger. After thinking, Lucian called out, "Enzo." A shadowy figure flickered into existence. "What is it?" he asked him. "Is the story Rachel and the Beastman told about the demon and all that true?" Enzo grinned, confirming, "Indeed, it reminds me of the old days. The sealing of the Demon King 1,000 years ago was never completed." He subtly glanced at him, full of caution. As expected, it was a story hard to believe. However, monsters were rampaging like never before, and Rachel had also gained mysterious abilities. Lucian continued to ask him, "So, to solve this Demon King problem, the only option now is to go to the Labyrinth Forest?" Enzo smugly approached him. "Indeed, you must go there to complete the sealing." Hearing that, Lucian rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Whether it was the Demon King or anything else, entering the capital, Kabafai, was already difficult enough. The location of that forest was like being in the middle of enemy territory. No matter how much he planned, reaching there safely was impossible. Enzo, seizing the opportunity, pressed closer to Lucian. "I'll help you. I'll repay my mischievous little nephew. The teleportation magic you used before when you were a child. I will take you to that forest safely." He pondered for a moment, his eyes filled with hesitation. If he used Enzo's teleportation magic, it might be possible, but could he trust Enzo?
Meanwhile, Rachel sat opposite Oscar and Damien, explaining, "I have to go and seal the Demon King again, so I think I have to go to a place called Melis." Damien, his form shifting with worry, asked her, "However, if that's the forest within the Empire, then it's too dangerous for you." She nodded in agreement. "That's right. I'm worried about that now." Lucian also objected to it. Suddenly, a knock on the door outside startled Rachel. She was extremely surprised to see Lucian. "Lucy!" He walked in unfazed. Even the beastmen were gathered here together. Rachel, sweating, explained, "We were just talking about trivial things." Lucian could only sigh upon hearing that. Then he announced, "Let's all go to the Labyrinth Forest together." Rachel joyfully exclaimed, "Lucy!" Paul beside her also gradually relaxed. "Finally, you believe us." But they were suddenly stunned when Lucian continued. "At first, I objected because the path there is very dangerous. That problem has now been resolved." Both Rachel and Paul were curious. "How did you solve it?" After a long hesitation, Lucian finally recounted. "Actually, I can hear the voice of my ancestor, Enzo de Leon. I'm only telling you now because I didn't want anyone to feel scared because I can hear the voice of demons." Rachel thought for a moment, then asked again, "Enzo?" But Paul was stunned. She exclaimed, "Is that Archmage Enzo? How can that be?" Lucian sat down opposite them and explained, "Because I am on the same frequency as him." Anyway, I have experienced Enzo's teleportation magic a few times. Through his power, we were able to move to a specific location quickly and safely. He added mentally, however, the feeling of losing control was not pleasant at all. Lucian looked at Rachel's group, who were astonished and gaping. "So I'm thinking of asking Enzo for help this time. However, it's very difficult to find coordinates inside, because there's a barrier surrounding the labyrinthine forest. So I think we should prepare a path from the forest entrance directly to the temple. If we go in small groups, it's better than going in large groups." Paul spoke up to discuss the plan. "That's right, because the forest is so rugged and narrow that you can't even ride a horse through it." Having addressed the main issue, Lucian subtly dismissed them. "All right, everyone go prepare your luggage now. I have something to say to Rachel." The door opened and then closed. Lucian gazed thoughtfully at them for a moment. Then he turned to call her. "Ray." Rachel quickly and nervously replied, "Yes." He continued, cautioning her. "At this critical juncture, we are heading to that dangerous place. Even though I was the one who suggested going to the forest, it seems I don't know if it's the right choice, and I don't know what will happen to me if I go there. I might not be able to protect you." Rachel smiled and patted her chest to reassure him. "I don't mind that. I will also try my best to protect myself." Lucian moved closer to her. "That's not what I meant." He hugged her, letting her lean on his shoulder. A single look conveyed more than many words ever could.
Previously, Lucian discussed with Enzo, "To use teleportation magic, do I need to lend you my body?" He smirked in response. "That's right, you cannot perform magic without using a physical body." He frowned, puzzled. "Why are you offering to help me?" Enzo evasively replied, "It's merely the ancestors' desire to help their descendants." Lucian scoffed, denying it. "That's clearly a lie. I know you want to do something with my body. If you can safely take me to the labyrinthine forest, I have no intention or thought of interfering with what you wish to do afterward."
However, if you are truly an ancestor of the Leyon family, I believe you would at least not harm your own people, especially my beloved Rachel. Enzo quickly agreed. Of course, what crime has that child committed that would make me want to harm her? Teleportation magic is a high-level technique that, as you know, is currently declining, due to a lack of practitioners because of its difficulty. I have no other choice but to rely on Enzo in this matter. However, when I think about the time I used Enzo's magic as a child, it truly felt like having my body taken away. Without Enzo's will, there would be no way for me to reclaim my body. Enzo, on the other hand, had his own thoughts. It reminds me of my younger days. His magical power is just like mine. Lucian thought, glancing at her. However, I am a different person now. The sky was clear blue. Rachel obediently said, now we shall set off.
Pedro asked worriedly, at a time like this, where do you think you're going when it's so dangerous? Camila beside him just smiled supportively. You are no longer children, so I trust you have your reasons. Amber, who came to see her off, also looked at her with a worried gaze. Please be careful, young lady. Rachel smiled and nodded at her. Of course. With that said, she and Lucian, along with the Beastfolk group, bid farewell and set off. We're off. Lucian called out. Then Enzo. A shadow enveloped his body, and finally, when he opened his eyes again, his golden pupils had turned pitch black. He possessed Lucian's body, raising a hand to cast a teleportation spell. Finally.
In an instant, the Melis forest appeared before their eyes. As her feet touched the ground, Rachel cheered. Oh wow, we really teleported. She looked around, silently assessing that this was the forest she had seen in her dreams. Suddenly, she heard a sharp laugh beside her. Enzo looked at his body for a moment. I've waited for this moment for a long time. Rachel cautiously called out, Lucian? But he glanced at her and said, We've arrived at Melis, so let's diligently search for the temple. Rachel frantically screamed, No way, you're not Lucian. Enzo, Enzo. Enzo gave a smile of approval. That's right, Lucian lent me his body, didn't he? I fulfilled my wish, now it's my turn to fulfill mine. Unwilling to accept, she stepped forward and said, What do you mean? Give him back his body. He glanced at her meaningfully. I can't do that. However, I have no intention of interfering with your affairs, so rest assured. I will go fulfill my millennium-long wish. Rachel, seeing the familiar magic, quickly ran towards him. Lucian? But before she could reach him, Enzo's figure vanished. She collapsed to the ground. Lucian! Oscar anxiously ran over. What just happened? Has his body been taken over? Damien looked at Rachel and immediately confirmed. That bastard Enzo definitely did it. Panic flooded her face. What is this? Lucian! She recalled his words. I might not be able to protect you. A thought popped into her head. Did Lucian know things would turn out this way? Paul stepped forward anxiously. Lady Rachel, are you all right? She looked at him, tears welling up in panic. Paul, Lucy. Only then did Paul reassure her. Enzo is the hero who fought against the demon lord alongside the saintist. If the one residing within Lucian is truly Enzo, then we should trust his unfading kindness. Now, let's go to the shrine. Rachel wiped away her tears. That's right. First, I need to handle the task assigned to me. Then a way will surely emerge. I will definitely seal the demon lord and rescue Lucian. She gathered her resolve and stood up. All right, let's go. The dark forest was covered by tall canopies. Rachel's group continued to move forward, led by Paul. Oscar, positioned with Damien to protect Rachel, one in front and one behind, asked anxiously, Master, are you all right? Your face is too pale. Rachel smiled at them. I'm fine. Oscar looked around, puzzled. But are we going the right way? It feels like we're going in circles. Paul, who was in front, heard this and explained. That's the effect of the barrier placed in the forest. Don't worry, we're on the right path. But Oscar remained arrogant. I'm not sure I trust Paul. However, both Damien and Rachel were staring ahead in astonishment. Ah, over there. I see the shrine. Oscar bared his fangs and laughed loudly. Oh, there really is a building inside the forest. Paul stood beside him, praying devoutly. Finally, we can fulfill the will of the gods. Rachel was the most surprised. She gaped, thinking, I can't believe the shrine I saw in my dream actually exists. Oscar and Paul stepped onto the threshold. Let's hurry. She stood thoughtfully before the gate, then pushed the doors open with both hands. Inside, a dark, massive stone, like a seal of some kind, lay right in the center of the shrine. Oscar exclaimed in astonishment, while Rachel merely sobbed silently.
Paul turned to them and introduced. Originally, this place was a chapel where priests gathered to pray. Their footsteps echoed as they walked down the central aisle. She looked around the architecture of the sanctuary, thinking to herself, although it was clearly my first visit, I somehow felt a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, Rachel heard a voice. My beloved daughter, you have finally returned. Seeing her look up intently, Oscar asked, Master, what's wrong? Rachel stammered, I heard a voice. The voice spoke again. Quickly finish what's left undone. Rachel hastily asked, What am I supposed to do?
The voice instructed, to complete the seal, we need your divine power, the mage's magic, and finally, the spirit's power. The voice suddenly fell silent. Rachel wondered if it had to be her, but then she grew more worried. What should we do without a spirit or a mage?
Paul quickly ran over to ask her if she had heard the voices of the gods, but after a long wait, Rachel awkwardly replied, "I don't hear it anymore." She crossed her arms in annoyance. "Is that all they're asking me to do? They didn't even answer my question." Thinking this, she turned to ask Paul, "Paul, how do we complete the seal?" He smiled and pointed forward. "You need to channel your power into the seal stone right in front of you." Rachel wasn't too surprised. "Just as I thought. That pillar is the seal stone." She looked at the tall, large pillar in front of her and calculated. "For now, I'll just channel my divine power into it." But suddenly, an unpleasant voice rang out, startling Rachel. "I've been following you everywhere, and it turns out there's a place like this? We truly have destiny. We accidentally stumbled into this labyrinthine forest. I never expected to meet you here." The carriage rattled along the main road. Belisa sat inside the carriage with her mother, her face etched with worry. Suddenly, a black mass like a monster appeared outside the door. A knight riding alongside the carriage quickly surged forward and severed its head. He called out through the window, "My lady, please rest assured, we are here to protect you."
Belisa let out a sigh of relief. The lady beside her looked at her worriedly, as monsters appeared too frequently no matter where they went. Belisa bit her lip, thinking fearfully, monsters are rampaging across the empire, forcing everyone to flee. What will become of the Lyonesse Empire now? And what about Leyon's territory? Will Rachel be all right? Elliot cast a spell intending to seize Rachel, saying, "I never thought I'd meet you here." But Damien agilely jumped up and embraced her, then retreated backward to evade. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. "I was relieved that the Duke wasn't here, but now we have to deal with a beast man. How troublesome." Oscar, startled, shouted, "What? It's the prince?" Rachel clenched her hands worriedly. "Elliot!" "To complete the seal, we need your divine power and the mage's magic, and finally, the power of a soul." Suddenly she realized, a soul master. Enzo, across from them, looked at them with murderous intent, saying, "I've been through a lot because of you, so there's a bit of pent-up frustration." Rachel, bewildered, retorted, "Isn't it the other way around? And you're the kidnapper." He pushed an offensive spell towards them, saying, "So surrender to me." Oscar waved his hand, unleashing magic particles towards Elliot. "Where do you think you're going?" Bo also drew his bow and arrow. "Lady Rachel, we will stop him."
Colliding magic spells blocked Paul's magical path. Annoyed, he raised his magic power and snapped, "This is truly irritating. You're in the way. Move aside." Elliot swiftly apprehended both Paul and Oscar. One of them cried out, "Ouch, ack, let me go." Elliot looked towards Rachel and called out, "Hey kid, if you cause trouble for no reason, your subordinates will get hurt." Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended within the shrine. Only then did Elliot look around. Where is this place? It looks like an ancient temple. Rachel looked at Damien and said, "I will convince Elliot." He hesitated, unsure what to say. "My lady." But she quickly called out loudly, "Elliot, this is not the time for us to fight. A demon lord is sealed within this temple, but due to an imperfect seal, they say it needs to be reinforced. If this continues, this world will be destroyed by the demon lord." After hearing this, Elliot gave a nonchalant smile. "The Emperor mentioned Enzo's seal, and now you're talking about a demon lord." Rachel asked him in surprise, "What? Enzo's seal? You mean—" But he interrupted her. "Don't tell me you're after my soul power too." She awkwardly asked back, "How did you know?" Elliot continued to channel magic and advanced. "Kid, if you want something from me, you'd best be prepared to repay it." Rachel hesitated. "So what do you want from me?" He irritably pointed at her. "I've told you countless times. It's you. I want you." She looked at Elliot with an apologetic gaze. "Elliot, I'm sorry, but I already have someone I love. Anyway, if you cooperate, I'll ensure you're handsomely rewarded when we return." Hearing this, he paused and sneered. "You talk about it reward. Because of you, I lost an eye."
In the end, I inexplicably became a prince and suffered for it, and now I'm on the run from the royal knights. What could possibly compensate for such a great loss? Rachel raised an eyebrow, her mouth agape, thinking in disbelief. If you hadn't kidnapped me in the first place, none of this would have happened. But Elliot calmly maintained he was right. All right, let's start with compensation for the eye I lost. If you don't marry me, then give me your eye, kid. Oscar shrieked from the side. What? Hey, do you have a death wish? Hug, behind him, turned livid. Master, do you need me to kill him? Rachel, startled, stopped them. Calm down, everyone. Then she continued. Elliot, it might be hard to believe, but I've gained healing powers. So would you mind if I examined your eye first? He asked back in surprise. You want to examine my eye? Rachel had no choice but to step a little closer. Yes, I want to heal it with my ability. Elliot frowned, staring at her, screaming internally, "Oh my God, she's so adorable when she talks back, but so pleasant when she's sweet." He quickly agreed, taking off his eye patch. "All right, go ahead and enjoy every bit of your mistake." Rachel carefully stepped closer, reaching out her hand towards Elliot. Outwardly, he appeared calm, but inwardly he plotted. If she gets this close, I'll grab her right away. His right eye had long been lifeless. As light emanated from Rachel's hand, a stiffening astonishment gradually took hold of his body.
His eye gradually showed a faint, different color, then returned to its normal, sparkling, bright purple, as if it had never been injured. He stared at his hand with his newly healed eye. My eye. Elsewhere, a corner of the palace was engulfed in thick smoke and flames.
Inside the castle lay the sprawled bodies of the royal knights. Enzo's sharp voice echoed with his every step. Finally, the moment to extinguish this 1,000-year-old hatred had arrived. He walked up to a coffin placed on a high platform. The soul deep within Lucian's body frowned and called out, "Spencer son Leoness, if only that bastard wasn't here." In the past, Sana told him that the seal required the power of a soul, so why hadn't Spencer come? "Enzo, can you use teleportation magic to bring Spencer here?" Enzo looked at her and said, "It might take a while because we don't know where he is. Besides, we are in the process of sealing the Demon King. If you leave me alone, you will die." Despite knowing the danger, San gently assured him, "I'm fine. This is a world where everyone cherishes life, so I'm fine." Enzo gritted his teeth in hatred and muttered to himself, "How can you say you're fine when you're not?" An angry voice pulled him back to reality. What is this ridiculous nonsense? The Emperor and Simon rushed over, pointing fingers and scolding. "Duke Leyon, are you truly planning to rebel against the Empire?"
Enzo's rage found its target, his face full of vengeful desire. He snarled, "The Leonese royal family." Dante showed an angry expression, his brows tightly furrowed, and roared, "Do you know what is being sealed here?" But Lucian replied with extreme calm, "Of course I know. I was the one who sealed it myself." Having said that, he stretched his arm into the red magic circle. Countless fragments immediately flew towards him and the person standing behind him. After that, Dante silently watched his opponent slowly ascend the steps. Lucian placed his hand in the center of the purple magic circle and continued, "A vast amount of magic has accumulated over thousands of years. That is the exact same type of magic as my accumulated rage until now." Hearing this, Dante stammered in utter confusion. Perhaps you are..." Before he could finish speaking, Lucian, who was being controlled, immediately spoke in an icy tone. "That's right. If you are of the Leonese lineage, then you must know my name. I am Enzo de Leon." As soon as the words left his mouth, Dante couldn't help but collapse to the ground, pleading, "Have mercy. Please spare my life." At this moment, Simon, standing behind him, quickly helped him up. "Your Majesty, run." Hearing this, Dante glanced briefly, in agreement. "All right."
Both quickly turned and left while Lucian stood in the distance, threatening nonstop. "Go ahead and try to escape. It's futile no matter where you go. Finally, I can destroy this meaningless world that took Spencer from me. A saintist, the daughter of God. These are just meaningless titles given to a sacrificial lamb. Come to think of it, Rachel is being called a saintess again. I wonder if she has reached the temple by now." Meanwhile, Elliot stared blankly at his palm. "My eyes, what is this? What did you just do?" Hearing this, Rachel leaned forward, slightly surprised. "How are your eyes? Have they healed?" As soon as she finished speaking, Elliot slowly glanced back and replied, "They're fine. And what's more, even my soul feels pure, don't you think?" Rachel, at this moment, also let out a long sigh. "I'm so relieved." Suddenly, Elliot's attitude changed abruptly, placing both hands on his hips. "But don't tell me you've paid off all your debts." Rachel immediately forced a smile. "We don't have time right now. Let's talk more later." Hearing this, Elliot seemed unable to hold back, his tone urgent. "What? Exactly when? Hey, what's wrong with this place? It looks like it's about to collapse." The scene shifted. Paul, lying exhausted on the ground, announced, "The Demon King below is trying to break free. Quickly pour power into the sealing stone." Upon hearing this, someone's arm grabbed the hand of the person in front. "Let's go, Elliot." This action confused him. "Are you trying to take advantage of this moment to make me work?" Over here, something caught Damien's attention. When he saw Lucian carrying a wooden coffin, he suddenly exclaimed, "A magic circle!" The other person's eyes remained dark and sharp, saying nothing. Rachel, on the other hand, was utterly panicked. "Lucian, you escaped from Enzo." As soon as she finished speaking, Lucian slowly released the enormous object in his hands. He replied with a radiant smile, "That's right, Ray."
Immediately, Rachel rushed forward, her voice a mix of worry and joy. "Lucian, you're back!" But Damien spread his arms, blocking her. "Master, I don't believe that's Lord Lucian." These words made Rachel's eyes widen in panic. "What?" Damien quickly explained. "The magical energy I sense is different from Lord Lucian's usual aura." Meanwhile, Lucian softly called out, "Ray." A purple magic circle suddenly appeared above his head as he stood right in front of Rachel. Lucian's hand tightly gripped her wrist. Then he brought his face close to hers, his voice gentle. "Are you confused?" Suddenly, Damien ran over from a distance, shouting, "Master." But Lucian raised his hand, emitting a stream of pitch-black smoke to stop him. At this, Doggy also showed a fearful expression. "Master." Rachel finally realized the truth. "You're still Enzo, aren't you? What have you done to Lucian? Give Lucian his body back." But the only reply was a threat from the other party. "Rachel, you will lose your life, just like the saintess 1,000 years ago.
Hearing this, Rachel could only panic. What? Lucian, however, remained perfectly calm, raising his head. It seems the Demon King's seal has reached its limit. I foolishly waited thousands of years for this world to collapse on its own. You don't need to sacrifice your life, Ray. Why suffer by dying alone? The saintist 1,000 years ago tried to seal it alone and died a tragic death.
Lucian was being restrained, his head slightly bowed, growling, "This is utter nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel immediately embraced him. Her hand, touching the middle of Lucian's back, emitted a dazzling light. Rachel's eyes were extremely sharp and contemplative. If only I could get rid of Enzo, just like I did with Cassandra, she thought. Rachel held the person opposite her tightly in her arms, shouting loudly, "Lucian, please wake up." Hearing this, he glanced back with some irritation, gritting his teeth. "Power exactly like Spencer's," he muttered. "That only makes me angrier." It was then that Rachel realized her mistake. "This isn't the way, is it?" she thought. Meanwhile, Lucian kept repeating, "Don't do anything reckless. Stay away from me." But Rachel still insisted on holding him tightly. After a moment, she slowly opened one eye to peek. Rachel saw Lucian raise his trembling right hand and say with difficulty, "My hand." By natural reflex, she also looked behind her. Doggy and Paul, standing together, spoke up in turn. "Master, the barrier has been broken." After a moment of tightly closed eyes, Lucian slowly opened his eyes again, warning, "I already told you not to lay a hand on Rachel, didn't I?" As soon as he finished speaking, Enzo, from behind, said in a deep, ominous tone, "Lucian, you stubborn bastard."
These words made Rachel look up anxiously at Lucian, but he wore a gentle smile and ruffled her hair. "Ray, I'm sorry. I've been gone too long, haven't I?" Hearing this, Rachel quickly threw herself into his arms, crying, "Lucian, I missed you." This beautiful scene was instantly shattered by an enraged Elliot. "Hey, we need to seal the Demon King. The whole building is shaking. Shouldn't we hurry? I don't want to die like this. Let's do this quickly and get out of here before everything collapses." Upon hearing this, the man and woman, still embracing, replied, "Your Highness, yes, that's right." Then they continued their conversation. "Lucian, just pour your magic into that sealing stone." "I understand." Among the three, a voice rang out, "All right, everyone, pour all your strength into it." Elliot touched the thin veil of mist and asked, "Into this?" But he immediately showed extreme panic. Elliot quickly turned his head to the side in alarm. "Hey, my power is draining too fast. It feels like my lifespan is being shortened." At the same time, Rachel also frowned uncomfortably. "I really feel all my energy being drained." On the other side, Lucian was sweating anxiously. "Ray." As soon as he spoke, Rachel intertwined her fingers with his and replied, "I'm fine."
Inside the coffin, an arm shot straight up, forming a dark Damien magic circle. Enzo slowly sat up, a smirk playing on his lips. How unfortunate. Hearing this, Rachel quickly turned her head to look and asked, "Who is that?" Enzo, however, merely widened his cruel eyes. "Finally, I have reclaimed this body." Seeing this, a frantic scream erupted from the crowd outside. "Stop him!" Immediately, someone shot towards the black smoke like an arrow. After a moment, Doggy was stunned into panic. It didn't work? Meanwhile, Rachel, from another spot, couldn't believe her eyes. No way! She used both hands to create a multicolored aura, countering the dark Damien aura. Enzo, seemingly unwilling to accept this, gritted his teeth. That's mana poisoned by dark Damien magic, which means divine power works against it. As soon as the words left her lips, Rachel quickly interjected, her face filled with worry. "Enzo, don't do this. Weren't you the hero who once saved the world?" But the other party replied with extreme coldness. "I only participated because it involved Spencer. I was never truly a hero." Suddenly, a man's footsteps approached unexpectedly. Enzo easily parried Lucian's sword attack, his tone sarcastic. "Lucian, not bad. You truly are my descendant. But you still have much to learn." He flicked his hand, creating a powerful gust of air that swept through Lucian.
This sight caught Rachel's eye, and she hurriedly ran closer, calling, "Lucian!" Both continued listening to Enzo. "Since we've spent a lot of time together, at least I'll give you time to say goodbye, because I'm about to detonate the mana in my heart. Even if the Demon King revives, he will only see the ruins of the land blown away by the explosion." But a sudden call rang out. "Enzo!" It was so familiar that he had to turn around and look, his eyes full of confusion. He replied, "Spencer." Meanwhile, the residential area was engulfed in a massive fire. A few animals had melted into black liquid. High above, thick plumes of smoke billowed into the sky. The grand palace was shaking. A red-haired person standing in front of a room's door spoke up, stating that this was not just the royal palace. An earthquake had struck the entire capital. Amidst this chaos, fanatics and monsters were attacking. The palace was also in danger. Duke Leon's previous attack, combined with the earthquake, made collapse a real threat. As soon as the words were out, the head butler only managed to say 2 words. That is... He was then interrupted by the other person. "Both citizens and palace staff need to be evacuated. Has His Majesty issued any directives yet?"
Hearing this, the head butler immediately replied, "We are just waiting for further instructions." As soon as the words were out, the red-haired girl could only clench her teeth. Without a word, she burst through the door into the room, shouting, "Your Majesty, this is an emergency," regardless of how much the other person tried to stop her. "Captain," he said, loosely grasping the captain's hand, "how dare you enter without permission?" The red-haired girl, however, widened her eyes in astonishment. "Your Majesty, there's no one here." They slowly entered the room. Then the red-haired girl turned her head and said sternly, "His Imperial Majesty has disappeared." "What on earth is happening?" she asked, prompting the head butler to hastily explain. "He did not appear outside. On the contrary, he urgently summoned Her Majesty the Empress and the Crown Prince to his room, but there is a secret passage in His Majesty's room for emergency evacuation. If His Majesty is not there, then perhaps the people and the court are being directly attacked by monsters and are staying in a palace that could collapse at any moment, waiting for orders. Instead of devising a plan as the emperor, he ignored it and fled." Hearing this, the red-haired girl was so furious that she clenched her fists. Have we been serving a royal family who only cares about their own safety? Seeing this, the head butler, somewhat flustered, called out, "Captain!" As soon as the words were out, she slowly spoke, "Evacuate everyone in the palace immediately. As for the rest, release all prisoners currently held in the dungeons." Hearing this, the head butler hastily interjected, "Wait, when His Majesty isn't here, by what authority do you—" But he was still overridden by the captain. "His Majesty has abandoned his post. We have no choice but to find a way for the remaining people to survive."
As soon as the words were spoken, the head butler immediately scurried away. "All right then, I'll immediately inform everyone to evacuate." Now, only the silent red-haired girl remained, her eyes vacant. It seems she now deeply understood why the Leyon family, the founders, had declared independence from the empire. Scene change. A voice echoed in the air. "Enzo!" These words made him turn left and right, searching incessantly. "Spencer! It must be Spencer's voice! Spencer! Please, let me hear your voice again!" Enzo's strange actions caused those behind him to continuously whisper, "What's wrong with him? I don't know." Meanwhile, Enzo raised his hand to the sky, creating a magic circle. "Spencer, where are you?" On the other side, Rachel grabbed Lucian's wrist and pulled him away. "Enzo is gone. We can seize this opportunity." As for Elliot, he just sighed in frustration. "Why did I get involved in this mess? All problems related to that girl only lead to more trouble." Hearing this, Rachel quickly continued, "I trust you will be with me until the very end. This situation is not like 1,000 years ago when the sealing failed. Now that all three of us have gathered, we will succeed. We absolutely must succeed so that everyone can return safely." As soon as the words fell, Lucian quickly agreed, "Of course, Ray." Elliot, however, tilted his head and demanded, "And if we succeed, I'll demand a reward, kiddo." Hearing this, the three had three different reactions. First was Lucian. A reward? Next was Rachel. "Let's save the world first, then we can talk about that later. Focus, focus." Finally, Elliot said, "Come on, don't pretend you never said that when it's all over." With that, Rachel's face turned serious. "Is everyone ready?" A long, bony hand reached out, and two other hands also followed suit. Surprisingly, the remaining person's two hands still followed suit. Instantly, a blinding white light appeared. Rachel struggled to open and close her eyes. "Is the seal working well? My power is weakening too fast." From behind, Enzo's voice rang out once more. "Indeed, I cannot hear the voice of the late Spencer. Unless this is your scheme, how dare you impersonate Spencer to deceive me? First, I will kill you in the most painful way possible before I bring destruction to this world." Hearing this, Rachel stammered slightly. "No." Elsewhere, Paul immediately spoke up. "Lord Enzo, you have misunderstood us." Doggy, emboldened, added, "That's right, we haven't done anything yet." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from somewhere. "Enzo!" At this, he furiously turned his head, clenching his teeth. "Again? Are you trying to trick me?" Then the voice continued. "Enzo, look up."
Instantly, what caught Enzo's eye was the image of a girl with short green hair wearing a white dress. It was precisely Sun. He quickly called out, "Spencer." Pow, from the other side, quickly added, "The saintist." At this moment, Rachel seemed to realize something, quickly covering her mouth. "She is the saintist who revealed divine power to me in my dream." Enzo, still bewildered, "Spencer, is it really you? How can this be?" At the same time, Pow subtly cleared his throat. The saintess sealed the Demon King along with herself. Thanks to everyone channeling power into the sealing stone, it seems the soul of the saintess, who was sealed with him, has awakened. As soon as the words ended, Sun slightly bowed her head and half closed her eyes. Pow is right. To compensate for the lack of power, I also sealed my soul. "Enzo, I've missed you so much," she said as the other person was now shedding tears. Waiting 1,000 years was worth it. Meanwhile, in the capital, in a secret basement,
a man's legs in a woman's gown appeared inside. The Empress said, extremely worried, "I can't believe we actually had to use this secret passage." Simon, however, focused only on asking, "Your Majesty, what will become of the Empire now?"
Hearing this, Dante immediately turned his head and replied, "As long as we are safe, just assume the Empire hasn't encountered any problems. Once the situation is under control, we will return to the palace and I can restore everything to how it was. Hurry, let's run to the shelter now." However, upon reaching the outside, someone's voice rang out, startling them. "So this path really leads outside." Noah tilted his head slightly and sneered. "Didn't I tell you so? The royal palace's secret passage." Dante, a little impatient, asked, "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Noah maintained his demeanor. "We are here to deal with you useless lot." These words made the other party show a worried expression. How audacious! Across from them, Derek sneered, "You should consider abdicating the throne to our king a great honor." And Noah also displayed eyes full of ambition. "Oh, royal blood, offer your lives without resistance." Meanwhile, elsewhere, all three people were still focusing on raising their hands to gather energy. Elliot suddenly trembled, his teeth clenched. He seemed to have lost all strength and collapsed to the floor. However, Elliot said to Rachel, "Hey, I'm not faking it, I swear. If we keep going like this, I'm really going to die." And she, still trembling, silently agreed, admitting to herself that she also felt on the verge of fainting. Suddenly, another hand firmly grasped Rachel's wrist. "Ray, don't push yourself too hard." Lucian pulled her into his embrace and continued, "You are everything to me. If I lose you, I'd rather give up the world." But Rachel was a little confused. "I'm fine." At the same time, Oscar and Paul, standing outside with water bottles, spoke up one after another. "Hey, drink some water, everyone. Quench your thirst." Rachel slowly took it immediately. "Thank you." As she drank, she listened to a deep voice speak. "It seems we're in trouble." Enzo stood casually with his arms crossed, saying coldly, "From what I can see, even the Demon King has accumulated power for 1,000 years. If the seal from 1,000 years ago demanded so much, then even if no one flees, all of us will perish." Hearing this, Elliot immediately cried out in alarm. "Wait, do all three of us have to be pushed to the brink of death just for the seal to work? Then I'm not doing it." As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel whispered, "Elliot." Enzo, however, continued to reassure her. "Don't be afraid, for the great Archmage Enzo is by your side. I have also gathered 1,000 years' worth of mana in my heart. I originally intended to detonate it. Since you have already established the basic framework of the seal, releasing the mana in my heart will certainly be enough to fill the rest." Upon hearing this, Rachel was a little surprised. "Wait, detonating your heart? Doesn't that mean you'll die?" At this, Enzo maintained a calm demeanor. "After all, this heart only contains mana. I can't hold on much longer anyway."
Actually, I've been living like the dead ever since Spencer died 1,000 years ago, but now that we've met again, I will accompany her to the spirit realm. If we want to leave this mortal world, we must complete the sealing to free Spencer. There's no more time, so now I want to be alone with Spencer for a moment. Get out of here, quickly. Upon hearing this, Rachel could only finally reply, "Thank you." Across from them, Sun was waving goodbye, her face incredibly gentle. Now only she and Enzo remained, standing beneath 2 layers of magic circles. He looked at the person beside him and spoke. "The troublesome lot has finally left." Upon hearing this, Sun also added, "It's been a long time since we've been alone together." As he slowly walked, Enzo said, 1,000 years ago, if we had successfully completed the sealing, I would have proposed to you. At least we've met again like this. That's enough. To lie beside you, my life has been truly fulfilled." The scene shifted to a castle with many columns in front. A beam of blue light shone, casting countless rays outwards. It grew larger and larger, expanding behind the forest. Someone's corpse lay motionless on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. Noah stood with his hands on his hips, concluding, "We've finally brought down the human royalty." As soon as he finished speaking, Derek, standing next to him, clenched his fists. "Now that the throne is empty, we just need to wait for our king to revive." Suddenly, something unexpected appeared.
Both had their own expression. What is that sound? Wait, something's wrong. A sound kept echoing in Noah's head. Has the king's aura disappeared? Return to your rightful place. Countless wisps of black smoke emanated from all over their bodies, their eyes wide. "No, my power is weakening. Impossible, our long-held ambition." A moment later, 2 streams of black smoke with ghostly faces appeared from the air. At sunset, in another castle, Camila stood still, waiting. At the same time, Pedro leaned in and called, "Madam?" The 2 faced each other and spoke in turn. "Are you worried about the children?" "Yes, I wonder where they are right now. Are they safe?" Immediately, Pedro quickly took Camila's hand to comfort her. "I'm sure they're doing very well. Trust them and wait."
At this, her face gradually relaxed. Yes. Suddenly, a purple magic circle appeared. Rachel was the first to speak. "They're both out now." After announcing, "We're back," the 2 quickly called out to Rachel and Lucian. But Pedro was utterly astonished when he saw the man with purple hair looking around. "Is this Leyon's territory?" he asked loudly, addressing Prince Elliot. He seemed unwelcoming. "Who do you think you are to dare?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel quickly stepped in front of Elliot, explaining, "Calm down, right now he's not our enemy, we're even working together." But the other party immediately revealed a cunning smile. "I'm not so sure about that. Perhaps it was true then, but what about now? Am I truly not your enemy?" Manji quickly ran over to remind him, "I really can't trust you," while Rachel was a little panicked. "Elliot!" However, he immediately raised his hands in surrender. "I was just joking with you. I was just joking because it was so awful." Then Pedro, standing behind, suddenly asked, "Prince Elliot, do you know the current situation of the Empire?" But he only received a somewhat unacceptable answer. "I don't know anything." Immediately, the other party unhurriedly recounted, "At the Royal Leonesses Empire, we were informed that everyone has been found dead." Upon hearing this, Elliot immediately turned his head in astonishment. "Everyone is dead?" Pedro, however, remained very calm. "But you're still alive." Suddenly, Rachel exclaimed, her face covered in sweat. "Could Elliot be the next emperor?" As soon as she finished speaking, he lightly touched his chin and let out a sigh. Then Elliot extended his hand and spoke. "So let me ask you again, if I, as emperor, were to propose to you, would you agree?" But Rachel immediately refused without thinking. "I'm sorry, but I'm already with Lucian."
At this, Elliot clicked his tongue softly, lowered his head, and crossed his arms over his chest. "I've long known that power isn't the most important thing, but I never thought you would be so lacking in ambition. I wasn't lying when I said I loved you. However, it seems I've buttoned the first button wrong." Having heard this, Rachel replied with a serious expression, "No matter who you are, I will still love Lucian." So Elliot could only feign composure. "Is that so? Very well. Then I no longer need the imperial throne. I'm utterly exhausted by these aristocratic games. As for the empire, I will leave it to others. I will continue to live freely as I always have, and the recompense I want from you is for you to help me regain my freedom. Declare Prince Elliot dead, and prepare for me a generous travel fund along with assistance for my exile to another land." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lucian, one hand still on his sword hilt, murmured, "That, I believe, can be arranged."
Pedro stood on the other side, his face contorted, and continued, "I want to hear all the details about your relationship with the prince. Come into the mansion to discuss them." While we were sealing the Demon King, the Leoness Empire suffered a catastrophe. Although the Demon King and his beasts were destroyed along with the seal, the beasts were not the Empire's only problem. As the last member of the royal family, Elliot disappeared, and the Empire and royalty completely collapsed. Perhaps the accusations of treason against me and Elliot also essentially vanished because there was no one left to accuse us. The same was true for those wanted for treason. My uncle and Noah were found next to the deceased royal family. At this moment, Derek hesitated slightly and slowly walked in. He looked at the person in front of him and called, "Rachel." Immediately, she replied with a hint of confusion, "Uncle, is the interrogation over?" Hearing this, Derek touched his forehead and whispered, "Thank goodness. They said they'll release us. I don't understand what's happening at all. I was just a child and now I'm already grown up. They say my brother has passed away and the Leoness Empire has fallen." As soon as the words left his mouth, Rachel immediately asked, "Uncle, do you truly not remember anything?" Derek, meanwhile, wore an expression of extreme worry. "To be honest, I'm also very confused. How could I be the leader of a sect?" At this moment, Noah closed her eyes tightly and continued, "I feel the same way." The two of them remember nothing of what happened. Meanwhile, Damien, standing next to Rachel, whispered into her ear, "Their bodies no longer carry the aura of corruption. It seems that with the successful sealing of the Demon King, they have also reclaimed their bodies from the demonic spirits. But lost time can never be recovered." Rachel spoke up, "If either of you encounters any difficulties, I will help in any way I can." Meanwhile, rumors circulated that Leyon, the next most powerful figure after the royal family, would become the new son of the empire. For now, the immediate concern of the people was to reunite with their leaders and rebuild their homes. In Leyon, emergency relief measures have been established, and neighboring lords also supported Leyon. While preparing for the upcoming winter, Lucian and I were very busy. Rachel, sitting next to Lucian and holding a stack of documents, said, "It seems that most of the supplies to aid the refugees of the Leoness Empire have been arranged. However, the housing issue persists. We need to find more temporary shelters for them." Upon hearing this, Lucian replied with a weary look, "I've recently spoken with the advisors. We plan to repair as many empty buildings and warehouses as possible for use." Rachel's words had barely finished when she turned serious. "Yes, and with winter approaching, we must prepare the best winter equipment possible." Lucian didn't object at all. "All right, I will contact the neighboring territories to acquire the necessary resources." Could love exist in times of turmoil? The nobles we encountered during our efforts to aid the empire sometimes displayed flirtation.
Jealousy had bloomed in our hearts, becoming a great burden that weighed heavily upon us. Suddenly, Lucian lowered his head and asked, "Ray, should I be in charge of the field operations? I can't stand seeing others flirt with you. I'm sorry, but I'm very jealous." Upon hearing this, Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. To be honest, I feel the exact same way. Lucian is quite popular himself. With that, the two immediately moved closer to each other, and Lucian gently kissed her forehead. "Then this is what we'll do." Finally, we held a brief engagement ceremony, though it was only a formality. Now we belong to each other. He lowered his gaze and said, "We need to quickly finish these demanding tasks, because what else is there for us to do? Everything seems pointless because I can't even go on a date with you anymore." Immediately, Rachel was a little flustered. "Please, Duke, calm down and think of the people in your territory." Upon hearing this, Lucian subtly glanced to the side and whispered, "Perhaps so." Rachel, however, closed her eyes slightly and smiled. How adorable. Then she gently kissed his cheek. Lucian, unable to resist, then kissed Rachel's forehead.
Next, he moved to her left cheek, his hand sliding behind her nape. A moment later, Rachel chuckled awkwardly. "I think I smell like sweat." But Lucian didn't resist and continued to embrace her, saying, "It's fine." She, however, looked extremely flustered. "I'm not okay with that. I'll go quickly wash my face to clean up." Lucian quickly followed her, "Then let's shower together." As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel's mouth fell open and she blushed as she replied, "What? Shower together?" Scene change. She let out a long sigh. A new development after sealing the Demon King was that Lucian and I were sharing a room. Rachel clasped her hands together, happily pondering. Cohabitation, which originally meant living together in a mansion, but now we're sharing a room, it feels like we're truly living together. To be honest, I'm still not quite used to it. Of course, we're engaged and even manage the country together, but I think people only see that much. Lucian, standing next to Rachel, asked puzzled, "Ray, what's wrong?" but didn't get the answer he wanted. Nothing. Immediately, he continued to kiss her hair, adding, "Really? Then let's finish what we started earlier." Rachel instantly showed a look of panic.
Lucian, meanwhile, calmly turned and walked away. "I'll get into bed first. Come here quickly." Rachel then happily rushed over. She lay face down on top of him, an action that completely surprised Lucian, who called out "Ray" with wide eyes. After that, the two kissed once more. As the Empire's refugee crisis gradually stabilized, the frantic winter had passed, and gentle spring had arrived. However, it seemed to me that this spring was even busier than winter. The reason was, the masked man raised his hat high and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today we have prepared many rare items for your enjoyment. Now, to open the auction, the first item is..." As he spoke, he quickly pulled back the cloth, revealing a fowl with snow-white feathers. Instantly, it transformed into a trembling human kneeling, and exclamations of "a shape-shifting white swan" rose from the crowd. The entire hall began to buzz. Then, let the bidding begin. 300, 550, 700. Suddenly, Rachel, wearing a mask, made an incredible bid of 9,999. Hearing this, the man in the black hat chuckled and announced, "Lady number 27, thank you for participating. However, the rule is to bid in increments of 50. As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel immediately removed her mask and asked, "Rules? What rules?" She turned towards the door, crossed her arms, and said coldly, "Everyone come in." At this, the leading man raised his hand and growled, "Arrest everyone participating in this illegal beast-human auction."
These words sent everyone into a panic. "What? Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you defy me?" Then Mongzi leaned forward and said to the person trapped in the cage, "Don't worry, we're here." Meanwhile, Damien swiftly rushed forward and handcuffed the host, leaving him utterly bewildered. Knight Leyon. With the enforcement of the anti-discrimination order against beastfolk throughout Leyon's territory, a large-scale crackdown has begun. From now on, no one will be allowed to freely mistreat beastfolk in such a manner. Rachel held up the stack of papers in her hand, her eyes fixed on them. It seems the illegal beastfolk trade market is larger than we imagined. The amount of embezzled tax money is not small at all. Hearing this, Lucian, who was standing in front of her, immediately asked, "We should have placed them under the law, Sumur. How are the rescued beastfolk doing?" She immediately replied, "They are resting comfortably at the inn. Paul is doing his best to alleviate their suspicions." Then Lucian's eyes grew sorrowful again. It would be great if we could draw more beastfolk to our side. Rachel, however, smiled faintly in silence. "Yes, even if they still look at us with suspicion, there's no other way. If we work hard, more beastfolk will open up and become allies of Leyon, which will be beneficial in the long run." As soon as she finished speaking, Lucian continued, his face beaming. "That's right. Leyon intends to accept beastfolk as citizens from now on. Therefore, within the framework of the law, they will be protected with equal status as humans."
It should also be noted that each beastman possesses a unique ability. If beastmen become residents of the territory, we are also considering recruiting them into our forces. Immediately, Rachel's face registered surprise. Yes, beastmen will certainly be a great source of strength. Then she fell into contemplation, lowering her gaze.
ensuring everyone follows a better path. Perhaps this was the role entrusted to her. Although she hadn't heard anything from the deity since sealing the Demon King, there must certainly be a reason she was granted this divine power. Suddenly, Lucian unexpectedly approached and touched Rachel's shoulder. However, you must spend enough free time with me. I'm getting jealous again, you know. Upon hearing this, she gently touched his head. I understand. It was already noon, and after a little more banter between them, how about we rest for a bit and then head down to the dining hall? Now that I think about it, it's almost lunchtime.
So Lucian quickly pushed Rachel forward, urging her, we always lose track of time when we work. She replied very comfortably, how refreshing. It feels like the stiffness in my shoulders is completely melting away. He maintained his posture and continued, I've told them to prepare the spicy seafood pasta you like for lunch. Rachel immediately showed delight. That sounds delicious. But Lucian, can you eat spicy food? Her words were met with an affectionate kiss on the cheek. Lucian leaned his mouth close to her hand. If it's delicious to you, then it's delicious to me too. However, Rachel slowly reached out and touched his shoulder. I can't be the only one feeling comfortable. Come on, Lucian, you're always working non-stop. Turn around, I'll give you a massage too. So he agreed. All right, then I'll leave it to you. While continuing her work, Rachel happily replied, you can trust me. But when she saw him smile mischievously, she felt a little annoyed. What's so funny? What are you laughing at? However, Rachel only received an answer that annoyed her even more. That tickles. No, actually, it's great. She seemed a little sulky. You can't put your heart into it at all. At this, Lucian finally explained, because your hands are small, they can't do much. Rachel puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Of course my hands are smaller than yours, Lucian. But I also discovered a little something about Lucian. Without a word, Rachel lightly touched his hand. She smiled mischievously. How about this? How about a massage with my hands for your small hands? So soft. This action made Lucian unable to control himself. He grabbed her hand and lifted it from the table. Stop! But Rachel noticed something else. The papers have fallen, Lucian.
Meanwhile, Lucian wore a displeased expression as he questioned, you said you'd give me a massage. This unusual behavior made Rachel a little flustered, causing her to quickly step back. But Lucian immediately advanced, his lips meeting hers. He gently whispered, Ray, can you do more? Rachel's eyes, which had been fixed on him, subtly dropped, and they continued to kiss. Elsewhere, Doggy, looking rather displeased, tapped his fork on the table. You two are late. I'm starving from waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Rachel could only scratch her head and reply, sorry. Amber, still cheerful, said, here you Gunnis, your favorite spicy seafood pasta. As soon as she finished speaking, Rachel immediately beamed with delight. Thank you for the food. With that, she took the first bite. After that, Rachel turned to the person next to her and asked anxiously, how is it? It's not too spicy, is it? Lucian calmly replied, it's delicious. Doggy and Damien also chimed in, I'm used to this spice, and me too. Hearing this, Rachel's face lit up with joy. That's great. Finally, everyone has recognized the true pleasure of spicy food. Suddenly, Doggy seemed to remember something. Oh right, Master, don't forget that after we finish eating, we'll go visit the beast folk we rescued with me. Bao has already gone ahead to look after them. As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel was utterly flustered. Wait, did you just call me Master? Immediately, Doggy replied, that's right, that's right.
At this moment, Rachel gently held a fork in her mouth, her face full of smiles. We already agreed that you would call me Rachel. That's right. From now on, there will be no more hierarchy between beastkin and humans, because I will make it so. Damien, you should remember that too. Hearing this, Damien was slightly stunned. However, instead of calling you Master, I will address you as Madam, just like Madam Amber. Come to think of it, I also have a report to make. There's a location suspected of illegal beastkin trafficking, and we've received some information that requires your confirmation. As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel quickly agreed. All right, I'll take care of it. Lucian, after a while, finally spoke up. Rachel, even if you're busy, can you finish your work before evening today? Tonight's tea will be just the two of us, so you'll belong only to me. Do you understand? Ray, there's something important I need to tell you. The starry night sky was visible outside the open door. Rachel sighed as she sat down on a chair, complaining, I'm so tired. Lucian, meanwhile, calmly poured tea into a cup and replied, You've worked hard. Did you finish everything well? Immediately, she quickly turned her head and replied, Yes, if we follow the correct procedure, it will be fine. You also worked very hard today, didn't you, Lucian? At that, the other person immediately showed a gentle expression. Finally, I've finished everything too.
Now we finally have some private time together. Here's your tea. Upon hearing this, Rachel remembered a few things. Thank you. Oh, right, you said you had something important to tell me. What was it? After a moment of silence, Lucian bravely admitted, Ray, I know how strong you are, and you're also a kind person. You always put others before yourself, and even when I was lost, you never gave up on me. Seeing you like that, it made me realize that I also want to live for someone else. These words made Rachel hesitantly call out, Lucian. He, however, remained perfectly calm. I love the way you care for others. Whatever you wish for, I will support you. I've wanted to put this on your finger. You have no idea how long I've waited for today. After saying this, Lucian opened a ring box and knelt down. Rachel, however, was completely surprised. This ring? Before she could say anything more, Lucian continued. Yes, it's the ring we made together before. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to move forward. I want to propose to you properly. Rachel, I love you. I want to stand by your side and build the world you dream of with you. Will you marry me? This action left Rachel utterly astonished, covering her mouth with both hands. Lucian, if it were the old me, I would never have believed in a story like this. Even though I knew I was receiving all of this person's affection, I hesitated, wondering if I truly deserved it. But then...
She let him put the ring on her ring finger. The ring quickly settled on Rachel's finger. She just stared, not saying a word. Lucian, however, seemed a little impatient. You should give me an answer, shouldn't you? At that, Rachel no longer felt shy. Lucian, I love you too. The two held hands. She gently asked the man in front of her, please stay with me for the rest of my life. These words filled Lucian's eyes with affection. He immediately replied, you said my line first. That's just like you. All right, let's be together forever. Every moment felt like a dream. At first, I thought I had merely stepped into the world of a webtoon, having entered someone else's body. But everything I shared with this man taught me that this was truly my own life. I no longer feared anything, because if we walk together in unity, we can defy fate. And then time passed, until one gentle, warm spring day. Her white dress long enough to touch the ground, Rachel held a wedding bouquet and wore a white veil on her head. A smile appeared on the face of the man in the black suit, and Lucian gently called out, Ray, shall we go? Rachel immediately placed her hand on the groom's arm. A server quickly opened the large doors.
The two walked side by side to the announcer's declaration, Lord Leyon and his fiancée are entering. 3 girls sitting in the distance saw this and cheered. Rachel, congratulations, you're so beautiful, Rachel. Belisa and the short-haired brunette girl chimed in one after another. They look so affectionate towards each other. That's right, among us, Rachel is finally the first one to get married. Elsewhere, Amber also called out emotionally, My lady, are we really witnessing your wedding? Oscar, meanwhile, recalled the past. From the moment Leon first arrived, I knew this day would come. Rachel probably couldn't have imagined having a wedding today back then. At this, Hawk sadly added, The more I think about little Rachel back then, the more emotional I get. However, Oscar, with his arms crossed, remarked, Time really flies. Noah, with neatly tied hair, clapped happily. They both looked truly beautiful.
Derek couldn't hide his emotion. My little Rachel is married already? Camila took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes. Even though we weren't perfect parents, our children have grown up so beautifully. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching their attention. Dad, Mom, Lucian boldly declared. From now on, I will be responsible for her life. Now Mom and Dad can rest assured and live happily. Hearing this, Camila could only call out her son-in-law's name, Lucian. Meanwhile, Rachel turned her head to look at the person beside her, smiling contentedly. A moment later, the officiant standing in the middle spoke up. It is truly an honor to stand in such a precious place where the two of you will promise eternal love. Today is the day when 2 individuals will become one on the journey called life. However, this moment is not just a promise between the 2 of you, but also a place where everyone comes to bless you both. Everyone is gathered here together to build your future life. As we share this moment, let us all follow and bless the story that the bride and groom standing here will unfold in the future. Will you love and support each other as life partners? Do you promise to share joy and sorrow together? Instantly, Lucian glanced over and replied, Yes, I do. Rachel, with a gentle gesture, also answered, Of course, I do too. Next, the 2 faced each other and expressed their feelings. I love you, Rachel. I love you too. We love each other. After that, they embraced and kissed. After the wedding ceremony concluded, Lucian and I headed south, where we would enjoy our honeymoon. With shoes on, our feet walked slowly. Rachel ran and jumped on the sand. It's been so long since I've been to this southern area. The sea breeze is so cool. Lucian, from behind, unexpectedly wrapped her arms around her waist. Rachel, I'm so incredibly happy. Without hesitation, she kissed his cheek. Me too. I want to spend time with you like this forever. Everyday life will pass by simply. We will melt into each other. Just being this peaceful is precious. Hearing this, Lucian tilted his head and replied, Everything you want is what I want, Rachel. As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately pointed ahead playfully. But why are we just walking on the beach when the sea is right in front of us? Their shoes were taken off and left on the sand. Rachel pulled Lucian into the sea. Come into the water with me. It's really cool.
Rachel playfully splashed water on Lucian. Take that. But when she saw he didn't react, Rachel was a little flustered. Lucian, does he dislike this kind of play? Across from her, he spat out a mouthful of water.
Lucian couldn't help but burst out laughing, which surprised Rachel a little. It was the first time she had ever seen Lucian laugh so heartily. The two of them continued to frolic in the crystal-clear blue sea.
It was already dusk, and someone called out, "Lucian, Lucian." Rachel, walking beside him, said, "Look over there. Is this a small garden? The scent of roses is so lovely." But Lucian put on a mysterious air, saying, "Wait a moment." He picked a black rose. Rachel, not understanding, asked, "What are you doing?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lucian immediately replied, "I'm removing the thorns." A moment later, he tucked it behind her ear. Lucian, with a gentle expression, said, "You're so beautiful, Rachel. The black rose is the flower that symbolizes the Leyon family. Do you know the flower language of the black rose?" Upon hearing this, Rachel couldn't help but wonder, "No, I don't. What is it?" Lucian slowly rested his chin on his hand, his voice soft. "It means that your other half will be yours forever." After saying this, he didn't change his posture. Lucian gently reached out to her. "Rachel, you will always be mine. Do you agree?" Meanwhile, Rachel's eyes sparkled. "Oh, really? Of course. I will love you forever too." Both stood up simultaneously, exchanging heartfelt words of love. "I love you, Lucian. I love you too. I will only ever love you. My life until now has been like wandering in a desert, but what I've discovered is no longer a mirage, a precious oasis of my own in the desert. I look forward to the days ahead when I'll be with him. Let's continue to seek happiness together by writing our own story." Thank you for watching today's video, and with that, we've reached the end of this captivating story. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting story. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and we wish you a happy day.